The first chapter starts with the Black Dragon template. Pain. It hurts. Head hurts. Luoqiu opened his eyes laboriously. All around were people with collars and unlovable faces. What the hell? I was kidnapped? This situation made Luoqiu think of human traffickers for the first time. Suddenly, a memory suddenly emerged from his mind, causing Luoqiu's mouth to have a wry smile. That's right. He was kidnapped himself. But it is no longer the original world. Travel by yourself to the world of pirates and become the prince of a country on the edge of the new world. Because the country in which he is located cannot pay the heavenly gold, he was removed from the member countries by the world government. New world. It's a pirate's paradise. The country itself does not have a strong man in charge, and it loses the protection of the world government. The consequences can be imagined. It has completely become a pirate territory. Even the world government is still secretly fueling the flames, beheading all the royal family of the kingdom, and auctioning off Luoqiu, the only royal descendant, as a slave. The purpose is to kill the chickens and warn the monkeys, so as to be an example. Let the rest of the world government's members see. This is the consequence of not paying the heavenly gold. Call. Luoqiu has a complete understanding of his own pirate world. An anger welled up from the bottom of my heart. In his memory, the kingdom of Alexander is within the protection of the New World G5 base. But the G5 base has never fulfilled its duty of protection. Even he also often colluded with pirates to loot the kingdom of Alexander. Because the base director of the G5 naval base is Doflamingo's spy among the pirates, Fergo. He is a thief himself. Being robbed by pirates all the year round, the poor in the country are really unable to pay the gold in the sky. But as for the world government, how can he care about your situation? If you don't pay all the gold in the sky, you will die. Made. A bunch of vampires, bastards. Luoqiu's teeth are itchy. What a bunch of shit. Is this what the country pays so much money to the world government every year? Nima. Wait for Laozi to go out and smash your dog heads one by one. Luoqiu thought to herself. But immediately, his momentum slumped. He has now become a prisoner. Are you still going out? Ding. The endless dimension system is successfully bound. Just when Luoqiu was lost, a mechanical voice suddenly came from his mind. This voice suddenly shocked him. Goldfinger arrived. Crossing the necessary golden fingers, the ancients will not deceive me. System, what function do you have? Luoqiu asked impatiently. Back to the host, this system can extract character templates and items from the endless world for the host. The character template has two functions. First, the host can integrate the character template to obtain all the strength of the character. Second, the host can summon the characters in the character template to become subordinates, 100% loyal and will not betray. Hearing the system's explanation, Luoqiu's eyes suddenly became extremely bright. This system, good. Very powerful. At that time, Dazuzi, Madara, Aizen, such big bosses will be integrated into the body, and they will create some ninja army, death team, magician team, and so on. World government, he is a ball. They called them dad. System, tell me, how can I extract it? Luoqiu said anxiously. He didn't want to stay in this ghost place for a moment. Back to the host, 100,000 reputation points are required for each extraction, and the host can choose whether to extract character templates or items. Hearing this, Luoqiu immediately looked at his system panel. Endless Dimension System. Host, Alexander Rochu. Reputation value, a little over 10,000. Character template, fusion none. Character template, summon none. Gan. Not enough prestige. The predecessor was just a prince of a weak and small country, and it was very good to have more than 10,000 reputation points. Host, don't panic. There is a discount for the first draw. Also, 10 consecutive draws will give you a free one-time draw. I seem to be smelling a certain smell. I want to be stronger. Krypton gold first. It's just that the gold of his Krypton is the reputation value. System, give me a character template. Luoqiu ordered the system to shake off the distracting thoughts in his mind. Consume 10,000 prestige points, 100,000 discount next time, and start drawing dimensional world character templates. Looking at the content in parentheses, Luoqiu couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. This system is a real money fan. Don't need to be reminded, right? Extracting. 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 Gen. Are you constipated? Still dead? Looking at the text that kept appearing in the system panel, Luoqiu couldn't help but complain. He had never seen such an unreliable system. But he was also full of anxiety. After all, it's about his fate. Ding. The draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning the Fairy Tale Dimensional World Black Dragon Akonorokia template. A template depicting a black dragon with open teeth and claws appeared in the system panel. What the hell? The Emperor is possessed. Black Dragon Aknolokia, the strongest boss of Fairy Tale, one person almost destroyed the entire dragon clan, an invincible existence that has lived for more than 400 years. A demon dragon without attributes can devour all magic, even if it is as strong as the Fire Dragon King. The price of his life is just to replace one of his arms. May I ask the host to choose fusion or summon? Fusion. Luoqiu is now a scumbag, so naturally he chooses to merge. Rather than being protected, he prefers his own power. Luoqiu's voice fell. The black dragon Akunokia turned into a burst of light and melted into Luoqiu's body. A warm current permeates every cell in the body. Strengthen. 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 In a few breaths, the fusion is complete. Luoqiu has all the power of the black dragon Akonorokia. A body stronger than steel, a bottomless magic power like the sea, and countless experiences in fighting dragons, etc. Now, everything belongs to Luoqiu. Luoqiu clenched his fists, feeling the boundless power in his body, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Pirates, Navy, World Government. One by one, wash my neck and wait. Chapter 2 The Roar of the Black Dragon, slaughtered the Tianlong people. Gentlemen and ladies, the next auction of slaves is the highlight of this auction. He is the prince of the Alexander Kingdom, Alexander Luoqiu. What kind of glory is this for a prince to be a slave? Especially the ladies. Prince Alexander is very handsome and handsome. Look. Are his eyes shining like stars? Is his blonde hair shining like the sun? Is his face as handsome as a knife? Are you excited? The host pointed at Luoqiu and boasted, but did not notice that the Luoqiu at this time was no longer the Luoqiu at that time. Oh oh oh. The ladies in the auction hall screamed when they saw Luoqiu's face. Eyes with peach heart, excited can't help myself. His looks are really high. Shut up. This slave belongs to Ben Gong. A woman in a spacesuit, a glass cover, sunglasses, and a silk scarf covering her face said in an unquestioning voice. When everyone heard the words, they immediately fell silent and did not dare to make a sound. Tianlong people speak out, who dares not to obey? It's an honor for the Xiaolulia Palace to see the slave. Please wait a moment, I will send him to your hands immediately. The host is extremely humble, like a dog that pleases its owner. You guys, immediately send the slave Alexander Luoqiu to the hands of Xiaolulia Palace. It's about the dragons. The staff at the auction venue did not dare to be slighted. But can't wait for them to come to Luoqiu's side. Boom! A shocking power erupted from him. The iron cage that imprisoned Luoqiu exploded into countless pieces in an instant. The violent magic is raging wildly. Luoqiu's golden hair stood upright, like a super saiyan. The air rolled up a mad stream. The earth shattered into cracks. The entire auction venue seemed to be attacked by a 12-level strong wind. With the coercion of the terrifying momentum, countless people were directly blown away and vomited blood. Click. The glass cover on Tianlongren's head was shattered in an instant. Glass balls shaved their faces to pieces. Ah! Help! The slave is mad. Countless people screamed in horror and fled frantically. Hey! It's so fun. In order to thank you for your hospitality, I'll give you a great gift. The corners of Luoqiu's mouth rose, revealing a sneer. Luoqiu didn't have the slightest sympathy for those who auctioned him as a commodity. Who? Luoqiu took a deep breath. The violent magic power gathered in his mouth, and the dark black magic power formed a terrifying vortex. The wind stopped. But oppression, more intense. A shadow of death came over everyone's heart. Quick! Kill him! Kill him now! The guards at the auction venue shouted in horror. In a panic, the host quickly pressed the remote control of the slave collar, hoping to kill Luoqiu through the explosion. Bang dash! A violent explosion engulfed Luoqiu's entire head. See here! Everyone at the auction venue was relieved. No one survived being bombed to the neck. But next moment, the smoke dissipated, and everyone's eyeballs almost didn't pop out of their sockets. Unscathed. It seems, not even a single hair was blown. Oh my God! How is this possible? This kind of bomb can even pierce through a steel plate, yet it has no effect on a human being? Is he still human? Sea kings in human skins. Oh! It's completely different and it's not itchy. Luoqiu twisted his neck and made a clicking sound. Although he is a human body now, his defense is not as good as that of a black dragon. But not this little bomb can blow up. So. It's me. The roar of the black dragon. Boom dash. A dark black energy vortex shot out of Luoqiu's mouth in an instant. The violent energy ripped apart everything in front of it. Auction venue. Street. Houses. Sea. All are destroyed. A bottomless huge ravine stretched out from the auction venue to the sea. Even. The sea was divided into two, and the endless sea water poured into it, which could not be merged for a long time. Terrible. Everyone who saw this scene, whether it was a navy or a pirate, all gasped and died. If they just had words on this trajectory. I'm afraid it's already turned to ashes. Auction house. Luoqiu had completely disappeared in front of him. Including, two Draconians. Luoqiu didn't have the slightest reverence for the so-called Tianlong people. On the contrary. Luoqiu hated them to the core. Luoqiu accepted this body and naturally accepted everything from him. In the final analysis, since has become a slave to the auction venue. Everything. All because of the so-called Tianlong people. Quiet. Silent. Needle drop can be heard. All the survivors of the slave auction venue were dumbfounded and looked at Luoqiu in horror. He, actually, killed the Tianlong people. How dare you? How dare he kill it? The Tianlong people are the nobles of the world. If they attack the Tianlong people, the general or CP0 of the naval headquarters will lead the army to come. Not to mention killing the Tianlong people. Dragon Man, dead. Ah! Run away. The admiral is coming. After a brief silence. Survivors of the slave auction venue immediately ran away screaming in horror. For fear of harming the pond fish. 800 years of world government rule have long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. For them, the death of the Tianlong people is as terrifying as the sky is falling. Admiral. A. Red dog, green chicken, or yellow monkey. Heard the Admiral. Luo Chu's face not only did not have a trace of fear, but showed a strong color of excitement. This is a good opportunity to get a reputation. Far horizon. A dazzling golden light shot towards Luo Chu. Black curly hair, wearing a yellow and white striped suit, with a beard on his face, wearing a pair of sunglasses, he looks like a monkey. With this feature, there is no other person in the entire pirate world besides him. Admiral Kizaru. One of the most powerful representatives of the Navy and the world government. Yo, this kind of terrifying destructive power is really terrifying. Kizuna stood on the roof next to the auction, looking at the bottomless ravine that stretched for thousands of meters, and said in a fearful tone. But there was no fear in the expression on his face. Crooked mouth, smoking cigarette, squinting eyes, how easy it is to be easy. Hey. Crooked mouth monkey, it's coming very fast. Luo Chu folded his arms and tilted his head, not seeing the Admiral's nervousness at all. Yellow ape? Crooked monkey? When the fuck did I get this nickname? Young people today are really arrogant. Speed is power. Young man, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Kizaru's right leg suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Whoosh dash. The speed is extremely fast. Carry the wind and thunder. Straight to the point of Luo Chu's temple. Bang dash. Chapter 3 The Fierce Battle of the Yellow Monkey. A loud bang. The whole earth is shaken. The ground under Luo Chu's feet sank instantly, and dense cracks appeared, spreading like a spider web. Air rush. The smoke is flying. The blowing made everyone around the crowd unable to open their eyes at all. Even the weak are directly blown out, and experience the feeling of flying. The people watching couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and they were horrified. OMG. The aftermath of the battle alone caused such a commotion. Is this the Admiral? Should that person be dead? After all, in the eyes of everyone, the Admiral is an invincible existence. In the field, the smoke dissipated. Gradually, the two figures appeared. Everyone's faces changed wildly. Shock. Shocked. Incredible. How can that be? I see. Kizaru's right leg, which was full of endless speed and violent force, was firmly blocked by Luo Chu. No damage was taken at all. He didn't even move his body. Is that a lie? This is the attack of the Admiral. That might. That speed. That power. But they all saw it with their own eyes. It turns out. Blocked so easily. Hey. Light speed kick. That's it? Luo Chu sneered, his expression full of ridicule. The light expression on Kizaru's face disappeared immediately. Look out to the sea. There are not many people who can take his light speed kick steadily. Without exception. All of them are monster-level characters who are famous in the sea. And now, how could a little-known kid take over so easily? Its strength. Unfathomable. Today's task is probably not so easy to complete. Turn your hands into claws. Luo Chu clasped Huang Yuan's right leg, and the dragon scales on his arms were looming. 360 spins. Just throw Kizaru's body and fly out? I don't know how many buildings were crashed along the way. See this scene. The people around were shocked by the open-mouthed boss, and his chin almost fell to the ground. Really? The Admiral was thrown out? Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 233 reputation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 666 reputation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 999 reputation. Hey. Fighting with the general, the reputation value will come quickly. Looking at the growing reputation value in the system, Luo Qiu was full of excitement. It is estimated that this battle can be drawn again. A dazzling golden light radiated from the ruins, gradually condensing into the figure of Kizaru. It didn't do him any harm at all. Rao is so. Huang Yuan also had a solemn expression on his face. He felt the taste of Kaido in Luo Qiu. In the world, Kaido, the beast known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, can defend against his light-speed kick with his flesh and blood alone. Now, one more Luo Qiu. The young people today are really strong like monsters. It seems that this task is not so easy to complete. Laser. The yellow monkey pointed his index finger, and a destructive golden laser light emanated from his fingertips, hitting Luo Qiu's heart directly. When Luo Qiu raised his right hand, his entire arm turned into a black dragon claw. The laser light enough to destroy a warship was directly scattered by Luo Qiu like a cigarette butt. Completely useless. The body of the black dragon Akonorokia is immune to any elemental attack. Yo, it seems that the little brother is a devil fruit ability. Seeing Luo Kai along Hua's right arm, Kizaru took Luo Qiu as a devil fruit person, of course. Hey, Admiral, it looks like your attack won't work. It's my turn to attack. Black Dragon. Iron Fist. Bang dash. The ground beneath Luo Qiu's feet sank instantly, and a huge pit appeared. In an instant, the whole person came to the side of the yellow monkey. The muscles of the right arm bulge high, containing an incomparable explosive power. On it, it is wrapped with a terrifying and thick magic power. This, however, it is nothing less than domineering and weaker than the pirate world, which can damage the elemental body. It's still young after all. Without a domineering fist, no matter how strong the power is, it is useless. Kizaru looked at Luo Qiu mockingly. Do not dodge. He completely ignored Luo Qiu's fist. No domineering. It is impossible to hit his elemental body. But, next moment, his complexion instantly changed wildly. A sharp pain swept through the body. Luo Qiu's violent power hit him in the face without reservation, the brown sunglasses on his face burst instantly, and his facial features were crowded together. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole person flew upside down like a cannonball in an instant, and it was only able to stop when it crashed into a dozen buildings in a row. In the process of flying out, the whole brain of the yellow monkey was buzzing. My heart is full of incredible wonder. How is this possible? Obviously there is no arm domineering on the fist. He would never have thought that Luo Qiu had something called magic power. Half an hour. Kizaru stood up from the ruins, with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. The righteous cloak on the back has no idea where it flew, and the suit on his body is also dilapidated. The whole person looked embarrassed. There is still a hint of shock in his eyes. His eyes turned to Luo Qiu's fist. He really couldn't figure out how Luo Qiu, who was not domineering, hit his natural body. Don't wait for him to think too much. Luo Qiu's figure reappeared in front of him, and the black dragon's iron fist hammered directly at his facade. The yellow monkey, who had suffered a loss, no longer dared to take it lightly, and hurriedly avoided it. Such a fist, he doesn't want to try again. Boom. Luo Qiu's fist smashed into the ground behind Huang Yuan, making an earth-shattering sound, and the whole earth trembled. It was as if a magnitude 8 earthquake had occurred. Countless people around fell to the ground because of this. Looking at the huge pit deep in the ground, everyone around was horrified. What terrifying destructive power is this? Bakakayanguyu. In the sky, golden light shone, and countless light bombs were coming towards Luo Qiu like a downpour. It is impossible to dodge such a large attack of this range. Roar. A shocking roar, accompanied by endless coercion. Luo Qiu's body swelled rapidly, and an earth-shaking change occurred in an instant. Sharp dragon claws. Sharp fangs. Hard dragon scales. Dark dragon wings. Mysterious pattern. The whole person has completely transformed into the black dragon form. It is full of supreme majesty and exudes terrifying power. Dragon. It's a dragon. Oh my god. This legendary creature actually exists. A sailor covered his head and looked at Luo Qiu, who was in the form of a black dragon, and shouted in horror. Afraid? Afraid of what? What if it's a legendary creature? He is facing the highest combat power of our navy, Admiral. His commander scolded severely. But before he could finish his words, a scene that shocked everyone to the extreme happened. There is only one idea left in everyone's mind. How can that be? Chapter 4: The Power of the Black Dragon. Hammer the Yellow Ape. I see. Luo Qiu opened his mouth wide open. All the light bombs that came out of Kiabu's hands like a downpour were all eaten up. Shocked. Silly. Confused. Whether it was Kizaru, the navy who rushed over, or the pirates watching, they were all shocked. Actually, was eaten? The admiral's attack was all eaten up? This is too exaggerated. Everyone who saw the scene couldn't believe their eyes. Eat the attack of the admiral, let alone seen it, you have never even heard of it. Hiccup. The admiral's attack is enough. After you eat it, the power comes out. Luo Qiu hiccuped contentedly. The black dragon Acknowledge is an attributeless dragon that can absorb any element as magic power. Light is no exception. Back to you. Eternal Ray. Luo Qiu opened his black wings with mysterious patterns that covered the sky. Countless white dots flickered around it. In. Contains breathtaking power. Whoosh. 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 Countless white lights turned into meteors and streaked across the sky, shooting straight towards the Kiababy in the sky. Its density is not weaker than the 8-foot Kyangujade of the yellow monkey. Even. Still more than that. In the white light, Kizaru felt a strong threat. These things, if you don't dodge them, will take damage even if they are elementalized. 8-foot mirror. Kizaru's hand suddenly condensed a golden mirror, and the entire body instantly disappeared within the range of the immortal rays of the meteor-like secret book. Boom boom boom. The immortal rays that were avoided by Kiabu all bombarded the island of Chambord. Sound of shock, the ground-breaking explosion. Countless screams sounded. Luo Qiu's immortal ray almost destroyed the entire number 1 island, the illegal area of population auction. The navy, pirates, and countless illegal personnel were buried under Luo Qiu's immortal rays. Hey, don't you want to be so scary? Kizaru looked at the first island of Chambord, which was almost destroyed, in shock. Such power. It is no less than the destructive power of the 3 naval admirals. It's like a catastrophe. Does the admiral have only such a little strength? Jump around like a monkey. Stop laughing. Looking at the yellow monkey standing in the ruins not far away, Luo Qiu let out bursts of mocking laughter, his expression very disdainful. Yo, I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Tiankong Cloud Sword. Kizuna folded his hands together, and condensed the photons in his hands to form a sword of light, named Tiankong Cloud Sword. Its sharpness is no less than that of famous swords. Call out. Huang Yuan's body instantly appeared on top of Luo Qiu's head. The Tiankong Yunjian in his hand was raised high and slashed straight down. Extreme speed. Sharp blade. It was as if the entire space was divided in two. But Luo Qiu has no fear at all. Black dragons, claws. The sharp dragon claws shot out wildly. The air instantly became extremely violent. The wind is blowing. Dust is flying. When a loud noise pierced everyone's eardrums. Kizaru felt that the Tiankong Yunjian in his hand seemed to see the diamond. A huge force rushed to his body, causing his whole body to swell with blood, and he almost vomited blood. Black dragons. Collapse fist. When Huan Yuan and Luo Qiu's dragon claw were in a stalemate, Luo Qiu's other dragon claw had turned into an iron fist and smashed into his head. The yellow ape's cold hair stood on end in an instant, and his soul died. Danger. Luo Qiu in the state of black dragon, the power of this punch is many times stronger than that of a human figure. If you get hit, your head will probably explode like a watermelon. The yellow monkey wants to retreat. But suddenly he found that his Tiankong Yunjian was already firmly held in Luo Qiu's hand, and he couldn't pull it out at all. In the battle of masters, 1 second can decide the outcome. Just hesitate for a moment. Luo Qiu's fist has arrived. I want to dodge the elementalization. But, it's too late. Bang dash. Under the bombardment of Luo Qiuquang's violent force, Kizaru's entire body flew away like a flow. Flying from Island 1 to Island 20, hundreds of buildings were crashed along the way. The pirates on the 20th island of the Chambord archipelago were all stunned when they saw the kiwi in the ruins. This is Admiral Kizaru. A pirate said with a trembling voice. Yeah, it should be. The companions beside him were also shocked. The Admiral is a symbol of invincibility on this sea. Now. It's so miserable. Who exactly made the Admiral look like this? 4 emperors. Next moment. They knew the answer right away. Luo Qiu flew from the sky waving his wings that covered the sky. That is. Dragon. A pirate looked at Luo Qiu in the sky and shouted in shock. This moment. Everyone's eyes are all looking at the sky in unison. Oh my god. It's really a dragon. Could it be that this dragon general is the admiral of the navy who is like this? It's so strong. All the pirates in the illegal zone on the 20th island were shocked by Luo Qiu's arrival. This is the first time they have seen this kind of creature in the legend. And it also made the admiral so miserable. Roar. A thunderous dragon roar. Everyone below felt as if their eardrums were about to be shattered. Call. Luo Qiu in the air took a deep breath. Endless magic power gathered in his mouth, forming a huge vortex. The roar of the black dragon. The violent whirlpool like a tornado rushed straight towards the Kiabu lying in the ruins. The roar of the dragon in the state of Luo Qiuhalong is enough to destroy an island. Face the navy. Luo Qiu won't hold back at all. Under Luo Qiu's terrifying roar, the world paled. The people below all showed indescribable fear. Ah! Run away! Help! All the pirates immediately fled in all directions in panic. I hate that my parents didn't give me 2 more legs. Kizaru just opened his eyes and recovered from Luo Qiu's heavy punches, just as the roar of the dragon with the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth hit him. I am Nima. Who can stand this? Chapter 5, The Disappearing Island. Navy Headquarters Big Action. Facing Luo Qiu's terrifying dragon's roar. Kizaru is all Spartan. This is the rhythm that is killing me. Boom. An explosion that shook the world resounded throughout the Chambord archipelago. The fire is soaring. A huge mushroom cloud rose up, and the entire Chambord archipelago could see it clearly. It was so breathtaking. Half an hour. The smoke dissipated. A bottomless black hole caught everyone's eyes. Wow. The sound of the ocean current was faintly audible. All the people around who saw the scene were all dumbfounded. A cold air rushed to the sky from the solace of the feet. Cancel, disappeared. The entire number 20 island has disappeared. I am Nima. What a terrifying attack this is. One hit. The entire island was wiped out. It's just terrifying. Far away. Elementalization barely escaped Luo Qiuhalong's roaring yellow monkey at the top of a building. Him at this time. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. There was only a crooked frame of the brown sunglasses on his face. His eyes and mouth were blood-stained, and his clothes were tattered. There is no admiral's demeanor at all, but rather like a refugee who has fled. All of these. Of course it's Luo Chu's masterpiece. Well, it's as strong as a monster. The strength is not weaker than those emperors in the New World. I couldn't arrest him by myself. Forget it, let's go back to the headquarters first. I did my best anyway. Kizaru glanced at Luo Chu in the sky, and it turned into a light and disappeared in place. A fierce battle. It made Kizaru deeply feel the terror of Luo Chu's strength. I was beaten by him. It was impossible for him to arrest Luo Chu by himself, so he simply slipped away. This is the character of the yellow monkey. If it were Akainu instead, Luo Chu would definitely have to fight to the death. Looking at the direction of Kyobo's departure, Luo Chu knew that this guy must have realized his strength and that it was impossible to arrest him, and then slipped away. After some battles, Luo Chu also understood his own strength. Better than the admiral. You can get the upper hand in a battle, but you can't crush it. But there is no doubt that Luo Chu's strength is definitely one of the highest group of people in the world. But they are already at their peak. And Luo Chu was just the beginning. There are countless templates of powerful characters in the dimension waiting for him to extract and merge. Overtake them, crush them. It's just a matter of time. When the yellow monkey left, Luo Chu returned to his human form and landed on the ground. The moment Luo Chu landed, a vacuum of hundreds of meters was formed around him. Empty. Not even a dog. Everyone is far away from Luo Chu. This is the fear of the strong. After all, what just happened, everyone around can see it. Slaughter the dragon people. Admiral Hammer. Destroy the entire number 20 island with one blow. Which one is not an earth-shattering event? Ignoring the horrified eyes of the people around, Luo Chu found a bar for himself to eat. After playing for so long, I was really hungry. Boss, have some good wine and meat. Luo Chu called to the boss when he reached the bar. Oh, isn't this the little brother who just killed Tianlong, Admiral Boomhammer? What an honor. A woman with short black hair, smoking a cigarette, and wearing a black spider costume brought a plate of wine and meat to Luo Chu. It's just a small fight. It's far worse than the two seniors. I've admired the name for a long time, One Piece Yowen, King of the Pluto Rayleigh. Luo Chu stared at the man sitting in the corner, with white hair, glasses, and a scar on his right eye, raising his glass and smiling. There was a sudden difference between Xiaoqi and Riley. Unexpectedly, they have been in seclusion for many years, and there are still people who can recognize them. Gollum. Old. Not as good as you young people. Riley took a sip of wine and shook his head modestly. However, the eyes looking at Luo Chu are full of curiosity and admiration. After all, slaughtering Tianlong people is not something ordinary people can do. When Luo Chu was eating, the other side, the meeting room of the Navy headquarters, Marshal Waring states, General Kingsley, Lieutenant General Garp, General Staff Crane, and a group of elite lieutenant generals. Except for Admiral Akainu, who monitors the 4 emperors in the New World, all the high-ranking naval officers are here. Everyone stared solemnly at the embarrassed Kiwi. Who is Yellow Ape? Admiral. The highest military representative of the Navy and the world government. But now, he was beaten so badly. It's the way you see it. I'm not Alexander Roach's opponent, I was defeated by him. Huang Yuan spread his hands and said helplessly. Although there are some careless ingredients in it. But if you fail, you fail. On the battlefield, you won't say anything careless or careless. Hiss. Although they had some guesses in their hearts, they couldn't help taking a deep breath when they heard it from Kizaru in person. Kizaru has the ability to shine fruit. Invincible speed. Invincible in itself. Even in the face of the 4 emperors, he would not be beaten so badly. And now, he was actually beaten up by Luo Qiu to look like this. Does this mean that Luo Qiu has more terrifying strength than the 4 emperors? Let's talk about what everyone thinks about Alexander Luqiu and what measures we should take. Martial Warring States said with a headache. After Roger opened the era of the great pirates, the whole sea became extremely violent. Now that there is such a powerful existence like Luo Qiu, how can they not give their navy a headache? As far as I know, Alexander Luqiu was originally the prince of the kingdom of Alexander. Because the country couldn't pay the gold in the sky and lost the protection of the world government, the country was in chaos, and he suffered because of it. I didn't expect that he turned out to be a person with the ability of the animal system, the phantom beast, and the black dragon fruit. Judging from the results of his battle with Kizaru, his strength is not weaker than Kaido. If you want to arrest him, you need at least 3 generals to dispatch at the same time. The Crane staff analyzed. When everyone heard the words, their hearts suddenly cast a shadow. 1 general can't beat him, and 2 generals can suppress but not necessarily capture him 100%. 3 generals must be dispatched. Oh my god. This is too scary. Everyone looked at Martial Warring States, waiting for him to make a decision. Such a character must not be allowed to grow up freely. Garp, Kizaru, Aokiji. The 3 of you together. Be sure to arrest Alexander Rochu. The Warring States made a decision. Luo Qiu's strength really made him feel frightened. If you let him grow up, he must become another 4 emperors, and he will surely become a serious trouble for the navy. Naval hero Karp. Plus 2 generals. This lineup. Enough to arrest any pirate in the world. For Luo Qiu's sake, the Warring States period made a lot of money. The 3 general-level combat forces were dispatched at the same time, which was an unprecedented move by the Navy headquarters. P.S. The new book is released. Dear friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. The author thank you. Chapter 6 3 generals are coming. Luo Qiu's trump card. The Chambord Islands are very close to the naval headquarters. After the Warring States issued an order, Garp led Aokiji and Kiabu on a warship straight to the Chambord Islands. Although Garp is only a lieutenant general, but both strength and qualifications are above the 2 generals. He has driven One Piece Roger into a desperate situation several times, and is known as a naval hero. The Warring States period sent Garp over, which is enough to show his determination to arrest Luo Qiu. He wanted to directly nip the threat of Luo Qiu in the bud. Xiaqi's ripping off. Luo Qiu was still eating meat and drinking heavily, unaware that the crisis was coming. Oh, my little brother is really amazing. The Navy headquarters actually dispatched the naval hero Garp, as well as Admiral Aokiji and Admiral Kizaru to come at the same time. Xiaqi leaned against the bar and smoked a cigarette, casually speaking to Luo Qiu. In fact, he passed the news of the Navy's attack to Luo Qiu and told him to flee quickly. Xiaqi had a good impression of this young man who dared to slaughter the Tianlong people and was able to hammer the Navy admiral. Oh huh. I didn't expect that a little-known person like me would attract so many powerful forces from the Navy. It's very good. Luo Qiu said excitedly after taking a sip of the wine. He seemed to see countless reputation points beckoning to him. Aren't you afraid? Xiaqi forgot Luo Qiu in surprise. The Navy lineup. Even the old man of his own family, Rayleigh, had to drink hatred. She really couldn't imagine how brave this young man in his 20s was to face the arrest of 2 generals and a super general. Why be afraid? Because of the naval hero Garp? Admiral Aokiji? Or the Admiral Kizaru who was blasted by me? Luo Qiu said nothing while holding the wine glass. If it was just him, he would naturally be invincible in the face of this kind of formation. But When he just ate, Luo Qiu was not idle. A battle with Kizaru made him gain a lot. He gained more than 200,000 reputation points, allowing Luo Qiu to draw 2 character templates in a row. Luo Qiu was very satisfied with the result of the extraction. This is also the reason why he is calm under such a squad of the Navy. Young people today are really confident. Xiaoqi shook her head and said nothing. In my heart, I felt that Luo Qiu was too conceited. Although he has the strength of an admiral of the Navy, facing the siege of 3 powerful men of the same level, it is impossible to escape. Luo Qiu disregarded everyone's strange eyes, and drank at the bar by himself, without caring about the upcoming Garp, Aokiji, Kiabu, and others. Riley, what do you think? Xiaoqi walked to Riley and asked. Haha, since this little brother knows the strength of Garp and others, he is still waiting for them here, which shows that he is not afraid at all. Maybe he still has this unknown hole card. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and glanced at Luo Kyodeo. In his opinion, Luo Qiu doesn't look like a brainless brat at all. Since not going, that must have a hole in it. Is it? Being able to compete against the trump cards of the 3 generals is really exciting. Xiaoqi slowly exhaled a smoke ring, her eyes full of interest. Time passed by minute by minute. Karp and the others soon came to Shambord. Where is that kid named Luo Qiu? Garp picked his nostrils and asked the adjutant beside him. Lieutenant General Garp, according to the news from the Shambord Island investigators, since the battle between Alexander Lukiu and General Kiabu, he has been ripping off Xiaoqi. The adjutant replied. Luo Kyubing did not deliberately hide his tracks, and the Navy could easily find his whereabouts. Let's go then. Hurry up and catch him, the old man is going back to set the donut record. Karp didn't care. In his opinion, arresting Luo Qiu is a very simple matter. It wasn't just him who thought so. Everyone thought so. Marine hero Garp, Admiral Aokiji, Admiral Kizaru. Without a helper, even Whitebeard can't escape here. Xiaoqi's ripping off. The Navy quickly surrounded the place. Bang! The door of the bar was violently kicked open. Garp, wearing a dog hat, walked first, followed by Aokiji and Kiabu. At this time, the bar is long gone. After hearing the news that the naval hero Garp and the 2 generals were rounding up Luo Qiu, they ran away. Islands 1 to 20 are all illegal, and no one has a clean hand. In the face of such a lineup of the Navy, they dared to stay there. Even, not to catch them. Yo! I didn't expect there to be a great person here. Kizaru, who put on a new suit, returned to his previous light-hearted look. But when he saw Pluto Rayleigh in the corner, his eyes showed a dignified look again. Pluto Rayleigh, right wrist of Roger One Piece. If he was on Luo Qiu's side. Whether the arrest will be successful is still unknown. How are you going to save this kid, Rayleigh? Karp asked Rayleigh, clenching his fist. If Riley insists on protecting Luo Qiu, Karp doesn't mind letting Riley experience the feeling of being in a desperate situation again. Hey. Please spare me. I'm just an old man with a coating. Besides, I don't know this little brother at all. Rayleigh waved his hands again and again, directly clearing his relationship with Luo Qiu. He didn't want to be misunderstood by Karp. Back then, after chasing the Roger pirates and pushing them into a corner several times, Garp's strength is absolutely beyond doubt. Even in his heyday, he wouldn't be Garp's opponent, only his captain can match this mad dog. Rayleigh didn't want to mess with this mad dog because of an unrelated person. Huh! Karp and the others gasped when they heard the words. If Rayleigh, the Pirate King, intervenes with his right wrist, Luo Qiu may not be able to be successfully arrested today. Yo! Crooked monkey, why is it you again? You haven't been beaten enough last time. Luoqiu leaned against the bar with a wine glass and looked at Kizaru mockingly. Crooked, crooked mouth. Everyone present heard this title for the first time, and looked at Kizaru in unison. It's a bit like. Ha 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 ha. Crooked mouth monkey, it really looks like a motherfucker. Carp laughed heartlessly, clutching his stomach. The rest of the navy also looked like they wanted to laugh and didn't dare to laugh. This title, it's just too suitable for Kizaru. At this time, Kizaru's face has turned completely black into the bottom of the pot. Take your breath away. According to Garp's big mouth character, it is estimated that when they go back, the entire naval headquarters will know. At that time, the first thing that the soldiers of the entire naval headquarters thought of when they saw themselves was the crooked mouth monkey. Nima. That picture. I can't imagine it. Bastard. Give me enough time. Light speed kick. Huang Yuan was furious and couldn't help but shoot directly. Use your fastest speed and greatest strength. Visible. How angry he was with Luoqiu. I can't let you get close to the master. A gorgeous longsword greeted Kizaru with unparalleled power. Momentum. It's no worse than the Admiral Kizaru. P.S. The new book is released. Dear friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. The author. Thank you. Chapter 7. The two queens. Picture the pupils of everyone present shrank involuntarily. Because they didn't even notice how the person who was facing Kizaru appeared. Clang. The golden light and the blade collided, making a piercing metal clash. Boom. A violent wave of air burst out in an instant, making everyone's clothes rattle, and blowing the tables and chairs of the bar to pieces. Garp, Aokiji, Rayleigh, Xiaoqi, and others all stared at the man who confronted Kiabu with wide eyes. She was petite and slender, only about 1.5 meters. Long golden hair with a shawl, beautiful blue eyes, and silver-bottomed armor with blue lines. Powerful. Noble. Dignified. Majesty. It exudes the air of a king. Even in the face of such a violent impact, a dull hair on the forehead still stands firm. It is one of the two character templates drawn by Luoqiu, Arteria Pendragon. A powerful and beautiful heroic spirit. How is that possible? They had clearly seen just now that Huang Yuan was doing all he could, and he didn't keep a single bit of it at all. But this girl who appeared out of nowhere in front of her steadily took the full blow from Kizaru. What does this mean? This delicate and beautiful girl in front of her has the strength not weaker than that of a naval admiral at all. Drink. The magic power surged all over the body, and the strength on the gorgeous night sword was doubled again. The yellow monkey slowly retreated, and there was a faint feeling of being unable to hold it. Over time, this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. A quarter of an hour later. Kizuna gritted his teeth, sweating profusely. Not anymore. Can't stand it anymore. The whole person is directly elementalized to escape. Call out. At the moment when Kiabu dodged, a golden slash that almost cut through the sky shot out and split the entire earth in two. Hey. This is a lie. Aokiji said. Originally Misty, the boss with eyes staring at him who couldn't wake up. As one of the three generals, the green pheasant is naturally very aware of the strength of the yellow monkey. Although Kizaru usually looks lazy like himself, his strength is definitely the top in the sea. Now. But he was suppressed by a girl who appeared out of nowhere. It just knocked his jaw off. Ha! You want to hurt the master just with this kind of strength? It's just a dream. Arteria swung her sword and looked at Kiabu, who was dodging with disdain. Her disdainful gaze pierced the wasteland's pride. Stop looking down on people. I'm Admiral. Being ridiculed twice in a day, no matter how lazy Kizaru is, it is impossible not to care. He, also has the dignity of an admiral. Tienkong Cloud Sword. Kizaru roared, holding the Tienkong Cloud Sword and bullying him up again. Humph. Betting on the name of my knight, I will never let you master half a step. Arturia did not give in. Sword of Oath Victory in hand exudes a dazzling golden light, rushing towards Kizaru. Clang clang. Countless metal clashing sounds echoed in everyone's ears. The long swords in the hands of the two exchanged at an incredible speed, shooting sparks in the air. The overflowing sword energy cut the entire tavern into pieces. In another violent collision, the entire tavern burst open. Rayleigh and Xiaoqi looked at each other, feeling very helpless. It really affects the pond fish. Monsters are indeed surrounded by monsters. It's hard to imagine that such a powerful force can burst out of your thin body. But can you keep up with my speed? Swordsmanship cannot win. Kizaru can only pin his hopes of victory on the speed he is proud of. Golden light shines. Almost in an instant, Kizaru appeared behind Arturia. Intuition, activate. Intuition is the ability to instantly determine the most suitable action for oneself in battle. Arturia's A-level intuition has entered the realm of predicting the future. Before Kizaru reached the back of Arturia, the Sword of Oath Victory in her hand was already slashed behind her. When Kizaru's figure arrived, the Sword of Arturia's Oath of Victory also struck. Huang Yuan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was secretly shocked. What a strong and domineering look. Can you predict the future? Although Kizaru's speed is fast, Arturia has the intuition that can predict the future, and she is not at a disadvantage. The battle between the two was directly in a stalemate, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Is this brother Luo Qiu's trump card? A combat power comparable to that of a naval admiral? Xiaoqi muttered to herself as she stared at Luo Qiu, who was sitting on the bar in the ruins. Well, I didn't expect this little brother to have such a powerful helper. It seems that today's arrest is not such a simple matter. Aokiji scratched his head and said with a headache. Swish. It's cold. The surrounding temperature dropped by dozens of degrees in an instant, and countless ice crystals appeared on the ground. Half of Aokiji's body has turned into a state of ice. Going to go. Frozen time capsule. Several ice-shaped capsules attacked Luo Qiu with a bone-piercing meaning, and the ground along the way was completely frozen. Hey! This bit of air conditioning is only enough to make iced coke for my king. Another figure suddenly appeared in front of Luo Qiu. The western longsword in his hand smashed the frozen time capsule of Aokiji. It is another quest template drawn by Luo Qiu, the Ice Queen Ests of the world of Crimson Ice. And, there's a person? The Navy looked at the sudden appearance of Ests in astonishment. The long icy blue hair reaches to the waist, the white uniform, the icy temperament, and the arrogant look. It doesn't look like a weak person. Damn it! Don't you say that Luo Qiu is only one person? How come two strong men appeared again? And they are all outrageously strong ones. That's why you want to arrest my king, right? Scumbags like you who dare to hurt my king should all be strangled to death. Ice Thorn Raid. Swish swish. Est stared angrily at the Navy, his hands clasped together, and there were countless ice thorns behind him like Garp, Aokiji, and the others shot away. Ice. Seeing this scene, all the navies were instantly Spartan. P.S. The new book is released. Dear friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. The author. Thank you. Chapter 8 Tekken Garp. The Legendary Fist. All the navies stared at Est dazedly. He looked back at Aokiji again. The abilities of the two are exactly the same, they are all ice. Can't believe it? Asshole. Is this the time to be stunned? Aokiji snorted coldly, and a thick ice wall instantly appeared in front of the Navy to stop all the ice thorns of Ests. Sorry. The reprimanded Navy immediately apologized. However, there was still a deep inconceivable color in his eyes. Suddenly, the sky is dark. A shadow enveloped all the Navy. Everyone looked up, their eyes popped out of their sockets instantly, the boss with his mouth open, his tongue stretched out, a look of being scared to pee. I see. In the sky, a huge ice ball with a diameter of hundreds of meters like a meteorite fell from the sky. A bunch of scum, let's all be crushed to death. Hail furious leap. Ezd stood on top of the super huge hailstone, and his slender legs suddenly kicked him down with a terrifying power. The giant hailstone smashed into the Navy instantly. Huge power. Incredibly fast. Even the air was crushed. The Navy below was blown away by the violent airflow and couldn't open their eyes at all. Ah! Break down. Run away. Help. The magnitude of the hail covered the sky and the sun completely beyond their imagination. Like frightened birds and beasts, they fled in all directions, for fear that they would be smashed into meat patties if they took a single step. Al, what a bold battle this is. It's hard to imagine this is a woman's fighting style. Xiaoqi drank the cigarette and looked at the hailstones with a diameter of hundreds of meters in the sky and said in shock. Yes, it is. The Navy guys are in trouble. Rayleigh nodded in agreement, his eyes turned to Luo Qiu who was still drinking calmly. Just two subordinates have this kind of strength, how terrifying the master's strength should be. Even Garp wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat him easily, would he? Super hail is getting closer. Countless navies were directly paralyzed to the ground. Garp, who was originally watching a play, finally made his move. An iron fist suddenly swung out. Bang. A loud bang. The entire huge hailstone instantly shattered into countless slag. Lieutenant General Garp. All the Navy looked at Garp, who was still in a fist-pushing position, full of shock and gratitude. This punch can be said to have directly saved their lives. Otherwise, all these ordinary soldiers must be smashed to death. All the soldiers below the school level will retreat. This battle is no longer yours to intervene. Garp told his soldiers. Alexander Roche. Go ahead and capture it. Garp pulled the justice cloak from his body, clenched his fists and shouted to Luo Qiu. Luo Qiu kept shaking his wine glass, looking at Garp, who was hailed as a naval hero, and couldn't help but sneer. Hey! Naval hero! Admiral! Stop laughing! But they are all loyal dogs of the Tianlong people. Kill two mere waste-like Tianlong people and let you, the Navy legend, go out in person. In this illegal zone, countless people are auctioned off every day, countless innocent civilians die, and you don't see your naval heroes and admirals. Navy hero, that's all. Luo Qiu drank the red wine in the glass and smashed it to the ground. Everything that happened to him was caused by the world government and the Navy. Koputi's face was blue and red when Luo Qiu said it. There is embarrassment, guilt, and anger. Clever little devil. No amount of words can change the fact that you were arrested today. Garp clenched his fists and shouted at Luo Qiu. Quilted. He. Come on if you can, old man. Luo Qiu sneered. The previous battle with Kizaru wasn't enjoyable at all. The Black Dragon Akonalakia is a super strong boss with partial power. Although he can suppress Kizaru, he cannot really exert his true strength. And Garp, who is world famous for his physique, happens to be a good whetstone. What an arrogant kid. You were still breastfeeding when the old man was chasing and blocking One Piece. Iron Fist Meteorite. Garp slammed his legs on the ground, and a big hole appeared on the ground in an instant. A pair of fists slammed into Luo Qiu with a force like a meteorite falling. Smelly old man. Don't try to get close to my king. Estes rushed towards Garp, trying to stop him. The characters summoned by the system are absolutely 100% loyal, they can go to death for Luo Qiu without hesitation, and no one is allowed to hurt him. Alala, I can't let you disturb Lieutenant General Garp. Shave. Ice Cube 2 spears. Aokiji appeared in front of Estes instantly and attacked, blocking her. Now, he could only pin his hopes on the legendary hero. Navy hero Garp. Let me teach you that iron fist that has driven One Piece into a corner several times. Roar. Luo Qiu let out a dragon roar, and his body instantly transformed into a dragon, turning into a black dragon, facing Garp with the strongest attitude. Black dragons. Iron fist. The dragon's claws as huge as a hill clenched into fists and faced Garp with unrivaled strength. Boom. Two fists, one large and one small, collided like a spark hitting the earth, making a deafening sound. The ground under Garp's feet cracked instantly, forming a huge pit with a diameter of tens of meters. Centered on the colliding fists of the two, a violent air wave spread wildly around. A building with a radius of several hundred meters collapsed in an instant. Countless huge stones were blown away, smashing the surrounding navy and the onlookers into bruises. Everyone. Both of them stared at the two people in the center of the air wave in horror. Just the air wave from the collision of the fist has the power of this kind of heavy weapon. Hard to imagine. How powerful are the fists of the two? Tekken Garp. Worthy of being a legendary naval hero. But if your fists have only that little power, then give me death. Boom. Luo Qiu's whole body's magic power surged and gathered on the right hand, like a rocket launcher. Luo Qiu's power instantly soared several times. P.S. The new book is released. Dear friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. The author, thank you. Chapter 9 Freeze Time. Mokabatmo. Bang. Garp's figure instantly flew out like a meteor. Directly smashed the Alchemon mangrove tree on the 13th. Shocked. Horrified. All the Navy's eyes were filled with a deep inconceivable. OMG. How can that be? Lieutenant General Garp was actually smashed into the air. Ding. Congratulations to the host for adding 999 to the reputation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for adding 999 to the reputation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for adding 999 to the reputation. That is at this moment. The growth tips within the Luo Qiu system have reached their peak. Every sound is 999. If the limit of each increase is 999, I am afraid it will be reported directly. Iron Fist Garp, as a naval hero. The invincible and powerful image has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even the belief in the hearts of countless navy. Now, Garp was punched away, and it even made them feel like their beliefs had collapsed. Now, everyone stopped moving. Staring blankly at the broken Yarman red tree, Garp lying under the ruins. Snoring, snoring, snoring. An even sound of breathing came from the ruins. Sleep, asleep. Countless navies looked at Cap, who was bubbling with snot, and it was Sparta. Nima. Can this fall asleep? Luo Qiu also saw a black line when he looked around. I used to think it was exaggerated when I watched the show, but I didn't expect it to be even more exaggerated after seeing the real person, and I was able to fall asleep during the battle. The monkey family is really a wonderful family. Bang. Garp's snot bubble burst, awakening him from his dream. Ah. I slept for a while. After all, I haven't slept for 5 days and 5 nights. Garp scratched his head and stood up from the ruins. Wow. Lieutenant General Garp is so dedicated to catch the pirates when the official business is so busy. I was just kicked away by Alexander Luo Qiu, must be because I was too tired. The surrounding navy suddenly showed admiration. Really? Truly a legendary naval hero. Do not. In order to refresh the donut record, the old man has been eating for 5 days and 5 nights without rest. Puff. The navy who were still adored just now almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Nima. Eating donuts for 5 days and 5 nights? Gan. This is the expression of blind worship. All right. I slept too. Next, I have to be serious, Black Dragon Kid. Garp tore off the shattered shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. Armed color cover. Swish. For a moment, Garp's upper body instantly turned black as ink, exuding a shiny metallic luster. Only someone with a strong sense of domineering armament can achieve such a level of coverage. Garp's domineering is undoubtedly the best in the world. Otherwise, how can you compete with One Piece? Drink. Armed Iron Fist collapse mountain. Garp gave a loud shout, the muscles of his arms suddenly swelled in a circle, and his feet slammed on the collapsed Yarman mangrove ground. The whole person rushed towards Luoqiu like an arrow from a string. Good come. Aha. Black dragons. Collapse fist. Luoqiu didn't show weakness, Lonji was shocked and swooped down from the air. Like a river, the magic power surges to the right fist, making the power of the dragon fist, which is enough to collapse the mountains and the ground, even more skyrocket. This blow, there is no previous temptation. Both Garp and Luoqiu seriously showed their strength. Boom. 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 The air couldn't bear the power of the two fists, and bursts of sonic booms were overwhelmed. Garp is wrapped in a domineering iron fist with a strong armed color. Luoqiu surrounds the dragon's fist, which is full of magic power. Bang dash. A loud bang exploded in everyone's ears. Deafening. Buzz. Even. Many people with low strength could not bear it, and their eardrums were directly shattered, and red blood flowed out. Boom. The terrifying air wave that was like a nuclear bomb blast exploded, rolling up smoke and dust in the sky. The ground beneath your feet. The house around you. The crowd watching. Luoqiu and Garp were surrounded by thousands of meters, and everything was destroyed and flew away. Ah! Help! Going to die. Countless people are screaming and wailing. Half an hour. The smoke gradually dissipated. The crowd endured physical discomfort and looked towards the battlefield. I see. There were no buildings within a few kilometers of Luoqiu and Garp, and the ground became bare. Only Arteria, Ests, Kizaru, Aokiji, Rayleigh, and Xiachi were able to stay by their side. The rest of the people didn't know where they flew to. Just the aftermath of the fist collision has such destructive power. It's just terrifying. Drink. Break me. Garp shouted loudly, his muscles swelled again, the blue veins on his forehead bulged, and the power continued to output to drive Luoqiu back. But words of strength. Luoqiu's dragon body is not afraid of anyone in the world. Dream. Magic blast. With a roar from Luoqiu. The magic power originally gathered and compressed on the right fist exploded instantly. With the violent impact and Luoqiu Halong's terrifying strength, Garp's body was blasted out again. I don't know how many times the strength of this punch is stronger than that of the tentative punch just now. Click click click. Number 12, number 11, number 10, number 9, number 8, 5 consecutive Yarman mangroves were broken by Garp. Goodong. All the navy swallowed a mouthful of saliva with incomparable difficulty, and looked at Luoqiu with unspeakable fear. Each Yarman mangrove tree represents an island, with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers, making it the largest known tree in the world. This is how the trees representing an island were knocked off 5 in a row. As you can imagine. How violent is Luoqiu's power? Is that a lie? Mr. Garp, who is serious, has failed in the confrontation of power. Aokiji looked in disbelief in the direction Garp flew out of. He is Carp's little fanboy and admires him very much. Before being promoted to Lieutenant General, he was always under Garp's command, and he followed Garp to hunt down Roger when he was young. I really understand how powerful Carp is. A pair of iron fists swept across the sea, driving One Piece Roger into a corner several times. And now, but in a serious state, he was defeated head-on. This is the first time that Aokiji has seen it. This has never happened before, even when he fought against Pirate King Roger. What is this, existence? When you are distracted while fighting with me, who are you looking down on? An extreme chill emanated from Ests. Aokiji's complexion changed, and a huge crisis rose from his heart. Want to hide? But it's too late. Body, expression, even mind. At this moment, it all stops. It is Est's strongest and most powerful trick, Mokabatmo. Able to freeze time and space. Go to hell. Admiral. Est stabbed Aokiji's heart with his long sword without hesitation. P.S. The new book is released. Dear friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. The author, thank you. Chapter 10, Heavy Damage to Aokiji and Kizaru. 100 meters of space and time around Ests was frozen. Aokiji can't escape in this time and space. The western sword in Estes' hand accurately pierced into Aokiji's heart, shooting out a little cloud of blood. Call out. A destructive golden laser hit Estes' head. It was the yellow monkey not far away who made the move. As one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Naturally, he couldn't watch the Aokiji being killed without being indifferent. But this gave Arturia an opportunity. If you want to cause damage to Estes, this laser is naturally the full force of Kyobu. Arturia, who had an extremely keen combat instinct, naturally would not miss this perfect opportunity. The beautiful blue pupils suddenly condensed. There is a flaw. The sword of Oath Victory in his hand was raised high, and the golden magic power gathered from the body to it, forming a phantom of the golden longsword that penetrated the sky and the earth. The Oath, the Sword of Victory. Following Arturia's loud shout, the longsword in her hand slashed towards Kyobu. The golden light shines in the world. Even the clouds in the sky were split. Huang Yuan's face was extremely solemn. He now has only 2 options. Either give up attacking Estes, choose elementalization to escape, and let Aokiji be killed. Either continue to attack Estes to save Aokiji, and resist Arturia's terrifying slash. Oh. No way. Tienkong Cloud Sword. The duties of an admiral and years of camaraderie still made Kizaru choose to fight hard. But the hasty resistance was not enough to resist Arturia's vowed Sword of Victory. Kaka. The Sky Kong Cloud Sword in Kizaru's hand was only stalemate, and the phantom of Arturia's long sword was only stalemate for 1 second, and it was smashed into pieces, turning into a little light and dissipating in the heaven and earth. 1 second was just enough time for Kizaru's laser to attack Estes. Estes had no choice but to avoid it. There was a look of unwillingness on his face. What a pity. Almost. It was only a matter of time before he could pierce the heart of that admiral. Save the green pheasant. Kizaru immediately wanted to elementalize to avoid Arturia's slash. But it's too late. Just as the body began to elementalize, Arturia's slash had already arrived. Arturia's slash hit Kizaru without incident. Blood splattered. From right shoulder to left abdomen. A bone-deep wound ran through Kizaru's entire upper body. Very miserable. This is the price of saving Aokiji. Kizaru knelt on the ground, clutching the bleeding wound, and found that a strange force was preventing his wound from healing. Damn. This is trouble. Kizaru glanced at Aokiji with an ugly face. I see. He also covered his heart and knelt on the ground halfway, breathing quickly and sweating on his face. Apparently he was seriously injured. Although the sword that Ests had just pierced did not completely pierce Aokiji's heart, it also stabbed his heart. It is impossible to act vigorously in a short period of time. Otherwise, the violent beating of the heart will make his injury more serious, and there will even be a danger of death. His injury was even heavier than Kizaru. 2 generals were seriously injured. The strength is now 10 to 7 or 8. Only 1 carp remains. As for the other trash fish navies, they were not qualified to fight Artoria and Ests. To fight with these 2 queens, at least they must be at the level of the elite lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. Obviously, the Navy headquarters believed that sending Garp, Kizaru, and Aokiji to capture Luoqiu was a sure thing. But it was obviously impossible for them to think that Luoqiu would be able to summon 2 subordinates who were no weaker than the generals. Polusalino, thank you so much. That woman is so terrifying. Although I don't know what fruit gave her the ability to control ice, it's clearly above me. I was able to clearly feel that the time and space around me were all frozen. If it wasn't for your timely rescue, I might have been pierced through the heart and died. Aokiji said with lingering fears, and was full of deep gratitude and guilt for Kizaru. If it wasn't for saving himself, he wouldn't have been injured so badly. Well, if we thank you, let's wait until we can go back alive. Although I don't want to admit it. But in our current state it is impossible to be an opponent of these 2. Kizaru said with a pale face. No one thought that Ests had such a perverted ability. Can actually freeze time and space. Who can stand this? This ultimate move alone is enough to rank among the top powerhouses in the sea, making all powerhouses jealous. Hiss. Seeing the 2 generals who were half kneeling on the ground, everyone around who saw the scene took a deep breath. This is the Admiral. The highest combat power of the Navy and the world government. Actually, being beaten like this by 2 people who have never heard of it. Simply unimaginable. Especially the Navy. Countless people held their heads in their hands and looked desperate, feeling that the whole world had collapsed. In reality, Lieutenant General Garp was knocked into the air by Luoqiu with absolute power, breaking 5 almond mangrove trees supporting the Shamboard Islands in a row. Then, 2 more generals were created by the crowd. They really can't think of anyone else who can beat Luoqiu and the others. Action. To fail. Alexander Roche. Give me death There was a roar of rage in the distance. Garp, who was wrapped in a domineering outfit, stepped on the moon and rushed towards Luoqiu. Although Garp was blown away by Luoqiu's explosive power, he did not suffer much substantial damage while wrapped in a domineering defense. But when he came to the battlefield again, his anger dissipated. The dog stared at the seriously injured Aokiji and Kizaru. Ijou. This is so fake. I was kicked out for a short while, and these 2 stopped working. Garp looked at Luoqiu, who was flying in the sky, and Arteria and Ests, who were ready to fight with long swords, and felt very speechless. From 3-on-3 to 3-on-1 at once. What a hammer! Garp, who was still full of fighting spirit, wilted in an instant. It was already very difficult for him to fight against a Luoqiu, plus Arteria and Ests, who were not weaker than the generals. Even his legendary naval hero can't stand it. How? Are you continuing to bite the bullet and fight him? Or just run away like that? Cap suddenly fell into a very tangled tangle. But Luoqiu wouldn't give him time to struggle. The magic is madly gathering in the mouth. The roar of the black dragon. Boom. The roar of the dragon that destroyed the sky and destroyed the earth immediately attacked the injured Aokiji and Kizaru. While you are sick, I will kill you. Luoqiu can say that his hatred of the world government and the navy is deep in his bones. If you can take the opportunity to kill 2 generals, that would be great. Now, they were seriously injured and couldn't resist Luoqiu's ultimate move. Looking at Luoqiu's approaching dragon's roar, Kizaru and Aokiji's eyes were full of fear. Ruined. Are you going to die? P.S. The new book is released. Dear friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. The author, thank you. Chapter 11. The Navy is defeated. Shocking bounty. Everyone looked at Luochu's undisguised ultimate move, and couldn't help but shudder. This one in front of you. Absolutely the master of killing decisively. Those are two generals. If they die, I am afraid that the whole world will riot because of this. But Luochuki wouldn't care about those. He only knew that he had a grudge against the world government and the Navy, and that he was the kind that would never die. Since there is a chance, it must kill them. The reason why they were able to hit them this time was entirely because they did not understand the abilities of Arteria and Ests. It will be very difficult to have this opportunity in the future. Now, whether it was the Navy or the melon-eating crowd around, they were all nervously looking at Luochu in the sky and the Aokiji and Kiwis on the ground. Admiral, are you going to die? Damn Black Dragon kid. Is it too arrogant to want to kill someone in front of this old man? Garp came to Aokiji and Kiabu in a flash, looking at Luochu angrily. To behead the admiral in front of him, a naval hero, simply ignore him. Humph. Luochu completely ignored Garp's roar and increased the output of magic power. Make the roaring power faster and stronger. Asshole. Garp was helpless and could only curse. Looking at the roar of the dragon with unparalleled power, his eyes are full of solemn color. As the world's top combat power, he can clearly feel the power contained in this dragon's roar. Completely destroying the existence of heaven and earth. Garp didn't dare to be careless. The muscles all over the body bulged, the black domineering receded from the body, and the invisible airflow surged around the body. In the end, it all converged on his strongest right fist. Drink. Tekken Liu Ying Meteor Break. An invisible domineering streamed out from Garp's fist, directly forming the substance. It is the domineering release that can only be used when the armed color domineering has been cultivated to the top level, also known as Liu Ying. This punch is unreserved. It can be said to gather the strongest power of Garp. And the roar of the Black Dragon is also Luochu's strongest attacking move. Boom. Garp's Liu Ying domineering and Luochu's dragon roar collided, sending out a terrifying direct explosion. The harsh sound spread throughout the Chambord archipelago. Even the Navy headquarters and Holy Land Marijoa not far away could hear it clearly. I see. A mushroom cloud with a diameter of 1,000 meters rose from the 13th island. The terrifying explosion shockwave with terrifying destructive power spread wildly in all directions to the west, accompanied by violent air waves. The earth is lifted. Trees are broken. The house is destroyed. With Island 13 as the center, 7 or 8 surrounding islands were almost destroyed. The towering tree, the Arman mangrove that originally formed the Chambord Islands, was never seen within tens of thousands of meters around Luochu and the others. All are destroyed. The whole Chambord archipelago's outlawed zone was almost destroyed. Even the rest of the islands are also deeply affected. This destructive force is as terrifying as a nuclear bomb explosion. Half an hour. Cigarette. The dust gradually dissipated. Garp and others were long gone from the ground. Hey! Have you escaped? Luochu hummed disdainfully, and landed on the ground in a human form. Seaside. On the naval warships waiting to be picked up. Garp appeared on the deck with a yellow monkey in one hand and a green pheasant in the other, looking very embarrassed. Although Garp suffered no substantial damage. But the two generals were already seriously injured, and it was impossible to arrest Luochu. Coupled with Luochu's monster-like strength, even if he continued to fight, Garp wouldn't dare to say that he would definitely win. So, only retreat. If we continue to fight, the Navy headquarters may lose 2 generals. Hey, I'm afraid the sea will be more violent in the future. Carp sighed as he looked at the 20-odd islands that had almost become flat-bottomed. Now the new world has almost been divided up by the 4 emperors. If Luo Qiu wants to gain a foothold in it, he must dismount one of them. This level of powerhouses will definitely destroy the world. Navy Headquarters. When warring states, Crane, and other high-level officials saw the embarrassed Garp returning with the seriously injured Aokiji and Kiabu, their eyes almost jumped out of their sockets in shock. Carp. What on earth is it? Can't the 3 of you catch Alexander Roche? Sengoku asked Garp with a trembling voice and trembling body. If Carp plus 2 generals can't catch him. Ijao. So how strong is his strength? Even. The warring states were worried that he would hit the naval headquarters directly. No, the Black Dragon Kid is very strong, but it is at the level of the 4 emperors. The old man can also fight back and forth with him. But the reason why these 2 boys were injured was because of an intelligence error. There is more than one Black Dragon Kid, and there are 2 people around. Their strength is not weaker than our naval headquarters. One is called Artoria, who should be a powerful swordsman. The other is called Estes, which has the ability to control ice. Although it cannot be elementalized, it is stronger than Kid Kyuzen and can temporarily freeze time and space. If I hadn't retreated in time, our naval headquarters might have lost 2 generals. Carp spread his hands and said helplessly. Great swordsman. The ability to control ice? Freeze time and space. My god, Carp, are you kidding me? Sengoku said in horror, the frog eyes on his face fell to the ground in shock. Gen. A Luo Qiu is scary enough. Unexpectedly, 2 strong men who were not weaker than the generals appeared. Do you think I'm joking? Garp pointed to himself and the injured Aokiji, Kiaburu said. Alas. I never thought that Alexander Lukiu would have such a powerful subordinate. Failure. For Alexander Luo Qiu, we have to think about it in the long run. Let's release the reward for the time being. Sengoku sighed heavily. It is not an easy thing to capture 3 general-level powerhouses. Let's talk about how much bounty is appropriate for them to issue. Warring states asked. Alexander Lukiu 2 billion Bailey, as for Estes 1.5 billion Bailey, Arturia 1.3 billion Bailey. Aokiji said slowly. The old man agrees. Huang Yuan said. This time. They really saw Luo Qiu's strength. Although there are only 3 people, they are not weaker than the 4 emperors of the New World. This statement came out. The entire conference room instantly became silent, and the needle drop could be heard. Everyone looked at Aokiji and Kizaru in disbelief. 1.3 billion Bailey. 1.5 billion Bailey. 2 billion Baileys. Oh my god. This is just the first bounty. Such a high reward is absolutely unprecedented. P.S. The new book is released. Dear friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. The author, thank you. Chapter 12, famous all over the world. Soaring reputation value. The conference room of the entire Navy headquarters became very depressed with the voices of Aokiji and Kizaru. Even. There was a cold sweat on the foreheads of many lieutenant generals. If these words were output from the mouths of ordinary people, they would definitely question it. But these words came from the mouth of the admiral. And another general also agreed. This is enough to show that those 3 people are enough to afford such a high reward. After all, they are admirals of the Navy. The highest combat power of the entire Navy, and the world government will never be targeted for no reason. Cap, what do you think? Sengoku turned his gaze to Garp again. Apart from Aokiji and Kiabu, Garp is the person who has the most say in offering a reward to Luo Qiu. Kyuzen Boy and Polusalino said nothing at all. They really deserve this reward. Even. It's still a bit low. Garp, who had played against Luo Qiu, naturally knew something about his strength. Definitely not weaker than any of the 4 emperors in the New World. When Garp said this, everyone's hearts became heavier. Naturally, they would not doubt Garp's words. Garp's strength is definitely the best in the Navy. Naval heroes who have lived through the era of the 2 great pirates, Lox and Roger, don't joke about such things. Thump thump thump. Now. The only sound of breathing and heartbeats left in the entire conference room. The Navy hero and the 2 generals dispatched at the same time all came back in vain, just like a monster. From now on, who else is the enemy above the sea? How should the Navy respond? Who? If that's the case, then issue a bounty. Black Dragon King Alexander Lukiu, offering a reward of 2 billion Bailey. Ice Queen Estes, offering a reward of 1.5 billion Bailey. Night King Arteria, a reward of 1.3 billion Baileys. Sengoku took a deep breath and decided. Although the bounty was so high for the first time, it was something unprecedented in the naval headquarters. But Luo Qiu's strength is indeed worthy of this reward. Even still more than that. With the release of a bounty from the Navy headquarters, the whole world shook. The bounty orders and deeds of Luo Qiu, Estes, and Arteria occupied the absolute headlines of the news. Kill the dragons. Hit the admiral. Fight back the Navy heroes. Whether it is the 4 seas, the Great Root, or the New World, they are all shocked. For the first time, a reward of 2 billion Baileys has never happened on this sea. New World. On a huge whale boat, a white-bearded man with an infusion tube all over his body was drinking heavily. Marco came up to him with the newspaper. "Father, something very important has happened recently. That old mad dog Carp took Aokiji and Kizaru to arrest a man named Alexander Roche. But they were defeated. Aokiji and Kizaru were seriously injured by Alexander Lukiu's subordinates. Carp and Alexander Lukiu were tied, and the Navy was defeated." Marco handed the newspaper in his hand to Whitebeard and said in an incredible tone. Alexander Luo Qiu, a name that has never been heard of before. All of a sudden, he did such an earth-shattering event. Incredible. A reward of 2 billion Bailey. Goo la la la, that old guy in the Warring States period is willing. This guy Carp is really old, and he can't even beat such a little guy. Whitebeard said with a smile. 2 billion Bailey. Whitebeard's crew suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. They can't be as calm as Whitebeard. The first reward of 2 billion Bailey is simply appalling. Many people showed a look of horror. How powerful is the man who offered a bounty of 2 billion Bailey for the first time? What about 2 billion Baileys? I'm a Whitebeard. Whoever it is, I won't allow him to hurt my lovely sons. Whitebeard said domineeringly. When the crew of the Whitebeard pirates heard the words, their expressions immediately returned to calm. Yup. Our father is the Whitebeard who has the title of the strongest man in the world. Oh. Long live Daddy. At the same time, countless pirates such as the 100 Beast Pirates, the Red Hair Pirates, and the Big Mom Pirates are discussing Luo Qiu's deeds just like the Whitebeard Pirates. There is worship, there is fear, there is admiration, and so on. This moment, Luo Qiu's name resounded all over the world. At this time, Luo Qiu looked at the reputation value rising like a rocket in his system, and his mouth almost caught up with his ears. It's not worth the cost he spent fighting the men of the Navy for so long. These reputation points are the capital for him to become stronger and fight against the world government. The current Luo Qiu has instantly turned from a pauper to a millionaire. Delicious. Immediately, Luo Qiu looked into the distance, and his eyes became extremely sharp. What belongs to me should be taken back. Some people should pay some price. The New World, the Kingdom of Alexander. With the help of the world government, it has become a paradise for pirates. The people in the country are enslaved by pirates and live like slaves. Although some nationals of the country are still organizing the army, they are still desperately resisting. But it is still not enough to face the vicious pirates. What's more, there is a shadow of the world government behind it. This country is dead in name only. Bang! On the street, a resisting rebel was kicked away by the pirates. Shoot! It's really a stubborn thing, no matter how much you resist, it's useless, this country is over. The one-eyed pirate licked the Alexander Kingdom's hair against the rebels and said fiercely, "His Royal Highness will one day come back to rescue the country." The rebel said with a stubborn expression, "Ha ha ha, stop dreaming. Now, he doesn't know how to be a slave in that family." The pirate said with a big laugh, his tone full of mockery. He remembered hearing that the prince of this country was sold as a slave by his young master. You can laugh as much as you like. Your death is coming, and soon you won't have a chance to laugh. Not only did the rebel army not have the slightest anger, but instead looked at the pirate with pity. Not long ago, he had just read the newspaper. His Royal Highness the Prince of his own country has become a world-famous figure. Bounty 2 billion Bailey. Soon, the darkness of this country will end and dawn will come. I'm still talking in my sleep when I die. Dream me in hell. The pirate was provoked by the rebel's smile, raised the long knife in his hand and slashed at his neck. But when the long knife was only an inch away from the neck of the Alexander Kingdom rebels, it couldn't move. It felt like my arm was being clamped by iron clamps. Bastard, the one looking for, The pirate just turned his head and wanted to scold, but the words just choked back. Showing a terrified expression. The body is shaking like a sieve of chaff. The soul is almost scared out of it. You are Alexander Rochuk. That first bounty of 2 billion bets lucky man. P.S. The new book is released. Dear friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. The author, thank you. Chapter 13, Return of the King. Awaken the tyrannical domineering. Alexander Roche. The man who offered a bounty of 2 billion Bailey for the first time. The pirate was almost scared to pee when he saw Luo Chu's face. Luo Chu's name is now known to everyone, and everyone knows it. But Luo Chu's identity is little known. It is known to the world that he fought the naval hero Carp in the Chambord Islands, and his two subordinates severely damaged two admirals. But he didn't know that Luo Chu was the Prince of Alexander Kingdom. Certainly. All of this was deliberately concealed by the Navy and the world government. Alexander. No way. Are you? With a trembling voice, the pirate looked at Luo Chu in great horror. There is already speculation about Luo Chu's identity in my heart. Not bad. As you can imagine, I am the Prince of the Kingdom of Alexander. Luo Chu said with a smile. Boom. Luo Chu's voice suddenly exploded in his mind like a thunderbolt. Endless fear swept through the body. Although he had guesses in his mind. But when I heard Luo Chu revealing his identity, I was still terrified. Never thought. This famous man turned out to be the prince of this poor and weak country. How is this possible? How can that be? How could a man with such powerful strength be caught by the young master and bought as a slave? This moment. The heart of this pirate was completely unacceptable for the hero who punched the Navy, severely injured the Admiral of the Navy, and the man who offered a bounty of 2 billion Bailey for the first time was the one who was caught by his young master and sold as a slave. How could he know that Luo Chu was an open traveler? His Royal Highness, you are finally back. I knew that our kingdom of Alexander would not perish just like this. The named soldier knelt in front of Luo Chu and wept with joy. Since Luo Chu was captured, these remnants of their army have been resisting, just for today. Very good. I am very pleased with the kingdom and a loyal warrior like you. What's your name? Luo Qiu asked. Go back to His Royal Highness, my name is Tiger, the centurion of the Kingdom Guard. The rebels immediately raised their chests, gave Luo Qiu a military salute, and replied respectfully. Very good. You have worked hard to defend the kingdom for a while. Take it, this is a reward for your loyalty. He took out a fruit with a spiral pattern from behind and handed it to him. This is what Luo Qiu captured from the pirates on the way back. It is an ancient devil fruit in the form of a saber-toothed tiger. Luo Qiu has a system and doesn't need devil fruit at all. Estes and Artoria are also reluctant to eat, they don't seem to have a weakness for no reason. Just use this devil fruit to reward this loyal subordinate. This is a devil fruit. Tiger looked at the strange fruit in Luo Qiu's hands with surprise. Eat it? To defend the kingdom requires more powerful forces. Luo Qiu patted his shoulder and said. For this person who vowed to defend the kingdom to the death, Luo Qiu still blesses a lot of goodwill. Thank you, Your Highness, this subordinate vows to defend the kingdom to the death and serve the palace. Tiger excitedly took the devil fruit and swore to Luo Qiu. Good job. I like you. He is so valued by his own king, a powerful man who is famous in the sea. Tiger's face flushed with excitement. He secretly swore in his heart that he would be loyal to Luo Qiu in the future. Luo Qiu killed the pirate just now and followed Tiger to the place where the army was stationed. It is the palace of Alexander. This is the place that symbolizes the kingdom of Alexander. There is only this piece of pure land left in the entire kingdom. This is what the kingdom's army has exchanged for countless lives. The original army of 50,000 was now only 5,000. Dead dead, wounded wounded, run away. Only the last 5,000 remained firm in their faith in defending the kingdom. It can be said. These 5,000 were the most elite and loyal troops in the entire kingdom of Alexander. Brothers, open the gate of the palace. His Royal Highness is back. Our kingdom is saved. Tiger excitedly shouted to the soldiers on the palace tower. His Royal Highness Prince. Really His Royal Highness. Hurry up and open the city gate. The soldiers on the tower suddenly danced with excitement. Luo Qiu is the only belief they hold to the kingdom. Legion Commander Marion Harris led his troops out of the city to meet them in person. Seeing Luo Qiu's return, he immediately knelt down to the ground. His Royal Highness, it's not good for Wei Chen to guard the country, it's a crime that deserves death. In Luo Qiu's memory, Harris was the son of Marion Carter, the first master of the kingdom. A person with abilities in the form of an ancient species of chimpanzee. Strong in physical skills, master two-color domineering. Roughly equivalent to the strength of a rear admiral. Carter had already died fighting with the old king while defending the kingdom. The whole country was in complete chaos. If it wasn't for Carter and others desperately guarding, I am afraid that this symbolizes the kingdom's palace will also be looted by pirates and burnt. General Harris doesn't have to do this, it's not your fault, it's the Navy and the world government. They are just trying to kill the chickens to warn the rest of the world government countries. But I also got a blessing in disguise and gained unparalleled power. One day, I will overthrow the world government and break this rotten world. Are you willing to follow me on the glory of the... Luo Qiu clenched his fists tightly and asked the crowd, making no secret of his ambitions. These soldiers are undoubtedly the most loyal soldiers of the kingdom of Alexander. Hearing Luo Qiu's ambition, his heart was filled with unparalleled excitement. I am willing to go through fire and water for His Highness, and I will do whatever it takes. Harris shouted first. I am willing to go through fire and water for His Highness, and I will do whatever it takes. I am willing to go through fire and water for His Highness, and I will do whatever it takes. I am willing to go through fire and water for His Highness, and I will do whatever it takes. All the soldiers echoed in their loudest voices, expressing their loyalty and determination to Luo Qiu. Hearing the shouts of these soldiers, Luo Chu's heart suddenly became passionate. Someday, he will trample the world under his feet. Boom! A domineering aura emanated from Luo Chu, sweeping all directions. Thump thump thump. The soldiers who were still screaming suddenly collapsed like reaping wheat. Luo Chu's ambition has awakened the domineering hidden in his body. Awakened. P.S. The new book is released. Dear friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. The author, thank you. Chapter 14 Officially Ascend to the Throne. Destroy the pirates. With supreme arrogance, Luo Chu turned into a black dragon and quickly lifted into the sky, looking down at the entire country. Roar. A dragon roar shook all directions. Everyone in this country felt a heavy pressure and had an urge to kneel down. The pirates of Alexander Kingdom, listen to me. I am Alexander Lukiu, the prince of the Alexander Kingdom, and now officially succeed the Alexander Kingdom. Now, let me get out of Alexander's kingdom within an hour. Otherwise, kill without mercy. The cold voice spread throughout the kingdom of Alexandria, making all the pirates still in the kingdom of Alexander feel a chill in their hearts. Feel a strong murderous intent. Everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky, just in time to see Luo Chu's domineering black dragon form. I can't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva in the throat. It's that man. Bombed and killed the world noble Tianlong people. Hammered the admiral of the navy headquarters. Defeat the legendary hero of the navy. Every piece. It's all so shocking. For the first time, the reward directly broke through the sky as high as 2 billion Bailey. Just like a legendary man. I never imagined that such a legendary powerhouse would be the prince of this weak country. Oh no, he is already a king now. How could they not be afraid of committing numerous crimes in this country? It's the Black Dragon King Alexander Lukiu. Escape. I don't know who screamed in horror. The pirates in the entire Alexander land immediately rushed to the sea. For fear of being one step late, don't kill Luo Chu. After all, that is the ruthless general who has hammered the blast, the first time he has offered a bounty of 2 billion Bailey. Unlike panicked pirates, the people of Alexandria burst into applause. They know. The dark ages of Alexander's kingdom are over. Long live! Long live! Long live His Majesty the King! These days are definitely the darkest days they have ever lived through. Now, everything is over. In a word, with just one sentence, the pirates of the whole country fled wildly. Luo Chu is like a patron saint in their hearts. When all the pirates ran wildly, the intelligence personnel hidden here from all parties relate everything that happened in the kingdom of Alexander. But this has no effect on Luo Chu at all. If you change it, everyone will pay it back. After an hour, almost all the pirates left the kingdom of Alexander. Get on the pirate ship and prepare to escape the country that makes them tremble with fear. But will Luo Chu let them escape? Answer, of course not. Every pirate has committed an unforgivable sin on his land. How could Luo Chu let them go? The reason why I didn't do it before was just because I was afraid of destroying my own country. Now, they are at sea. Luo Chu doesn't have so many scruples. Haha. Let's use you to celebrate my ascension to the throne. Eternal Ray. In the sky. Immediately behind Luo Chu, dense white light spots appeared. In an instant, these dots of light rushed towards the pirates who had escaped from the kingdom of Alexandria like falling meteors from the sky. What is that? So beautiful. Some pirates noticed the scene in the sky and were immediately fascinated by the meteor-like light. But more people are terrified. Quick, run away. This is the attack of the Black Dragon King Luo Chu. A pirate shouted in horror. They want to escape. But there is no way to escape. Luo Chu's immortal ray is not only like a falling meteor in the sky, but also has the speed of a meteor. Almost in the blink of an eye, these rays came to them. Boom. 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 The sound of explosions can be heard incessantly. All the pirate ships that the escaped pirates rode on exploded. Countless pirates have been bombed with no bones left. All the citizens looked at the explosion above the sea, and their expressions became extremely astonished. Pirates, was destroyed by His Majesty the King? Soon. Astonishment turned into ecstasy. God knows how they are treated these days. I can't wait to dismantle all the pirates directly to vent the hatred in their hearts. But they don't have this power at all. And now, Luo Chu did it for them. For a moment, Luo Chu's reputation in the country climbed directly to the top. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a reputation of 999. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a reputation of 999. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a reputation of 999. Looking at the rising reputation value in the system, a smile flashed across Luo Chu's mouth. I didn't expect to solve these scum and have such a windfall. To eliminate the pirates in the country, Luo Chu landed from the sky and turned into a human figure. At this time, the soldiers who were stunned by the domineering look of Luo Kaiba also woke up. The eyes that looked at Luo Chu one by one were full of fiery admiration. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Everyone knelt on one knee and saluted, laying out a road for Luo Chu to become a king. In the palace, Luo Chu sat on a luxurious throne. Arteria and Est stood on either side of him. Arteria, the running of the country is up to you. Luo Chu instructed Arteria. Although the Black Dragon Akonorokia template makes him invincible. But it doesn't make sense when it comes to running a country. Fortunately, there is Arteria, who used to be a king. Summoning the 100% loyalty of the characters allows Luo Chu to leave the country's government affairs to her with confidence. Yes. Master. I will do my best. Arteria said with a serious look. Then the army is to be rebuilt. Starting today, army recruitment will take place in the name of the king. Ests, I'll leave this to you. Luo Chu turned to Ests and said. As the leading general in the world of Zenmei, her ability to lead troops to fight is not weaker than her own strength, and no one is more suitable for the army than her. Yes, Your Majesty. I will definitely train an invincible army for Your Majesty. Est's voice was firm. But the conversation turned. Then, can I ask Your Majesty to have a love affair with me? Luo Chu, oh. Talk about love? P.S. The new book is released. Dear friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. The author, thank you. Chapter 15, The Arrogant Luo Chu. 210 consecutive draws. In the face of Est's sudden request, Luo Chu suddenly looked confused. Unexpectedly, the arrogant Queen of Shaking S made such a request. Do I promise, or promise? Cough cough, since it was Est's request, then I reluctantly agreed. Luo Chu pretended to be calm. Hey, the love with Your Majesty is really exciting. Est blushed when he heard the words, showing a look of anticipation. On the side, Arteria looked like a lemon and boldly showed her love to Est. But her character can't say such a thing. Both of them left with Luo Chu's instructions, and Luo Chu was the only one left in the huge room. It's time to draw a wave. Luo Chu muttered to himself, and his consciousness entered the system immediately. Endless Dimension System. Host, Alexander Rochuk. Reputation value, more than 2 million. Character template, Fusion Black Dragon Akonorokia. Character template, Summoning Ests, Arteria Pendragon. More than 2 million reputation points are really exciting. System, first give me a character template to test the water. If you're lucky, I'll have a 10 draw. Luoqiu said to the system. Okay. Host. Consume 100,000 reputation points and start extracting endless dimensional character templates. Extracting. 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 This system, constipated as always. Looking at the prompt on the panel, Luoqiu couldn't help complaining in his heart. Ding. After drawing, congratulations to the host for drawing Uchiha Madara, the character template of Naruto Dimension World. I lost it? It's Mr. Spot. As a second Thorn Ape, not to mention all the anime characters Luoqiu are familiar with, but most of the characters are familiar to him. Especially the three major migrant worker animations, Hokage, Pirates, and Shinigami, he has watched each of them several times. Madara Uchiha is the biggest boss in the Naruto world, proficient in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and immortality. The old man Kishimoto didn't know how many hooks he had given to those two Xiaoqiangs before he could defeat Madara Uchiha. Excuse me, host, choose fusion or summon. The system's prompt sounded in Luoqiu's mind. Choose fusion. Luoqiu immediately made a choice. For this invincible character template, of course, choose fusion. Only one's own strength is really strong. After Luoqiu made his choice, Madara Uchiha's character template immediately turned into countless light spots and merged into Luoqiu's body. The majestic vitality, infinite chakra, all kinds of ninjutsu, riding will eyes, blood, and boundaries, etc. all appeared on Luoqiu's body. Fusion is complete. In just a short while, Luoqiu has all the strength of Uchiha Madara. Luoqiu opened his eyes, and the originally dark pupils instantly turned blood red. Among them, there are tadpole-like hooks that are constantly rotating, 1 hook, 2 hooks, 3 hooks, a kaleidoscope, an eternal kaleidoscope, the eye of reincarnation, and the meaning from low to high is displayed in Luoqiu's eyes. Feeling the power in his body, if he is besieged by Garp, Aokiji, and Kyobu now, he should be enough alone. After all, Black Dragon character template and Uchiha Madara's character template are not two independent existences, but they are all integrated into Dao Luoqiu. Host, inside, you see how lucky you are today? Crazy hints, the tone of the system is exactly like a profiteer. Luoqiu was in a good mood and didn't care at all, not bad, not bad. 10 consecutive draws. The jackpot was drawn at the beginning, and it didn't matter if nothing was drawn afterward. Okay. Please wait a moment, host. Consume 1 million reputation points and start drawing endless dimensional character templates, 11 draws in a row. Ding. The draw is over. I wipe? So realistic. A single extraction is just like constipation. It takes a long time to get out, and 10 consecutive extract ions are so fast. Luoqiu couldn't help complaining. Congratulations to the host who won the character templates of Naruto Dimension World, Xionin, Scorpion, Derrida, Uchiha Itachi, Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, Angle, Phaejuan. Congratulations to the host for winning the character templates of the dimensional world of Zenmei, Liva, Niu, and Datas. Congratulations to the host for drawing Rem, the character template from World 0. Looking at the character templates that kept appearing in the system, Luoqiu's originally speechless expression instantly became extremely excited. All are great character templates. Most members of Akatsuki's organization can act as combatants. The former subordinate of Ists in the world of Slaying Sisters, just got her together to help her manage the army. There are also 2 very popular maids who happen to be in charge of his daily life. Yes, it's perfect. Dear host, do you choose fusion or summoning? The system prompted again. I don't know if it's because of Luoqiu's wealth, the system's voice has become more respectful, a real one. Summon. All choose to summon. Except for Uchiha Itachi, who is a bit of strength among these character templates, the rest are average. There is absolutely no need for fusion. 3 space wormholes appeared in front of Luo Qiu, and the summoned characters came out one by one. Everyone bowed and saluted, "See your Majesty the King." Retire without courtesy. "Thank you, your Majesty." Luo Qiu looked at the characters who came out of various dimension worlds, and his expression was full of excitement. Someday, the powerhouses of all dimensions will gather under him, and the whole world will tremble for it. Liva, Niu, and Datas, the 3 of you go to Ests and help him deal with the army. Xiaonan, Itaka, you bring some people to deal with some spies in the kingdom. Rem, you can take care of my daily life. Luo Qiu made arrangements for them. "Yes, your Majesty." Everyone responded and immediately began to act according to Luo Qiu's instructions. "System, continue to extract for me, this time extract items." Luo Qiu said to the system. "Is it still 10 consecutive draws?" The system asked in surprise. "Yes, 10 consecutive draws. The reputation points earned are for spending, and Luo Qiu doesn't feel bad about it at all." "Wow. Host, you are too arrogant. I love you. Consume 1 million reputation points and start to draw endless dimension items, 10 consecutive draws, 11 times. The system was afraid that Luo Qiu would go back on it, and immediately began to extract. Congratulations to the host for winning the Dragon Ball Dimension World. P.S. The new book is released. Dear friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. The author, thank you. Chapter 16 Revenge. Attack Dressrosa. Congratulations to the host for winning a Dragon Ball World Spirit Time House, a bag of fairy beans, 10 pieces, and a Dragon Ball radar. Congratulations to the host for winning the Ebony and White Ivory of Devil May Cry Dimension World. Congratulations to the host for winning the Naruto Dimensional World Kunao, 1 for Intimacy Heaven, and 1 for the Book of Seals. Congratulations to the host for winning one of Doraemon's 4-dimensional pockets, 1 Bamboo Dragonfly, and 1 Bamboo Dragonfly. Luo Qiu couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the items that kept appearing in the system. The difference between the extracted items is too big. There are fairy beans that can instantly recover from injuries. There is also a little asterisk book that farts don't have. But overall it's still pretty good. Especially the Spirit Time House and the sealed book. It is very suitable for Luo Qiu at this stage. A year in the spiritual time room is equivalent to a day outside. The Book of Seals records countless powerful ninjutsu, and the combination of the two can be very effective in training soldiers who are powerful. As for other things, although the effect is not great, it is better than nothing. 10 consecutive draws almost used up all of Luo Qiu's reputation points. However, his harvest is also very rich. Wait for the scum who trampled on the kingdom. Your nightmare is coming soon. Luo Qiu muttered to himself while sitting on the throne. He did not forget the hatred he carried. Time passes day by day. Everything in the kingdom went very smoothly. Under the rule of Artoria, everything in the kingdom is gradually on the right track. The recruitment of the kingdom is also very smooth, even hot. After Luo Qiu returned to the throne, he used thunder to eliminate all the pirates in the country, and his prestige reached its peak. Hot-blooded men from countless kingdoms joined the army in response to Luo Qiu's call. In just a few days, millions of people signed up. Occupy 1/5 of the total population. Men and women, young and old, everything. After EST screening, only 100,000 people remained. The total population of the Kingdom of Alexander is only about 5 million, and 100,000 people are almost the limit that this country can support. Any more and it will hurt the nation's workforce. The country used to be relatively wealthy. But since Virgo became the commander of the G5 base of the New World Navy, it began to decline all the way. 2 heads were robbed in 3 days. Sometimes Fergo and pirates collude, and sometimes Fergo simply sends the navy directly pretend to be a pirate raid. As a result, the kingdom of Alexander became very poor, unable to pay the gold in the sky, and was thus killed by the world government as an example. And the Don Quixote family took this opportunity to control the kingdom of Alexandria to connect the kingdom of Dressrosa, the kingdom of Alexandria and the G5 naval base controlled by Fergo, so that the Don Quixote family would have a position in the New World. More solid. Only. Seeing that he was about to succeed, there was a change like Luo Qiu. The army selection is complete. Luo Qiu directly asked Ests to select some people with strong physical fitness to enter the spiritual time room for training, and systematically learn about physical skills, swordsmanship, guns, and other knowledge. When it comes out, it will be able to have a good fighting ability. Let Itaki and Konan choose people who have the potential to become ninjas to learn ninjutsu and form a ninja army. When the training of the army is completed, it will be the time for the recovery of the kingdom of Alexander. By the time, the whole world will be shocked. 2 days later, Luo Qiu came to the side of Spirit Time House. 2 years have passed since the time inside. Today is the day Ests and the others came out. With a creak, the door opened. Est stepped out of the room first, followed by the 3 beasts Liva, Niu, and Datas. Oh, it's still a really magical house. Only 2 days have passed outside, but 2 years have passed inside. Esta said, slightly surprised. How is it, Esters? How is the training of the soldiers? Luo Qiu asked with anticipation. These are his capital to conquer the world. No problem at all. Come out and let His Majesty inspect it. Estes ordered to the soldiers in the room of light. Da-da-da. The sound of neatly planned footsteps suddenly came from the spiritual time room, and there was not even a trace of noise in the team of 10,000 people. Soon, a team of 10,000 people gathered on the square outside the spiritual time house. Everyone's face is full of determination, exuding a strong breath. These people are all carefully selected elites from the kingdom, coupled with the training of Ests. The weakest have the strength of the rank of sergeant officer of the Navy headquarters. Very good. Thank you for your hard work, Ests. Luo Qiu said with satisfaction. In addition to these soldiers, there is also Konan, 1,000 ninja corps trained by Itaka. However, their role is not suitable for the frontal battlefield, but is suitable for inquiring intelligence, assassination, pursuit, and other work. Now, the kingdom of Alexander has the initial strength to gain a foothold in the New World. Send the order down. 3 days later, attack the kingdom of Dressrosa. It's not rude to come and go. Since Doflamingo wants to take my country, then I'll take his country. Luo Qiu ordered the crowd. This moment. He has been waiting for a long time. If you kill Doflamingo, the king of Shichibukai, who used to be a Tianlong person, I believe that the expression of the world government must be very beautiful. 3 days later, the army assembled at the port. 10 huge warships are lined up neatly in the port of the kingdom of Alexander. 10,000 elite soldiers who had been brutally trained by Aster stood upright on it. Luo Qiu stood on a battleship with the head of the black dragon carved on the bow, looking down at the army ready to go and the countless citizens who came to say goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, some time ago, our kingdom of Alexandria experienced the darkest time ever. And the culprit behind all this is the world government. They charge us sky-high gold prices every year but allow pirates to loot our country, and even the navy at the G5 base pretends to be pirates to loot our country. What's even more hateful is that the world government unites the king under the Kaiwohei to burn, kill, and loot wantonly in our country, trying to occupy our country and make all the citizens completely reduced to their money-making tools. Can you agree? Luo Qiu asked all the soldiers and the people aloud. Cannot. An earth-shattering cry shouted from the mouths of everyone in the port. Right. Cannot. We're going to resist. We're going to take revenge. Destroy Doflamingo and occupy Dressrosa. Luo Qiu raised his arms and shouted. Oh oh oh. Destroy Doflamingo and occupy Dressrosa. Destroy Doflamingo and occupy Dressrosa. Destroy Doflamingo and occupy Dressrosa. All the soldiers echoed in unison, shouting their loudest voice, resounding through the world. This moment, the morale of all Alexander's soldiers climbed directly to the top. P.S. The new book is released. Dear friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. The author, thank you. Chapter 17, Confrontation of Overlord. Luo Qiu raised his palm lightly. For a moment, the sound stopped abruptly. Visible. To what extent has Luo Qiu's prestige in the hearts of the people? Set off. Target, Dressrosa Kingdom. Luo Qiu gave an order. 10 huge warships slowly sailed out of the port and went straight to the kingdom of Dressrosa. Luo Qiu's actions were not concealed at all, and the news quickly reached the hands of the major forces. Doflamingo bore the brunt. Dressrosa Kingdom. In the conference room, Doflamingo, wearing a pink sweater, sat sullenly in the chair. The rest of the cotters, Diamanti, Toripole, Pika, and others also looked solemn. The atmosphere is very depressing. But there is one person who is very surprised. This person is the princess of the former Dressrosa Kingdom, Violet. In order to save the lives of the Kawang family, she had to join Doflamingo's men. I originally thought that I would never break free from Doflamingo's hands in my life. And now, she sees hope. Alexander Rochu, the man who rose like a comet. Even 2 admirals and naval heroes could not arrest him, but instead seriously injured 2 admirals. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be the prince of the kingdom of Alexander. A man who was also persecuted by Doflamingo. Now, he's coming for revenge. It is also his own chance to break free from this demon. Everyone, Alexander Lukiu is menacing, how should we deal with it? Without his signature smile, Doflamingo's voice was heavy. Luo Qiu's reputation has resounded throughout the world. Doflamingo naturally knew how powerful Luo Qiu was. After he learned about Luo Qiu's deeds in the Chambord Islands, he knew that Luo Qiu would not give up. It's just that he didn't expect Luo Qiu to come back so quickly. Dover, although Alexander Lukiu is strong, with so many cotters in our family, can we still beat him? Besides, Dover, hasn't your devil fruit awakened? If you dare to come, then kill him completely. Diamanti said in a cold voice. Yes, Dover. You are a man with the aptitude of a king. Toripole also echoed, and he had great confidence in Doflamingo. Once the devil fruit is awakened, its strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. In their hearts, even Luo Qiu couldn't be an opponent after Doflamingo's fruit awakened. Hearing the speeches of the 2 top cotters, Doflamingo's tense heartstrings suddenly loosened by Luo Qiu's oppression. Yes. My devil fruit has awakened. What about Alexander Roche? I can beat it too. This time, be sure to kill him completely. The awakening of the fruit gave Doflamingo a mysterious self-confidence. But when he really faces Luo Qiu, he will know what cruelty is. Above the blue sea, 10 huge warships are sailing fast. It was the army of the Alexander Kingdom led by Luo Qiu. The kingdom of Dressrosa was already in sight. On the coastline, Doflamingo's subordinates were already on guard, and countless dark cannons were facing the sea, quietly waiting for Luo Qiu's arrival. Out, appeared the great fleet led by the Black Dragon King Alexander Lukiu. On the coast, a pirate on a watchtower shouted with a trembling voice. The voice is full of fear. After all, this is the man who defeated the general. The fleet is approaching. Luo Qiu's Black Dragon flag can already be clearly seen. Countless pirates under Doflamingo's command couldn't help breaking out in cold sweats, and their spirits were extremely tense. Bombardment. Seeing that Luo Qiu's fleet had entered the range, Baby 5 immediately shouted to the pirates under his command. Bang bang bang. Fire is shining. Numerous dark shells slammed into Luo Qiu's fleet. Give it to me. A blonde-haired, braided figure rose into the sky on a giant bird. It was the member of Dawn, Delata, who was summoned by Luo Qiu. Super Clay Isuka. Dirida, who was sitting on the giant bird, quickly formed a seal with his hands, and the small birds formed by countless exploding clay rushed towards the incoming cannonballs. Boom boom boom. Countless shells were detonated in the air, just like gorgeous fireworks. What a splendid firework! Really? Art is a blast. Dilita looked at his masterpiece and instantly fell into narcissism. Fight back. Ests immediately pulled out the long sword in his hand and shouted to the soldiers under his command. Bang bang bang. 10 battleship artillery fired in unison, and the cannonballs scattered all over the coastline of Dressrosa. No one under Doflamingo could stop these shells from the air like Dirida. Boom boom boom. Wow. Help me. The people from the Dressrosa camp were immediately overturned by the shells, screaming incessantly. After a few rounds of artillery fire, Luo Qiu's fleet approached the coast of Dressrosa. Hey! It's finally here. Alexander Rochu. Doflamingo laughed as he looked at Luo Kaiyufang, who was standing on the Black Dragon battleship. A domineering aura suddenly erupted from Brother Doflamingo, forming a substantial dark red airflow that swept away towards Luo Qiu and the army under his command. It is the domineering arrogance that belongs to him. At the moment when Doflamingo released the Overlord's domineering look, all the cotters behind him held their heads high, and their expressions were full of pride. This is their young master. A man with the qualifications of a king. Everyone was joking. If Alexander Lukiu saw that all his subordinates fainted, his expression would be very exciting, right? But next moment, their expressions suddenly froze. I see. A domineering arrogance that was countless times more domineering than Doflamingo burst out from Luo Qiu. Even the sea was shaken. Crazy waves? Doflamingo's domineering arrogance was shattered by Luo Qiu's domineering attack in less than 3 seconds. Pat! The sunglasses on Doflamingo's face fell directly to the ground, revealing eyes bigger than copper bells in astonishment. His domineering arrogance was instantly defeated. How can that be? P.S. The new book is released. Dear friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. The author, thank you. Chapter 18, Fearful Doflamingo. Cat and mouse game. Shock shake. Horrified. Unbelievable. Doflamingo looked at Luo Qiu, who rose up in the sky above the port, with cold sweat on his forehead. Under the impact of Luo Qiu's domineering arrogance, his body kept shaking. As if the soul is shaking. This is the coercion of the superior against the inferior, and the fear of the weak against the strong. Thump thump thump. On the coastline of Dressrosa, Doflamingo's pirates kept falling like reaping wheat. My eyes are white and I'm in a coma. Even. Countless fish and shrimps on the bottom of the sea were stunned, and all of them surfaced with white belly. Behind Doflamingo, the family cotters under his command looked at Luo Qiu, who was as domineering as the emperor in horror. None of them expected Luo Qiu to have such a kingly appearance that only 1 in a million people. And I don't know how many times stronger than the overlord of their young master. Just a breath of time to be defeated. Totally crushed. Under this domineering arrogance, they even had the urge to kneel and surrender. So scary. It's so shocking. So amazing. Even the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, is here, right? Could it be that Does Alexander Luoqiu already have the strength comparable to Whitebeard? Luoqiu didn't know that his incomparably powerful and domineering arrogance had made Doflamingo's cotters recognize his strength on the same level as Whitebeard. But even if Luoqiu found out, he would only laugh disdainfully. With his current template of Black Dragon Akunika and Madara Uchiha, except for some hidden powerful forces in the pirate world, he is no longer afraid of anyone. Even the Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, lasted a full quarter of an hour. Doflamingo and his cotters felt as if they were in hell, and the person in front of them could take their lives at any time. Luoqiu put away the domineering look of the king. Except for Doflamingo, he could barely stand. The rest of the people all fell to their knees, barely supporting themselves to keep themselves from passing out. All the pride on his face disappeared, leaving only a deep sense of fear. Can the Don Quixote family really beat this kind of enemy? All confidence, all pride. At this moment, he was completely smashed by Luoqiu's domineering arrogance. Superior. Destroy Doflamingo. Occupy Dressrosa. Luoqiu waved his palm and gave the order to attack. All the soldiers raised their arms and shouted in response to Luoqiu's order. Oh! Come on! Destroy Doflamingo. Occupy Dressrosa. The soldiers of Alexander's kingdom jumped off the battleship and rushed towards Doflamingo's group. At this time, most of Doflamingo's pirates are in a coma. Countless people lost their lives in their sleep. For Doflamingo and the pirates under his command, all people in the kingdom of Alexander have already hated it. There will be absolutely no mercy. Get out first. Fight them according to the favorable terrain of the palace. Facing the high morale of Alexander's army like a tide, as well as Luoqiu and his cotters who were eyeing the rear, Doflamingo chose to retreat. Now, the only ones who were able to stand up were him and a few cotters under his command. How could it be Luoqiu's opponent? Besides, they had already formulated another plan to defeat Luoqiu long ago, just to deal with this unexpected situation. Only, they didn't expect Luoqiu to be so hung up. He, brother Doflamingo, are you going to play a cat and mouse game with me? Looking at brother Doflamingo, who was evacuated, Luoqiu showed a disdainful smile. Let's go. Go and have a good taste of the cultural customs of this country. After all, this is about to become our territory, but it's impossible not to have a little understanding. Luoqiu said to Estes and the others beside him. That leisurely expression didn't look like he was here for a war at all, but rather like he was here for a vacation. Estes, you go to command the army. The rest will go and slaughter the hiding mice of the Don Quixote pirates. I'm waiting for your good news. Luoqiu instructed the people under his command. Yes, Your Majesty. Estes and the others immediately led the way. After everyone left, Luoqiu followed Ram, and with a few guards, they wandered around the country. Luoqiu did not know that a conspiracy against him by the Don Quixote family was slowly approaching him. The other side. The cotters of the Don Quixote family have all gathered near the King's Heights. Here is their last fortress. Just hold on here and wait for the plan to succeed. Then they can win. But they really overestimate their own strength. In the sky, Derrida, who was riding a giant bird, was searching the air for members of the Don Quixote family cotters. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a look of excitement. Haha, I smell art. Delata manipulated the white giant bird to fly to a mountain peak, just in time to see Guradius, the cotter of the Don Quixote family hidden in the mountains, who burst the fruit ability. Have you been discovered? Gradius was shocked, looked up at Derrida, who was rushing towards him, and launched an attack without hesitation. Blasting the projectile. Several stones were quickly shot from Gradius' hands to Derrida, and they kept expanding during the flight. Bang bang bang. Explodes instantly when approaching Derrida, issued a strong shock wave to cover Dillida. Ha ha ha, really good art. Next, enjoy my art. Dirida's excited laughter came from the smoke. Super clay detonator. Dillida quickly formed a seal and crushed the clay into a ball and threw it at Gradius. Bang bang bang. Like a cannonball, the ground beneath Gradius' feet was blown into countless deep pits. Explode. How is this possible? Bang bang, fruit has obviously been eaten by me. Gradius looked at Dillida, who landed from the sky in disbelief. There is no way that there are two equal abilities in the world. As everyone knows, this is not the ability of this world at all. P.S. The new book is released. Dear friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. The author, thank you. Chapter 19, Vulnerable Cotters. See you in the picture. Dillida doesn't care what Gladius thinks in his heart. He has only one purpose. That is to kill him. Super Clay Grasshopper. Many grasshoppers created by Dillida instantly bounced around Gradius and exploded. Hateful. Stone Blast. Gradius turned his left arm and quickly launched several grey stones towards Dillida. Under the effect of the explosive fruit ability, the grey stones expand rapidly and become the same size as a cannonball. As long as they focus on the target, they will explode quickly. But Dillida wouldn't just stand there stupidly and let him hit. Directly hold the knot with both hands, and cast the instant body technique to avoid dodging. Behind. Caught you. Give me death. Black Feather Arm Cannon. Under the domineering perception of seeing and hearing, Gradius captured Dirida's position and quickly went over to grab his shoulders with both hands. The special armor on the arm inflates like a balloon. Bang. The violent explosion instantly drowned Dillida. But what followed was a bigger explosion. Boom. Gradius, who originally attacked Dillida, was blown away directly. Super Clay Self-Destruction. Dirida's figure emerged from the ground not far away. As early as when he was grabbed by the shoulders of Gradius, he used the clone technique, and then used the earth to escape into the ground to avoid the attack. Ha ha ha, how's my uncle's art? Shock. Beautiful. Dillida released and laughed wildly. Hateful. What a strange ability, I have already caught him. Gradius stood up from the ground with blood all over his body, and looked at Dillida with suspicion, with a strong fear. Oh. I was blown away by my clone, and I still have the strength to stand up. Looks like my art isn't perfect. Never mind. Just let you enjoy my ultimate art. Dillida ate the clay and spit out a clone identical to himself from his mouth. But in this avatar, there is something unique. Among them, there are many tiny clay spiders that are invisible to the naked eye. Once it explodes, it will be inhaled into the body through the air, and then explode in the body. It is Dillida's strongest move other than self-destruction, and he also calls it the ultimate art. What's going on? It actually spit out an identical clone. Gladius stared at Dillida, and now he did not dare to act rashly. After the doll avatar was made, Deodaro made a white giant bird and quickly lifted it into the air. Gradius suddenly raised an ominous premonition when he looked at the flying Dillida who was leaving. Next moment. Boom. Dirida's clay clone exploded instantly, setting off a violent airflow. Hidden in the clay clone, the tiny spider was sucked into the body by Gradius directly through the air. Goodbye. Die in my ultimate art. The Dillida in the air directly detonated the tiny clay spider to explode inside Gradius. Bang bang bang. Gradius' internal organs were blown to pieces in an instant, and he couldn't die any longer. On the other side, Scorpion fought with another cotter, Rauji. Scorpion's puppet ninjutsu is more bizarre than Dirida's explosion. Although the two are partners, their ideas are very different. Dillida believes that art is a momentary thing and is dedicated to gorgeous explosions. Scorpion, on the other hand, believes that art is eternal beauty, and it is necessary to preserve beautiful things forever. The puppet is the representative work of his eternal beauty art, and it is also his strange and powerful attack method. Raoji panted as he looked at the scorpion in front of him, and a purple-black pattern appeared on his arm. Apparently, he had already caught the poison that the scorpion had painted on the puppet. Hateful. If I get rid of this guy quickly, I will die of poisoning. G. Raoji looked at the scorpion with a solemn face, thinking in his heart. There is no other way, I can only use that trick. The ultimate secret of Dai Wang Quan, fighting Baoquan. Drink. Raoji's old body was instantly raised, turning into a sturdy man with a height of 5 meters and tight muscles. This is Raoji's ultimate secret technique. Originally, it was a kind of qigong that could preserve the strength of the youthful state and store it in the body for the sake of being ill, injured, or incapacitated in old age. It will not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Now, the scorpion had completely threatened his life, and he had to come up with this trick of pressing the bottom of the box. Interesting. Did you work hard? Scorpion, who was hidden in the puppet, immediately showed a look of interest when he saw Raoji, whose breath was soaring. But that's all. Scorpion is a guy who can kill even 3 generations of Kazekage. A mere Raoji is at most equivalent to the strength of a rear admiral, and the use of secret techniques can reach the level of a lieutenant admiral. But it's not enough to see in front of the scorpion. Take the call. The engraving of G. Aha! Raoji put his hands in the shape of G, gathered all the strength of his body into his palms, and rushed towards the scorpion with lightning speed. Magnetic shield sand iron wall. A thick steel wall immediately appeared in front of scorpion. Bang! Raoji's G mark slammed on the scorpion's iron sand wall with a deafening sound, and the sand iron wall was directly pierced. But it also bought time for the scorpion. Fei Liu 1,000 books of prosthetic hands. The cannon on the left arm of Scorpion's Fei Liu puppet was instantly launched and charged towards Raoji. There's no way to avoid it at such a close distance. In an instant, Raoji was directly shot by a poison needle into a hedgehog. His body suddenly shriveled like a deflated ball, returning to the old man's appearance. Lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Convulsed all over. Seeing not to live. After Gradius, another cotter was declared dead. When the members of his subordinates were fighting, Luo Kaios drank afternoon tea leisurely in the tea house on the street. Wow woo woo. A cry suddenly caught Luo Chiu's attention. Look up. A cute-looking little girl with short green hair in a spotted dress, with an eye on her left eye, was standing on the street, wiping her tears helplessly. Big brother, my parents and I are separated, can you take me to find them? The little girl looked at Luo Chiu pitifully and asked him for help. In the face of such a cute little girl, it is estimated that no one will be wary of her. Luo Chiu smiled slightly and waved to her, of course you can. Thank you big brother, you are such a good person. The little girl immediately ran to Luo Chiu excitedly when she heard the words, and stretched out her hands to him, looking like a cute little girl begging for a hug. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Her heart was pounding wildly. Almost. Almost. Close. Closer. Finally. The little girl's small hand was in contact with Luo Chiu's big hand. But at the moment when the big hand and the small hand touched, the soft and cute expression of the little girl suddenly became extremely fierce. Damn Alexander Rochuk. Turn me into a toy. Childlike fruit ability. Launch. P.S. The new book is released. Dear friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes for a wave of support. The author thank you. Chapter 20 Ineffective Childlike Fruit. Ram's strength. This little girl is no one else. It is the sugar that Doflamingo regards as an important cotter. Childlike fruit ability. The ability to turn the person you touch into the toy you want and erase all memories of that person. As if this person never existed in this world. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Luoqiu didn't turn into a toy like Showdown imagined. How is this going? Tang Tang's body instantly became extremely stiff, and word by word popped out of his mouth like a machine. Luoqiu was still smiling. Looks very sunny and handsome. But in the eyes of Sugar, it is as terrifying as a demon. What happened? Why is the ability of childlike fruit useless to him? Sugar's ability to unleash fruits one after another without being reconciled. Of course they do. Luoqiu still sat there steadily. He also took a leisurely sip of a cup of tea. Wow! Cold sweat instantly spread all over Xia Tang's body, directly soaking his clothes. Gudong. Xia Tang swallowed hard, and looked at Luoqiu in horror. Granulated sugar. Children's fruit ability. Important cotters of the Don Quixote family. Turn countless Dressrosa citizens into toys, become workers in the Smile Factory, work day and night for you, and create wealth. Luoqiu's voice was like a heavy hammer slamming into Sugar's heart. You, actually know my existence? Sugar asked with a trembling voice, her voice full of deep fear. All the time. Due to her very special abilities, Doflamingo has blocked all his news. Ordinary people don't know any information about her at all. Not to mention outsiders, even the insiders of the Don Quixote family rarely know about it. But the person in front of him knows everything. The family's plan has already been seen through by him. In his eyes, his behavior just now was completely equivalent to a clown. Children, didn't your adults tell you that the outside world is dangerous? Luoqiu directly grabbed her by the neck and lifted her into the air with a dangerous smile. If you look closely, Luoqiu's hand has a transparent airflow slowly flowing to isolate everything from the outside world. It is the protective layer condensed by magic power. It is also the reason to avoid being turned into a toy by the childlike fruit of Sugar. Although the ability of the childlike fruit is very buggy, it must also be touched by people. And Luoqiu, who is familiar with the plot, naturally won't let her touch it. So the Don Quixote family's conspiracy plan against Luoqiu completely failed. They want to turn Luoqiu into a toy through the hidden sugar and wipe it out of this world. However, no. Luoqiu is a traveler, and he is also a second thorn ape. Those who are already familiar with the characters in the pirate world can no longer be familiar. He was doomed to go bankrupt when this plan was just born. Glue the chains. Far away. 2 brown viscous chains rushed towards Luoqiu. The target is the sugar in Luoqiu's hands. As the most important cotter of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo would never allow her to have an accident. Otherwise, once the citizens who have been turned into toys are liberated, the whole Dressrosa will be plunged into chaos. To this end, Doflamingo specially arranged Toripole, one of the 4 highest cotters of the family, as Sugar's bodyguard. When the plan was implemented, Toripole hid not far away and was ready to respond. Now the plan has failed. Naturally, he wanted to take back the sugar. If Xia Tang loses consciousness, without Luoqiu and his army attacking, Dressrosa will be self-defeating. But if you want to steal someone from Luoqiu, really think too much. Luoqiu grabbed Toripole's chain and pulled it suddenly. Toripole, who was hiding in the distance, suddenly changed his face, and flew in the direction of Luoqiu uncontrollably. Hateful. Those who attacked His Majesty the King should be damned. Ram next to Luoqiu directly threw a huge meteor hammer and smashed it at Toripole. Don't look at Ram's petite figure. But as a ghost, she is not weak. In addition, after 2 years of cultivation in the spiritual time room, he has mastered the two-color domineering, and his strength has reached the level of an ordinary lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. This powerful meteor hammer wrapped in a domineering armed color directly hit Toropol's head. His facial features were instantly crowded together, and the black sunglasses on his face burst instantly. "Don't smash your sparse teeth clean." Toropol spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out like a cannonball in an instant. However, it's not over. Ram next to Ram instantly condensed her magic power, her long pink hair fluttered in the wind, and a dangerous light flashed in her big eyes. The sharp corners of the forehead are looming. Ram, who was cured by Luochu's recovery angle, is even stronger than Ram. A huge wind blade condensed in front of him, flashing the light of Sanyan. This wind blade brings together Ram's strongest magic. As a character summoned by Luochu, his loyalty to Luochu is absolutely 100%. No one is allowed to harm Luochu. Go! Ram snorted. The wide wind blade dozens of meters long attacked Toropol, who flew out with a broken air. At this time, Toropol, who was dazed by Ram's meteor hammer, was still in a semi-conscious state and was completely powerless to resist. Stab! In the air, Toropol's entire body was directly cut in half. Blood splattered the sky. The broken body fell from the air and fell heavily to the ground. Sugar turned his head mechanically and looked at Toropol, who had turned into a corpse, in disbelief. Unbelievable! Is that a lie? Toropol is one of the 4 strongest cotters of the family Don Quixote family. Was directly killed by the 2 maids beside Luochu. My old swan. How can that be? Chapter 21 Violet's Request. Fergo's fear. Horrified. Shocked. Incredible. All kinds of emotions fill the heart of Sugar. A pair of eyes stared blankly at the 2 petite and lovely maids beside Luochu. I didn't expect to have such a strong strength under such a weak appearance. One of the 4 cotters of the Don Quixote family was almost killed in seconds. OMG. The 2 maids by my side have such powerful strength. So, how strong should he be? Mine so far. Sugar felt as if her soul was shaking. Perhaps provoking Alexander Roche was the worst decision the Don Quixote family made. Tiger, lock up the sugar and keep it under strict supervision. Maybe it will be used in the future. Luochu instructed the soldiers beside him. Yes, Your Majesty. Tiger immediately ordered the soldiers to lock the sugar with sea stone handcuffs. Hey! The game of cat and mouse is almost over. Luochu stood up, stretched out, looked at Dressrosa's palace, and said slowly. Calculate the time. Almost all the cotters of the Doflamingo family were defeated by those under his command. Now, it should only be the last few mice in the King's Heights. As Luochu expected. Except for the dead Gradius, Raoji. The rest of Dellinger, Mahabes, Buffalo, Jorah and others have also been defeated by Gan Persimmon Ghost Shark, Xiaonan, Angle, Feijuan and others. Now, the cotters of the Don Quixote family are only Doflamingo, Diamante, Pica and Fergo, who is undercover in the Navy. It can be said. The Don Quixote family has been destroyed by Luochu. Next. Luochu will completely smash the entire Don Quixote family. When Luochu passed the flower field of Dressrosa, a young girl in a blue robe wrapped herself tightly appeared in front of Luochu. Who? Tiger immediately led the soldiers forward and shouted loudly. Hands turned into sharp tiger claws, ready to fight at any time. The man lowered his hood to reveal his hidden face. Waist-length brown hair, light brown pupils, wheat-colored skin, and a unique flamenco costume. Seeing this exotic girl, Luochu took a look, identified this person. Violet, the killer of the Don Quixote family, Toropol. She is also Princess Violet of Dressrosa. What are you doing? Violet, or Her Royal Highness? Luo Chu's voice suddenly made Violet's pupils shrink. Plop. Violet knelt directly in front of Luo Chu. Please. Save Dressrosa. She didn't dare to hide the slightest, and directly stated her purpose. Violet felt that she had no secrets at all in front of this man, as if she had been completely seen through. He, don't ask, I will save Dressrosa too. Because I don't want my territory to be enslaved by vicious pirates. Violet's body froze when he heard the words. His territory? Could it be that his purpose is not only to take revenge on Doflamingo, but also to occupy Dressrosa? Did Dressrosa leave a wolf and come a tiger? Will Dressrosa never have a bright day? Violet couldn't help but burst into tears. Luo Chu ignored Violet, who was kneeling on the ground crying, and walked over directly. He is no saint. Could it be that with just one word from Violet, Dressrosa will be returned to the King Riku family? Do not make jokes. If they are interested, Luo Chu can barely make them a famous and powerless manager. If you don't know the fun, Luo Chu will never leave a person who threatens him in the world. Luo Chu came to the king's heights in Dressrosa and looked up. This should be the last barrier of the Don Quixote family, right? Blah 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 blah. Just after Luo Chu reached the height of Wangji, countless naval soldiers suddenly appeared around. A man wearing a plaid coat and sunglasses, with lightning-shaped temples on both sides of his face, and a bamboo in his hand walked slowly from the front. It is the base commander of the G5 base of the New World Navy, Fergo. He is also Doflamingo's undercover agent in the Navy. One of the 4 highest cotters of the Don Quixote family, the Red Heart. Oh huh? Navy. It's really fun. When the world government member countries were looted by pirates, you were nowhere to be seen. You came very quickly when an accident happened in the pirate country. Lieutenant General Fergo. Or the red-hearted cotter of the Don Quixote family. Virgo's eyes hidden under the sunglasses shrank suddenly, and a storm surged in his heart. How is this possible? How would he know? Who the hell broke the news? Fergo left the family at a very early age to join the Navy as an undercover agent. After 3 years and 3 years, he finally became a vice admiral and the base chief of the G5 base. Except for the core cotters of the family, the rest of the people don't know about this at all. Not even the super powerful navy of the intelligence network found it. Alexander Rochu, how did he know? Luo Chu just looked at him quietly with his arms folded. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a playful smile appeared. As if everything in the world is under his control. A drop of cold sweat quietly slipped from Fergo's forehead. The look in Luo Chu's eyes was full of mystery, and there was an added fear of the unknown. Kill him. Must kill him. Otherwise, decades of hard work will come to nothing. Fergo kept roaring in his heart. The panic and shock in his heart directly turned into a shocking killing intent towards Luo Chu. Superior. Take Alexander Rochu. Fergo ordered the navy under his command. Come on. Hey, those 2 beauties are so beautiful, you must catch them and have a good time. Fuck off. That's Lao Tzu's prey. What is the fee, whoever grabs it? The navy under Fergo looked at Ram, and their eyes flashed green. The look in his eyes is very evil and wretched. It's more a pirate than a pirate. What a disgusting look. Meteor hammer. Ram stared badly at G5's Navy Ben and smashed out his own meteor hammer. The Navy who rushed in the front was immediately dizzy and his muscles and bones were broken. Except for Luo Chu. Ram would never allow anyone else to look at her like that. So is Ram. Senhan's wind blades shuttled through the Navy, constantly reaping their lives. When Luo Chu's side was fighting with the G5 Navy. Fergo moved. Shave. Focus. In order to strengthen the attack, Fergo's fingers were directly coated with a thick layer of domineering armed color. The goal is directly at Luo Qiu. Ding. Chapter 22. One punch kills Fergo. A soft, crisp sound. Fergo felt as if his fingers were poking at a diamond. Even with the armed color domineering, it still feels like his fingers are about to be broken. Virgo looked at Luo Qiu in horror. Cheat, cheat. How can it be so strong? Even the defense can't be broken. Are you tickling me? Luo Qiu looked down at Virgo, his expression full of contempt. Now, with Luo Qiu's current strength, without the strength of a general, there is no qualification to fight against him. Although Virgo's strength is good, at most it is only equivalent to the elite lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. It's not enough to see in front of Luo Qiu. Can't even break the defense. Suddenly, an aura of death instantly enveloped Virgo. Danger! Virgo immediately pulled away and retreated. He is fast. But Luo Qiu's speed is even faster. The right arm instantly turned into a dragon's claw, with a strong fist and hammer to Virgo. The violent airflow instantly shattered the sunglasses on his face. Virgo felt that this fist style wanted to cut his face with a sharp blade. It's so painful. Just the style of punching made him feel so painful. It was hard for Virgo to imagine the enormous power contained in this fist. He wants to hide. But there is no way to escape. Luo Qiu's punching speed was several times faster than his shaving speed. Armed color hardened. Emergency moment. Virgo can only use the armed color domineering to wrap his body to fight for a chance of life. Of course they do. Bang dash. Luo Qiu's punch hit Virgo's chest with precision and accuracy. Click click click. The sound of shattering bones exploded in Virgo's body. Muscles are broken. Even the internal organs in the body have all turned into meat mud. Luo Qiu's fist is not just a simple physical attack, it also contains violent magic. Just like the domineering Sakura in the world of pirates, it can penetrate into the human body through the pores and destroy the organs in the body. Whoosh dash. Virgo shot out like a cannonball, bringing out a long line of blood along the way. The body directly hit a huge human-shaped pothole on the stone wall of Wangji Heights. And run through the entire King's Heights, fly out of the island, and fall into the sea. The body was directly torn to pieces by the ferocious sea beasts passing by. Dead without a corpse. Quiet. Silent. Needle drop can be heard. Almost all the navies brought by Virgo stopped involuntarily. His eyes couldn't help but look at the human-shaped pothole that runs through the King's Heights. Aijao. It's not so scary at all. This rock wall is at least 100 meters thick. Was it penetrated like that? Oh, God. What a powerful force this is. Gollum. All of Virgo's soldiers swallowed involuntarily. The gaze that looked at Luo Qiu was full of endless horror. One punch. Just one punch killed Lieutenant General Virgo. They know very well how strong Virgo is, and the countless pirates of the New World are not his opponents. But the man in front of him couldn't even hold a punch. As expected of a man who offered a bounty of 2 billion Bailey for the first time. Horrible. Simply invincible. I am afraid that only the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, can compete with him. Asshole. Dare to kill Virgo. I want you to die. A shrill, eunuch-like roar sounded above Luo Qiu. A face with a cross helmet suddenly appeared on the rock of the King's Heights. It is Pika, one of the 4 highest cotters of the Don Quixote family. Diamante, Toripole, Pika, and Virgo were the first to be loyal to Doflamingo. Its status and emotions are not comparable to others. Originally, they planned to besiege Luo Qiu together. But before they could take action, Luo Qiu directly killed Virgo. Luo Qiu looked strangely at Pika on the rock wall. When I watched the show before, I felt that Pika's voice was very funny. He was obviously a muscular man with a big 5'3" thick, but he made a sound like a eunuch. Luo Qiu wondered if he had been cut out. Hey! Pika! Have you been cut eggs? Luo Qiu asked Pika with a big smile. Hear Luo Qiu's ridicule. Pika's lungs hidden in the rocks almost exploded. In his life, what he hated the most was the sound of others laughing at him. Especially Luo Qiu, who is the enemy. Simply unbearable. Kill you. I must kill you. Alexander Lukiu, die for me. Although Pika's voice was very angry. But Luo Qiu couldn't help laughing when he heard his unique, shrill voice. Ha ha ha. Pika, are you ready to laugh at me? Maybe if you say a few more words, I'll die laughing here. Luo Qiu didn't care about Pika's anger at all. Damn bastard. Look, I don't smash you into meat sauce. Boom. Under the control of Pika, the rock wall of the King's Heights instantly turned into a 100-meter giant, which looked very deterrent. A fist as big as a mountain suddenly smashed towards Luo Qiu. The terrifying power brought a violent airflow, and the air burst into bursts. With anger shot. Almost used Pika's strongest power. He vowed to smash Luo Qiu into flesh with one punch. Your Majesty, be careful. Ram and Ram, two loyal little maids, subconsciously stood in front of Luo Qiu. Oh, I don't need you two little girls to stand in front of me. Luo Qiu patted their little heads, slightly moved. Immediately. His eyes narrowed. His feet slammed on the ground, and he jumped up. The whole figure rushed towards Pika's fist like a rocket. Black dragons. Collapse fist. One punch. Heaven and earth lose color. There are even some fine cracks in the space. The power contained in Luo Qiu's fist is so great that the space can't bear it. Bang dash. There was a loud bang, and two fists from different worlds collided. Everyone can't help but plug their ears. But his eyes are fixed on the battlefield. I see. Chapter 23 Immortal Law. The fist as big as Pika's peak burst open in an instant. The whole arm is densely covered like shattered glass. The numb cracks spread to the whole body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang dash. With a loud bang, the huge body of the height collapsed and shattered into countless stones. Stunned. Silly. Shocked. My old swan. The 100-meter high rock giant was shattered by a punch. What kind of monster power is this? Everyone stared blankly at Luo Qiu, who landed on the ground from the sky. One punch. Another punch. Previously, he killed Fergo with one punch. Now it's the 100-meter giant formed by the condensed stone fruit that Pika used to kill Pika with one punch. Are you One Punch Man? The rock giant was punched by Luo Qiu. Pika's figure hidden in it was also revealed and fell from the air. Xian Falan Dung Guangfang. Luo Qiu spit out a laser from his mouth and instantly shot through Pika's heart. This is one of the abilities obtained by integrating the Uchiha Madara template. A super ninjutsu. Even the begging jade can be cut off. Not to mention Pika's body. Pika spat out a mouthful of blood, her pupils turning white and she lost focus. How is this possible? Thump. Pika's body fell heavily to the ground, losing the breath of life. Dead, dead. The people around saw Pika lying cool on the ground, and their eyes were full of wonder. This is one of the top 4 cotters of Don Quixote. There is absolutely no room to fight back. Half-month funeral. Call out. A broad, crescent-shaped sword chi attacked Luo Qiu from the right side, and those who couldn't react along the way were instantly cut in half. Virgo's death, Pika's death left Diamante's eyes shattered. Completely ignore the pirates of the family and the navy under Virgo. Directly activate your strongest moves. I want to kill Luo Qiu in one fell swoop. But he thinks too much. Facing Diamante's sword energy, Luo Qiu didn't even have the desire to dodge. Reach out and grab. Under the unbelievable gazes of countless people, Luo Qiu grabbed the sword energy that was enough to cut through the stone. Catch, cracked. When everyone saw this scene, their eyeballs almost didn't pop out of their sockets. They clearly saw that the bodies of countless people had just been cut in half by the sword qi that had been practiced. And now. But it was crushed by Luo Qiu as easily as if he had snuffed out a cigarette butt. His hand. Is it made of steel? Although Luo Qiu's hands were not made of steel, they were countless times harder than steel. Xianfa Yun Li School. 0. A group of purple lightning flashed dazzlingly from Luo Qiu's hand, hitting Diamanti. Incredibly fast. Blazing heat. Furious thunderbolt. Everyone makes Diamanti's scalp tingle. At his speed, he couldn't dodge this purple thunderbolt at all. You can only wrap yourself in a special cloak. Bull cloak. Diamanti's entire body was retracted into the cloak. But he forgot. His cloak is specially made entirely of metal. It is only because of the ability to fly the fruit that it can be easily worn on the body. In the face of ordinary attacks, of course, it has a strong defense. This is lightning. Use metal to defend against lightning, your brain has bubbles. Boom. A violent thunderbolt pierced Diamanti's body through the metal. Ah! A shrill cry came from Diamanti's mouth. At this time. Only then did Diamanti know how sloppy he was. But it's too late. Turned to ashes in despair and remorse. So far. The 4 top cotters under Doflamingo have all died. The Don Quixote family has also existed in name only, and only Doflamingo is left alone. Just take him down. Dressrosa will all belong to Luo Qiu's subordinates. How? Brother Doflamingo, do you want to continue to be a mouse? Luo Qiu said to the ruined palace. He knows. Doflamingo must be watching. He is a slippery, cunning, unscrupulous man. Compared with Luffy and the others, people like Doflamingo are real pirates. Dark place. Doflamingo restrained his breath and hid in the underground secret room. He has seen Luo Qiu's strength with his own eyes. The 4 strongest cotters in his family. Each of them is not weaker than the existence of the elite lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. But in front of Luo Qiu, there is no room to fight back. Almost all of them were killed in seconds. All the time. Doflamingo is very confident. Even in the face of the admiral, he dared to fight. But facing Luo Qiu, he is afraid. Luo Qiu's strength is completely like a bottomless pit. Doflamingo can't see where Luo Qiu's upper limit is. Just the strength of the tip of the iceberg made him tremble. If you use all your strength, Doflamingo is simply unimaginable. Not to mention, Doflamingo also knew that Luo Qiu had 2 subordinates, Arturia and Estes, who were no weaker than the general. And this time, there are many subordinates who have never heard of it but are extremely powerful. He couldn't see where his way of life was at all. No matter how arrogant he was, he couldn't think that he would be the opponent of 3 generals and so many people with strange abilities. Now, he can only wait. He had already sent out a distress call. Dressrosa was attacked, it was impossible for that one to sit back and watch. After all, there is something very important to him here. Roar. A thunderous roar came from the sky, accompanied by a strong coercion, making everyone's eardrums rumble. Doflamingo, who was hiding in the basement, was overjoyed when he heard this oppressive roar. Coming. Chapter 24 Beast Kaido. Double Dragon Showdown. In the sky, above the clouds. A blue dragon with a length of hundreds of meters loomed. Dragon, it's a dragon. The people below looked at the figure in the sky and couldn't help exclaiming. Such creatures generally only exist in legends, and it is difficult for ordinary people to see them. Beasts. Kaido. Luo Qiu recognized his identity at a glance at the blue giant dragon looking at the sky. It is Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Unexpectedly, he actually came here in person. It seems, the status of artificial fruit is very high in his heart. My God! It's Kaido, the governor of the beast pirates, one of the 4 emperors who ruled the New World. Why is he here? Are you here to help the Don Quixote family? The pirates under Doflamingo's command were full of doubts about the sudden appearance of Kaido, but also full of hope. The 4 emperors are here. Dressrosa should be able to keep it, right? Their lives should be saved, right? In their hearts, the 4 emperors are simply the ceiling of this world, an unrivaled existence. On the sky. Kaido looked down at Luo Qiu condescendingly, his eyes the size of 2 lanterns were full of ferocity. Little devil! Get me out of Dressrosa immediately. The voice is full of irrefutable domineering. Everyone just felt the humming of the eardrums. It was as if a thunder had exploded in my ears. His head was dizzy, and even his consciousness was a little awake. Kaido's voice was mixed with a hint of domineering, how could these ordinary shrimp soldiers and crabs be able to bear it? But this has no effect on Luo Qiu at all. For Emperor Kaido. He, who do you think you are? Those who know each other, hurry up and get out. Otherwise, I will eat dragon meat today. Luo Qiu pointed at Kaido in the sky with a domineering voice. Completely ignored him. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Luo Qiu in horror. I'll drop a baby. How dare he speak to the 4 emperors in such a wild tone of voice, he is simply courting death. Although Luo Qiu's reputation is very loud. Even known as the strongest new star of pirates. But the opponent is Kaido the Beast. Whether it is strength or prestige, it has already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even if he is alone, he dares to challenge the navy and the 4 emperors. 18 arrests. He was tortured thousands of times and sentenced to death 40 times. But no one could ever kill him. If the strongest man in the world is Whitebeard, then the strongest creature in the world is Kaido. At this point, it is almost a recognized thing in the sea at present. Facing Luo Qiu's provocation, Kaido's eyes suddenly burst into thick anger. As one of the 4 emperors, wealth, fame, and power have almost reached the top of the sea. Who didn't see him trembling with fright? When have you been so provocative? Arrogant brat. Being so arrogant with a little strength. Today. Let me tell you how cruel the sea is. Bury in the sea of fire. Hot breath. Along with Kaido's furious roar, a hot dragon breath spewed out of Kaido's mouth. The people on the ground only felt as if they were on the sun. Sweat frenzy. The blood in the body is about to be boiled by the high temperature. Boom. Kaido's heat slammed into the area where Luo Qiu was, and there was a violent explosion. The fire is soaring. The smoke is in the air. Everything around was melted. The earth directly turned into a sea of fire, which devoured Luo Qiu's entire body in an instant. Kill him. A pirate wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a trembling voice. Should. After all. That was an angry blow from the 4 emperors. The companion beside him was also terrified, and he hoped that Luo Qiu would be killed directly by Kaido's blow. But the ideal is very plump, but the reality is very skinny. Fire, the flames are disappearing. A pirate pointed at the sea of fire ahead and shouted. What's going on? Another pirate asked in confusion. But no one answered him. Because no one knows at all. Gradually, everyone vaguely saw a figure in the flames, and all the flames gathered in his mouth. Everyone's pupils shrank. He stared at the figure in the flames in astonishment. No. He is actually swallowing the flames. Everyone can't believe their eyes. How is this possible? With such a scorching high temperature, even steel can melt. And the man in front of him, even, devoured such a hot and high temperature flame. This motherfucker is simply fried. Hiccup. The last trace of flames was swallowed up by Luo Qiu, and Luo Qiu hiccuped contentedly. Looking at Luo Qiu's satisfied expression, everyone collectively petrified. Eaten. Really ate it up? How can the world be so terrifying? Even Kaido in the sky was amazed. He is very aware of the power of his dragon's breath. Even an entire mountain top can be captured in an instant melt. But the little devil below swallowed everything. Not even a trace of flame was left. What kind of ability is it? As a black dragon without attributes, as long as it is not a physical attack, almost any energy can be devoured and transformed into its own power. Even if the terrifying existence as strong as the space-time crack was swallowed up by the black dragon Akonorokia, not to mention the mere flames. Thanks for treatment. Eat it and the power will come out. As a gift in return. This, for you. Luo Qiu's body swelled rapidly, turning into a mighty and domineering black dragon. Its power is stronger than Kaido's. He opened his mouth, and a dazzling light flashed in it. The roar of the black dragon. A violent shockwave of magic energy erupted from Luo Qiu's mouth and shot straight to Kaido above the sky. Kaka. The strong reaction force made Luo Qiu's ground unbearable, and it sunk into a huge crater hundreds of meters. This power. Not good. Kaido's face changed wildly. As the world's top powerhouse, he can naturally feel the power contained in Luo Qiu's dragon roar. Enough to destroy an island. Mayor Gobe. Come up and zoom in. Don't play cards according to the routine at all. Gen. Chapter 25 Thunder Gossip vs Black Dragon's Collapse Fist. This moment. Everyone in Dressrosa could see the beam of light rising into the sky. Luo Qiu's dragon's roar seemed to penetrate the entire sky. Just the lingering prestige exuded made them shiver. In the face of this powerful bombardment, even Kaido, who is arrogant and conceited, does not dare to confront him head-on. The 100-meter-long body quickly shrunk into a humanoid state, dodging aside Luo Qiu's dragon's roar. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion exploded in the air. The whole Dressrosa is shaking. The earth is cracked. Countless houses collapsed. The people of Dressrosa were screaming and wailing in horror. Everyone looked at the big explosion in the sky in horror. This, just blowing up in the air can make Dressrosa like this. If it hits the ground. Simply unimaginable. Possible. Dressrosa will no longer exist. Who is the most frightened? That's tantamount to Doflamingo. At this time, having witnessed the power of Luo Qiu's roar with his own eyes, he was very fortunate that he did not go out. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have been smashed into slag. This is horrible. It was so terrifying that even Kaido, a fighting lunatic, dared not take it hard. Bang. Although Luo Qiu's dragon roar didn't hit Kaido head-on, the violent shockwave still made him smash a big hole on the ground. The strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Beast Kaido. That's it? Luo Qiu folded his arms and looked down at Kaido lying in the pothole, his expression full of ridicule. Kaido was always a grumpy person. Hearing Luo Qiu's mocking words was like a lit powder keg. Boom. A violent aura erupted from Kaido, blowing away the countless huge rocks around him. Like an enraged beast. Damn you bastard! Don't be arrogant to Laozi here. You were still breastfeeding when I was crossing the sea. Kaido climbed out of the big pit and roared at Luo Qiu. A pair of commanding eyes filled with ferocity. That stance. As if to tear Luo Qiu into countless pieces. Oh, haven't you heard a word? The back waves of the sea push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. You remnants of the old era will eventually be replaced by the new stars of the new era. Luo Qiu said with a sneer, looking at Kaido without fear. Sizzling. The two looked at each other, as if a spark flashed again. The atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. The people around felt as if their hearts were being pinched by a pair of invisible hands, and they were almost unable to breathe. Rampant brat. You guys are just playing the game of pirates. This sea has no place for you brats. Today. Let me educate you well. Let you see the true face of this sea. Kaido's eyes froze, and he took out a huge mace from behind. It is made of seafloor stone by the exquisite craftsmen of Wano country. The huge mace was coated with a thick layer of armament color domineering by Kaido, and there was a faint purple arc around it. Thundering, gossip. Call out. The huge mace in Kaido's hand slid through the air at lightning speed and attacked Luo Qiu. Like a thunderbolt. Fast as lightning. Educate me. You're not good enough. Black dragons. Collapse fist. Muscles twitched, and the right arm with mysterious patterns engraved on it faced Kaido under the wrapping of incomparably rich magic. Fight against sea stone weapons with flesh and blood. I don't know how many people were shocked by this scene. Dark place. Doflamingo looked at Luo Qiu who was fighting with Kaido and suddenly showed a sinister smile. How stupid. Kaido's weapon is made of halustone, and as a devil fruit person, he dares to confront him head on. But next moment, his eyes suddenly became extremely horrified. He murmured in his mouth, how is this possible? I see. Luo Qiu's dragon fist and Kaido's mace collided suddenly. Boom. A wave of air swept across the sky and exploded from their colliding loyalty. The boulder that was taller than a human was directly blown away. The surrounding buildings, trees, and everything are destroyed. Drink. Kaido shouted violently, his arms twitched, his blue veins protruded, and his strength continued to rise. Luo Qiu is the same. Both of them are the body of a dragon, and their strength is the best in the world, and it is difficult to tell the winner for a while. Purely in terms of power, Luo Qiu and Kaido are evenly matched. This scene surprised everyone. To know. Kaido's mace is made of halustone, and it is the nemesis of the able. And Luo Qiu's hands were not armed with domineering arrogance. In their eyes, it seems to be in direct contact with the mace. Although the powerful person who touches the seafloor stone will not be as weak as the weak, the strength will definitely be weakened a lot. Even so, Luo Qiu was still able to fight Kaido evenly. Doesn't it mean that Luo Qiu is more powerful than Kaido? Completely beyond their imagination. Luo Qiu didn't know, because of a small misunderstanding, in the eyes of the pirates, his power has surpassed Kaido. After all, in this world, only devil fruits can make people possess this strange power. Certainly. The most shocking is Doflamingo. Damn. Why is Alexander Roach's power so strong? If I knew earlier, I should have killed him directly. Doflamingo kept beating the walls around him, staring at Luo Qiu who was fighting Kaido with incomparable resentment. His heart was full of remorse. The death of all the family cotters made Doflamingo want to cut Luo Qiu into 8 pieces. But he could only think about it in his mind. After all, the difference in strength is too great. Kaido, you still want to educate me with this little strength? Haha, I'm afraid you're not going to laugh at me to death. The corners of Luo Qiu's mouth rose, revealing a mocking smile. Kaido's eyes widened with anger. Asshole! Who do you think you are facing? I am the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, Kaido the beast. Kaido's muscles in his arms skyrocketed, and his veins seemed to burst out of his body. The strength of the mace in his hand increased by 3 points in a state of rage. Anger, let Kaido use his power to the limit. Although the furious Kaido has a faint tendency to overpower Luoqiu in terms of strength. But Luoqiu's strength is more than that. Under Kaido's shocking gaze, Luoqiu's black dragon body has undergone earth-shaking changes. This, what ability is it? Chapter 26 Prestigiousa, Finish the Abuse of Kaido. I see. A purple armor appeared on Luoqiu's black dragon body, with two huge chakula swords on his back. It looks more powerful and domineering than before. The strength is also a level higher than before. Aha! Luoqiu roared, and the power surged out like a turbulent sea. Crack! A fine crack appeared in the mace made of halustone in Kaido's hand. Then spread quickly. No. Kaido looked at the cracked mace in his hand in disbelief. This is the weapon that he made the most skilled craftsman of Wano country use, the hardest halustone. Bang dash! The mace in Kaido's hand was finally unable to withstand Luoqiu's enormous force, and it exploded into countless pieces. Luoqiu's fist remained undiminished, and went straight to Kaido's facade, hitting him hard in the face. Kaido let out a cry of pain, like a mouthful of blood, and his jet-black pupils gradually turned white. Luoqiu's punch is so powerful. Even Kaido's consciousness briefly fainted. Whoosh! Kaido's entire body suddenly flew backwards like a meteor. Along the way, whether it's a towering tree or a tall building, it's all destroyed by Kaido. It has been flying thousands of meters before it can stop. Clang! Luoqiu pulled out the chakra sword behind him and swung it with all his strength. Call out! The chakra sword chi that is dozens of meters long is like a trained changhong tearing the earth and flying towards Kaido. Kaido, who was lying in the ruins, just woke up and shook his head, just in time to see Luoqiu's sword chi tearing at the ground and attacking him. Hempsail batch! With so much power, how could he still use a sword? Kaido didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly crossed his arms to cover his armed arrogance in front of him. Chi! The sharp sword energy slashed at Kaido's arms and shot out countless sparks, and it took more than 10 seconds to disappear. Tick-tock tick-tock tick-tock. Blood slowly dripped from Kaido's arms. Luoqiu's sword chi left a deep wound on Kaido's arms. It's really, Before Kaido finished speaking, his body was hit hard again, and a dragon claw in purple armor left several deep wounds on his back. The claws of the black dragon. Luoqiu's faint voice sounded in Kaido's ear. Although Luoqiu's black dragon's body is huge, his speed is not slow at all. Quickly, Kaido didn't react for a while. Damn bastard! Death to me! Under the injury, Kaido clenched his fist and blasted back suddenly. Luoqiu threw his fists to meet him without fear. Under the violent impact, the wound on Kaido's arm continued to spurt blood like a fountain. With weapons, Kaido, who is not injured, is not Luoqiu's opponent in strength. What's more, there is no weapon, Kaido in his hand. Lianyi, there was no stalemate for a second. Kaido was bombarded by Luoqiu again. At the moment Kaido flew out, Luoqiu also disappeared immediately. Appeared again. Already beside Kaido. Luoqiu raised his powerful fist and kicked Kaido's body fiercely, causing his body to fly back again according to the original trajectory. Bang! 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 Coming and going, Luoqiu completely regarded Kaido as a ball. Cheating, right. 4 emperors and 100 beasts. Kaido didn't even have the slightest power to fight back in front of that man. How can that be? Looking at the scene where Kaido was completely abused by Luoqiu, the pirates around couldn't believe their eyes. 4 emperors. Those were the 4 most powerful people who ruled the New World. Everyone is a man standing at the top of the sea. And now, one of them was brutally abused here. So amazing. So scary. It's so trembling. How strong is that man? I am afraid that Whitebeard, who holds the title of the strongest man in the world, is not necessarily his opponent, right? Boom. Boom. Luo Qiu kicked Kaido, who was flying in the sky, to the ground, and the ground was instantly smashed into a big hole. There are hundreds of meters in depth. Luo Qiu shook his sore arm. Special. Kaido really deserves to be called the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. The meat is too thick. Although he was beaten up, it did not cause much substantial damage. Alexander Roche. I must kill you. Kaido's furious roar came from the deep pit. A cyan dragon flew out of the cave, staring at Luo Qiu, eager to swallow him. Luo Qiu's fat beating just made him lose face. The gaze that looked at Luo Qiu turned bloody, full of murderous intent. Roar. Kaido let out a deafening roar of anger, and charged towards Luo Qiu with his bloody mouth open. Continuous breathing. Whoosh whoosh. Kaido spit out 4 hot fireballs in a row and rushed towards Luo Qiu. Facing Kaido's attack, Luo Qiu didn't even want to hide. Let these fireballs hit you. Can't do any damage at all. With the previous lessons learned, Kaido didn't plan that his breath could cause damage to Luo Qiu. It's just a feint. The real attack is behind. Kaido bit through the flames directly to Luo Qiu's neck, and his sharp teeth directly covered his arm, domineering. Luo Qiu dodged and pulled out the chakra sword behind him and slashed Kaido fiercely. Ow! Kaido wailed, blood splattered all over his body. The dragon tail suddenly sent towards Luo Qiu's back. Luo Qiu directly grabbed Kaido's tail and slammed to the ground. Boom! Everyone only felt that the whole earth was shaking. Xianfa Yin Yun Li School. Crackling. Kaido's entire body was instantly enveloped by lightning, and the smell of barbecue was in the air. Ow 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 ow. Kaido was directly electrocuted by the husky's cry. Chapter 27 Kaido is defeated. Doflamingo's last dying struggle. This smell, so good. The people around couldn't help sniffing, and hareza flowed all over the place. The taste of roasted dragon meat is tempting. Bastard. Kaido's body kept struggling in Luo Qiu's hands. But Luo Qiu's hands were like iron tongs, grabbing him tightly, and he couldn't break free. An immortal Fa Yin Yun Li sect finished. Kaido's cyan dragon body has turned charred black, and the fragrance on his body has become more intense. Almost all the flesh on the surface was roasted. Roar. Kaido let out an angry and painful roar, curled up and grabbed Luo Qiu's bloody mouth full of fangs to the back of Luo Qiu's neck. Aha! Luo Qiu's arm suddenly exerted force, and Kaido suddenly felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. He quickly released Luo Qiu and flew into the air. A look of fear flashed in the lantern's big eyes. Too strong. Body, strength, reflexes are all above oneself. Kaido couldn't understand how Luo Qiu was so much stronger than himself, the mythical beasts that were also dragon fruits. And also, what happened to her armor? A person above the sea can only eat one devil fruit at most. Is it a different kind of domineering? Kaido's thoughts turned around, and he felt that Luo Qiu was full of mystery, and there were too many secrets he didn't know. Right now, he is definitely not his opponent. It is impossible to save Dressrosa. Damn it! I knew that I would bring my own fleet here. Alexander Roche. You wait for me, and I will definitely be back. In the sky. Kaido uttered a harsh sentence and flew away. Whether it's Luo Qiu or Doflamingo, and the pirates under his command, they all look astonished. Run away, run away. As one of the 4 emperors, the man known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air escaped? This. Just can't believe it. You must know that Kaido is the one who dares to attack the Navy headquarters and the 4 emperor pirates by himself. In everyone's impression, even if Kaido was defeated, he would not choose to run away. And now, facing Luo Qiu, He chose to escape. Incredible. Although Kaido is a fool, he is not a fool. The various suicide behaviors in the past were entirely to show their strength. As a dragon, the dragon fruit's phantom beast species, his body can be said to be extremely powerful. Very that killed him. It doesn't matter whether it is punching, kicking, or slashing with axe. So, how dare Kaido be so arrogant? And in Logokyushin, he really felt the threat of death. If he continues to choose to fight, he really may be killed. Looking at Kaido, who was running without a shadow in the sky, Logokyu's mouth twitched involuntarily. What about the four emperors? What about the strongest creatures in the sea, land, and air? This is escape. It's too spineless, isn't it? Logokyu dissipated the armor of the majestic Susanoo and turned into a human figure. The caring Ram and Ram immediately came up to wash Logokyu's face and hands, and put on a brand new coat. Logokyu did not go after Kaido. Although he can easily defeat Kaido. But it is difficult to kill him. As a phantom beast capable person, and the legendary Qinglong, his vitality is not ordinary. Being beaten by Logokyu's violent power for such a long time, it is no longer possible for ordinary people to die long ago. And Kaido just broke a few bones and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. It is enough to see how powerful the vitality endowed by the Qinglong fruit is. Kaido escapes. The most feared is Doflamingo and his pirates. For them, Kaido is totally like a lifesaver. Now, the life-saving straw is gone. Only death awaits them. Gollum. The surviving pirates under Doflamingo swallowed hard, their bodies trembled involuntarily, and their hearts were filled with endless fear. Even Kaido, one of the four emperors, is not Logokyu's opponent. So, who else can save them? Who else can stop them from occupying Dressrosa? Brother Doflamingo, your savior has escaped. What other means do you have to use it quickly? Otherwise, there is no chance. Half an hour. No echo. Logokyu smiled lightly, not in a hurry. In his opinion, Doflamingo is the turtle in the urn, ready to be caught at any time. Logokyu took out a table and chair from the pocket of the fourth dimension and leaned on it leisurely. Ram cut a fruit bowl and Ram made a cup of coffee. Logokyu ate fruit and coffee and waited quietly. One after another, the members of Logokyu's subordinates gradually came here. Zionin, Dirida, Scorpion, Jiaodu, Feijuan, and the others all stood respectfully behind Logokyu. All the cotters under Doflamingo have been killed by them. At last, Ests also came to Logokyu's side and sat on his lap unceremoniously. Dear Your Majesty, Dressrosa is under control, and the most important Smile Factory has been taken over by us. From now on, the kingdom of Dressrosa is yours. Estes said to Logokyu as if taking credit. Good job. This is your reward. Would. Logokyu tapped Estes' pretty face as a reward, which instantly made Estes infinitely satisfied. Damn it! Could it be that Dressrosa, which I have worked so hard to manage for so many years, is going to be gone? I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. Doflamingo kept roaring inwardly. Immediately, his eyes turned stern. In that case, then destroy the country. Alexander Rochuk. You can't get half a cent from me. Birdcage. Doflamingo directly launched his strongest move, Birdcage. Die. Destroy it. Disappear all. Ha ha ha. Brother Doflamingo opened his hands and laughed wildly, like a madman. This is his last dying struggle. Chapter 28 Despair After Hope. Numerous silk threads form a birdcage that envelopes Dressrosa. The cage quickly began to shrink to a depth visible to the naked eye. The silk thread is like a sharp blade, cutting everything it touches into countless pieces. Shrink like this. The whole of Dressrosa will be in ruins. It's a birdcage. My God. Does the young master want to kill us all? The pirates under Doflamingo immediately recognized Doflamingo's strongest move, and their expressions became extremely frightened one by one. There is absolutely no possibility of survival in this birdcage. Luo Qiu raised his eyes and looked up, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a disdainful smile suddenly appeared. He he. Dying struggle. Xian Falan Dung Guangfang. Call out. Luo Qiu's hands quickly formed a seal, and a purple laser spit out of his mouth instantly cut off the top of the entire birdcage. After these threads were cut by Luo Qiu, they escaped Doflamingo's control. In an instant, it fell apart. Cut off. Everyone instantly became dumbfounded. Looking at the birdcage with its top cover cut off in the sky, their eyeballs almost didn't pop out of their sockets. Although I know Luo Qiu is very strong. But this is too exaggerated, isn't it? In an instant, Luo Qiu cut this birdcage, which was enough to destroy a country, like cutting tofu. It can only be said that he truly deserves to be the one who can defeat the 4 emperors and make the 4 emperors flee in a panic. So amazing. It's just a blast. Great. Finally don't have to die. That man is so powerful. Seeing that the birdcage was destroyed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Luo Qiu with fear, gratitude, and admiration for the strong. Pirate world to the bottom is a world where strength is respected. Worshipping the strong is the instinct of the weak. Doflamingo, continue your show. Although there are other means to use, I am very kind. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Luo Qiu's voice was full of jokes, like an audience expecting a clown's performance. Doflamingo, who was hiding in the dark, was furious, and the blue veins on his forehead burst violently. He knows. Luo Qiu did this on purpose. Destroying his will and trampling on his dignity. Brother Doflamingo can't wait to cook Luo Qiu in 8 pieces and eat it. So hateful. But Luo Qiu's strength made him feel desperate. Hit, can't beat. Escape, can't escape. I can only face Luo Qiu's insult here. At this moment, Doflamingo's situation is to answer that sentence, and sooner or later he will pay it back. Now, it's time for Doflamingo to pay back. Damn. 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 Facing the powerful Luo Qiu, Doflamingo could only be incompetent and furious, roaring and scolding in his heart. Luo Qiu's strength is so strong that it makes him despair. Who? Doflamingo took 3 consecutive breaths to calm himself down, looked at Luo Qiu who was drinking coffee leisurely with ests in his arms, and looked at the clouds in the sky. Although he knew that he might not be able to escape Luo Qiu's pursuit. But this is his last hope. Just stay here and wait to die. There may be a glimmer of hope in desperate escape. Hey! Doflamingo charged up and jumped suddenly, flying into the sky by silk thread. Empty way. High-speed movement is achieved by using threads invisible to the naked eye to help clouds in the sky. Oh! Brother Doflamingo, I really think highly of you. Originally, I thought you would attack me like a king. Even if you lose, you will do your best and die in a glorious battle. I didn't expect you to flee like a mouse. Brother Doflamingo, a person like you will never be a real king. You are only worthy of being a mouse in a dark corner. Luo Qiu looked at Doflamingo's escaped back, and mocked mercilessly. When Doflamingo heard the words, his body froze. The anger in my heart is burning, it is so angry that it explodes. I can't wait to turn around and go back and fight Luo Qiu to the death. But this time, the image of Luo Qiu tyrannizing Kaido appeared in his mind, making him shudder. Hempsale batch. What the hell am I thinking? Then, the speed is a little faster. Dear Your Majesty the King, do you need me to help you catch that mouse back? As Discow said in a greasy voice on Luo Qiu's shoulder. The posture of a little woman like the Queen of Shaking S will only be shown in front of Luo Qiu. Need not. Isn't it more fun to fall into despair when one is hopeful? Luo Qiu sipped his coffee and said playfully. Estes immediately understood what Luo Qiu meant when he heard the words, and showed a touching smile. Really? His Majesty's hobby is very similar to his. Giving despair when others are full of hope is exactly what Estes, the Queen of Shaking S, likes to do most. Doflamingo ran away desperately, and he kept fleeing for dozens of kilometers without seeing Luo Qiu and his members chasing after him. What happened? Alexander Roche didn't come after him. Is it disdain to chase? Or don't want to chase? Or can't catch up? Doubts lingered in Doflamingo's mind. But his footsteps did not stop for a moment. After another tens of kilometers, they almost escaped from the border of Dressrosa. I escaped. Just wait. Alexander Lukiu, one day I will come back to settle the account with you. Doflamingo let out a relieved laugh, looked back at Dressrosa and said with a hateful look. But his words hadn't just finished. Next moment, the sky suddenly turned pitch black. Doflamingo looked up, his face changed wildly. Eyes suddenly widened. Pupils shrink instantly. The mouth is open enough to pack a few fists. The expression on his face was horrified. Can't help but exclaimed, what is it? This moment. Hope turned to despair in an instant. Heaven fell directly to hell. I see. Chapter 29 The World Shakes. The Don Quixote family is destroyed. A meteorite several hundred meters in diameter appeared over Doflamingo. Cover the sky. Block the sun. Bring him an unparalleled sense of oppression. Oh my God. Is this the island falling from the sky? Doflamingo is about to pee. Is it his ability again? Doflamingo turned to Dressrosa and gritted his teeth. No wonder he didn't chase. There's no need for a chase at all. In the blink of an eye, the meteorite came before us. Boom boom boom. The roar of air would rattle Doflamingo's eardrums, and he even briefly went deaf. Cobweb bound. Doflamingo's hands suddenly launched countless silk threads to form a huge spider web, trying to block the huge meteorite. Of course they do. The meteorite fell from the sky. What kind of powerful impact is this? Just relying on a cobweb to block it? This is simply impossible. Crack. He slammed into Doflamingo's body violently, and suddenly made the sound of bones shattering. A fresh blood spurted out. Doflamingo's body fell madly under the impact of the giant meteorite. Under the pressure of huge gravity, Doflamingo couldn't dodge at all. The body fell straight into the sea with the meteorite. Poo Tom dash. The calm sea instantly became rough and turbulent. A huge tsunami hundreds of meters high hit the coast of Dressrosa. It's like a disaster. Help. Run away. The tsunami is coming. When the people along the coast of Dressrosa saw the huge tsunami that was 100 meters high, all of them were frightened and fled in all directions. But when the tsunami was about to sweep the coast, it suddenly stopped. The whole sea was frozen in an instant. Just like the ice age of Aokiji. The person who shot it was Estes. Luo Qiu had expected the situation to happen when he was using Tianyi Zhenxing. So I sent Estes over in advance. Only the ability of her Ice Emperor can eliminate this disaster caused by Tianjiquan. Nowadays, the kingdom of Dressrosa has become the territory of Luo Qiu. The people in this territory are naturally Luo Qiu's people. Luo Qiu will naturally shelter them. Tsunami, frozen. God. How can that be? Looking at the tsunami frozen by Estes, the people who fled involuntarily stopped and exclaimed. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is almost a godlike power. Great. Saved. Thank you for this man. In addition to being shocked, Everyone suddenly cheered for the rest of their lives. Many people even kowtowed to Estes. Liva, one of the 3 beastmen under the command of Estes, salvaged Doflamingo from the water. He, I heard that you have a lot of secrets about the Tianlong people. My dear His Majesty the King is very interested in the secrets you are hiding about the Draconians. So, are you telling me now, or after my torture? Estes said while staring at Doflamingo, who was being handcuffed by Shanghai Tower Stone. When mentioning the torture, Estes' eyes suddenly glowed with excitement. As if, can't wait to torture Doflamingo. Doflamingo's body trembled when he saw it. Shaking S's character is undoubtedly revealed. Estes is the Empire's leading torture expert in the world of slaying sisters. With a unique method of torture, even the Imperial professional torture officer was convinced by Estes. Kill all the cotters of our Don Quixote family, occupy my Dressrosa kingdom, and want to know that kind of secret from my mouth. Do you think it's possible? Doflamingo smiled gloomily. Really? As a former Tianlong person, Doflamingo has some secrets that even the world government is more afraid of. That's why the world government treats Doflamingo so indulgently. He knew that these secrets were probably the last guarantee of his life. If it is said, then he has no value in existence. Luo Qiu will kill him immediately. When Estes heard Doflamingo's words, not only did he not show any disappointment, but he showed a strong sense of excitement. For Estes, she likes such hard bones the most. Using her own unique torture method to knock out these secrets little by little is the time she enjoys the most. Oh well. I hope that when I torture you, I can still be so tough. Take it down first and keep it under strict supervision. Estes waved to his subordinates. Doflamingo was caught by Estes, which means the Don Quixote family is completely over. All the cotters are dead, and Doflamingo will be more painful than death when it falls into the hands of Estes. As for the other ordinary pirates, they couldn't make any waves at all, and almost all chose to surrender. So far, Dressrosa has completely become Luo Qiu's territory. New World. News Service Headquarters. Morgans listened excitedly to the news that his subordinates brought him. Big news. Big news. It will definitely sell out this time. As early as when Luo Qiu announced the attack on Dressrosa, Morgan sent his men to collect news. Luo Qiu was definitely the first to openly attack Wang Xiaokaiwuhe. Morgans had thought the news was enough of a time. Unexpectedly, another super explosive news happened in Dressrosa. The beast Kaido actually descended on Dressrosa himself. And was defeated by Luo Qiu. Destroy the Don Quixote family. Occupy Dressrosa. Defeat the 4 Emperor Kaido. Everything is big news enough to attract the world. When Morgans thought of the big sale of his newspaper, his eyes directly changed to Bailey's appearance. He seemed to see countless Baileys waving to him. The next day, countless seagulls flew in all directions with newspapers about the Dressrosa news. The sea instantly became boiling. The whole world is shaking. Chapter 30 The Fifth Emperor of the New World. Crane's Wisdom. Shock. The 4 Emperor Kaido was actually defeated by the newcomer. The downfall of the Don Quixote family. The new owner of Dressrosa Kingdom. The kingdom of Dressrosa was destroyed in one day, on the strength of the kingdom of Alexander. The 5th Emperor of the New World. 4 seas, great roots, new worlds. Almost everyone is browsing about Luo Autumn news. Wow, the kingdom of Alexander occupied Dressrosa in one day, what an exaggeration. The king's Kaiwuhe was actually defeated. 4 Emperor Kaido was tyrannized by Alexander Lukilu. The 5th Emperor of the New World. The truth is worthy of the name. It's so strong. It's just a blast. Above the sea, countless people who saw the newspaper burst into exclamations. Shock, admiration, admiration, and so on and so forth. The content of the newspaper is really cool. King Shichibukai is a legal plundering pirate recognized by the world government. Taking a shot at them is like hitting the world government in the face. And Luoqiu not only shot at the king's next Kaiwahei, but also killed him directly. It's like madly fanning the face of the world government. Not everyone has this spirit. If it is shocking to destroy the king's lower Kaiwahei, then defeating Kaido is shocking. Who is Kaido? Those are the 4 emperors of the New World. One of the 4 powerhouses standing at the top of the New World. It was actually defeated by a newcomer who had just debuted for less than a month, and it was still tyrannical. It has to be said that the journalists under Morgans are very good. The picture of Luoqiu tyrannizing Kaido is vividly shot. Let the world see the picture of Kaido being abused clearly. Fire! Exploded. Totally famous. With his handsome face and incomparable strength, countless pirates in the sea regard Luoqiu as an idol, and many girls regard him as a male god, clamoring to give him monkeys. This battle completely established Luoqiu's position in the New World. For the new stunt, Morgans directly put him and the 4 emperors of the New World together and called him the 5th emperor of the New World. At this time, Luoqiu is receiving pilgrimages from countless people in Dressrosa. After the destruction of the Don Quixote family, in order to facilitate future rule, Sugar directly lost consciousness. For more than 10 years, all the citizens who were enslaved by Sugar into toys have become human, and their memories have been restored. One by one, they were so angry with Doflamingo that they wanted to tear him apart. But he is grateful to Luoqiu who rescued them. Think Luoqiu is the hero who liberated Dressrosa. He almost welcomed Luoqiu as the new owner of Dressrosa with his hands raised. Your Majesty, this is today's newspaper. Artoria handed a piece of newspaper to Luoqiu. Thank you for your hard work, Artoria. Luoqiu found the newspaper and touched the dull hair on her head. Master. Artoria let out a cat-like babble, her face instantly became extremely red, her pupils lost focus, and her head was emitting white smoke like a train. Unlike Est's boldness, my king is very shy. Originally, in order to prevent someone from taking advantage of the situation, Artoria was guarding the headquarters of the Kingdom of Alexander. The recent occupation of Dressrosa has left a mess. And Luoqiu knew everything about the kingdom's government affairs, but he knew nothing about it. Fortunately, he has Artoria, who used to be a king, and can handle this kind of thing very easily. As a character summoned by Luoqiu, all loyalty is 100%, and he can die for Luoqiu without hesitation. Let him feel at ease to be a hands-off shopkeeper and a happy salted fish. Luoqiu looked at the newspaper. The 5th Emperor of the New World. This title instantly caught Luoqiu's attention. Without him. This was originally the title of the protagonist Luffy. After defeating Doflamingo again, Morgan's news of the world blew him as the 5th Emperor of the New World. But the water was too high, and in Wano country, it was instantly killed by Kaido's set of thunder and gossip. When Luoqiu crossed over, he hadn't finished it yet. I don't know what kind of trick Mr. Kishimoto would give him in the future to let him defeat Kaido. Now, the protagonist Luffy has not yet gone to sea. Luoqiu defeated Doflamingo ahead of schedule, and is still the 5th Emperor of the New World by Morgans. Emotional Doflamingo is the stepping stone of the 5th Emperor of the New World. But Luoqiu's title of the 5th Emperor is genuine and has no moisture at all. Because he not only stepped on Doflamingo, but also stepped on Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Its strength is definitely the level of a genuine sea emperor. Navy headquarters, in the conference room. All lieutenant generals and above are gathered here. The atmosphere seemed very dull. The person who left them at a loss last time, this time, caused a big event that shocked the world. Asshole. This guy, Alexander Luoqiu, dares to openly attack the world government's allied countries and the king's Kaiwahei. Simply ignore the navy and the world government. Sengoku patted the table angrily. Too fast. Staff Officer Crane said abruptly. What's too fast? Warring States asked suspiciously. Alexander Lukiu is developing too fast. It took only 1 month from Chambord to destroy the Don Quixote family and occupy Dressrosa. According to the intelligence, the army of the original Alexander Kingdom has been almost wiped out by the Don Quixote family and the G5 branch, and the country has also been occupied by pirates. Although Alexander Lukiu took it back from the pirates, most of the troops were newly recruited. But judging from the battlefield situation in Dressrosa, the army led by Ice Queen Estes is definitely not the combat capability that recruits should have. And there are also many members who easily solve the cotters of the Don Quixote family, such as Xionin, Derrida, Scorpion, Angle, Fajuan, etc. The worst all have the strength of the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. How did he pull up such a powerful force in such a short period of time? And will Alexander Lukiu's power continue to grow like this? If he grows at this rate, let alone the Navy, even the world government is not necessarily his opponent, right? As the Chief of Staff of the Navy, Crane's vision and wisdom are beyond doubt. He caught Luo Chu's key points all at once, and analyzed Luo Chu's terrifying aspects. The high-ranking officers of the Navy headquarters in the conference room could not help but take a deep breath. I feel like the hairs all over my body are about to stand up. If it is like this, that would be too scary, wouldn't it? Chapter 31 Worries of the Navy Headquarters. The Order of the World Government. Silence, repression, dignified. In the entire conference room, only the heavy breathing of the officers of the Navy headquarters remained. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of many generals involuntarily. The analysis of the Chief of Staff he made everyone clearly aware of Luo Chu's terrifying aspects. Strong enough to defeat the 4 Emperor Kaido. Powerful enough to crush the King's Kaiwuhei. It's only been less than a month. He led the almost perished kingdom of Alexander to become a big force that completely crushed the Kaiwuhei under the king. How powerful is this? Is it possible to give him a few more years to completely crush the 4 emperors and crush the navy? According to the current development speed of Luo Chu, it is completely possible. All the admirals couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis in their hearts. If it really allowed Luo Chu to develop to that level, what will the world be like? Can't be ignored any longer. It absolutely cannot be allowed to develop. Faced with such a huge threat, a full-scale war must be launched to eliminate it as soon as possible. A man in a red suit with hot breath all over his body spoke sharply. It is the representative of the Hawks from the Navy, Admiral Akainu. Akainu's voice just fell. The hawkish generals under his command echoed it. General Akainu is right. Alexander Luo Chu's growth rate is too fast. It must be killed before it has fully developed. That's right. Once it is allowed to develop, the consequences will be unimaginable. Marshal, order. Warring States looked at the generals who were shouting to destroy Luo Chu with a headache. To be frank, in his heart, he wanted to destroy Luo Chu more than these generals. As a naval marshal, how could he not see Luo Chu's threat? But how easy is it to destroy Luo Chu? Luo Chu himself has no doubt that he has the strength of the Emperor of the Sea or even the strength of the Emperor. Kaido is a prime example. 1 general is not enough at all. 2 generals should be able to suppress it. If you want to win Luo Chu steadily, you must have 3 generals level combat power at the same time. But Luo Chu is not only alone. Countless cotters. Although it showed during the battle with Dressrosa, it is definitely not their strongest strength. If you want to fight against it, you need at least a rear admiral, lieutenant admiral, or even an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Sengoku made a rough estimate. If you want to win the battle with Alexander Lukiu, you need at least 5 general level combat power, 10 lieutenant-level high-end combat power, and more than 10,000 elite naval soldiers. These combat powers can be brought out by the Navy headquarters. But once taken out, it will definitely hollow out the naval headquarters. After all, the enemy of the Navy headquarters is not only Luo Qiu. Once someone attacked the Navy headquarters during the war with Luo Qiu, the consequences would definitely not be a loss that the Navy could bear. Alala, although I am very sorry to interrupt the enthusiasm of the generals. But are we confident enough now that we can completely wipe out Alexander Rochuk? You have also seen his strength. Even Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, was completely abused by him. If he can't completely eliminate this person in a battle and he escapes, the consequences are absolutely unimaginable. Aokiji's words were like a basin of cold water poured onto the heads of those hawkish generals. Let their bloody hearts instantly cool down. Yes. That is the most powerful creature in the sea, land, and air, the four emperors, Kaido's great man. Can it really kill him completely? I don't think now is the best time to go to war with Alexander Rochuk. Alexander Rochuk is a very ambitious man. The current power will never satisfy him, and the territory of the New World is almost divided among the four emperors. If he wants to expand, he will inevitably conflict with one of them. No matter who the four emperors are, they are not soft persimmons. A war with them, whether it is a defeat or a victory, is bound to pay a high price. That will be the best time for our navy to go out. Aokiji's words were also approved by some Dove generals. He believed that there was no need for the navy to launch an attack when Luo Qiu was in the limelight, which would inevitably lead to heavy losses. Let Luo Qiu and the four emperors compete, and the best choice is the navy fishermen. Hawks and doves in the navy have their own opinions. The Warring States period is still more inclined towards Aokiji's opinion. Obtaining the greatest results with the least sacrifice is the foundation of war. However, he can't ignore Akainu's opinion. See. What exactly should be done? What a headache. The Warring States period never dreamed that Luo Qiu could grow to such an extent that the entire navy would suffer from it within a month. Poro. Just when the Warring States period was having a headache, the phone beside him rang. Sengoku's expression froze, and his expression suddenly became very serious. Because this phone bug is dedicated to contact the 5 old stars. Moses, this is the Warring States of the Navy headquarters. The Warring States answered. Warring States, did you hear that Doflamingo fell into the hands of Alexander Lukiu? A majestic voice came from the phone and asked Warring States. Yes, Lord 5 old stars. Warring States said respectfully. You know that Doflamingo used to be a heavenly dragon. For some reason, he lost his identity as a heavenly dragon, but he still holds some of the top secrets of a heavenly dragon. These secrets must not fall into the hands of others, otherwise it will bring disaster to the world. Let the navy be dispatched and take Doflamingo back from Alexander Lukiu at all costs, life and death. I'll send the 2 alternate generals stationed at Marijo back to assist you. Don't let me down. Wu Laoxing said to the Warring States, his tone was very serious, with an unquestionable taste. Yes. Lord 5 old stars. Warring States replied. Beata. The phone hangs up. Warring States showed a wry smile. Now it's impossible not to start a war. That being the case, then take the opportunity to destroy the scourge of Alexander Rochuk. Send the order down. Prepare for war. Warring States commanded loudly. Oh. All the generals shouted loudly in response to the orders of the Warring States period. Although they had different opinions because of factions, it did not mean that they were afraid of war. The people who can appear in this conference room are all killed from the sea of blood and the mountain of corpses. Once the order is given, they will execute it without hesitation. A massive war is about to unfold in the sea. Chapter 32 The super luxurious lineup of the Navy. The fifth emperor will be destroyed as soon as he rises. Luo Qiu didn't know. Because of Doflamingo's secrets, the world government ordered the Navy to wage war against Luo Qiu at no cost. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The naval attack can only allow him to earn more prestige points and gain more powerhouses. Even if the Navy does not attack Luo Qiu will find an opportunity to attack the Navy. Only by constantly doing things and gaining prestige points will his strength and power become stronger. Navy Headquarters. On the square, warring states gave an order. All the elite navies assembled at the fastest speed. Naval Hero Garp. The 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters and 2 alternate admirals. 10 elite lieutenant admirals and 20 rear admirals of the Navy headquarters. In the end, there are 10,000 elite naval soldiers, 1 against 10. In order to deal with Luo Qiu, the Navy headquarters can be said to have invested heavily to destroy Luo Qiu. Fellow sailors. Alexander Roche blatantly attacked Dressrosa, a member of the world government. Countless people are displaced, countless people are oppressed. As a righteous navy, we must not let such an evil person go. The evil must be eliminated in the bud. For justice. Warring states encouraged the sailors in the square through the phone bug. Oh. For justice. Countless soldiers were immediately excited by the words of the warring states period, and they raised their arms and shouted in response. As if he were the embodiment of justice. What they didn't know was that the crusade against Luo Qiu was just incidental. The most fundamental purpose is Doflamingo. Everything is to keep the secret about the Tianlong people in the mouth of the world government. What justice? It's just a high-sounding reason. It is good. Set off. I wish you a triumphant return. Looking at the morale of the sailors, warring states nodded and expressed great satisfaction. This time, the Navy has made a very big decision. In the entire Navy headquarters, only the Marshal Sengoku and the Great Staff Crane were left to guard the headquarters. Almost all the rest of the high-end combat power was dispatched in order to completely eliminate Luo Qiu at one time. Under the order of the warring states period, all the Navy officers immediately boarded the battleship. Each of them is a top-level naval warship, and its firepower is very ferocious, even stronger than the general slaughtering warships. From personnel to battleships, everything is top-notch. It is enough to see the importance the Navy attaches to Luo Qiu. 10 top-level warships slowly drove out of the port to Luo Qiu's territory carrying the top-level combat power of the Navy. The naval action made no disguise. There is no special plan, just to sweep Luo Qiu with absolute strength. This super luxurious lineup is more than enough to fight the 4 emperors. They don't believe that they can't deal with Luo Qiu. Such a big move naturally attracted the attention of the news of the world. Morgans was going crazy with joy. He almost fell in love with Luo Qiu. It's the focal point of walking. Not long ago, because of the destruction of the Don Quixote family, the occupation of Dressrosa, and the defeat of the 4 Emperor Kaido, his newspapers were sold and made a lot of money. Now, the Navy headquarters dispatched such a luxurious lineup to defeat him again. This is definitely another big hit. Morgan saw countless Baileys waving to him again. Then, Morgans drove out press releases non-stop to send seagulls in all directions. Shock. The 5th Emperor will be destroyed as soon as he rises. Navy Superman Hua lineup. On the victory or defeat of the Navy headquarters and the Kingdom of Alexander. The headlines were all about Luo Qiu and the Navy. For a while, the focus of the world all converged on Luo Qiu. New World. There was a burst of heroic laughter aboard the Moby Dick. Go off easy kid, he can make the warring states fight like that. I really want to take him as my son. Whitebeard's words were full of admiration for Luo Qiu. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can do to make the world government make such a big fight. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were speechless for a while after hearing the words. The father's problem of liking his son has not changed. But no chance. They don't think Luoqiu can survive the crusade of such a luxurious lineup of the navy. Even their Whitebeard pirates wouldn't be able to say that this lineup could be bigger, let alone Luoqiu. Certainly. It's just what they think. Wano Country, Ghost Island. Kaido is holding a huge wine gourd and drinking heavily. Hearing the report of his subordinates, he suddenly remembered the scene of being madly abused by Luoqiu in Dressrosa. The body trembled involuntarily. Damn Alexander Luoqiu, I will take revenge one day. Kaido said bitterly after smashing the wine gourd. However, the strength is somewhat lacking. Only those who have played against Luoqiu know how terrifying he is. Enter the Red Firth. Hey. It's a lie. The navy is so aggressive for a kid who just debuted. Rakilu looked at the newspaper in shock and said while nibbling on the drumstick. Don't underestimate Alexander Rochu. He's the man who defeated Kaido. Ben Beckman blew a smoke ring and looked serious. As the think tank of the Red Hair Pirates, Ben Beckman has been paying attention to Luoqiu since his debut, and he still admires his rise. The calm sea is about to become lively again. Luffy, you have to hurry up. The red-haired Shanks touched the empty sleeve of his right arm and looked to the east, where there was his hope. All nations, Torrent. What a pity. I originally wanted to send a lovely daughter to marry Alexander Luoqiu. Big Mom said with a pity. Originally, after Luoqiu's rise, Big Mom planned to bring Luoqiu under his command through marriage. Unexpectedly, the navy was dispatched before the plan was implemented. Apart from the four emperors, the rest of the forces were also discussing Luoqiu. There are those who rejoice, and there are those who sigh with embarrassment. Without exception. All are not optimistic about Luoqiu. No one thought that Luoqiu would survive under such a luxurious lineup of the navy. But it's just what they thought. Luoqiu's strength is not just what Dressrosa showed. Behind him are countless dimensional worlds. Chapter 33 Prelude to the War. Kingdom of Alexandria, Royal Palace. Luoqiu was lying leisurely in the back garden of the palace basking in the sun. Ram was pinching his shoulders, and Rem was beating his legs. Luoqiu hadn't been idle for a moment since the time of crossing, either in battle or on the way to battle. Now that Doflamingo has been eliminated, it can be regarded as a sigh of evil that has accumulated in his heart since his transmigration. Rarely enjoyed a happy leisure time. But happy times are always short-lived. See Your Majesty the King. A figure wearing a red cloud robe with a black background appeared in front of Luoqiu. The purple hair looks very unique and beautiful, and the eyes looking at Luoqiu are gentle and respectful. It was Xiaonan. Now the head of the intelligence department of the Kingdom of Alexander, who is responsible for collecting intelligence. Xiaonan, what's the matter? Luoqiu asked lazily. Your Majesty, the navy is coming. And the lineup is very large, it looks like it wants to eliminate us in one fell swoop. Xiaonan said solemnly. Oh. What kind of lineup can make you so serious? Luoqiu raised his eyebrows. Xiaonan, as the chief of the Imperial Intelligence Department today, has a considerable understanding of both himself and the enemy's intelligence. To be able to make her like this, things must be very serious. Go back to Your Majesty, according to the information collected by the ninja team. The lineup of the Navy's crusade against our kingdom includes the naval hero Garp, the three major admirals of the Navy headquarters, Aokiji, Akainu, Kiabu, 2 admiral candidates, Daotu, Chagu, 10 vice admirals, Dumon, Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Stoloberry, etc., as well as 20 rear admirals and 10,000 elite naval soldiers. Xiaonan meticulously told Luoqiu the information. When Luo Qiu heard the words, his squinted eyes suddenly opened, his eyes were a little incredible. Navy, is this crazy? Although he destroyed a king's Kaiwuhei, he wasn't so crazy, was he? This is a completely immortal posture with himself. Is it because of Doflamingo? Luo Qiu suddenly thought of the crux of the matter. According to common sense, the navy should not have such a big fight with itself because of a king under the Kaiwuhei. The only possibility is that he captured Doflamingo, who used to be a dragon man. Or the secrets that Doflamingo possesses. Luo Qiu, who had read the original book, understood that Doflamingo had a secret that even the world government feared. That's why he will be spared when Dressrosa is on. Just to let us dig out the secret from his mouth. Originally Luo Qiu was only interested. But now it seems like it has to be asked. Luo Qiu took the red wine on the table and drank it, revealing a playful smile. World government, I would like to see what is the secret that you are afraid of. Pass my order. Let the domestic troops gather. Also, let Artoria stationed in Dressrosa and Estes stationed in the original G5 branch reorganize their troops and go to the Alexandria waters to prepare to meet the navy. There is a price to be paid for disturbing my leisurely vacation time. Thinking of some of the character templates he had newly acquired, Luo Qiu raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold and stern smile. This time, the navy will definitely pay a heavy price. It is worth mentioning that after occupying Dressrosa, Luo Qiu occupied the G5 branch of the original navy. The Kingdom of Alexander, Kingdom of Dressrosa, and the G5 branch of the former navy just formed a triangle, forming a thorn in each other. No matter which side is attacked, the other two can quickly support. This is also the wishful thinking of the original Don Quixote family, but it was realized by Luo Qiu. Following Luo Qiu's order, immediately the whole country began to act. There is no doubt about Luo Qiu's order. Even if the opponent is the navy headquarters of the overlord of the sea. After defeating Doflamingo, Kaiwuhei, Luo Qiu's prestige reached an unprecedented peak. All the citizens firmly believe that Luo Qiu will definitely lead them to become strong, prosperous, and prosperous. This time, there is no need for Luo Qiu to give an impassioned speech. Every soldier's morale is very high, full of belief in victory. Without him, because they have an invincible king. The Alexandria Sea is located about 100 nautical miles in front of the Kingdom of Alexandria, just in the middle of the former Navy G5 branch and the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Artoria and Estes immediately led the army after receiving the order of Luo Qiu. In less than a day, they led tens of thousands of elite soldiers to gather in the sea area designated by Luo Qiu. Luo Qiu's Black Dragon flagship also arrived. The Artoria fleet is sitting, the Estes fleet is on the right, and the Black Dragon flagship of Luo Qiu is guarded in the center. Luo Qiu sat on the deck of the Heilong flagship, enjoying the massage of Ram and Ram, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, without the slightest sense of tension. However, the soldiers under his command are loaded with guns, and the swords are clenched in their hands. All are on guard, waiting for the arrival of the navy. After all, not everyone has Luo Qiu's confident and invincible strength. Violet, how far is the navy from here? Luo Qiu asked Violet beside him. After the occupation of Dressrosa, all citizens were liberated. Violet chose to join Luo Qiu's subordinate to become a member of Xionan's intelligence department. Although I don't know what kind of mentality she has to join, as long as she dares to come to Luo Qiu, she will dare to accept it. The ability to stare at the fruit is used to collect information, which is very suitable. As for playing tricks, Luo Qiu didn't care at all. A little girl's house can't turn any waves in his hands. Go back to your majesty, the naval fleet is still more than 100 nautical miles away. At the speed of the navy, it will be here in about an hour and a half. Violet replied respectfully. Very good. Little girl with a lowly face, I'll see you later. Let's give the Navy a good surprise. Luo Qiu said to a beautiful woman with green curly hair, a lowly face, a royal sister's figure, and a long black slit dress beside her. The idiot king, you are not allowed to be called a little girl. Although she is indeed a lowly face, she is not a little girl. The lowly-faced beauty clenched her fists and looked very cute with a puffed mouth. But it doesn't match her proud figure like a royal sister. Her face and figure are completely two extremes. One is so cute. A sexy extreme. Got it, little girl. Lowly face beauty. It's like hammering this idiot king. After more than an hour, the naval fleet is already in sight. Report. Found the Alexander Kingdom fleet ahead. A Navy sentinel reported loudly. Heh. I don't know what to do now, how dare you come out? Akainu, who was standing on the bow, looked at Luo Qiu's fleet with disdain. In his opinion, the Navy is already a sure winner, and Luo Qiu should be shivering and hiding in the kingdom. But next moment, Akainu's disdainful expression immediately became shocked. How is this going? Is Whitebeard here? Chapter 34 The Trembling Tornado. The tsunami that swept the world. I see. The calm sea suddenly became choppy. The water is fast. Shocking waves hit the shore. Crazy waves set off a turbulent storm. Like a sleeping beast getting angry. Whooping. Several 100-meter high tsunamis swept across the Navy fleet. This moment, even the Navy's top warships are completely insignificant in the face of this turbulent sea. Looking at the tsunami that covered the sun, the soldiers on the naval battleship were almost scared to pee. Oh my God! What on earth is it? Why is there such a huge tsunami? Is the Whitebeard coming? I heard that the fruit of his terrestrial array can cause a huge tsunami. Dying. It's over. The sailors of the Navy warship suddenly he became panic-stricken and let out bursts of exclamations. This is simply a natural disaster-level disaster. Damn. What kind of ability is this? Akainu clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on his forehead bulged. His eyes were fixed on the woman with green curly hair above Luo Qiu's fleet. I can't wait for a big fire to burn her out. But the distance is too far. Only incompetent rage here. Unexpectedly, there are people in Luo Qiu's camp who can create a tsunami. This ability. It's a foul at sea. Especially for their devil fruit ability, it is very unfriendly. See. But the nemesis of all devil fruit abilities. This person is the new character template that Luo Qiu drew after the Battle of Dressrosa. The world of One Punch Man, the second-rank superhuman hero, the Shivering Tornado. He is good at using mind power and is highly regarded as a terminal weapon by the Hero Association. Super strength. Even a city-destroying dragon-level monster would be easily defeated by her. This tsunami sweeping the world is her masterpiece. It is also the surprise that Luo Qiumo said before to the naval fleet. Go to the bottom of the sea. Tornado waved his hands. All the tsunamis in all directions fell to the naval fleet. If they are concentrated by these tsunamis, these naval fleets will only sink to the bottom of the sea. Haha, this little girl's lowly face obviously looks cute, but I didn't expect it to be so cruel. Luo Qiu took a sip of red wine and said with a smile, very satisfied with the strength of the tornado. It is indeed a superhero who is respected as a terminal weapon by the Hero Association. Ice Age. On top of a warship, Aokiji quickly jumped into the air, sending out cold air with both hands. Those tsunamis that swept across the world were directly frozen to form mountain-like ice sculptures. Not only that, even the sea was affected. To prevent the tornado from causing another tsunami, Aokiji will freeze the sea for several kilometers. The sea area where the fleets of both sides are located instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. General. It's General Aokiji who has shot. Saved. Long live. The sailors on the warship immediately cheered excitedly when they saw King Z's attack. Ah la la, is there no newcomer yet? What an incredible ability! Aokiji landed on the deck of the warship and saw the tornado in the air, and his expression suddenly became solemn. He found that the most frightening thing about Luoqiu was not his strong strength. It is that these people who have never heard of him, but are very powerful, are constantly emerging from his subordinates. Some of them appeared during the Battle of Dressrosa, and their naval headquarters was very alarmed. And this powerful woman with green curly hair appeared in front of her. Alexander Luoqiu, how many strong people are there under your command? Sea soldiers. The war begins. Evil is ahead. Take up your weapons and destroy them. Attack. Akino commanded loudly to the entire navy. Oh oh oh. The sailors of the warship immediately jumped off the ice, shouting and quickly charging in the direction of Luoqiu's fleet. Since the enemy has launched an attack, we can't fall behind. Superior. Luoqiu waved his arm lightly. The soldiers on the fleet who had been ready for a long time also jumped off the battleship and rushed towards the sea soldiers. Momentum. No weaker than the elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters. In the spiritual time house, they were trained by the Devil of Estes. Aim at Alexander Roach's Black Dragon battleship and fire. The commander on the warship ordered the gunner. These are the top warships of the Navy headquarters. The fire is very fierce. The overwhelming shells attacked Luoqiu. Looking around, there are at least hundreds of them. Heh. Do the cannonballs still want to hurt my stupid king? Long Quan sneered and sent out his thoughts. Those flying shells suddenly stopped in the air. Although she is very vicious, her inner loyalty to Luoqiu is full. Never allow anyone to hurt Luoqiu. Simply put, it's arrogant. Cannonball. Give it back to you. Tornado waved his hand, and all the shells returned to the warships on the Navy side. Boom boom boom. Wow. Ugh. The deafening explosions were mixed with the screams of some sailors. These powerful and specially made shells all reached the warships of the Navy under the control of the tornado. Fire is shining. Smoke is everywhere. Several warships turned into a pile of wreckage in an instant. Hateful. The shells are useless. The commander of the warship looked at the warship that was bombarded with shells and said angrily, I didn't expect that the powerful firepower advantage on my side was all used to beat myself. Cannonballs. Come here all. Tornado raised his arms, and whether it was the Navy's shells or Luoqiu's shells, they were all swept into the air by the tornado's thought power. Thousands of shells are suspended in the air, which is quite spectacular. The pace of the sea soldiers' charge suddenly slowed down. A terrified look on his face. In the terrified eyes of all the Navy. The tornado moved. Chapter 35 Depressed Tornado, War. The real start. Go. The tornado let out a soft drink, and all the shells suddenly tilted like a downpour and fell to the side of the Navy. No. This amount. Oh my God. If so many shells exploded together, they would definitely be blown into meat sauce. Run away. Help. The Navy, who were still high in morale, immediately started to run away in chaos. But where can we escape under this dense shell? Yo. It's scary. I can't let you attack recklessly. A soft voice sounded. Shhhhhhh. Several golden laser lights flashed through the air, and almost all the shells that had not yet fallen were detonated. It was Kizaru, one of the 3 naval generals, who made the move. These are all elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters. If all the books are gone at once, even the Navy headquarters will not be able to accept this loss. It's abominable. It actually blocked my attack again. Hate. I'm angry. The tornado in the sky, the Snow White Loli's face swelled directly into a bun. Although she is angry, She is very cute. But it's not a good thing to make this lowly-faced beauty angry. When she gets angry, it's quite scary. Click click click. Those tsunamis that were frozen by the green pheasants to form icebergs all rose from the ground and flew into the air. Several 100-meter tall icebergs obscured the sky. It got dark in an instant. Cheat. What kind of power is this? The Navy, who was shrouded in icebergs, almost popped out of his eye sockets. I am Nima. Who can withstand these mountain-like glaciers falling down? Not to be smashed into meat sauce at once. OMG. How could the other party have such a powerful person? First, the tsunami that swept the world. Another cannonball that fills the sky. Back to the glaciers that cover the sky. Can you still have fun? The sailors are just about to collapse. If this goes on, it will be good for heart disease. Kill you all. The tornado's arm went down for a while, and several hundreds of meters of large glaciers landed instantly. Ah! Dying. Ruined. Countless sailors looked at the glacier that fell in the air like a meteorite, covering their heads and shouting in despair. What are you panicking about? You are heroic sailors. Even if there is any danger ahead, move forward bravely. Akainu stood at the top of the warship and scolded the panicked soldiers harshly. However, the movements in his hands did not stop. Big fire. Boom. Akainu's right arm suddenly billowed thick smoke, emitting a scorching high temperature, and turned into a magma form, forming a huge magma fist to blast the falling glacier. Stab it! The fiery high temperature of the magma directly melted the huge glaciers. Whew! Saved. Fortunately, there is General Akainu. All the navies breathed a sigh of relief. This battle is really a fucking heartbeat. Damn. I'm mad at me. I'm really mad at me. The tornado in the air jumped with rage when he saw that his attack was blocked again. Slowly landed from the air, drooping his face like a defeated attack, and walked to Luo Qiu's side. In the tone of a defeated dog, he said to Luo Qiu, "Yes. I'm sorry. I'm so useless." All 3 consecutive attacks were blocked, causing minimal damage to the navy. This made the proud tornado very uncomfortable. What nonsense are you talking about, little girl with a lowly face? The opponent is the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, the 3 generals. If you can use your own power to get the 3 generals to take action, you won't be able to find a few in the whole world like you. Look, how has the morale of the Navy been hit by you? I'm almost scared to pee. Luo Qiu touched her little head and comforted her. In fact, it is not consolation, just stating a fact. There are absolutely very few attacks that can be resolved by the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters. Without exception. They are all the top powerhouses above the sea. Hate. I said don't call me a little girl. It's sister you. It's sister you. Humph. Tornado turned her head arrogantly, but the corners of her raised mouth showed that she was very happy. As Luo Qiu said. Although the tornado's repeated attacks were resolved by the 3 generals of the Navy, it left a lot of shadows on the Navy soldiers. Morale dropped a lot. In war, once morale is low, it is very dangerous. Contrary to the sailors. The soldiers of the Alexander Kingdom on Luo Qiu's side are very high morale. Come on. Death to these hypocritical Marines. Harris, the former commander of the Kingdom Guard, shouted, and led his soldiers to kill the Navy. Oh. The soldiers under his command raised their weapons one after another. The rest are not far behind. Soon. The 2 sides faced each other, guns were fired, and swords were swung. The war, the real start. Harris was directly animalized into a huge chimpanzee with a height of more than 10 meters, just like King Kong in Luo Qiu's previous life movie. Rough skin, thick flesh, and infinite power. and he is proficient in two-color domineering. Then he practiced in Logochiu's spiritual time house for 2 years, and his strength is very powerful. These elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters couldn't stop him at all, and they shattered the bones of several sailors with one punch, and blood spurted wildly. Hoo ho ho. Harris kept patting his chest to show his strength. Call out. A broadsword chi attacked him. Harrison crossed his arms and covered his sword chi with a domineering look. The powerful impact sent him sliding several meters across the ice. Don't think like this, let me go wild. Now. It's up to me to end you. Vice Admiral Bastio of the Navy headquarters pointed at Harris with a shark-slashing knife. But he didn't wait for his voice to just land. A golden sword energy hit him, and the ice surface along the way was directly split in half, and even the ice at the incision was directly melted. Bastio's pupils shrank suddenly. Quickly raise the knife to block. The huge shark-slashing knife kept sparking, and the blade became extremely hot. Bastio felt like he was holding a red-hot iron. There were even bursts of barbecue-like aroma from the palm of his hand. Click. A slight cracking sound made Lieutenant General Bastio's face change wildly. Chapter 36 Fighting Madman Ziriki Kenpeiku. Under the unbelievable gaze of Lieutenant General Bastio. Kaka. The good and fast knife in his hand shattered into countless pieces in an instant. Omega Omega. Lieutenant General Bastio's eyes widened suddenly, and there was a strong inconceivable color in his eyes. This, how can it be possible? The shark-slashing knife is a famous knife that is good and fast. Can't stand this golden sword energy. But it's too late for him to think more. The golden scorching sword energy rushed towards him after smashing the shark knife. Hateful. Iron block. Armed color domineering cover. When Bastio was in danger, he could only cross his arms to cover it with a domineering block of armed color, and at the same time, one of the 6 types of Navy iron blocks poured out. But the arrogance of his weapon is as fragile as paper in front of the golden sword. Iron blocks are also vulnerable. Bastio's knuckles were cut off by the golden sword energy. A bone-deep wound was opened in front of him. Even the internal organs are visible. Blood gushing. And there is a strange force preventing wounds from healing. Ah! Lieutenant General Bastio immediately let out a shrill scream, making all the surrounding Marines look extremely terrified. The eyes that looked at Lieutenant General Bastio were full of horror. How is this possible? Lieutenant General Bastio was killed by a single blow? The shark slayer Bastio is famous even in the naval headquarters. Now, it was actually chopped into this by a sword energy that came out of nowhere. Who is it? Did Alexander Lukia make a move? Simply horrible. Weak. Too weak. Can the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters even be unable to stop my sword chi? A mocking voice sounded on the battlefield. A figure emerged from the crowd. Whether it was the people of the Kingdom of Alexander or the people of the Navy headquarters, they could not help but make a way for him. Hedgehog-like hair stood on end, and a bell hung. The left eye has an eye patch. He was wearing a black and white Death Tyrant outfit, with a slender sword on his shoulders. The expression on his face is full of arrogance. It is the leader of the 11th Division of the 13th Team of the Guardian of the Shinigami World, Kenpei Kisariki. A true fighting maniac. I really like fighting. Because I am too powerful, so. In order to enjoy the fun of battle, he wears blindfolds and bells that can suppress Ryotsu. Ziriki Kenpeiku, who doesn't understand the swastika, is one of the best among the captains. Later, with the help of Uzhawali, he learned to solve the swastika, and his strength was so strong that it exploded. In his eyes, a mere vice admiral in the naval headquarters is really not enough. Is there anyone stronger to fight with me? This kind of person can't give me any fighting interest at all. Zaraki Kenpeiku carried the Zanpakuto and stepped on Bastio, who had passed out, and said infinitely arrogantly. Lieutenant General Bastius was completely ignored. Yo. It's scary. Another person who has never been seen before but is as strong as a monster appears. But have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Lieutenant General's combat power is completely useless in front of Zaragi Kenpeki. The general level combat power had to be shot. Kizaru's body turned into a ball of light and disappeared from the deck. Appearing again. It was already in front of Zakiji Kenpeki. Clang. Zaraki Kenbo blocked with a horizontal sword, and suddenly made a sound of metal clashing. The enormous force made Kenpeki slid several meters on the ice before he could stop. Hey! Finally a decent opponent. Let's fight to the fullest. Zaragi Kenpeki grinned and stared at Kizaru with an excited expression, as if he had seen a perfect prey. The majestic Ryotsu erupted from Zaraki Kenpeki. The ordinary soldiers around felt a huge pressure on them, and even had the urge to pass out. The heart seems to be pinched by an invisible big hand. Almost can't breathe. The eyes under the yellow monkey brown sunglasses suddenly froze. This is tyrannical domineering? No. It seems to be a little different from the domineering of the overlord. Really, Alexander Lukiu is full of these strong and monster-like people. As one of the first people to come into contact with Luo Qiu, Huang Yuan knew very well that Luo Qiu still had two queens who were not weaker than the generals and did not take action. Kendo 2 breaks. Just as Kizaru was thinking about the spiritual pressure of Zengi Kenpeki, a broad golden sword energy attacked Kizaru with an extremely scorching aura. It was the same move that Zengi Kenpeki just killed Lieutenant General Bastiu. There are fiery Ryotsu molecules in the sharp sword energy. Now that there is the fierceness of the sword and the high temperature like a flame. This is the unique kendo of Zaragi Kenpeki. In the face of this slash, even Kizaru, who is a natural type flash fruit ability, felt a slight threat. This sword energy can damage his elemental body. But what makes him strange is that there is no domineering in the sword chi, but why can it make him feel threatened? What he doesn't know is, Zaraki Kenpeki is not from this world at all. This power comes from another world. Kizaru didn't have time to think, and the sword chi of Zakiji Kenpeki had already come to him. Tienkong Cloud Sword. Kizaru immediately squeezed out Tienkong Yunjian to block. A heavy force was transmitted to his hand through Tienkong Yunjian, and his feet were drawn back more than 10 meters to offset the sword energy. Shunbyu. A unique skill of the god of death. Zaraki Kenpeki came to Kisumu's side almost in an instant. The Zanpakuto in his hand mercilessly slashed towards Kizaru's neck with a huge Ryotsu. Kizaru disappeared in an instant, and came behind Zakiji Kenpeki and stabbed him in the back with a backhand. Zaragi Kenpeki immediately turned to block with a horizontal sword. The ice surface under my feet was suddenly overwhelmed, and cracks appeared. With a bang, it burst into countless ice cubes. The yellow monkey is unforgiving. The Tienkong Yunjian in his hand swung rapidly, forming after images. Zaraki Kenpeki was suddenly at a disadvantage, and he became only able to passively parry, and his body was scratched with several wounds from time to time. Yo! Your speed is a little slow. Huang Yuan said with a crooked mouth, revealing a hint of sarcasm. Oh! Admiral, you have some strength. Then I'll take it seriously next time. Zaraki Jianbo made a false move and backed away. Take off all the bells in your hair and the blindfold on your left eye. Boom! A sky-shattering aura erupted from Zengi Kenpeki, and the golden spiritual power completely formed its essence, how many times stronger than before. The arm holding the sword has also changed from one-handed to two-handed. The breath became extremely violent. Like a sealed beast. Awakened. Chapter 37 The Faith-Shaken Navy. Catch the thief first, catch the king. On the flagship of the Black Dragon, Luo Qiu, who was sitting on the throne overlooking the entire battlefield, saw Kenpei Kizaraki remove all the restraints, and his eyes suddenly showed a pitiful expression when he looked at Kizaru. This old bastard stands with this fighting madman, but he can't keep up. On the battlefield, Zaraki Kenpei, who was freed from his shackles, looked at Kizaru, his eyes full of fighting intent. Well, let's continue to fight. Admiral. Drink. Zaraki Jianbo let out a loud shout, and his feet suddenly kicked on the ground, and the ice surface under his feet shattered instantly. The whole person rushed towards Kizaru like a cannonball, leaving a golden phantom in the air. Zaraki Kenpei raised his swords high, and slashed towards Kizaru fiercely. Clang! A metal clashing sound that pierced the eardrum exploded in the ears of everyone. Kizaru's arm holding the Tiankong Yunjian was slightly bent. The ice surface under my feet shattered instantly. The sea water is surging in the gap. Shoot high waves. What a powerful force! Huang Yuan sighed slightly in his heart. The power contained in this slash is much stronger than before. Aha! Kendo Wild Sword Dance. Shhhhhhh. Zaragi Kenpei's arm suddenly swung at an incredible speed, and the naked eye couldn't capture its trajectory at all. Only the afterimages left in the air can be seen. From a distance, Zaraki Kenpei is like a thousand-handed guanyin. All at once, Kizaru, who was in the dance of Zaraki Kenba, suffered a crime. Every sword of Zengi Kenpei is not only extremely fast, but also extremely powerful and powerful. Although the speed of his sword swing can keep up with Zakaji Kenpei. But the power is not enough. Every fight made Kizaru's arms feel sore. Yo! It's scary. It's like fighting like a beast. But what do you do with this? After fighting with hundreds of swords, Kizaru jumped out of the attack range of Kenpei Zakaji and jumped into the air. Cross your hands to make orchid fingers, shining brightly. Bakakayanguyu. Swoosh. Countless light bullets stronger than cannonballs fell on Zaragi Kenpei like a downpour. There is no way to avoid such a dense amount of light bullets. This is also one of Kizaru's powerful killer moves. Ordinary people can't resist it at all. But this does not include Kenpei Zakaji. Ha ha ha. Do your best to kill me. In the face of the dense 8-foot Kyangu Jade, Zenmyo Jianpei not only did not show a trace of fear, but released a wild laugh, showing a strong sense of excitement. For him, the stronger the enemy, the more excited he is. Boom! A super strong spiritual pressure instantly erupted on the surface of Zengi Kenpei. This Ryotsu was compressed into a substance by him to form a huge skull that enveloped Zaragi Kenpei. Boom boom boom. Numerous light bombs bombarded the skulls formed by Zaraki Kenpei Reiki, and bursts of violent explosions. The ice cubes were blown to pieces. The sea was blown up and tossed excitedly. The area where Zaraki Kenpei was located was completely transformed into a piece of Wanyang. Should he be dead after being attacked by General Kisaragi? A sea soldier said with a trembling voice, looking at the area shrouded in gunpowder smoke. Also, maybe. The companion beside him also stared at the area where Zaragi Kenpei was located. But their voices have not yet just landed. A crescent-shaped golden slash quickly flew out of the gunpowder and slashed towards the yellow monkey in the sky. Well, what a troublesome guy. It seems that it is not so easy to defeat. Looking at this powerful sword energy, Kizaru immediately fell to the ground to escape. His tone was full of helplessness. He really didn't want to face a fighting lunatic like Zaragi Kenpei. Even if you want to paddle, you can't paddle. Admiral, this strength can't kill you. The smoke dissipated. Everyone saw Zaraki Kenpei standing on a piece of floating ice, carrying a Zanpakuto with a very arrogant expression, and was completely unharmed. No, isn't it? Under the head-on attack of General Yellow Monkey, he didn't take any damage. Who the hell is this guy? Why, never heard of it? Seeing the unscathed Zanaki Kenpeki, the surrounding Marines all had expressions of unacceptable and shocking expressions on their faces. There was also a trace of fear in Luochu's heart. The first is the tornado that can cause a tsunami. Then there is this Zaragi Kenpeki who can fight against the great General Kizaru without being defeated. In addition, the Ice Queen with a bounty of 1.5 billion Bailey and the King of Knights with a reward of 1.3 billion Bailey were not weaker than their admirals of the Navy headquarters at all. If there are a few more such characters, will their navy still fight? Can this war really be won? Countless navies have deep doubts in their hearts. Tornado and Zaragi Kenpeki were too powerful, causing an unimaginable impact on the hearts of the navy. Rear. Akainu, Aokiji, and others keenly felt the change in the aura of the Navy soldiers. Can't wait any longer. The two looked at each other, and both read the meaning of each other's eyes. Catch the thief first, catch the king. Although the personalities of the two are somewhat different, their opinions at this time are surprisingly consistent. All lieutenants will follow us to attack Alexander Lukiu's Black Dragon flagship. With a loud cry, Akainu jumped up from the battleship and flew towards Luochu on the moon step. So is the green pheasant. Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin are also close behind. The flying squirrels, ghost spiders, and Stoloberg, the lieutenant generals who were not dispatched, also swarmed up. This moment, all the high-end combat power of the Navy is dispatched. The target is directly at Luochu on the Black Dragon flagship. This scene was naturally seen by Luochu, and he immediately understood their intentions. Does the thief catch the king first? Have a thought. But are you getting along? In terms of high-end combat power, I have quite a few here. Luochu's voice just fell. Several figures with powerful aura also jumped up from his side. Chapter 38 Ulquiorra of 10 Blades. A slender man with short black hair, pale skin, and dark green eyes rushed towards the strongest Akainu. It is Ulquiorra in the 10 blades of the broken face. Although it is the fourth blade, its strength is definitely not weaker than the first three. Because he is the only one among the 10 swordsmen who knows how to return to the second stage. Even their boss, Aizen, didn't know the secret. Block it! Blackwing Demon! A low cry. Ulquiorra's back was suddenly surrounded by a pair of black wings that covered the sky. Wear a double-horned helmet. The green tears at the moment turned black. The black nails on the hands also turned into sharp black claws. The rich spiritual pressure directly liquefies into raindrops, giving people an unparalleled sense of oppression. Unlike the fighting maniac Zaraki Kenpeki, Ulquiorra's character is very calm, good at thinking. He could clearly feel the power of Akainu, so he used the attitude of returning to meet the enemy from the beginning. Anyone with animal abilities. Get out of here. Big fire. Akainu roared when he saw Ulquiorra, who was blocking the road, and his arm instantly magma, forming a huge magma fist, emitting a scorching high temperature and hitting Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra's expression remained unchanged, and he whispered, "Moonlight Sword." The rich spiritual child was compressed into a green spear by Ulquiorra, and threw it fiercely at Akainu's fire. Chi-chi. The speed of the Moonlight Sword was extremely fast, and there was even a faint sound of breaking through the air. Puff. The big fire in Akainu's hand was instantly punctured like a punctured balloon. The fist turned into lava and scattered all over the place. The ice on the sea was instantly melted into a large hole by the magma. The Moonlight Sword condensed by the spiritual child recklessly destroyed the magma of Akainu. In the blink of an eye, the huge magma fist was completely destroyed. Tick. A drop of blood dripped down Akainu's arm onto the ice. Akainu looked at the bleeding arm with a strange expression. His elementalized body was actually injured. Although it was only a few flesh wounds, it made him feel very surprised in his heart. As one of the 3 generals of the Navy, in addition to the very powerful development of fruit ability, the 2-color domineering is also very good. He can be very certain that the energy that just hurt him is definitely not domineering. In addition to domineering and halostone weapons, there are things in this world that can hurt the bodies of those with natural fruit abilities. I am here. You can never get close to His Majesty the King, Ulquiorra said to Akainu. Although the voice was not loud, it was unusually firm. Humph. Then I'll kill you first and then attack Alexander Lukiu. Akainu snorted coldly, and a billowing lava suddenly appeared on his body, attacking Ulquiorra directly. Shaved volcano blast. Boom. Akainu's feet are like volcanoes. The eruption generally ejects a large amount of magma to provide him with super strength, allowing him to gain unparalleled speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, Akainu came to Ulquiorra's side. Canine Tooth Red Lotus. Akainu's right arm instantly turned into magma and turned into a ferocious dog's head and bit Ulquiorra's neck. Ring. Like Shunpo, the Shinigami, Razor is a high-speed movement skill belonging to the virtual. But compared with the same speed of Akainu volcano eruption, it is still slightly worse. Dodged the bitten neck, but failed to dodge the arm. Stab it. Ulquiorra's arm was instantly bitten by Akainu's magma dog head. Oh. You want to stop me even with this kind of strength? It's just a joke. Akainu sneered and directly melted Ulquiorra's arm into ashes. But the next moment, Akainu's smile suddenly froze. I see. The arm that was taken down by Akainu's canine-toothed red lotus is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just a breath of time to return to normal. It was Ulquiorra's special skill super speed regeneration. Except for the heart and brain, other parts of the body can be regenerated in a very short time after being destroyed. Looking at Ulquiorra's restored arm, Akainu instantly became stunned. What is the ability? Even if the ability of the animal fruit is awakened, it is impossible to be reborn from the broken arm, right? And in such a short period of time. Could this be the special ability attached to his Phantom Beast fruit ability? Akainu couldn't understand, so he could only attribute Ulquiorra's super speedy regeneration to the devil fruit ability. As everyone knows, he is not at all capable. It is false. The Admiral is worthy of the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. It seems that a return to the blade is not an opponent. Ulquiorra spoke slowly, but her expression was as cold as ever, without any change. Boom. The dark green spiritual pressure erupted from Ulquiorra like a tsunami. Ka. The ice surface could not bear this pressure at all, and dense cracks appeared like spider webs that spread around, and finally shattered into countless ice cubes with a bang. The turbulent sea water appeared in the eyes of everyone. A strong riotsu storm formed around Ulquiorra, like a 12th level gale. Everyone around was blown away. Countless ice cubes were swept into the sky. The waves of the sea became extremely violent, constantly flapping the ice floes. There are many people who are directly swept into the sea by the waves. Immortals fight, mortals suffer. The weaklings couldn't even withstand Ulquiorra's riotsu storm. Drink. With a low voice, Ulquiorra's body changed again. All the clothes on the upper body disappeared, and there was a black liquid flowing slowly in the eyes, which was a lot of spiritual power. The abdomen to the legs and arms are covered in black feathers. The wings became wider. Has bat-like claws. Compared to before. Become more domineering. Wow. The black raindrops fell from the sky, more dense than the previous dark green raindrops, like a downpour in summer. A riotsu as majestic as the sea was released from Ulquiorra. Everyone felt their hearts sink, as if there was a big mountain pressing down on them. Second stage returned to the blade. Ulquiorra alone. Swish. Ulquiorra moved. The speed is fast to the extreme. Akainu's pupils shrank, revealing a horrified expression. His domineering look can't capture Ulquiorra's figure. How can that be? What kind of speed is it that he can't catch his knowledge and domineering? Thank you watching the world and dreaming of Wanja for the reward. Chapter 39. That's all there, Admiral. Bang. Akainu's body suddenly suffered a heavy blow, and the entire abdomen sank directly. A mouthful of blood mixed with magma spurted out of his mouth. The eyes are full of extreme incredible. How can that be? His dignified admiral didn't even react. What an astonishing speed. Laugh. Akainu's feet slid on the ice for a few meters before stopping, and his eyes looked around vigilantly. Seeing and hearing domineering to the extreme. Ulquiorra was always moving at a high speed, and Akainu was only able to capture his after-image. Tom. A black fist suddenly appeared in front of him, hitting his face heavily, his facial features twisted into a ball, and his body flew out like a meteor. Black void flash. Sizzle. The rich spirits condensed into a black sphere at Ulquiorra's fingertips, bursting out with black lightning. Call out. The spirit child, compressed to the extreme by Ulquiorra, exploded with a bang, blasting towards the Akainu, who flew out backwards like a laser. The black void flash used by Ulquiorra under the second stage return blade is stronger than the green void flash of the first stage return blade. Just the shockwave emanating from around Haiguzu flash broke all the ice along the way, revealing the turbulent sea water. Seeing such a violent black flicker attacking him, Akainu did not dare to be careless. Bastard! Mighty dog! Akainu, who was flying in the air, quickly adjusted his body with a moon step, and his feet sprayed magma like a volcanic eruption to force his body to stop. At the same time, right arm instantly stretched, turning into a lava river to meet Ulquiorra's black phantom flash. Boom! Akainu's magma and Ulquiorra's black phantom collided instantly, setting off a violent storm. A radius of 100 meters directly becomes a no man's land. No one can get close at all. Chi chi chi. The red-hot magma and the pitch black with a dark green flicker were constantly fighting each other, and they refused to give in to each other. Drink! Akainu shouted, and the magma arm instantly grew in a circle. The temperature is hotter. More powerful. Ulquiorra, naturally not to be outdone, gave a low voice. The spiritual pressure skyrocketed. The spiritual children gathered in the hands frantically, and the virtual flash also skyrocketed. Wow! Under the pressure of the confrontation between the two, the sea became extremely violent. Howling! Howling! The waves are rolling. The waves roar. Suddenly. Boom dash! A huge mushroom cloud steamed up, and everyone only felt their ears buzzing, as if 10,000 bees were in their ears, and they were temporarily deaf. The ice surface was directly blasted out a large hole several hundred meters. The turbulent roll. The sea is crazy. Everyone's clothes were buzzing, and countless people became chickens. The most unlucky ones are those with devil fruit abilities. Watered by the sea water hit by the aftermath of the explosion, the whole body immediately became weak and weak. Hoo! Akainu stood on a piece of ice floes, gasping for breath. His eyes were fixed on the black figure in front of him, his eyes were full of shock. Another one. Although Akainu doesn't want to admit it, Ulquiorra's strength is completely comparable to that of a Navy admiral. Even. Still more than that. Damn it! Alexander Luoqiu, where did he find so many strong men? After countless years of development, the Navy headquarters has so much powerful combat power. And Luoqiu is just a small country just emerging. Just over a month ago. Even a small country like Doflamingo that can bully at will, how could it develop to such a degree in such a short period of time? Counting down, Luoqiu's subordinates have already appeared 4 or 5 strong men who are no less than the generals of the Navy headquarters. This is something that no other force in the ocean currently possesses. Even the 4 emperors. And this. Maybe not Luoqiu's limit. At this moment, not to mention ordinary sailors, even Akainu felt a heavy pressure. The Navy, can it really win this time? When he came, Akainu was full of confidence. But now, only half is left. If Luochu's strong men are limited to this, then there is still a chance. But if there is more? Akainu didn't dare to think about it any longer. Absolutely a huge disaster for the Navy. The Gun of Thunder. Just when Akainu's mind was turning, Ulquiorra came behind Akainu in an instant with a teleport-like speed. Holding a long spear condensed from a high concentration of spiritual particles, the destructive power contained in it is countless times stronger than a moonlight sword that returns to the blade. Call out. The thunder spear hit the back of Akainu's neck with a speed like thunder. The sound of breaking through the air from the back made Akainu's face startled, his eyes widened suddenly, his whole body burst into cold hairs, and he was sweating. When the speed of the thunder gun is too fast, Akainu could no longer think about why Ulquiorra ran behind him. Shaved volcano blast. Crisis time. Akainu immediately broke out at his fastest speed to evade the super powerful thunder spear. But in the end, it was still a step behind. Although he escaped the vital neck, he was pierced through his right shoulder. The position of the shoulder blade was opened with a big hole. Blood is flowing. And the violent spirit child is destroying his wound wantonly, even elementalization will not work. Damn. What kind of power is this? Akainu was half kneeling on the ground, clutching the bleeding wound in disbelief. This is not domineering, but the damage is not weaker than the domineering power. Akainu is very surprised, and it can even destroy the healing of the wound. It's the power that kills you. Ulquiorra appeared in front of Akainu with an expressionless face, and a terrifying black phantom flash was condensed in his hand and aimed at Akainu's head. It's stuffed there. Admiral. Thank you _addiction for the reward. Chapter 40 Akainu is dead? Boom. The pitch-black phantom flash exploded instantly. Straight to Sakaski's head. Sakaski. General Red Dog. Akainu's colleagues and subordinates immediately exclaimed with concern when they saw this scene. Dolman, who was closest to Sakaski, wanted to rescue, but was stopped by Harris. I won't let you pass, Vice Admiral. Witness the death of your Admiral of the Navy headquarters with your own eyes. This is the end of the attack on our kingdom of Alexander. Harris in the form of King Kong was in front of Daemon, and two fists as big as hills kept swiping at Daemon. Every punch carried a majestic force, making Daemon not dare to be careless in the slightest. Damn bastard! Dodman couldn't break through Harris's block, so he could only shout angrily. But was stopped by one person. Ice Cube 2 spears. 4 ice spears pierced Ulquiorra's heart and head respectively, intending to surround Wei and save Zhao. Kakaka. A thick glacier instantly appeared in front of Ulquiorra and blocked all the ice spears. Admiral Aokiji, it seems that the lesson I gave you last time was not enough. This time, I will never let you go back alive again. Estes landed on the ice wall, and his ice blue eyes looked at the green pheasant, exuding an extremely cold meaning. The last time I was in Chambord, if it wasn't for Kiyoboshi to interfere, Aokiji would have been killed by him long ago. Ice Queen. Estes. Looking at Estes standing on the ice wall, Aokiji's face turned cold, and the wound in front of his heart felt a dull pain. In an instant, I was tense. The freezing ability of the other party is not under his own at all. 8 Swords Stream, Ghost Spider Slash. Side. The Ghost Spider had the same idea as Aokiji, and launched his strongest slash directly at Ulquiorra. The 8 Swords Chi attacked Ulquiorra like the 8 legs of a spider. Want to save someone? Ask me first. A figure with a bald head, long and narrow eyes, with red eyeshadow, and a black robe appeared on the road of the Ghost Spider's slash. It was the corner of Zanmu Kenpeika's subordinate official Ban Muo, who was summoned by Luo Chiu together with Zangi Kenpeika. Stretch out. Kitamaru. Madaramu shouted loudly, and the Zanpakuto in his hand instantly turned into a Naginata, blocking the slash of the ghost spider. How can it be repaired? The slash was blocked, and the ghost spider could only curse. All the people nearby who wanted to rescue Sakazuki were blocked by Luo Chiu's men. These actions are almost instantaneous. No one's coming back to save you. Welcome to death. Ulquiorra's icy voice rang in Akainu's ears. The black virtual flash in his hand is about to hit Akainu's head. Want to kill me? Who do you think you are facing? I'm an admiral of the navy. Mighty dog. Akainu roared, and his left arm turned into a magma hound and slammed into Ulquiorra's head. A posture that wants to perish with him. Can only say. Akainu really deserves to be the representative of the Hawks of the Navy headquarters. Ruthless. Ulquiorra turned around, dodging Sakazuki's magma hound. Therefore, the virtual flash in his hand swerved and hit Akainu's chest. Click. The ice surface where the red dog was located was instantly shattered under the strong impact, and the whole person was directly blasted into the seabed. The sea is a total disaster for devil fruit power users. Not even an admiral. Humph. Dying struggle. Ulquiorra said coldly. Spiritual energy surged all over his body, and instantly condensed a long spear flashing dark green thunder in his hand. It was the one that ran through Akainu's right shoulder blade before. The gun of thunder. Go. Call out. Ulquiorra's thunder spear stabbed straight in the direction where Akainu was blasted. Boom. A huge explosion sounded from the bottom of the sea. Wow. The endless sea water was blasted into the sky, setting off huge waves dozens of meters high. This moment. Whether it was the soldiers of the Navy headquarters or the soldiers under Luo Chiu's command, they all stared at the direction of the explosion. What's wrong? How is the result? Has the admiral been killed? Everyone's heart is nervously waiting for the result. The Navy's side is full of deep concerns. On the other hand, Luo Chiu's side revealed a strong excitement. Half an hour. The sea gradually returned to calm. But Akainu never paid the water. Dead, dead. No. No. Admiral Akainu was killed. All the sailors looked at the calm sea and thought with horror. Dead. Dead. Admiral Ulquiorra killed. Everyone rush. Kill all these hateful sailors. Oh. When Luo Chiu's soldiers saw Sakazuki, who hadn't surfaced for a long time, they burst into cheers. Morale skyrocketed. One by one is like chicken blood. The navy was beaten and retreated in an instant. The admiral is dead. You also accompany him to death. Vigorously withdraw fist. Harris's two huge fists were instantly covered with a layer of armed domineering, and slammed into Damon. Fart. General Akainu will never be killed so easily. Dodman retorted angrily while avoiding Harris's fist. Ha ha ha. Stop deceiving yourself. As a devil fruit person who fell into the sea and was hit by such a powerful move by Lord Ulquiorra, how could he not die? Harris laughed wildly and kept attacking Damon's confidence, and the attack became more and more rapid. The impatient Daode man suddenly revealed a flaw and was punched by Harris. Dodman spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out instantly, feeling as if all the bones in his body were falling apart. The chimpanzees, like the King Kong giant ape, are not so powerful. Like Dolman, the ghost spider was slashed by Madaramu because of the unknown life and death of Akainu. Akainu is the backbone of the Hawks of the Navy headquarters. Now, the pillar is down. They seem to have lost their backbone, and the impact is too great. Chapter 41 Tekken Carp, The Unfinished Battle. On the battlefield. The morale of the Navy was very low because Akainu was smashed to the bottom of the sea by Ulquiorra, and his life and death were unknown. Falling back. No matter how the generals shout or encourage them, they can't cheer them up. No way. The status of the general is in the hearts of the sailors is too high. Navy casualties continued to increase under the onslaught of Alexander's soldiers. On the flagship of the Black Dragon, Luo Qiu's eyes turned to the sea. The location is exactly where Ulquiorra shot it down. Although most of the people on the battlefield believed that Admiral Akainu had died at the bottom of the sea. But Luo Qiu doesn't think so. Admiral's vitality is very powerful. Not to mention Akainu, the most powerful of the three generals. In the original book, Luo Qiu clearly remembered that during the war on the top, after Akainu killed Ace, he was smashed by the angry Whitebeard with the shock fruit. Being beaten is a miserable one. 7 orifices bleeding. Really beaten into a dog. But even so, Akainu was still able to fight against Whitebeard alive and well. It even pierced through Whitebeard's chest and damaged half of Whitebeard's face. This is enough to show the strength of Akainu. It's easy to beat a general, but hard to kill a general. As if to confirm Luo Qiu's thoughts. Wow! A figure rushed out of the water and landed on the ice. Short silver-gray hair, a white suit, and a scar on his left eye. It is the naval hero who is swept in the rear, Iron Fist Carp. There was a man in his hand. It was the Akainu who was smashed into the seabed by Ulquiorra. At this time, the Akainu must be so embarrassed. The large hole in the shoulder blade kept bleeding, and the explosion in the abdomen and chest did not affect it. The blood doesn't stop. Completely turned into a blood man. But his eyes are still looking at Ulquiorra fiercely. Can only say. Really worthy of being an admiral of the navy. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died 800 times. Can the Sakazuki boy hold up? Why don't you go back to the warship for treatment first? Garp looked at Akainu worriedly. His injury was too serious. In the sea water cannot use the ability, can only rely on physique and domineering defense. The skin of the entire upper body was almost destroyed. It looks so scary. Thanks, Lieutenant General Garp. But I'm not dead yet. Although Akainu is an iron-blooded hawk of the Navy headquarters, he is at odds with the Dove faction. But he still has the most basic gratitude. Just under the sea. If Garp didn't help him block most of his attacks, he might actually be dead. Well, be careful. This time, we really underestimated Alexander Lukiu. Not to mention the successful crusade against him, whether we can retreat is a question. Garp looked worried. Although I usually look at him carefree, he is better than anyone else. When Tornado, Ziriki Kenpeki, Ulquiorra, and these powerful people appeared one by one. Garp knew that by defeating Luo Qiu this time, the operation to retake Doflamingo would not be successful. Originally, the Navy headquarters only believed that Luo Qiu had 3 general-level combat power. Therefore, 6 generals were dispatched. 2-1. Victory is assured. But they really underestimated Luo Qiu, they didn't know Luo Qiu too well. In addition to Luo Qiu, Artilleria, and Ests, so many powerful combat powers suddenly appeared. Garp felt that Luo Qiu's subordinates were like a bottomless pit, and the strong men appeared one after another. Whenever you thought he only had these combat powers, a lot of them suddenly appeared. And it's still incredibly strong. This was the case in the Chambord Islands. That's how it was with Dressrosa. And now? Again and again. Nima. Who can stand this? Akainu heard the words and glanced at the battlefield. Kizaru was chased and chopped by Zaragi Kenpeki. Aokiji was pressed and beaten by Ests. And he was even more miserable, and was directly beaten by Ulquiorra and seriously injured. The 3 generals of the Navy headquarters are completely at a disadvantage. It's a shame to throw it at Grandma's house. Not only the 3 generals of the Navy are at a disadvantage, but the entire Navy is at a disadvantage. The grand prize candidate Daotu was stopped by Artoria and suppressed in all directions. The candidate for the general, the T-Dolphin, was played around by the tornado like a monkey with his psychic power. Lieutenant General Dauman was suppressed by Harris. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider was suppressed by a corner of Ban Mua. Lieutenant General Bastiu. Forget it, it's already cold. Look around. There is no navy that has not been suppressed. Their navy was completely suppressed. How can that be? As far as the navy's lineup is concerned this time, even the 4 Emperor pirates would not dare to say that they can suppress it. And Luo Qiu did it? A kingdom that has just risen for less than a month has done it. It's unbelievable. What if the rise of Alexander Roche was irresistible? Whoosh. Just as Akainu and Garp were talking, a high-concentration black energy bomb instantly hit Garp. The expressions of the two of them changed in an instant, and they quickly moved aside. Boom. The ice surface was instantly blasted with a big hole, and a wave of hundreds of meters was set off, forming a huge tsunami. Everyone looked up. A huge fox with 9 tails came into view. There was a figure standing above his head. It was Luo Qiu. This fox with 9 tails is the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts in the Naruto world. Originally, 9 tails was the psychic beast of Madara Uchiha. Now, it naturally belongs to Luo Qiu. The black energy bullet just now is the tailed beast Jade that makes the Naruto world terrified. Lieutenant General Garp, are you satisfied with this greeting? Luo Qiu, who was standing on top of Zhuwei's head, looked at Garp, who was embarrassed, with a playful expression on his face. Ha ha ha. This greeting is really special. Garp suddenly let out a heroic laugh, but his eyes were full of solemnity. He last time I was in Champu the Earth Islands let you escape. This time, I won't let you escape again. Continue to finish the unfinished Battle of Chambord. Today. This sea is your burial place. Luo Qiu sneered and looked down at Garp. If you kill a Navy hero, the reputation value will definitely explode, right? Let your death make my glory. Chapter 42 Transcendent Strength. Cap's surprise. Ha ha ha. Come on if you can. As a sailor, the old man was ready to die in the sea. Facing Luo Qiu's undisguised killing intent, Garp laughed and tore off his suit, revealing his muscular upper body. A pair of tiger eyes stared at Luo Qiu, ready to fight to the death. Garp had a feeling inside. Luo Qiu in front of him may be even more terrifying than his lifelong rival Roger. Drink. Armed color cover. Garp gave a low drink, and his upper body turned completely black, shining with a shiny metallic luster. Come on. Alexander Roche. Let's have a showdown. Garp raised his head and shouted to Luo Qiu, his 2 fists collided and made a dangling sound. As you wish. Fire escape Longian art of singing. Luo Qiu jumped down from the top of Kurama's head, his hands quickly formed seals, and chakra spit out 4 huge fire dragons towards the ground in his body. Attack Garp from 4 directions, up, down, left, and right. Each one is 10 meters long. Terrifying. In the face of this kind of attack without dead ends, there is no way to avoid it, you can only choose hard resistance. Fire. Isn't this black dragon boy a black dragon fruit capable of animal phantom beasts? How can you still use fire? Could it be the special ability of the black dragon? As soon as Luo Qiu made a move, Garp was stunned. The last time he fought against Luo Qiu, he didn't use any flame-related abilities at all. But this time, it gave him such a big surprise as soon as he came up. As everyone knows. It's just what they thought. What devil fruit ability, they just take it for granted. Boom. 4 fire dragons hit Garp at the same time, and a violent explosion suddenly occurred. Garp's entire body was covered in flames. Chi chi chi. The ice surface was evaporated and hot steam came out. Moon step. Garp stepped on the air and jumped into the air to burst out of the flames, steaming constantly from his body. The jet-black armament-colored arrogance was scorched red by the flames. It's like a red-hot soldering iron. This temperature made Garp think of the magma of Sakazuki. This is the first time Garp has seen such a hot and high-temperature flame. The methods of this guy are always endless and unpredictable. It feels like he's getting stronger again. But today, even if it costs the life of the old man, he will be arrested. This kind of person must not be allowed to stay in the sea. Continue like this. It is estimated that it will not be long before the naval headquarters will be overturned by him. Drink. Tekken Meteor. Garp gave a loud shout, his back foot suddenly kicked, his body like a meteor in the sky instantly pierced through the sky and came to Luo Chu's side. The fist wrapped in a strong and domineering armed collar slammed into Luo Chu's head. Black Dragons. Iron Fist. Luo Chu's arm instantly turned into a dragon, and the dragon claws, dissatisfied with the hard dragon scales, quickly met Garp's fist. When a loud bang rang out in everyone's ears. As if two hard metals collided together. If he was in the Chambord archipelago before, Garp could have broken arms with Luo Chu. But now Luo Chu is not what it used to be. Whether it is the Black Dragon Aku Nokia or Uchiha Madara, they are the figures standing at the top of their respective dimension worlds. The strength of the two of them combined into Luo Chu's body is definitely not something that Garp alone can compete against. During the stalemate between Luo Chu and Garp, the sharp and huge claws of the Nine Tails shot directly at Garp. At this time, Garp's power is all used to confront Luo Chu, where is there any spare energy to fight against the nine-tailed attack? Bang! Garp's body was hit hard, and was shot flying in an instant, and a bloody arrow spit out of his mouth. Nine-tailed is the most powerful being among the nine-tailed beasts. Naruto's body is only sealed with ordinary nine tails, so he is so awesome, not to mention this complete nine tails. Even a mountain can be smashed to pieces. Lieutenant General Garp. All the navies cried out in shock when they looked at Cap, who was shot away. Although Garp is only a lieutenant general, but his position in the navy is no less than that of a general. Even more than that. If Akainu is the backbone of the Hawks, then Garp is the backbone of the entire navy on this battlefield. His actions had a greater impact on the navy than Akainu. It's so despicable. Sneak attack from behind. In a head-to-head battle, Alexander Rochu must not be Lieutenant General Garp's opponent. Some navies were indignant, looking for comfort. For these sounds. Luo Chu sneered suddenly, completely ignoring it. How many sapiens would say such things on the battlefield? Not to mention that Kurama is Luo Chu's psychic beast, which was originally part of his strength. What if it was a sneak attack? This is a battlefield. No matter what sneak attacks, conspiracies, tricks you have, the way to win is the way to go. Don't you want to duel one-on-one like in the ring? It's hilarious. Luo Chu stood above the head of the 9 llamas, with a proud expression on his face. Looking down on the battlefield. The entire battlefield. The only one who can be seen by him is Garp. After all, he is a legend who spanned the era of the two great pirate kings, Lox and Roger. It really hurts enough. Kid Heelong, where did you find such a powerful pet? Garp returned to Luo Chu again, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and showed interest in the 9 tails under Luo Chu's seat. As a character who has been across the sea for decades, Garp will naturally not complain like the ordinary soldiers. Just satisfy your curiosity before you die. His name is Kurama, he is my psychic beast, a kind of ninjutsu. Luo Chu pointed to the 9 tails under the seat and said. Ha ha ha, what an arrogant brat. Want to kill me? You are 100 years too early. Take the call. Tekken Liu Ying shattered sky. Garp let out a loud roar, and a flowing airflow appeared on his fist. Sakura is domineering. plus Garp's peerless iron fist. The power is devastating. This punch. Heaven and earth are eclipsed. Even. There are fine cracks in the space. This is the true strength that has driven One Piece into a corner several times. Luoqiu narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a look of admiration. A legendary naval hero. Strength. Really strong enough? But Luoqiu is stronger than him. Boom. A terrifying aura instantly erupted from Luoqiu, forming a substantial storm. Even the clouds in the sky were blown away. Everyone squinted their eyes, shielded the wind with their hands, and looked at Luoqiu in awe. Oh my god. What a powerful momentum. Even the three generals of the navy felt a heavy pressure. Amazing. It's scary. Make people tremble. Chapter 43 The Crushed Garp. Desperately powerful. This moment. The momentum of the peak powerhouses of the two-dimensional worlds is completely liberated. Although at this moment, Luoqiu still maintains a human form. But the whole body is already covered with black dragon scales. The eyes also turned scarlet, and Guyu slowly turned in it. The advantages of the two powerhouses are combined in one. Strong makes people tremble from the heart. The timid people didn't even dare to put their eyes on Luoqiu. Boom. At this time, Garp, wrapped in Liu Ying's domineering Zeon punch, slammed into Luoqiu with the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel kept turning in Luoqiu's eyes. Almost all of Garp's physical skills and domineering methods were seen by Luoqiu. Luoqiu's mouth suddenly raised a wicked smile. A flowing airflow also appeared in the right fist to wrap his fist. It is Lu Sakura domineering. Under the inside of the eternal kaleidoscope shaker, all the mysteries have nowhere to hide. Luoqiu, who has a super physique and aura, directly uses Liu Ying's domineering style according to Garp's domineering operation. Drink. Liu Ying Black Dragons. Collapse Fist. The dragon fist wrapped in Liu Ying's domineering will face Garp's iron fist with the power of breaking everything. A flowing cherry dragon fist. A Sakura iron fist. The two collided. There was no collision sound of piercing eardrums, only the endless and violent airflow swept and spread in all directions. It is a domineering confrontation. Woohoo! Wow! Howling wind. The sea is flooding. The bodies of the two were completely swept away by the endless storm. This is no ordinary storm. Rather, the domineering Sakura overflowing from the constant confrontation and collision between the two. If people who are weak and do not have domineering bodyguards accidentally get involved in it, they will definitely be torn apart in an instant. Liu Ying is domineering. It's quite useful. Luoqiu exclaimed in admiration. Armament-colored domineering is the expression of pure arrogance condensed into essence, and it consumes physical strength. The stronger the general physical skills, the stronger the armament is. Karp, Riley, Roger et al. When Karp heard this, his expression was startled. Listen to his tone. Is it the first time to use Liu Ying's domineering? I remember that during the last battle, Luoqiu never used domineering. Did you just learn it recently? No way. In just 1 month, you learned to be domineering with Sakura? What a goddamn idiot. He. If he knew that Luoqiu had just learned it, would he be directly scared to death? On the battlefield, everyone's eyes couldn't help but stare at the two facing each other. Both sides are their respective pillar-like figures. Whoever wins or loses will have a huge impact. Cap. Is that all your strength is? No improvement at all compared to when I was in the Chambord Islands. Luoqiu said in a slightly sarcastic tone, his expression relaxed and he seemed to be at ease. Look at Karp. The blue veins on his forehead bulged, his expression was tense, and he didn't even dare to say a word. For fear of losing momentum. But My strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. The corners of Luo Chu's mouth raised slightly. Majestic magic. Raging chakra. All flocked to Luo Chu's right fist. Magic. Chakra. Sakura is domineering. These three forces that cannot appear at the same time are brought together because of Luo Chu. Everything is at the top level in the world. The three stack up. There is absolutely no one. Die. Along with Luo Chu's roar, the three forces burst out. Click. A crisp bone-cracking sound suddenly came from Garp's arm. Under the outbreak of Luo Chu's three forces, Garp the arm is finally overwhelmed. Broken. The bones of the entire right arm were shattered from the fist to the shoulder. A sharp pain hit Garp's nerves, making him sweat. The whole person fell into the sea like a meteorite. Boom, click. Wow. This sea frozen by the green pheasants was finally overwhelmed and shattered into countless huge ice cubes. The sea water is galloping like a wild horse running away in an instant. Battlefield. In an instant, it was divided into countless pieces, floating in the rough sea. There is a possibility of being engulfed by sea water at any time. But, compared to the harsh environment in front of them, everyone was more concerned about Garp, who was thrown into the sea by Luo Chu. The Navy generals, lieutenant generals, and other senior officers looked towards the direction where Garp sank to the bottom of the sea, and their faces were all extremely ugly. Their 5 senses and 6 senses are not comparable to those of ordinary sailors. At that moment, they could clearly feel that Garp's arm was dead. Under Luo Chu's blow, the bones were completely shattered. This shows that Garp has lost. And it's still being crushed. Because this can only happen in situations where the strength is very disparate. How can that be? That's Lieutenant General Garp, the legendary hero of the Navy. Now. But Luo Chu smashed his arm with a punch. How powerful is this? In an instant. Everyone looked up at the figure standing on the huge 9-tailed fox, as if there was an insurmountable mountain pressing down on them. The heavy road is almost impossible to breathe. Such an enemy, can they really be defeated? At this moment, the morale of the Navy was completely beaten by Luo Chu. Even many people have an urge to run away. Too strong. Even the legendary hero of the Navy, Tekken Garp, couldn't block his punch. Who in this world can beat him? It's just so frustrating. Chapter 44 The Navy Retreats. Oh. Hooray! Hooray! Long live His Majesty the King! The excited cheers of the soldiers of the Kingdom of Alexander suddenly sounded on the battlefield. Everyone's gaze towards Luo Chu is full of unparalleled admiration. That is the legendary hero of the Navy. One Piece Roger was chased by him all over the world. And now. But he was punched into the sea by His Majesty the King. Such a powerful king will surely lead them to glory. Wow! Garp jumped out of the sea, and suddenly there were countless waves. There was a look of pain on the old face, and the right arm was drooping softly, unable to use any strength. Garp looked at Luo Chu with his right shoulder in his arms, full of shock. The growth of this young man is terrifying. I thought that when I was in the Chambord archipelago more than a month ago, I could still play against him 1 or 2 times. But now, I have lost the qualification to fight against him. One punch. His arm was instantly shattered. The power is so much more than oneself. Life is back. Garp immediately activated the 6-step secret technique to repair his damaged arm. It didn't take a moment for the right arm with broken bones to return to normal. But his consumption is also very huge. The whole person seemed rather sluggish. Although the arm was repaired, Garp's expression did not relax at all. Rather more nervous. This punch made him clearly realize the gap in strength between himself and Luo Chu. You are not your opponent at all. If Luo Chu's shot, he still blessed a glimmer of hope of victory. So now there is not even a glimmer of hope. The difference in strength is simply too great. If the battle continues, the Navy will definitely pay a heavy price for this. This price is absolutely unbearable for the Navy. Must retreat. All navies obey my orders. All troops retreat. Garp raised his head and shouted loudly to all the navies on the battlefield. When the Navy heard the words, they were relieved and heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure brought by Luo Qiu and the people of Alexander Kingdom is too great. Although the generals and officials were unwilling, they were very aware of the current situation. The Navy is already at a disadvantage. Coupled with the invincible existence of Luo Qiu, defeat is only a matter of time. They can't win. Withdraw. To their surprise, the first person to respond to Garp turned out to be the hawkish Akainu. At this time, Akainu has completely turned into a blood man. There was blood all over his head, body, arms, and legs. All beaten by Ulquira. If it weren't for his tenacious perseverance, he would have fallen long ago. Although his character is very tough, he is not a fool. There is no need to continue a war that is doomed to fail. Although the rest of the people weren't as miserable as Akainu, they weren't that bad either. There are more or less injuries on the body. The Navy really made a mistake this time. Withdraw. Retreat. Go back to the warship. Following Akainu, the generals began to order their soldiers to retreat. But the battlefield is not a place where you can come and go when you want. He want to withdraw. How can it be so easy? Luo Qiu couldn't help showing a sneer when he heard Garp's shouted retreat order. Everyone obeys. Don't let the Navy go. Kill me. Kill them to be shocked. Kill them to be terrified. Killing them will never dare to provoke our kingdom of Alexander. Luo Qiu's cold voice resounded throughout the battlefield, clearly reaching Alexander. In everyone's ears. Oh. Come on. Kill. Don't let these sailors go. The personnel under Luo Qiu's command suddenly screamed and rushed towards the retreating Marines in a panic. Ka. The sour voice rang in everyone's ears. The ice that had been torn apart was frozen again. The range is even wider than the frozen sea surface of the green pheasant before. It was Estes who made the move. In order to prevent the Navy from escaping by boat, and to facilitate the pursuit of Luo Qiu's men and horses, the sea was frozen again. He my dear king, His Majesty has an order, but I can't let you escape easily. Estes was shivering with cold air, and a soul-stirring smile appeared on his face. But it makes the Navy feel so cold. Oops. The warship is frozen. It can't be started at all. It's over. It's going to die. Some soldiers who fled to the warship suddenly screamed in despair. Meteor volcano. Akainu immediately activated the ability of rock berries, and the fists formed by the magma kept falling from the sky, and all the ice around the warship melted. Quick! All the soldiers get on board. Sakazuki shouted to all the soldiers. Call out. Ulquira took advantage of Akainu's neutral position in commanding the naval soldiers, and a black phantom flashed against his head. Bang! Akainu's head suddenly burst like a watermelon, shooting out countless magma. Although Akainu was elementalized, it also suffered a lot of damage. When it reappears, eyes, ears, nostrils, mouth kept bleeding. Ulquira's spirit can destroy even lava. Cough. Akainu was half kneeling on the ground, coughing non-stop, spitting out a lot of blood with each blow. How long can you last? The gun of thunder. Ulquira once again condensed a spear of thunder with his spirit and raised it high, aiming at Akainu's heart. Enough is enough, kid. The future of the Navy cannot die here. Garp flew over, and the iron fist hammered Ulquira's head with a smashing momentum. Bang! Ulquira was instantly smashed into the air by Garp, and the spear of thunder condensed in his hand also turned into a spiritual child and disappeared. Everyone! Rewind! Carp shouted again. Carp, are you still thinking about taking care of others? A cold voice sounded in Garp's ears, and immediately made goosebumps all over his body. Chills explode. Sweat madly. Chapter 45 draws from the bottom of the pot. A cut-off escape route. A crisis of death came to my mind instantly. Iron block. Armed color hardened. Armed color flower sakura. In an instant. Garp instantly raised his defense to the highest level through his body's instinctive reaction. The 6-type navy iron block plus the hardened armed color domineering plus the domineering sakura. This defense is like a tortoise indented into a tortoise shell. Inside out. No dead ends. But, even so, Garp didn't have much confidence in being able to defend against Luochu's attack. Only after fighting Luochu will he understand how terrifying his strength is. Black dragons. Broken teeth. The sharp dragon claws flashed across Garp's back with a flickering cold light. Puff. The most outward appearance of Lu Ying's domineering was cut by Luochu. Zlazala. The sharp dragon claws made a scalp-tingling sound on Garp's domineering back covered with armament. It's like a cat's claws on glass. 1 second. Garp's domineering aura of armament was caught by Luochu's dragon claws in just 1 second. Puff. Luochu's dragon claws pierced deeply into Garp's flesh and blood. Several terrifying wounds appeared on Garp's back instantly. Blood flowed. Deep visible bone. Lieutenant General Garp. All the Navy who saw the scene couldn't help but exclaimed loudly. There was a look of worry on his face. Hateful. Tekken flower cherry shattering earth. Garp didn't care about the wound on his body, but raised the iron fist in his hand and hit the ground hard. Click click click. Under Garp's bombardment, a huge gap split open in the middle of the ice. Boom. The sea that was frozen again by ice was directly divided into two, separating the navy and the soldiers under Luochu's command. Under the ferocious waves of the sea, the two pieces of ice were getting farther and farther apart. It gave the sailors a good chance to retreat. But, in this way, Garp has left himself on Luochu's side. Black dragons, claws. Puff. Garp's back has a few more wounds. That's the price he paid for the Navy's chance to retreat. Walk. Regardless, Garp still urged all the navies to retreat. The two iron fists kept bombarding the sea, causing the sea to generate more violent waves and pushing away the ice surface where the navy was located. Whoa, Lieutenant General Garp. Seeing Garp's behavior, countless navies shed tears of emotion. At this moment, how could they not see that Garp was using his life to delay their retreat? It was a really moving scene. Iron Fist Garp, he really deserves to be a naval hero, he really deserves this title. Ken. This doesn't change the fact that you were killed today. Luochu looked at Garp with a look of admiration. The ability to sacrifice himself to preserve the overall situation is indeed a character worthy of admiration. But Luochu won't be because of this a little pity for him. After all, he belongs to the side of the world government. It was from the time Luochu crossed into this world that the two sides were destined to be undead enemies. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Today, if it weren't for his strength, according to the lineup of the Navy, he would definitely be wiped out of this world. Ha ha ha. The old man is old enough to be able to preserve the future of these navies, even if he dies. Looking at most of the Navy who had left far away, Garp suddenly showed a look of relief. He is satisfied that the Navy can retreat safely. Oh. That's a good idea. I'm afraid you can't do it. Luochu sneered. How could he have allowed the Navy to retreat so easily? Karama. Luochu shouted at Jiwei. As Luochu's psychic beast, Jiwei immediately understood what Luochu meant. The violent chakra condensed in the mouth to form a huge black energy sphere. It is the tailed beast jade. It is stronger than the tailed beast jade that Luoqiu and Garp greeted before. The target is the Navy warship. As long as they blow up their warships, they can't escape even if they want to. Get out of the way. Garp looked at the nine-tailed beast jade and shouted loudly in the direction of the warship. The sailors of the warship wanted to escape. But can't escape at all. All the high-end naval forces were held back by Luoqiu's subordinates, and they couldn't rescue them like before. Boom dash. The earth-shattering explosion sounded in everyone's ears. A huge mushroom cloud rises from the sea. Endless violent air waves swept in all directions. The sea instantly roared. Crazy waves. A tsunami of tens of meters directly. The ice surface with an area of several kilometers has become like a flat boat under the turbulent waves of the sea, and it may be overturned at any time. All the warships were turned into fly ash under the bombardment of the tail beast jade. Not even the scum is left. All that's left is a huge hole. The sea water kept pouring into it. This moment, all the people in the Navy headquarters are stunned. Senseless. Silly. Their warships, gone. There is no way to retreat. Horrified. Despair. Tremble. Luoqiu didn't even give them a chance to escape. Is it to wipe out all of them here? Chapter 46, Garp's Decision. Est's Crisis. Cap. Let's see how you escape now. Since you want to come over and destroy me, then prepare to be destroyed by me. Luoqiu stood on the head of Jiwei, looking down at the entire battlefield. Senhan's voice reached the ears of every navy, making every navy feel extremely frightened. Really? Luoqiu wants all the people dispatched by their navy headquarters to be destroyed here. Such a decisive killing. The navy headquarters and even the world government have provoked a formidable enemy. Garp looked at Luoqiu, who was decisive in killing and was full of size. Such a character. Such strength. There will be endless waves on this sea. Estimate. I won't be able to see it by then. Garp thought desperately. Judging from Luoqiu's actions and words, he would never let the navy go today. Big ice boat. Just when Garp felt desperate, the voice of Aokiji suddenly came to his ears. I see. A huge glacier appeared above the sea. It was made by Admiral Aokiji with his ability to freeze fruit. Haha. Kid Kuzan, it really belongs to you. Desperate Cap suddenly saw hope again. The warship was blown up by Luoqiu. Unexpectedly, Kuzan made another glacier out of freezing. Very good. The Navy is here to help. Great. It's Admiral Aokiji. There's a boat. Get out. The sailors who had fallen into despair immediately cheered excitedly when they saw the ice ship made by Aokiji. However, next moment, all the cheers came to an abrupt end. All the sailors were speechless, as if their necks were pinched by a pair of invisible hands. In the sky. A huge hailstone. Oh no. It should be said that the meteorite fell from the sky. Estetha's long legs wrapped in white boots kicked the giant hailstone fiercely. Want to escape? Is there a chance? Hail furious leap. Boom. The giant hailstone instantly smashed the large ice ship made by Aokiji, and sank to the bottom of the sea. Ah la la. What a troublesome woman. King Z said helplessly. He wanted to give the Navy an opportunity to escape. But the enemy simply won't allow it. Admiral Aokiji. Do you still have time to take care of other things? Take care of yourself first and then talk about it. Ice thorn. Swish swat. Countless sharp ice edges suddenly appeared behind Ests. And instantly coated with a layer of dark armed color domineering. Very deterrent. Obviously, Ests has completely mastered the application of the two-color domineering in the pirate world after 2 years of practice in the spiritual time room. Whoosh whoosh. Countless ice ridges with armed domineering stab at the green pheasant. Aokiji waved his arm, and a huge ice wall instantly appeared in front of him to block Est's attack. But next second, Esther's eye appeared directly above his head, and the western sword in his hand was covered with armed color and stabbed his head fiercely. Ice saber. Aokiji's hand immediately condensed an ice blade to block. Ding ding dong. The weapons in their hands kept colliding, making a crisp sound. What a hassle. I can't get rid of it at all. Aokiji's heart is very helpless. He wanted to help the sailors make ice ships to retreat, but Est didn't give him a chance at all. Besides, Aokiji clearly remembers that Est also has a killer move that can freeze time and space. The scar on his heart always reminded him that he could not give Estes a chance with the slightest carelessness. Hee, Garp. Your hopes seem to have been dashed again. Luoqiu looked at Garp with a sneer. How can he come and leave as soon as he wants to come to his side? How can it be repaired? Garp looked at the battlefield, looking for an opportunity. Shave. Garp's figure disappeared in Luoqiu's eyes in an instant, and he reappeared 100 meters away. Tekken Luying Meteor Break. The target of his attack was Est, who was fighting against Aokiji. At this time, Aokiji is the only one among all the navy who can make them retreat. Garp wants to free Aokiji from the battle. But how could Luoqiu make him wishful? Xianfa Lan Dung Guangfang. A purple laser spit out from Luoqiu's mouth and stabbed Garp's head in an instant. Lan Dung Guang's fangs are so sharp that they can even cut through a jade, not to mention Garp's head. Garp naturally sensed the crisis. The figure suddenly stopped. Bang! Garp's back was instantly hit by Luoqiu's dragon fist, and a sharp pain hit his whole body. He felt as if his body was about to be pierced. If someone could see through it, they would be able to find that there were dense cracks in the bones behind Garp. There is a possibility of collapse at any time. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the body flew out. But he resisted the pain in his body, and stepped on the moon step and rushed to Est's again. Tekken Luying Meteor Break. The roar of the black dragon. This time, Garp is not hiding. His body was about to reach its limit under the continuous heavy blows by Luoqiu. Even if he was hit by Luoqiu's roar, he had to attack Estes to free the blue pheasant. Aokiji, who was fighting against Estes, also understood Garp's intention. Ice Age. Aokiji's body sent out extremely cold air and rushed towards Estes. The cold air that was enough to freeze the sea was compressed into a ball by the green pheasants and attacked Estes. In an instant, Estes was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. Although Estes is wearing the Ice King demon appearance, demon essence, the cold air cannot cause fatal damage to her. But in a short period of time, it is impossible to act. But for Garp, this moment is enough. If Garp's full-strength punch hits the unsuspecting Estes with precision and accuracy, he will definitely be seriously injured, or even death. Luoqiu didn't expect Garp to be so rigid. He will seriously injure Estes with no regard for his own life. Blue Pheasant. I'll leave it to you next. Be sure to bring back all the navy. Garp shouted to Aokiji, his voice full of determination. He knew very well that he was going to die after this punch. In order for this punch to hit Estes hard, he gave up all his defenses. He couldn't resist Luoqiu's dragon's roar. Close. Not far. A little bit. Chapter 47 The Death of a Hero. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and all the navy's eyes couldn't help but turn to Garp. There was a flash of respect in his eyes. There is also a trace of uncountable sadness. They still have a certain amount of respect for this veteran of the navy. Now, in order for all the navies to retreat, they would sacrifice their lives. It is indeed admirable. Many navy soldiers have tears in their eyes. Because They had already seen that Luo Qiu's dragon roar was about to hit Garp. This moment, everyone's hearts are tangled up. The navy looked at Garp worriedly. The soldiers of the Luqiu kingdom looked at Ests worriedly. Almost everything in the kingdom of Alexander was trained by Ests. Although Est's training is very strict, he is still very kind to them at ordinary times, and Est's strength is very strong. Therefore, the soldiers respect and love Ests very much, second only to the king Luo Qiu. General Ests, get out of the way. Countless kingdom soldiers saw that Ests was about to be hit by Garp, and couldn't help shouting and rushing towards Ests. But how could these ordinary soldiers save Ests? Garp's fist is close at hand. Everyone thinks that Ests is dead. Garp's fist was only a second away from Ests' head. But this second seems like a century to everyone. The body is shaking like a sieve of chaff. Sweat madly. Staring intently at Garp and Ests. Successful. A big smile appeared on Cap's bloody face. His fist had already touched Ests' frozen body by Aokiji. At the same time, Luo Qiu's dragon roar also hit Garp's body. But Garp doesn't care at all. Just to hammer Ests. But he underestimated Ests. As the first person who was able to control the Ice Emperor Machin appearance, the essence of demons in 100 years, how could he just fall down so easily? Nichten once said that she wanted to defeat Ests. It requires at least 50,000 elite soldiers and more than 10 real emperors, including the killer Ace Ji Tong, to work together. Wanting to kill her at this level is not enough. The moment Garp's fist touched Ests, the right hand of Ests, who was frozen by the green pheasant, suddenly emitted a faint blue light, exuding an extreme chill. Aokiji, which has the ability to freeze fruits in nature, is very sensitive to the cold. In addition, I suffered a loss when I was in the Chambord Islands last time, and I have always been on guard against Est's ultimate move. Almost like a conditional launch, Aokiji quickly retreated. Wanted to prompt Garp, but it was too late. Words haven't had time to say yet. With Ests as the center, all the time and space in a radius of 100 meters are frozen. Est Death's strongest ultimate move, Mokabatmo. It can freeze all the time and space within a radius of 100 meters. Everything is still. Only Ests can act. Even Luo Qiu, who is in this range, is no exception. Completely bug level ability. But at the same time the consumption is very huge. This is also the reason why Estes has not used it for a long time. But don't need to use it in this time of crisis. Kaka. The ice covering Est's body turned into powder directly, revealing Est's perfect figure and beautiful face. Garp's fist was almost stuck to Est's head. The old bastard wants to kill me. It's unforgivable. The love affair between the family and my dear king is not over yet. Death to me. In order to prevent the previous Aokiji case from repeating the same mistakes, Estes' long sword pierced Garp's heart without hesitation. The blue light disappears. Mokabatmo's effect is removed. Garp stared at the long sword that pierced his heart in disbelief. How is this going? He clearly had already hit her. Within the confines of Est's frozen time and space, Garp's thoughts stopped. The memory is still stuck in the moment when Aokiji froze Est's and his iron fist just hit him. Why, the next moment his heart was directly pierced. Doubt, puzzlement, shock. Various emotions lingered in Garp's mind. Thoughts gradually fade away. Life is slowly passing. Puff. Estes drew the long sword that pierced Garp's heart. Blood was scattered all over the ground, staining the ice surface red. Boom. The moment Estes pulled out his long sword, Garp's body was swallowed by Luo Qiu's dragon's roar. The only trace of life was completely cut off. Thump. 100 meters away, Garp's body covered in blood fell to the ground and could not get up again. Quiet. The world seems to be frozen. All eyes were on Garp, who was lying on the ground. Shocked. Horrified. Incredible. Eyes widened to the extreme. The mouth is wide open. His facial expressions were distorted like a ghost. Lieutenant General Garp. Aokiji came to Garp's side, his fingers trembling to probe his breath. There is no sign of life at all. Lieutenant General Garp was killed. Aokiji grimaced while covering his forehead. Wow. All expressions are an unacceptable look. Hey, hey, hey. Liar, people. Lieutenant General Garp was killed, said a sailor with a trembling voice, so terrified that he could barely utter a complete sentence. Talk. No. Impossible. Lieutenant General Garp is a naval hero. Another navy immediately denied, but his tone was very false. The facts are in front of them, but they don't want to believe it. Naval heroes, legends of a generation. Tekken Garp, die in battle. Big ice boat. Withdraw. Everyone get out. Aokiji took advantage of this gap to create a large ice boat and shouted loudly to all the naval soldiers. He deeply understands. Lieutenant General Garp is dead. What follows is an absolute disaster for the Navy. If you don't evacuate quickly, it is possible that all the Navy will die here. Boom. The big ice ship that Aokiji just made was blown up again. It was Kuwabai who shot. A hair-tailed beast jade once again ended the hope of the Navy's retreat. How can it be repaired? Is everyone going to die here today? Aokiji roared unwillingly while holding Garp's body. That's right. All of you will die here. Luo Chu's cold and stern voice appeared in King Z's ear, causing his pupils to shrink. Not good. Chapter 48, The Ship Bombing Mad Devil Luo Chu. Devour it, Wild Sun. Before anyone arrives, the sound arrives first. Aokiji only felt a violent fist wind hitting him. Elementalized. Countless experiences of fighting pirates made him react subconsciously. Bang. Aokiji's body was instantly blown up, turning into countless icy powders scattered in the air. Oh. The response is quite fast. Luo Chu shook his fist, although he was admiring, his expression was full of disdain. Although Aokiji's body was elementalized, it definitely suffered a lot of damage. Far away. The ice cubes gradually condensed out of Aokiji's body, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, indicating that he had suffered a lot harm. After all, Luo Chu's fist is not a simple physical attack. Even elementalization takes damage, but it's better than just being hit. Aokiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Glancing at Ezds, who was already out of breath, it was obvious that he had consumed a lot. It shouldn't pose much of a threat to him right now. But Luo Chu is still full of energy. The ice ship was instantly destroyed before he even made it. Luo Chu was determined not to let the Navy retreat, and to completely wipe them out here. It is simply impossible to retreat safely under a superpower like Luo Chu. How to do? What should I do? Aokiji's heart is full of despair. It was the first time he had such despair since he became an admiral. No way. Disparity in strength. Can't escape. Hateful. Frozen time capsule. Several frozen capsules condensed from cold air were thrown from King Z's hands and flew towards Luo Chu. Once touched, the cold air in the capsule will explode instantly and freeze the person. Luo Chu flicked his fingers. Several frozen time capsules burst into the air and enveloped Luo Chu. Luo Chu's body was instantly covered with frost. But it was quickly evaporated by magic. Luo Chu was not hindered in the slightest. Fire escape, the fire is extinguished. Luo Chu quickly formed the seal, and the chakra in the body surged. Whoosh! It was as turbulent as the sea, and the flames that were as hot as the sun gushed out from Luo Chu's mouth and sprayed towards the green pheasant. Hey hey hey! This flame, Isn't it too exaggerated? Aokiji said in shock. Obviously fire. But it gave the green pheasant a feeling even more terrifying than the red dog magma. What a terrifying phantom beast. Aokiji kept sighing inwardly. Until now, he still believed that Luoqiu was a power user of the animal-type phantom beasts. Although Aokiji's heart was shocked, the movements in his hands were not at all dissatisfied. Ice cube boom-mouthed pheasant. A huge and lifelike frozen pheasant instantly appeared in front of the green pheasant and rushed towards Luoqiu's flames. Chi. The frozen pheasants kept melting, and bursts of water vapor came out. In an instant, Luoqiu's flame engulfed Aokiji's mouthful pheasant. Yue is undiminished. Go straight to Aokiji. Ice big ice wall. Aokiji was helpless, so he could only wave his hand again to release the air conditioning, condensing a huge and thick ice wall in front of him. Shave. Taking advantage of this gap, Aokiji quickly came to the beach. Ice big ice boat. Cold air emerges. The ice ship is back. But haven't waited for Aokiji to let the naval soldiers on board. Fire escape, the fire is extinguished. With Luoqiu's voice, a fireball like the sun fell from the sky. Boom. The ice boat that Aokiji had just made was melted instantly, and even the surrounding sea water was evaporated, forming a huge hole on it. The ocean current keeps pouring back into it. Gives a very shocking visual impact. Aokiji, I*%UN #at. In his heart, he suddenly felt that 10,000 grass mud horse mythical beasts roared past. Luoqiu is a total ship bomber. He made one, Luoqiu fried one. Build one, fry one. Simply all. Gen. On the battlefield. With hope being destroyed again, the morale of the Navy has fallen to the extreme. There is no hope. There is no escape. Dying here. There was a strong sense of despair in the entire naval camp. What's wrong? I've been looking around since the beginning. Give me a serious fight. Zaraki Kenpeiga said loudly to Kizaru, obviously very dissatisfied with Kizaru's inattentive battle. You lunatic. The old man has no time to spend so much time with you here. The flirtatious look on Kizaru's face had long since disappeared. Garp's death brought the morale of the sailors to freezing point. Akainu was seriously injured, and it would be good to be able to hold on to his own life. The Peach Rabbit and the Tea Dolphin are incompetent. Now the Navy can only rely on his speed. He has to stand up. Think about this. Kizaru's body suddenly emitted a dazzling light and disappeared in front of Zaraki Kenpeiga. Appearing again. Still in the sky above Luoqiu. Bakakayanguyu. Whoosh whoosh. Countless light bombs slanted down like a torrential rain, heading straight for Luoqiu. It's really not a long lesson, crooked monkey. This trick doesn't work for me. Luoqiu's voice was full of ridicule. Mouth open. The light bullets emitted by the yellow ape were immediately pulled by a powerful suction force, and all flew away like Luoqiu's mouth. Luoqiu ate them all like jelly beans. Although Kizaru's attack didn't work for Luoqiu, it successfully held him back. Aokiji immediately ran to a place far away from Luoqiu to make a big ice boat again. This time, there is a little more time. Aokiji made several ships at once. Hurry up. Get on board and retreat quickly. Aokiji ordered all the Navy soldiers. However, right now. Boom. An aura that broke through the sky erupted. Asshole. I ran away while fighting with Laozi. Unforgivable. Kizaru's behavior completely angered Kenpeiga Zakiji. Under the anger of Kenpeiga Zakiji, Ryotsu completely broke out. Swallow it. Wild Sun. Accompanied by a roar of Zaraki Kenpeiga. The slender Zanpakuto in his hand instantly turned into a very exaggerated large kitchen knife. The spiritual pressure is several times higher than before. appears even more violent. The golden spiritual pressure seems to cover the world. The ice is shattered inch by inch. The waves are churning. Even Mugianpeka's eyes revealed bloodthirsty killing intent. Since it can't bring me the fun of fighting, then, go to hell. Chapter 49, The Hanged Kizaru. The corner of the eyes is solved. At this time, Zengi Kenpeka looks particularly terrifying. After liberation, Zengi Kenpeka looks even more wild and domineering. Swa. After the liberation, the Zanpakuto waved in the hand of Zenaki Kenpeka, and instantly drew a terrifying golden sword energy. Break the ice. Punctured the sea. A deep, wide, and deep gully caught everyone's eyes. Not even the sea with its endless waters can heal right away. Hard to imagine. This is just a random blow after Zaragi Kenpeka's liberation. What a terrifying power this is. And I don't know if it was intentional or just a coincidence. The ice boat made by Aokiji was right in the direction of Zaraki Kenpeka's sword chi. It was directly split into two pieces by the sword energy of Zaraki Kenpeka. Aokiji. I'm out of my mind when I'm riding a horse. After the liberation, Zanpakuto rushed towards Kizaru with Kenpeka Zaraki. Almost in the blink of an eye, Zakaji Kenpeka came to Kizaru. It's as fast as teleportation. After the liberation, the incomparably large Zanpakuto slashed down towards Kizaru with a thick and violent golden Reiki. Skilled swordsmanship. Furious Ryutsu. Huge power. The 3-in-1, the power is unparalleled. Kizaru hurriedly stopped attacking Luoqiu, and condensed a Tiankong cloud sword with both hands to block. Chirp. Mars is shining. The Tiankong cloud sword in Kizaru's hand was instantly slashed, and an unparalleled force instantly hit Kizaru's whole body. The eyes under the yellow monkey's brown sunglasses widened to the extreme. This force, how is it so huge? Kizaru felt that the strength of Zakaji Kenpeka had increased several times at this time. If you just felt a little stressed. So now. I can't stand it at all. Boom. Kizaru's body instantly fell from the sky like a meteor. But Zengaki Kenpeka is faster. It actually dodged directly to the location where Kizaru landed. Holding the hilt of the liberation Zanpakuto in both hands, he slashed straight at the flying Kizaru. So fast. Huang Yuan was startled in his heart, and quickly elementalized to get out of the way. Another location. Before Kizaru's photon body had just condensed, Zengi Kenpeka had already slashed over with the Jifang Zanpakuto. How is that possible? Can he keep up with the speed of my glitter fruit? Kizaru struggled to block Zenaki Kenpeka's slash, and his heart was extremely shocked. Although Zaraki Kenpeka had just taken off his blindfold, his strength was suppressing him, but his speed was not as fast as him. But now, after Zengaki Kenpeka's sword suddenly became larger, his speed, strength, and momentum all increased exponentially. The power is no longer suppressing himself, but completely crushing it. The speed can also be completely kept up. Myself is no longer an opponent at all. Faith turns around. Kizaru's body was once again blown away by the violent power of Zaragi Kenpeka. Aha! Kendo 2 breaks. Swat. Zaraki Kenpeka immediately slashed a slash that seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and the earth, and slashed towards the flying kiwi. The golden sword energy reaches hundreds of meters. It's so dazzling. Shocked the eyes of countless people. Just freaked out? This sword energy is too exaggerated, right? Even the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, is nothing more than that. See. Completely torn apart. Countless seawater turned into steaming steam under the scorching Reiki of Zaraki Kenpeka. Bearing the brunt of the Japanese ape, can feel the power of the sword chi best. Elementalize your body without hesitation. Laugh. Even so, it was difficult to avoid the damage caused by the sword chi, and a deep wound was drawn on Kizaru's body. At this time, he is very fortunate that he can be elementalized. If not, this blow is enough to split him in half. Die. Along with the roar of Zaragi Kenpeiku, after the liberation, Yeze has already come to him. After experiencing the previous lessons, Kizaru no longer dared to confront Zakaji Kenpeiku. Quickly elementalize to open up the distance and maximize your speed. Laser. 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 A series of 3 laser beams emanated from the fingertips of Kyobu, and shot towards Zangi Kenpeiku in the shape of a zigzag. Spiritual pressure defense. Zaraki Kenpeiku condensed a strong Reiki in front of him to form a golden Reiki defense shield. The lasers of the yellow monkey were all blocked, and they couldn't break the defense at all. Zaraki Kenpeiku stared at Kizaru's laser and rushed directly in front of him. His body rotated 360 degrees, and he held Yeshao to the facade of Kizaru. The yellow ape is instantly elementalized. Zaraki Kenpeiku just hit his photon body, leaving him with a scar that is neither deep nor shallow. Bakakayanguyu. Kizaru, who flew into the sky, continued to attack Zaraki Kenpeiku, and endless light bullets fell towards Zaragi Kenpeiku. However, Zaraki Kenpeiku is completely true. His feet suddenly kicked on the ice surface, his body rose into the sky, wrapped in golden spiritual pressure, and rushed straight to Kyobu. Drink. Sword press. The spiritual pressure converged on the Zanpakuto to form a huge golden shadow of the blade, carrying the supreme coercion and slashing at Kizaru. Tienkong Yunjian block. Kaka. Tienkong Yunjian was directly cut off by Zengi Jianpeiku. Another wound was added to Kizaru's body. Not an opponent at all. It's a slap at all. Since the liberation of Zaraki Kenpeiku, Kizaruka they are all being beaten, and Zaraki Kenpeiku has already scratched several wounds on his body. The other side. Madaraki, who was fighting with the ghost spider, saw the liberated Zaragi Kenpeiku, and suddenly showed a wicked smile. Since that lord has already used his true power, I can't fall behind. Solution. With a roar from the corner of Madaramu, the spiritual pressure surged like a volcanic eruption in an instant, forming a huge tornado, accompanied by black lightning. Although it can't be compared with Zaragi Kenpeiku, it is also very scary. Madaramo is the only person in the world of the god of death who is not a captain but is able to solve it. And Zakaji Kenpeiku is the only one in the captain class who can't be solved. I have to say, these two are really interesting. The tornado dispersed. The Kitamaru Zanpakuto at the corner of Madaramu has undergone tremendous changes, consisting of 2 blades of different shapes and a giant dragon-patterned axe. Suffer to death. Lieutenant Admiral. A scary scarlet Ryotsu appeared from the corner of Madaramu, and he charged at the ghost spider with the dragon-marked Onitamaru in his hand. Chapter 50 The Power of the Dragon Pattern Onitamaru. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, dead. Drink. Madaramu jumped high in the corner, and the 2 big knives in his hand slashed down with the posture of slicing Mount Hua. Clang. The 8-handed knives of the ghost spider combined into a spider web form to block the blow from the corner of Madaramu. But the huge force caused his 8 arms to be directly bent. Knees suddenly fell to the ground. The ice surface was smashed with dense cracks. What a powerful force! What on earth is it? Feeling the power from the 2 giant blades in Madaramu's hand, the ghost spider's heart was full of astonishment. He could clearly feel the strength of the corner of Madaramu's rising. It is several times stronger than before. What is this ability? This is the case with the person who just fought against Kisaragi, and the same with the person who is currently fighting against him. The 2 giant blades in Madaramu's hand pressed down on the ghost spider little by little, getting closer and closer to his body. Puff. The giant blade pierced the ghost spider's shoulder. Dark red blood soaked his white uniform. The blue veins on the forehead are bulging, and the cold sweat is pouring out. The ghost spider felt that it was not two knives that were pressing on him, but a big mountain. Swat. The ghost spider pulled out two spider arms and stabbed at the corner of Madara's eyes. As a last resort, Madarama could only dodge away. Ghost Spider glanced at the wound on his shoulder with a solemn expression. The wound deepened after he had just withdrawn the two spider arms by himself. He could clearly feel a force destroying the healing of his wound. What a strange and domineering power. Shave. 8 sword stream, cobweb slash. The ghost spider quickly approached the corner of Madaramu using the 6 naval stances, waving 8 spider arms, and slashing the shape of a cobweb-like dense slash. There's no way to avoid it. Shhhhhh. Endless sword energy hit the corner of Siang Madaramu. But don't care at all. As the adjutant of Zakaji Kenpeikai, his personality is exactly the same as that of Zakaji Kenpeikai. He is an out-and-out fighting maniac. His greatest wish in life is to die in battle under the command of Kenpeikai Zaraki. Certainly. Now due to the system summoning, the object of allegiance has become Luoqiu. But his character has not changed. Madaramu protected the dragon pattern Kitamaru in front of him, blocking the vital points of his body. Other positions, let the ghost spider's sword energy cut, completely ignore it. Arms, and shoulders were instantly cut with countless scars by the ghost spider's sword energy. Even so, still can't stop his progress. Shunbyu. Whoosh. The corner of Madaramu, who was wearing the ghost spider's sword energy, charged in front of the ghost spider in an instant. Puff. The 2 giant blades of the dragon pattern Gaiden slashed 2 bone-deep wounds in front of the ghost spider. Blood. The double blades of the dragon pattern Onitamaru dyed red. The ghost spider knelt on the ground while covering the wound in front of him, and looked at the corner of the scarred but excited smile with some horror. Madman. This guy is a total lunatic. He even rushed over to cut himself with such a dense sword energy. Is this not going to work? Continue to stand up and fight. The power of my dragon-marked Onigamaru is just about to come into play now. Madaramu held 2 large giant blades in his hand and pointed at the ghost spider, and the white dragon pattern on the axe blade on his back had turned bloody. Like he said. At this time, the dragon mark Onitamaru is the most powerful time. Cough cough cough. The ghost spider kept coughing while covering the wound. Obviously, the blow just now at the corner of the eyes has caused him a heavy blow. Since you don't attack, then I'm welcome. Madaramu took off the axe blade on his back. The original 2 giant blades were chained to both sides. I'm up. Madaramu waved the axe blade of the dragon pattern Onitamaru from one corner, and the 2 giant blades next to it were pulled by the chains and stabbed at the ghost spider. Ping pong. The ghost spider waved the dagger in his hand to swing it away. But these 2 giant blades are just feints. The real attack is the axe blade with the dragon pattern in the hand of Madaramu. Puff. The 2 spider arms on the right side of the ghost spider were directly cut off by the corner of Madara. What? The ghost spider whose arm was severed suddenly screamed. Although this is the arm stretched out by the devil fruit power, it is also a part of him. Ghost Spider Lieutenant General. The sailors next to them cried out in panic and worry when they saw this scene. Bastard. The ghost spider endured the pain and slashed at the corner of Madaramu with the rest of its arms. Bang. Tachi was blocked by Madaramu's axe blade. Dang dang. Madaramu clenched the dragon-patterned axe blade in his hand and spun suddenly, and all the ghost spider's swords were swayed away. The giant blade pulled by the 2 chains also rotates with it. Woohoo! A violent tornado rose around Madaramu's corner, and he poured all the Ryotsu into the body of the dragon pattern Onitamaru. The entire blade exudes a palpitating red light. As shocking as blood. Ended. Lieutenant Admiral. Madaramu charged at the ghost spider holding Onitamaru, whose dragon pattern turned completely red. This blow contains all his power. This blow. Madaramu is going to end him completely. How can it be repaired? Want to kill me? You die too. As the Hawk Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters, Ghost Spider is also a ruthless man. Faced with the full strength blow from the corner of the eyes, all defenses were directly abandoned, and all the swords were attached with a domineering weapon to point at the corner of the eyes. A posture that wants to perish with him. Drink. Aha! The two shouted hysterically at the same time, using all their strength. Boom! The center of the battle between the two suddenly made a violent explosion, and a violent storm was blown up, so that everyone could not open their eyes at all. Half an hour. The storm dissipated. Everyone slowly opened their eyes and looked at the battlefield. A figure stands. A figure fell. The person who fell is Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. A Navy colonel next to him covered his head and shouted in disbelief. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, dead. Deo. Lieutenant General Deo Man. Not long after the Ghost Spider was killed in the corner of Madaramu, a terrified cry came from the other side. Chapter 51, one after another killed in battle. Navy collapse. I see. Vice Admiral Duodeman of the Navy headquarters knelt on the ground while clutching his chest, spitting out blood. His chest had completely collapsed. Broken bones. Internal organs were severely traumatized. Even breathing is a little difficult. Dodman felt as if a fire was burning in his lungs, and the pain was excruciating. Just now, he received a full punch from Harris in the form of the chimpanzee giant ape, resulting in this result. Opposite. A blood hole was poked in Harris's heart by Dodman's fingers. It's just because he is a devil fruit ability user of the ancient animal species. Whether it is defensive or fighting ability, it is much stronger than Dodman. So, Dodman's plan to kill Harris with all his injuries was completely futile. The finger grab just pierced his skin, but didn't hurt his heart. And Harris's devil fruit ability has reached the level of awakening, and his resilience is very powerful. In just a few breaths, the blood hole poked by Dodman's fingers began to heal and stop bleeding. Haha. Vice Admiral, did you make a mistake? I have experienced the hellish devil training of Lord Estes, and the power of the devil fruit has been awakened. Just because you want to kill me. Just a dream. Harris laughed loudly, his voice full of mockery of Dolman, mocking him for being over his head. Devil fruit ability awakening is the ability he has been hiding. Before, when training in the spiritual time, he experienced the cruel training, beating, of Estes, and he developed a suit of copper skin and iron bones. At the same time, the ability of the devil fruit has reached the awakening. That's why he was able to guard against the finger grabbing of Dumon's full blow. Otherwise, this blow from Dolman is enough to pierce his heart. How can it be repaired? It's a miscalculation. Dolman's heart was full of chagrin. He misestimated Harris's strength and did not expect that his fruit ability had reached the level of awakening. According to the intelligence of the Navy headquarters, this Harris originally had only about the combat power of a rear admiral. Why so much improvement in such a short period of time? The devil fruit ability has also reached the awakening. Incredible. As everyone knows, only a few days have passed in the outside world, and Harris has spent 2 years in the spirit time room. And he has gone through hellish devil training. How can it not be stronger? Suffer to death. Lieutenant Admiral. Armed superpower King Kong fist. While you are sick. Kill you. As a soldier of the kingdom of Alexander, of course, he understands that being kind to the enemy is cruel to himself. Harris directly swung the domineering King Kong fist covered with the armed color and smashed it hard at Dodman, showing no mercy. Armed color cover. Iron block. The heavy damage in front of Demon had left him with little strength to resist. You can only cover your body with armed domineering, and use the Navy 6 type iron block to resist Harris's attack. Aha! Harris roared, his right arm muscles bulging high with thick black mane. It looks like a mountain of hills. The blue veins on the muscles are faintly visible. It is the strongest punch that condenses all of Harris's power. With loyalty to Luo Qiu. With hatred for the world government. Take your 2 years of devil training in the spirit time house with you. Under the pressure of this punch, the air made bursts of unbearable explosions. Duan. A huge sound exploded in the ears of everyone, as if a giant hammer had hit the thick steel plate. Boom. Dodman's body was blasted out like a cannonball in an instant. Blood spurts. Pupils are white. Eyes out of focus. The brain stopped thinking. Under the impact of this punch, almost all the bones of Dumon's upper body were shattered, and the organs in the body were also severely injured. Thump. Dumon's body fell heavily to the ground, and blood kept flowing from his body. Vitality, slowly fading away. Until, completely gone. Vice Admiral Dowman, dead in action. The eyes of all the sailors revealed a strong inconceivable color. Horrified. Shocked. Hesitant. In a short period of time, 2 elite lieutenant generals of the naval headquarters were killed in a row. This is really hard for them to accept. Too strong. Horrible. Navy hero Lieutenant General Garp died in action. The 3 generals of the Navy headquarters have all received varying degrees of trauma. 3 of the elite lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters have been killed. OMG. Who else in this world is the opponent of Alexander's kingdom? Lieutenant General Garp is dead. Lieutenant General Bastius is dead. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider is dead. Lieutenant General Dumont is dead. The enemy is too powerful. No opponent at all. Faced with this kind of enemy, we can't win at all. A sailor knelt on the ground with his head covered, crying loudly. The voice is hysterical and full of despair. The emotions of the sailor immediately resonated with all the other sailors around. A torn battlefield. Corpses scattered everywhere. In particular, the corpses of senior officers like Garp and Ghost Spider deeply stimulated their nerves. No Marines throw away their weapons and kneel on the ground hugging and crying. They were completely desperate. Completely mental breakdown. The soldiers of the kingdom of Alexander showed no sympathy in the face of the sailors who had no fighting spirit. Harvest their lives without stopping. The navy has been completely rout. Alexander Roche. Today, do you have to kill our navy quickly? Many of them have completely lost their will to fight. Don't you think you're too cruel? Looking at the fallen sailors, King Z's expression was full of haze, and he asked Luo Qiu loudly. Ha ha ha. Aokiji. Are you telling jokes? I have to say, you succeeded in making me laugh. Luo Qiu laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. As a Navy Admiral, you are cruel to me. Compared to your Navy, I'm still far behind. Why didn't you say cruel when you bombarded O'Hara and killed all the people on the entire island back then? My cruelty is only towards my enemies. And you, even innocent people, will not let it go. What qualifications do you have to call me cruel? Besides, I don't want to kill you. Do you want to let you go back to catch your breath and come back to kill me? Luo Qiu's words made King Z speechless. Thinking of O'Hara's incident, Aokiji's mouth suddenly became bitter. Yes. What qualifications do I have to say about Luo Qiu? Haven't he been playing the role of an executioner all these years? Aokiji. Your expression. Are you ready to die? Luo Qiu's voice came from his ear, and the blue pheasant's cold hair exploded in an instant. A crisis of death enveloped him. Oops. Chapter 52. Are the two generals killed in action? Kaido is in action. Aokiji's pupils suddenly contracted. Luochu's words just now reminded him of what happened to Ohara back then, and his heart felt a little shaken. Vigilance is not as preoccupied as before. He could already clearly feel a violent energy attacking him. It was Luochu's dragon roar. And very close to Aokiji. If you are hit, you will be seriously injured even if you are lucky. Because, in addition to the violent magic power originally possessed by the Black Dragon, Luochu blessed Chakra and Lu Ying's domineering power. It is even more powerful than the dragon's roar, which was composed of pure magic power. It's over. It's careless. Facing the roar of the dragon that Luochu was so close at hand, the green pheasant couldn't dodge at all. You can only do your best to elementalize your whole body. Boom. Luochu's dragon's roar directly shrouded King Z's body, causing a violent explosion. The sea. A huge hole appeared directly. Hundreds of meters in diameter. Countless sea water poured into it and couldn't fill it up, just like a bottomless abyss. Aokiji's body has long since disappeared. Gollum. Everyone looked at the destruction Luochu had caused on the sea in horror, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva involuntarily. Ah, this, is it so scary? The sea has been pierced. Cheng. Green Pheasant General, disappeared. The Flying Squirrel Lieutenant not far away stared in disbelief at the place where the green pheasant disappeared. I can't feel the breath of the green pheasant at all. In other words, Admiral Aokiji was killed. No. Impossible. That's an admiral. The flying squirrel could not accept the fact that the green pheasant in front of him disappeared. Aoki, was he really killed? The red dog covered in blood also couldn't believe the facts in front of him. Although due to different personalities, he and Aokiji sometimes disagree in the naval headquarters, but they still recognize his strength very much. Decades of colleagues and competitors disappeared in front of his eyes, and his inner shock was no less than others. Although Akainu is very reluctant to believe that Aokiji has been killed. But the facts in front of him made him have to believe it. Akainu covered the entire battlefield with a domineering look and did not find any trace of Aokiji. He's really dead. Not even the scum left by Luochu's bombardment. At the same time, there was also a feeling of sadness in the heart. Aokiji's strength is almost equal to his. Even if he is killed, will he still be far away? But, even death. And bite a piece of meat from them fiercely. Akainu's eyes were full of fierceness and determination. From the current situation, retreat is completely impossible. You can only do your best to kill a few more enemies. Meteor volcano. Go away. Incomparably hot magma erupted from Akainu's body, and the magma fists rushed into the sky like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, the sky turned crimson. Countless magma fists fell from the sky like a meteor shower. Anyone who was hit by a magma fist was burned to death and died in pain. Are you leaving the last fireworks for yourself? Ulquiorra said grimly. Black void flash has condensed in his hands. Boom. The energy of the explosion smashed the body of the Akainu magma into pieces, and it couldn't heal for a long time. Boom. 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 One shot after another. The black void flash in Ulquiorra's hand slammed towards Akainu without stopping for a moment. Lava is splashing. The ice is bursting. The sea is churning. Half an hour. The smoke of the explosion dissipated, and the direction of Akainu was completely enveloped by the hot and high-temperature water vapor. All the sailors were almost numb, their necks turned to the direction of Akainu like a machine. His vision was blocked by thick fog. All the senior generals closed their doors and used their own knowledge and domineering to detect the situation in the fog. No. There is absolutely no breath of life. No. No. Admiral Akainu also died. How is this possible? How can that be? General Aokiji and General Akainu were all killed in action? And they were all bombarded with no slag left? This is too exaggerated, isn't it? Admiral. That's an admiral. The existence of the strongest combat power in the naval headquarters and the world government. All at once, 2 killed. Now, everyone has a feeling that the sky is going to be ruined. The sea is going to be messed up. The world government is about to collapse. The world is going to run wild. At the same time, the country of Wano, the island of ghosts. The beast pirates have assembled. Captain, Beast Kaido. Big Kanban, 3 disasters, fire disaster, epidemic disaster, drought disaster. Volley 6 sons, Fuzzy Fu, Sasaki, Runty, Black Maria, Peggy Wan. There are also strong members such as the Tyrant, the Real Fight, and the Giver. Little ones. Doflamingo was wiped out by the bastard Alexander Rochu, and he also took over the Smile Factory that produced artificial devil fruits. Without the artificial devil fruit, the dream of Lao Tzu's able-bodied army will be shattered. Woah. Saying that, Kaido actually started crying. A rough man with a height of 7 or 8 meters, no one will cry if he wants to cry. However, his subordinates have become accustomed to it, and their expressions have not changed at all. Next moment, the eyes of Kaido, who was released and cried, became extremely fierce in an instant. This bastard, the last time I beat up Laozi was very bad. This time, the Navy sent such a powerful lineup to attack Luo Qiu, that bastard, even if he couldn't kill him completely, he would be seriously injured. 6 generals, 10 lieutenant generals, 20 major generals, and 10,000 elite naval soldiers. Made. Even Lao Tzu couldn't help but tremble. However, this is also an opportunity for us. Occupy Dressrosa, produce devil fruits by yourself, create an unprecedented army of capable people, and then launch an unprecedented super war. Kaido's eyes were full of longing for the future he described. Then he raised his arms. Little ones. Let's go. Occupy Dressrosa for Lao Tzu. All the members of the Beast Pirates suddenly cried out in excitement. Oh. Occupy Dressrosa. Chapter 53 The 100 Beast Pirates Attack. At Kaido's order. Except for some who stayed. The 100 Beast Pirates are almost all elites. Although Kaido looks like a rough big guy, a brainless brat. But the mind is not at all reckless, but very meticulous. Later, he colluded with the Sound Disk app to create a fall from a height of 10,000 meters, and the chance encounter with the Kid Pirates shows that he is definitely not a brainless man. He doesn't move his head because he doesn't need to move his head at all. Why does it take so much effort to do something that can be solved with one punch? That is, because Kaido wants to bring Kid under his command, he is deliberately creating a random encounter. Otherwise, Kid is a slap in the face to him. Kaido rallied his fleet to Dressrosa with great fanfare. He didn't notice at all that several people wearing black backgrounds with red cloud patterns were already lurking in and within the country. It was the Xiao organization that Luo Qiu used to attack Doflamingo before. The reason why they were not seen in the war with the Navy headquarters this time was because Luo Qiu sent them to Wano country to monitor Kaido. The last time Luo Qiu beat up Kaido in Dressrosa, he would definitely not give up in his heart. Now that this great opportunity is in front of him, he will definitely not let it go. As Luo Qiu expected. Kaido is indeed out. Itachi stood on the top of the tree, looked at the fleet of the beast pirates leaving, and silently took out a phone bug from his arms. The other side. Above the battlefield of Alexander and the Admiralty. Luo Qiu frowned and looked at the direction where Aokiji and Akainu disappeared, showing a thoughtful expression. He knew very well the power of the dragon's roar that he played. Although it combines the power of 3 different worlds, it is very powerful. If you kill Aokiji in the state of dragon transformation, it is a matter of course. But only in the half-dragon state, the power is still a little worse. At most, the green pheasant will be seriously injured. Not to mention that there was not even a slag left after blasting him. This is simply impossible. But Aokiji didn't die. Where did he go? Poro poro poro. Just as Luoqiu was thinking, the phone bug in his arm suddenly rang. Moses, Moses, this is King Luoqiu of Alexander. Luoqiu picked up the phone and said, reporting to His Majesty the King, as you expected, the beast pirates have dispatched Captain 100 Beasts Kaido, the 3 major disasters, the 4 of the 6 sons of Linkong, and the tyrants, really fight, all the elites such as the gifted ones are dispatched. The target is Dressrosa, our subordinate of the Kingdom of Alexander. From the other end of the phone bug came Uchiha Itake's respectful voice. Sure enough. Kaido. Do you think that the war between me and the Navy headquarters will be lost? This time, I will never let you escape again. The New World doesn't need such an emperor. One of me, is enough. Luoqiu said to himself. The voice is full of endless ambition and domineering. Under the sky. The only person who dares to say such a thing is Luoqiu. As for Kaido, he will attack Dressrosa when he is at war with the Navy. Luoqiu was not at all surprised by this. Dressrosa, as a processing factory for the artificial devil fruit provided to the beast pirates, is also the source of Kaido's dream of creating an army of capable people. Now that Dressrosa is occupied by Luoqiu, Kaido's dream is directly shattered. Now that there is a chance to grab it, how can Kaido let go of this opportunity? But Kaido stared at Luoqiu's Dressrosa, and Luoqiu didn't think about Kaido's Wano country. As the largest producing area of Halustone, it has rich mineral resources. Luoqiu is also very greedy. Luoqiu's original plan was to take the beast pirates first to establish the prestige of his kingdom. But the naval attack disrupted his original plans. Let him have to have a decisive battle with the naval headquarters first. Even Luoqiu didn't expect the Navy headquarters to make such a big move against him suddenly. But none of that matters anymore. The Navy has paid a heavy price for his own stupidity. The battlefield here is handed over to you. Kaido led the beast pirates to attack Dressrosa. I'll go first. Luoqiu came to Ests and fed him a fairy bean, which immediately brought Ests back to his peak state. Leave it to me with confidence. My dear king. I will never let these navies go. Ests gave Luoqiu an intriguing smile, winked and assured him. What a leprechaun. You will suffer when you go back. Luoqiu cursed secretly, returned directly to the Black Dragon battleship, and sailed in the direction of Dressrosa. On the battleship, Luoqiu's consciousness was immersed in the system, and he glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Alexander Rochu. Reputation value, more than 1 million. Character templates, Fusion Black Dragon Aku Nokia, Uchiha Madara. Character template, Summoning Art Area, Ests, Konan, Uchiha Itake, Shiver Tornado, Zaragi Kenpeki, Ulquira. Good. This battle also gained a lot of prestige points. System, give me 10 consecutive character templates. Luoqiu said to the system. Although Luoqiu on Dressrosa had arranged a lot of troops, it was not enough for an emperor-level pirate group like the Beast Pirates. It also needs some mid to high-end combat power. Good host, consume 1 million reputation points to start the extraction of dimensional character templates, 11 times, the extraction is in progress. Which task templates will be drawn this time? Hope to give some more powerful ones. Luoqiu thought with anticipation. Ding. The drawing is over. Congratulations to the host for winning the following 11 character templates. Luoqiu looked at the 11 person templates in the system, and a happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Very good. Very powerful. Kaido. This time will definitely make you come and go. Chapter 54. Close the door and beat the dog, and confront Kaido's overlord. Above the endless sea. More than a dozen warships are moving fast. Countless pirates saw the flags hanging on these battleships and immediately fled far away. It is the beast pirates led by Kaido. In order to prevent the last tragedy from happening. This time, Kaido brought all his elites. Dressrosa, Kaido is bound to win. Boss Kaido, Dressrosa is ahead. But looking defenseless, a man I didn't even see the shadow. Droughtjack reports to Kaido, who is drinking. Ha ha ha. Of course there will be no one. All the troops must be pulled to fight the navy. This time, the old man in the Warring States period is going to destroy the bastard Alexander Lukiu. Kaido let out a laugh. However, his tone was full of resentment towards Luoqiu. When Kaido came to Dressrosa to rescue Doflamingo, he was beaten badly. That's why the attack on Dressrosa brought so many people here. To put it bluntly, it's a bit cowardly. Attack! Attack! Get Dressrosa for Laozi! Kaido shouted loudly, brandishing the mace that the craftsmen of Wano Kingdom had rebuilt for him. The big eyes of the Copper Bell were full of greed. He seemed to see the legion of ability persons waving to him. Oh oh oh! Rush rush! All the members of the Beast Pirates are also full of excitement. The fleet is gradually approaching the port of Dressrosa. Highlands not far from the port. Luoqiu, wearing a golden royal robe and cloak, stood on it. The long golden hair fluttered in the wind, and the golden cloak rattled in the sea breeze. Everything in the port was seen by Luoqiu. Seeing the approaching 100 Beast Pirates fleet, Luoqiu couldn't help but raise a contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha! Is it because of the fear of being beaten last time that many familiar faces came into Luoqiu's eyes? Tall and stocky, wearing goggles and a helmet, wearing black clothes, with a pair of broad wings behind him, and a flaming fire Jin. The Plague Queen with a body like a ball. Tall, with 2 braids and a metal jaw, the Droughtjack. And the Volleys Fuzzy, Sasaki, and Peggy-wan and Runty sisters etc. Although Luoqiu hasn't seen them since he came to this world, but it's not uncommon when he watched it before. Especially Droughtjack. The most appearances. As for others. When Luoqiu crossed over, he hadn't read it yet, he knew too much. But for Luoqiu, who is open, it is not a big problem. No matter how strong their abilities are, they are not as strong as him anyway. On the battleship of the Beast Pirates, Kaido also keenly captured the figure of Luoqiu standing on the highest ground in the port. The big eyes of the Copper Bell shrank suddenly. Damn, Alexander Luoqiu. Why is he here? Shouldn't he be fighting with the sailors of the Navy headquarters at this time? Is the information wrong and he is the only one? Is he trying to resist my entire 100 Beast Pirates? For a while, countless questions appeared in Kaido's mind, and there were too many questions and puzzles. With many doubts and puzzles, Kaido led the fleet of the Beast Pirates into the port of Dressrosa. The moment when the fleet of the Beast Pirates entered the port. Boom! A loud bang came from the rear of the port. Only see. A steel gate several meters wide and several tens of meters tall slowly closed. Around the port, countless soldiers from the kingdom of Alexander poured out, holding guns and guns, aiming at the fleet of the Beast Pirates. As long as Luoqiu gave an order, countless bullets and shells would be fired at the Beast Pirates in an instant. It's called closing the door. Boss Kaido, we are surrounded. Jack said to Kaido in a deep voice. Asshole. It was put together. Kaido's eyes were fixed on Luoqiu on the high ground in the distance, and there was a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that this guy knew in advance that he was going to raid Dressrosa, and waited for him here on purpose? The soldiers of the Navy headquarters don't want their own nest. Kaido really doesn't understand. Facing such a luxurious lineup of the Navy headquarters, how on earth did Lugochiu pull out his hands to defend Dressrosa? What he didn't know was that the soldiers of the Navy headquarters had been destroyed by Lugochiu. The hero of the Navy, Iron Fist Carp, was killed by beheaded, the 3 generals of the Navy were severely injured, and 2 of them had no idea where they had gone. Several lieutenants also died. The rest of the countless seamen had lost their sense of combat in complete despair. If Kaido knew about the situation of the naval headquarters at this time, I am afraid that he would turn around in fright and leave. It is a pity that he does not know. Alexander Rochu. Immediately. Get me out of Dressrosa with your people. This place. I want it. Kaido carried his mace and said to Lugochiu arrogantly. This time. The elite of the 100 Beasts pirates came out, giving him full confidence to face Lugochiu. Kaido. Isn't the lesson from last time enough? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Who is angry with you? Lugochiu's gaze suddenly froze, and an aura of dominating the world exploded from Lugochiu's body. Rumbling. The earth cracked instantly, and countless cobweb-like cracks spread in all directions. The sea water in the port seemed to be boiled. The white clouds above Lugochiu's head were washed away, revealing the blue sky. This is really Lugochiu's kingly domineering. Completely caused substantial damage. It affected the world and the sea. Bastard. Who are you looking down on? I'm just Beast Kaido. Boom. The same extremely violent and domineering aura erupted from Kaido. The domineering of the 2 people is constantly intertwined in the air, colliding. Crackle. Lightning is looming in it. Kaido's domineering is constantly being oppressed and eroded by Lugochiu's domineering. The blue veins on the forehead are protruding. Extreme. As if it could explode at any time. A friend who likes this book. Friends and friends, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and support a wave of evaluation votes. Thank you to the author. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read: collect, recommend, and score. Chapter 55: Kaido's Exploded Explosion. The perfect monster, says Homaru. A huge sound exploded in the ears of everyone. Kaido's domineering arrogance was directly crushed by Lugochiu's domineering after the stalemate. Countless cracks instantly appeared on the pirate ship of the 100 Beasts pirates. The hull was ejected dozens of meters away by the air of domineering explosion. Although the members of the Beast Pirates did not faint because Kaido's domineering arrogance offset part of the impact of Lugochiu's domineering arrogance. But they actually felt Lugochiu's overbearing power. It was more domineering than their governor. It was unimaginable. What kind of ambition and strength do you have to have such a spirit to dominate the world? Dendenden. Kaido's body retreated 3 meters in a row before it stopped. Every step stepped on a big hole on the deck. He stared at Lugochiu with anger. His tyrannical look was even stronger than his own. He even directly crushed his tyrannical arrogance. How could this be even the most domineering redhead? I can't crush his domineering arrogance. What a fucking monster. Being afraid before fighting is not a good start. The Flame Disaster Jin forgot to take a look at the subordinates who were afraid of Lugochiu because of the domineering arrogance just now, and said silently in his heart. Hu Chi Jin suddenly ignited a fiery flame, transformed into a toothless pterosaur, and rushed towards Lugochiu. He wants to let his subordinates eliminate the fear of Lugochiu through his actions. But how could he easily approach Lugochiu's body? A white figure rose into the sky from Lugochiu's side. Long silver hair fluttered in the wind. With a purple moon print on his forehead. There are 2 red demon lines on the left and right cheeks, and there are hexagonal plums floating on the white kimono. There was an unsettling chill in his golden eyes. The body exudes an extremely powerful breath. It is one of the mannequin templates drawn by Lugo Kyuxin, says Homaru. as a supporting role in Inuyasha, who is more popular than the protagonist. Strength, appearance, and temperament are all so perfect. Known as the most perfect monster. Countless people call it Killing Palace. Monster Bomb. In the hands of Sesshomaru, the longsword named Daogishin swung suddenly, sending out a huge bomb made of demon power and flying towards the embers in the sky. Phew! Yin suddenly spit out a mass of fire from his mouth and collided with Sesshomaru's demonic bomb. When the two collided, a violent Sesshomaru stood in the air with a fighting ghost in his hand, and the golden eyes were filled with cold. Jin's body also stopped in the air. He stared at the killing with astonishment, without wings and without using any special skills, to be able to stand directly in the air. What kind of ability is this? The idea of a fluttering fruit person was rejected by him as soon as it appeared in his mind. The fluttering fruit is the ability of the golden lion, and now he is not dead, it is impossible to change hands. Interesting. What a strange ability. Be sure to take it back and torture it. Yin looked at Sesshomaru with intense interest. Like Est's, Yin. Also a torturer. Frequently complained about by the Plague Queen, is a pervert who loves to torture people. Catch me. Oh, how dare you say it? Sesshomaru suddenly showed a sneer, and the longsword fighting ghosts and gods in his hand clenched tightly for 3.3. It can be seen that Yin's words made him a little angry. Light moves. Sesshomaru's body was immediately enveloped by the light blue demon power, and his figure moved to Yin's body like light. So fast. Yin's pupils suddenly dilated, revealing a look of shock. It felt like Sesshomaru was teleporting, and it came to him in the blink of an eye. Countless battle experiences made Yin's body react instantly. He flapped his wings and his body retreated. But it was still a step too late. Thorn, a long wound was drawn directly in front of him by the fighting ghost in Sesshomaru's hand. Yin looked at the wound in front of him, his eyes full of solemnity. Sesshomaru's speed made Jin instantly think of a person. That is the Admiral, Kizaru. The shining man of nature's shiny fruit, known as the man with the speed of light. But now he may be being beaten by Ziriki Kenpeki. I don't have the time to think about other things. Sesshomaru attacked him again. This time, Yin was on guard. The arrogance of seeing and hearing has been exerted to the extreme, and the body has changed into a half-human, half-dragon form, and pulled out, the tige around the waist blocked Sesshomaru's attack. Just when Jin's Tato and Sesshomaru's fighting ghosts and gods were at a stalemate. Poison claws. Swish, green mist emerged from Sesshomaru's left hand, and his nails became sharp and long, and grabbed Yin's heart fiercely. This poisonous gas was born by Sesshomaru as a big demon, and it was very ferocious. Rocks and bones can be melted directly. Sensing the threat of Sesshomaru's venom, Yin immediately dodged and retreated. Demon Sword Press. Huh. Sesshomaru suddenly slashed the bearer's demonic sword and attacked Yin. Yin can only block horizontally. The powerful sword pressure made Yin's arms tremble. The sword pressure has not disappeared yet, and Sesshomaru appeared in front of Yin once again. The blade of Daogishin pressed straight towards his neck. Yin quickly waved his wings, narrowly avoiding the slash of Sesshomaru. But the body was cut with a huge wound by the previous sword. Now, Sesshomaru perfectly displayed his powerful strength as a perfect monster. Yin has absolutely no chance to fight back. Below. All the members of the 100 Beasts Pirates directly looked at it. It's fake. Lord Fire Calamity was suppressed and couldn't fight back. He is the first of the 3 disasters. Kaido the strongest under the governor. How could it be so miserably suppressed by a person who has never heard of it? How could this be possible? Where did the ruthless man come from? Shocked. Amazing. It's unbelievable. The underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu's novel. Chapter 56 Luo Chiu's Fangirl, Rebecca's Belief. The attack of the fire disaster Jin not only failed to achieve the desired effect, but also restored the confidence of the members of the Beast Pirates. Instead, it was self-defeating, making them even more afraid of Luo Qiu. The capital of the three plagues of the Big Kanban has been suppressed. How can these ordinary members be able to resist this time? Just when the morale of the members of the Beast Pirates was at a low point, Luo Qiu, who was standing on the high ground, raised his arms gently, and then suddenly swung down. Attack! The thick voice spread throughout the port. The soldiers of the Alexander Kingdom, who had been ready to go, immediately pulled the trigger and lit the line of fire. In an instant, the artillery roared in unison. Bang 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 dash. Boom boom dash. Bullets, cannonballs, tilted down like a downpour. The pirates who were still in a daze on the 100 Beast Pirates fleet. Ugh. Puyu. Hundreds of Beast Pirates were bombarded with screams. The Beast Pirates fleet parked in the harbor was a living target for the soldiers under Luo Qiu's command. After all, the range of activities on the boat is too small. Give me a boat. Wash up to the shore and kill them. Kaido roared loudly at the fleet under his command. Under the order of Kaido, the Beast Pirates fleet rushed towards the coast frantically against the cannon fire of Luo Qiu's soldiers. Finally, when the fleet was bombed to pieces, it got close to the coast. All the members of the 100 Beasts Pirates held their breath. It's so frustrating to be shot as a live target on the harbor. Go. Kill Alexander Rochu. Droutjack jumped off the battleship and turned into a huge mammoth rushing towards the heights where Luo Qiu was. He has a very fiery temper and is a downright reckless man. Even in the face of an enemy stronger than himself, he will attack without hesitation. But I have never seen Luo Qiu's strength, and I will never know how terrifying Luo Qiu is. That is a kind of despair that cannot be resisted. Droutjack led the members of the Beast Pirates to attack Luo Qiu. Soldiers of Alexander's kingdom would not sit still. Also charge. Kill. Kill these pirates. Defend Dressrosa. A one-legged swordsman led his soldiers towards the Beast Pirates. It was Cyrus who was restored to life when Luo Qiu liberated Dressrosa. Once the strongest swordsman in the Dressrosa kingdom, he later joined Luo Qiu as the leader of an army commander. Alongside him was a valiant and beautiful female swordsman. It was her daughter Rebecca. She joined Luo Qiu's army, on the one hand, to thank Luo Qiu for saving her father. But the bigger reason is because she admires Luo Qiu. At this time, Rebecca is the age of a flower girl, and she is being ridiculed and ridiculed every day. In English. Xiong suddenly came into the world and rescued her from endless suffering, which will naturally leave an incomparably deep and unforgettable impression on her. It's just that Luo Qiu never really looked at her. It's a one-sided love. So Rebecca joined Luo Qiu's army, hoping to make herself stronger and attract Luo Qiu's attention. This belief made her look very brave when she fought against the Sea Beast Pirates. Yet, the long sword in Rebecca's hand slid across the neck of a member of the Beast Pirates, and involuntarily glanced at the heights from the corner of her eyes. It was the direction that Luo Qiu was in. This is the 11th pirate she has killed. Every time she kills a pirate, Rebecca will look in the direction of the man she admires. Hope he can look at him. But what disappointed her was that Luo Qiu's eyes never turned to her side. Maybe my weakness is not enough for the king to watch. I must become stronger. Rebecca's eyes are full of firmness. Luo Qiu did not notice that a beautiful girl was working hard to win his attention. Right. His eyes were on Kaido from beginning to end. In the war with the Beast Pirates, all you have to do is watch him alone. The rest of the people, the characters under Luo Qiu's command, will naturally solve it, and there is no need for him to worry about it. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Don't block my way. I'm aiming for Alexander Lukiu. The huge mammoth rampaged on the battlefield, and countless soldiers were directly knocked into the air. There was no way to stop it. When Rebecca suddenly heard that Drought Jack was targeting Luo Qiu, her body trembled. Suddenly he forgot the difference in strength between himself and Jack. There was only one thought in his mind. That is to stop Jack from getting close to that man at all costs. In Rebecca's heart, Luo Qiu has long been regarded as a hero who cannot be offended. No one is allowed to hurt him. Rebecca quickly came to Jack's path, holding a long sword without giving in. Her eyes were full of determination. "Rebecca! Hurry up! Don't be stupid!" When Cyrus saw that his daughter was trying to stop Jack from the drought, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and rushed towards his daughter desperately. Rebecca turned a deaf ear to this. "I silently read in my heart, I will never let you get close to that adult. Although courage is commendable, the gap in strength is not. Courage can make up for it." Under the savage collision of Drought Jack, Rebecca's fragile like a piece of paper. Sharp ivory. Huge body. Brutal breath. Each gives Rebecca's unimaginable pressure. At this time, only then did she realize how self-indulgent she was. It's like a mayfly shaking the tree. But Rebecca doesn't regret it. If she could go back in time, she would still choose this way. It's close. Drought Jack's huge body is only less than 1 meter away from Rebecca. In the next second, her thin body will be knocked into the air. Right now. Bang dash. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and score. Chapter 57 Violent Strong Woman, Tsunade Heim. Drought Jack suddenly fell to the ground. Crack. The ground sank instantly, and countless cracks like cobwebs appeared that spread in all directions. The smoke and dust were everywhere, and the wind was dancing wildly. The blowing Rebecca couldn't open her eyes at all. The smoke and dust dissipated after a while. Only see. A figure stepped on Drought Jack's body. The long golden hair is tied into a ponytail, with a purple diamond-shaped mark on the forehead, exquisite facial features, perfect body, stepping on the huge body of Drought Jack, looking domineering. It is the famous Tsunade Heim in the Naruto Dimension world. A very violent woman. Little girl, courage is commendable. Dare to rush forward in the face of such a behemoth. My Tsunade approves of you. Tsunade turned around and gave Rebecca a big smile, her expression full of admiration. And this time, Rebecca's small mouth has been shocked into shape. What a powerful force! Her eyes are full of longing and envy when she looks at Tsunade stepping on Jack of the Drought. If he had such a powerful power, he might be able to attract that person's attention. Bastard! Get off me from Laozi! Drought Jack's eyes widened, and he roared furiously, with a furious expression on his face. The sturdy elephant trunk was covered with a thick layer of armed domineering, like a steel whip slashing towards Tsunade on his back. Tsunade jumped into the air to avoid Jack Drought's attack, flipped a somersault in the air, and landed firmly on the ground. Get out of here first, little girl. Such a person is not something you can deal with now. Work hard. Tsunade encouraged Rebecca. Yes, yes, big. I will work hard. Rebecca clenched the sword in her hand and said nervously but firmly. Then turn around and leave the area to fight other pirates. Woman. You succeeded in angering Laozi. I'm going to tear you to shreds. Drought Jack roared at Tsunade, his eyes full of bloodthirsty fury. He doesn't care whether the person in front of him is a woman or a man, as long as he is an enemy, he should be torn to shreds. Covered with armed colors. Savage crash. Death to me. Drought Jack covered his head and 2 sharp ivory in a dark, armed color. The 4 elephant hooves rushed towards Tsunade frantically. Oh oh oh. Go, Lord Jack. Tear this woman to pieces. The pirates under Jack's command shouted excitedly. They seemed to see Tsunade being hit and torn apart by the drought. Hey. That's it? Stop for my mother. Magic fist. Drink. Tsunade's full-bodied chakra frantically gathered into his right fist. Then he slammed it out. It hit Drought Jack's huge head directly. Bang. With this huge sound, Drought Jack's crashing pace stopped immediately. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward half a minute. Stopped. Drought Jack's younger brother suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. How could this have prevented Jack's savage charge? It's a lie. How can such a slender arm contain such a powerful force? Tsunade's petite body is in stark contrast to Drought Jack's huge body. Drought Jack's trunk didn't even have a long trunk. That slender arm seemed to break if it was folded 10%, but it blocked Drought Jack's collision. It shocked their eyes. Suddenly, Tsunade's strange power exploded. Drought Jack's pupils shrank suddenly, and he felt a huge force hitting his head. Boom! Under this huge force, Drought Jack's mammoth body was directly overturned and flew out like a cannonball. However, it's not over. Tsunade ran quickly, slammed his feet on the ground with force, and jumped into the air. His right leg was raised high above his head, and he suddenly kicked down the Drought Jack. Heaven's foot! Boom dash! Drought Jack's flying body was kicked to the ground by Tsunade before it hit the ground. Huge body. Strong force. Directly smashed the ground into a deep crater. The gravel was flying. The airflow was mad. The sand and dust danced wildly in the sky, and the madness spread around. Cough cough. Countless people were choking on the smoke and coughing. It's enough to prove how powerful Tsunade's foot is. Even the rough-skinned Drought Jack couldn't get up in the first place after being hit hard by this foot. Master Jack! Drought Jack's younger brother suddenly exclaimed in worry. A red-haired woman with antelope horns suddenly jumped to Tsunade's side from dozens of meters away and kicked her head fiercely. It's Jack's real hit, Chimera. Amazing bounce. Tsunade praised secretly, and a green chakra slapped on Chimera's ankle. Thump. Chimera fell to the ground, sweat dripping from her forehead, and looked at Tsunade in horror. She didn't even feel her ankle. What's going on? It's obvious that she's not injured. This trick is Tsunade's unique secret, the chakra scalpel. Can be cut inside the target's body without trauma. Although Chimera's appearance is not affected hurt. But the nerve inside the ankle has been completely cut off by Tsunade, and her ankle has been completely scrapped. Jack, your kid is really useless. Being beaten up like this by a woman. What a shame for our beast pirates. The Plague Queen, whose body was like a ball, walked over to see Drought Jack, who was trampled by Tsunade, and sneered mercilessly. However, his movements were not slow. Roar. With a roar, Quinn's body directly transformed into a Brachiosaurus form, leaping high, and swooping down from the air. Wrapped in a thick layer of armed color domineering on his head, he rushed straight to Tsunade. Brilliant bomb. Swish. A woman wearing black armor and long beautiful crimson hair hurriedly attacked the Plague Queen. Humph. What about women? I can still beat you up. Black Feather Moon Flash. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu's novel. Chapter 58 The Fairy Queen, Urza. Cha. Cha. The two cross-shaped slashes cut two deep wounds on Plague Quinn's body, and his body was thrown out heavily. He fell on the ground several times before it could be stopped. Disgraced and very embarrassed. Who would? The surrounding members of the Beast Pirates suddenly looked at the figure who cut down the Plague Queen with a little panic. The body trembled uncontrollably. It's so terrifying. As one of the big signboards, the Plague Sama was cut down in one fell swoop. The pitch-black armor looked extremely mighty and domineering. The long crimson hair fluttered in the wind, and the long sword in his hand pointed at the people of the Beast Pirates. A pair of beautiful almond eyes shot out an extremely terrifying cold light. beautiful, powerful, and full of danger. The black dragon template fused with Luoqiu came from the same dimensional world. Known as the fairy, the queen's magician, Urza Shukaret. My name, Urza Shukaret, a woman. The last 4 words, Urza's biting voice was particularly heavy. She looked at the plague Quinn lying on the ground with contempt. Full of sarcasm. It was as if he was saying to him, "Don't you look down on women, or were you cut to the ground by a woman? Bastard. It hurts enough." Plague Quinn got up from the ground with a very angry expression, and the 2 cross-shaped wounds on his body looked very hideous. However, for Quinn of the rough-skinned and thick-skinned ancient animal species, it could only be regarded as a skin injury. After a while, the blood stopped. The resilience is amazing. No, 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 how painful can a woman be beaten? Urza said to Quinn with a surprised expression. Stinky woman. Don't make fun of me with those, yin and yang words. Don't get too complacent. Just now, you were accidentally attacked by you. Who do you think I am? I'm the big sign of the beast pirates, the Plague Quinn. Plague Quinn was ridiculed by Urza and turned into anger, and even if she changed into Brachiosaurus form, she was still bulging like a balloon. The long neck of the Brachiosaurus stretched forward in a straight line, and the entire head was covered with a layer of dark armament color domineering. The 4 legs are deeply bent and charged. Boom. Crack. Quinn stepped on the ground in an instant. Quinn's body rushed towards Urza like a cannonball. Brachiosaurus impact. This headbutt was fast and hard. It seems that Urza's words really made Quinn angry. But Urza is not afraid at all. As a fairy, a queen, she naturally has the aura of a queen. Change into the King Kong armor. Without a second of time, the black feather armor on Urza's body instantly replaced the Vajra armor with the strongest defense. The whole body was covered with thick armor, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. Boom. The 2 shields on the arms combined to form a huge circular shield. King Kong barrier. The moment Urza closed the shields with both hands, a huge green magic circle appeared in front of Urza. Form a physical, magic group. A combined double shield. These operations are all completed in the blink of an eye. Quinn charged at Urza with endless anger. 1 attack. 1 defense. Is Plague Quinn's Brachiosaurus better or Urza's King Kong's armor stronger? At this moment, he stopped the movements in his hands at the same time, and stared at these 2 people. He didn't even dare to breathe. Under the gazes of countless people, Quinn in the form of Brachiosaurus slammed into Elu. Shaz Vajra armor. When a huge sound seemed to pierce the sky. At this moment, the eardrums of everyone around were temporarily deaf. The airflow generated by the impact lifted all the people around, even people. A radius of 100 meters. A vacuum was formed directly. Urza's figure kept retreating, and her feet drew 2 long tracks on the ground. Drink. Stop for me. Elsa's body was surging with magic power, her feet sank deep into the ground like big trees to stop her figure. The impact that erupted in Quinn's Brachiosaurus form was completely blocked by Elsa. No injuries. All the people around were stunned. Especially those Quinn subordinates. They often stay with their bosses even how powerful Quinn was. They had hardly seen anyone able to block Quinn's Brachiosaur onslaught. Anyone who was hit by this move was shattered and died on the spot. Today. I didn't expect to be blocked unscathed. Change into the armor of purgatory. Just when everyone was shocked, Urza changed her clothes again. The King Kong armor on his body instantly turned into a purgatory armor full of spikes. As the name suggests, the purgatory armor is like the armor extracted from purgatory same. Exudes an extremely frightening breath. Purgatory demon slash. Urza held a serrated sword that was taller than hers, and slashed at Quinn in front of her with surging magic power. Blood splashed. There was a huge wound more than 2 meters long on the body. Mew hoo hoo hoo. Quinn suddenly let out a painful howl. This slash is not as light as the 2 slashes of Heiyueshin before. This, the serrated broadsword matched with the armor of Purgatory, is not comparable to the longsword of the armor of Blackfeather in terms of weight and magic power. This knife almost cut off Quinn's bones. Everyone. Shocked to the extreme. Shocked to the extreme. Too strong. This woman named Urza Shukaret is too strong. The one just now, blonde women too. Jack-sama was beaten so hard to fight back. What's the matter? Both Jack-sama and Quinn have been suppressed by 2 women. Women in this country are so strong. 100 Beast Pirates said with a trembling voice. The big billboard of their beasts and seas, the 2 disasters were hanged and beaten by 2 women who appeared out of nowhere. This made him unable to believe his eyes. Good. Women in this country are so powerful. An icy voice sounded in Sipshed's ear, and his whole body suddenly felt trembling. His head turned like a machine, looking towards the direction of the sound. His pupils shrank suddenly. He showed a look of extreme fear. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and score. Chapter 59 Devil Mirage. The giver who has been abused. Only see. A figure surrounded by terrifying dark energy stood not far away. The long silver hair stands tall, with a pair of demon wings growing behind him, his hands are demon claws, and a long tail is dragging behind him. Totally a devilish pose. And a very beautiful devil. No matter what. Whether it is a perfect figure or a face value. Mirage, the devil. A super magician comparable to Urza, also from the fairy tale dimension world. But at this time Ship's Head was in no mood to appreciate Mirage's beauty and figure. The dark magic aura emanating from her body is really terrifying. Just standing there and looking at Mirage's figure makes me feel extremely terrified. There is absolutely no sense of resistance. At this time, Ship's Head can't wait to slap himself with a big mouth. Damn it! Why should I talk too much? All of a sudden, such a terrifying existence is brought out. Hey Ship's Head wanted to say something, but before he could finish speaking, he was directly kicked in the stomach by Mirage. The huge pain made Ship's facial expression distorted. Damn it! What a fast speed! What a powerful force! Whoosh! Ship's body suddenly flew out like a cannonball, knocking over hundreds of members of the Beast Pirates. It flew all the way to the port of the Beast Pirates. One of the pirate ships in the regiment broke the mast before it could stop. Sure enough, women in this country are very strong. Ship's Head fainted as he uttered these words in a fit of streak. Ship's Head, who ate the artificial devil fruit, was the last in the real fight. I can't stand Mirage's punch at all. I want to fight Mirage. At least someone of the 3 disasters level is needed. However, the 3 disasters of the 100 Beast Pirates already have their own opponents, and they cannot even protect themselves, so it is impossible to free up their hands to deal with Mirage. Mirage's body shuttled freely in the camp of the Beast Pirates, as if entering a land of no one. Ordinary cotter members are not enough for her to fight. Huiyu. There were bursts of breaking sounds from the sky. Several arrogant arrows from the carrier shot at Mirage. It was the Beast Pirates who gave the gift, the Batman, to attack Mirage. Ah! A little bad. Darkness. Myro looked at the Batman flying in the sky with disdain in her eyes. Demon Claw stood in front of him. Dark magic surges wildly. A pitch-black magic circle full of dark magic swishes in Mirage's hands, and countless numbers condensed by magic into giant claws attacked the Batman in the sky. The sharp arrows flying towards Mirage along the way were annihilated directly in this dark energy. Not good. The Batman looked at the countless dark claws that were attacking him, and he was so frightened. Not enough. He was caught by Mirage in a few moments. Ah! Endless dark energy invaded his body, causing huge damage, making Batman let out a shrill wailing. Rumble. While Mirage was teaching Batman, a huge sphere rolled towards her. For the giver, the armadillo. The scale armor on the body is very hard. I like to indent the body into the shell and roll at high speed to smash the enemy. The other side. The giver alpaca also attacked Mirage. The mouth is covered with a layer of armed color domineering. Spit spit spit, countless saliva sprayed at Mirage like a machine gun. Although this kind of attack is disgusting, but the attack power is very impressive. Every saliva is blessed by the alpaca man's domineering power, which is more powerful than ordinary bullets. It's disgusting. Then deal with you first. Mirage's eyes looked at the alpaca, who gave him a look of extreme disgust and disgust. Hateful things. You even spit on me. My mother has to tear your mouth apart today. Mirage takes back his magic power and takes it easy, drop the Batman in the sky. The demon wings on the back swung hard, and the whole person rushed towards the alpaca at a very fast speed in an instant. It was almost a blink of an eye. Mirage avoided those disgusting saliva and flew to the front of the alpaca man. The demonic claws of both hands are wrapped in dark energy balls. Dark fireworks. Bang 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 bang, Mirage's fists bombarded the alpaca man's head at an incredible speed, and he had no room to fight back. Mirage's violent power directly hit the alpaca man's head. The arrogance of the covered armed color is shattered. The alpaca is like a grass attacked by a heavy rain. It's so pitiful, weak, and helpless. But it's no one's fault. Blame this alpaca man for successfully disgusting Mirage. Annoying a demon will cost a lot. The alpaca was hammered from the ground to the sky by Mirage, and then from the sky to the ground. At last, a punch slammed his head into the ground, sinking into a deep pit. I don't think he could even recognize his mother. At this time, the giver armadillo just came to Mirage. But when he saw the tragic state of the alpaca people, his forward body stopped abruptly. Mirage turned to look at him, his eyes were very terrifying. Armadillo almost urinated. Sorry. Wrong place to go. Gilu 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 gilu, how the armadillo rolled over and went back. Mom. It's scary. I want to go home. Mirage, I went the wrong way. Who would believe this kind of nonsense? Mirage's hands side by side aiming at the madly fleeing armadillo, condensing terrifying dark energy. Arcs flickered in her hands. Boom. Endless dark energy converges into a bunch of terrifying black energy cannons and fires out from the magic circle. Super cruel flash. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu's novel. Chapter 60, The Battle Between Two Pairs of Siblings. Boom. Kaka. The violent shockwave of dark energy emitted by the super cruel flash will destroy everything along the way. A long and deep ravine was plowed out of the ground. Countless gravel flew over. Violent storm swept through. What about the armadillo, the giver, who rolled straight ahead? The armadillo glanced back at Mirage's attack, and was instantly terrified. I stepped on a horse. What the hell was going on to provoke such a woman? Swish swish, in an instant. The armadillo's body was given a sudden acceleration like a turbine engine was installed, and it rolled rapidly. Under the threat of life, the armadillo's physical potential was stimulated to the extreme. It's like a turbine engine, even a rocket engine can't escape the blow of Mirage. Rumble. A huge explosion sounded. The fire was soaring into the sky, and the smoke and dust were everywhere. The body of the armadillo was directly annihilated in this violent explosion. Just when Mirage bombed the armadillo to the giver. Head gun. Rear. A woman with a mask, a plush coat, and two horns on her head quickly attacked Mirage. The two horns on her head were covered with a thick layer of armed domineering, which looked extremely hard and sharp. Where everything? The man who raided Mirage was no one else. It is Runty, one of the 6 sons of Ling Kong, in the form of a swollen-headed dragon from the ancient dragon fruit. In a hurry, Mirage was unable to launch a counterattack, and could only block with the demon's arms folded in front of him. Boom! The strong impact force made Mirage's body fly upside down. It rushed out of the harbor and fell into the sea. Humph! As a devil fruit person, fall into the sea. It's dead now. Runty looked at the direction of Mirage's fall in the harbor, and her expression was full of pride. Mirage's appearance made Runty subconsciously think that she was a devil fruit person. However, this is just what she thought. Just when Runty was proud of herself crashing Mirage into the sea, the sea water in Hualala harbor suddenly became, the waves were turbulent. The current became, extremely fast. The waves were higher than the waves. A huge vortex was formed at the location where Mirage fell. Several giant pirates of the 100 Beast Pirates parked in the harbor were engulfed. In the center of the vortex, there is a person spinning non-stop, and this giant vortex is controlled by her. It was Mirage, who had just been smashed into the sea by Runty. As the body rotates, Mirage's hands continued to gather and disperse dark magic. The whirlpool becomes, getting bigger and bigger. The sea water becomes, getting faster and faster. It seems to be able to smash everything. Impossible. As a devil fruit ability, how can it be possible to keep moving in the sea? Looking at Mirage's movements, Runty couldn't help but exclaimed. His eyes were full of shocking color. Yeah. Super sadistic rage. Mirage let out a coquettish cry, and controlled the sea current vortex mixed with dark magic to sweep away Runty on the harbor. All the members of the 100 Beast Pirates on the coast, countless people were swept away in Mirage's super sadistic fury, and they cried out in pain. Runty didn't have time to think about Mirage. Why is this devil fruit ability able to move freely in the sea, and immediately withdraw and retreat? As a devil fruit person, she must not be hit by these sea water attacks. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Boom! Crack! Just as Runty dodged, the ground beneath her feet suddenly became, torn apart, and a deep crater appeared, filled with sea water. Let Runty's heart skip a beat. This is too powerful. Is the little girl who attacked me ready to be stunned? Mirage flapped the demon wings behind him and swooped down towards Runty from the air. The demon claws of both hands wrapped the dark magic to the Runty hammer. Oh! The old lady won't be afraid of you. And it must be you who got knocked out. Although Runty looks sweet and cute, her temper is very short-tempered and her mood is very unstable. So excited by Mirage, it exploded right away. Both hands and feet turned into crimson dragon claws, the teeth became extremely sharp, and a long red tail stretched out from behind. The whole person directly entered a semi-dragon state. The lower limbs of the two powerful dragon claws slammed on the ground, and the ground instantly sank into a pothole. Runty's body jumped high and charged towards Mirage in the sky. Armed color overlay. Flower Sakura. Huh. Runty's two crimson dragon claws turned black instantly. There was a layer of flowing gas on it. The two jet black fists collided suddenly in the air. Boom! A violent blast erupted from the strong impact. Give me down. Little girl. The dark magic on Mirage's fist suddenly erupted. Under the strong impact, Runty's body fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string, and smashed to the ground. Bang! The earth cracked in an instant, a burst of thick dust was raised, and Runty's body fell deeply into the ground. Sister! With a cry of worry, a huge brown thorn back, the dragon rushed towards Runty. It is Peggywan, one of the 6 sons of Ling Kong. Dragon fruit ancient thorn back, dragon. Hey! Although I understand your worries about your sister, but as a man, I can't let you go. Because my sister is there too. A sturdy figure with silver hair just like Mirage stood in front of Peggy-wan. It's Mirage's younger brother, Elfman. A very hot man. Fuck me off. Peggy-wan roared and charged towards Elfman, opening his bloody mouth, revealing Sun Yan's sharp teeth. Man. Never let you pass. Accept the soul of the magic beast master. Drink. Chapter 61, The King's Pose. Beat Kaido. With a roar from Elfman. His body suddenly changed dramatically. Two huge long horns grow on the head, the figure is several meters tall, and the body is completely transformed into the state of the Beast King. Man. I definitely won't let you disturb my sister's battle. Ugh. Elfman in Beast Master state hugs Thorny back with both hands, Peggywan's head in dragon state. Click. 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 The ground beneath Elfman's feet kept making a cracking sound, dragging a long trail on the ground. Who? 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 Peggy-wan, who was holding his head by Elfman, struggled and roared angrily. But Elfman's hands grabbed Peggy-wan's head like iron tongs, and he let him no matter how hard you struggle, you can't break free. Damn bastard. Let me go with your special code. Swish accompanied by Peggy-wan's roar, a sound of breaking through the air rang in Elfman's ears. Peggy-wan's dragon tail was covered with a thick layer of armament, and it was domineering and pulled towards Elfman's head. Even in the face of this powerful blow, Elfman had no intention of retreating. Drink. Elfman roared, and the muscles on the Beastmaster's arms swelled high and swelled. Peggywan's entire body was directly picked up by Elfman. Fuck. Nima. This strength. Dangling god. The people around were stunned when they saw this scene. Peggywan, who was the only one in Longhua, weighed more than 10 tons, and it was enough to crush a house with 1 foot. But now, Elfman hugged Peggy-wan's head and threw it to the ground, and a fall came, an onion. Boom. Peggy-wan's head slammed into the ground. The tail and feet kept struggling, and it took a lot of effort to pull the head out of the ground. I was dizzy, and it felt like I drank dozens of pounds of old white dried beans. Peggy-wan shook his head and regained consciousness. The eyes that looked at Elfman were filled with endless anger. You bastard! I have to kill you today. Peggy-wan's huge body shrank rapidly, turning into a half-dragon state. In this way, it can not only have a super physique, but also have agile speed, which is the most suitable form for fighting. This sentence will be returned to you as it is. Elfman clenched his fists tightly and assumed a fighting stance, his aura was not weak at all. Ugh. Drink. The two roared angrily, rushed towards each other quickly, and fought together in an instant. It's hard to tell the winner for a while. The two of them can be said to be the only pair of evenly matched people on the field. At this time, on the battleship of the 100 Beasts pirates, a man with a horn mask, wearing red pants, and a black shirt holding a large sword slowly walked towards Kaido. Boss Kaido. The 3 disasters of the Big Kanban are too weak. All were hanged and beaten by Alexander Lukiu's subordinates. Such a person is not worthy of being the big sign of the Beast Pirates. If I go to take off his head, how about the position of the big signboard? The only person who can say such a thing in the Beast Pirates is Fuzifu, one of the 6 sons of Ling Kong. Although he is the 6th son of the sky, his status is not as high as that of the Big Kanban 3 disasters. However, he was very confident in his own strength, and often angered the Jin of the fire disaster and the Quinn of the epidemic disaster, thinking that they were just older than his own qualifications. Often want to challenge them. Take the location of the big billboard for the 100 Beasts Pirates. Kaido's mouth twitched when he heard that. You really dare to say it? It's really a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers. Kaido himself did not dare to think about taking the head of Alexander Rochuk. Not to mention a mere 6 suns in the sky. Although his strength is very strong, he is definitely not Luo Chu's opponent. That person is just as strong as a monster. His eyes are turned to Luo Chu, who is standing on the high ground and defying the world. Thinking of the scene where he was beaten by Luo Chu in Dressrosa, Kaido involuntarily shuddered. To be frank, at this time, Kaido's heart was very uneasy. I don't know that there are so many masters under Luo Chu's command, and almost all the elites under his command are suppressed. Mad. How can we fight? He is not Luo Chu's opponent at all. Even if he wants to retreat, it is too late. When they were in the port of Dressrosa, the iron gate of the port had been closed tightly, trapping their beast pirates in this port. Luo Chu wanted to eat them all. He could clearly sense that Luo Chu's aura had been locked on him all the time. As long as he has a change, Luo Chu will immediately take action. So he does not dare to move. Otherwise, it may lead to the collapse of the beast pirates. As one of the four emperors, he is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Kaido, the beast, was locked by people's aura and didn't dare to move. If people knew about this, I'd be afraid that he would drop his jaw. It is estimated that Luo Chu can do this. Mad. Why did the navy come so slowly? The old man in the Warring States period didn't know that I was going to attack Dressrosa, and he planned to let Luo Chu and I fight to the death, to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Kaido thought with some worry in his heart. His heart was very depressed. It was only after he received the news that the navy was leaving, he assembled the fleet to attack Dressrosa. It stands to reason that they should arrive later than the navy headquarters. He planned to take Dressrosa quietly while Luo Chu was defending against the crusade of the naval headquarters. Unexpectedly, Luo Chu was already waiting here when he came to Dressrosa. There was no sign of a war with the navy headquarters at all. So I subconsciously thought that this was the plan of Admiral Warring States. Certainly. This is just Kaido's idea. As everyone knows, the navy has already been destroyed by Luo Chu. Boss Kaido, can you? Fuzifu asked again aloud, causing Kaido to recover from his thoughts. Sure. If you can take down Alexander Lukiu's head, I will let you be a big sign for the beast pirates. I like you. Come on. Kaido lined his shoulders in encouragement, but he was actually looking at him with a foolish look. He murmured inwardly, if you can take down the head of Alexander Lukiu, let alone the big billboard, you can do the position of the governor of the beast pirates. But Fuzifu did not see Kaido's eyes, looking in the direction Luo Chu was in, his eyes were full of excitement. Whoosh! Fuzifu's body shot out from the pirate ship like an arrow from the string, and ran frantically in the direction of Luo Chu. On the way, no one can stand it. He quickly broke through to Luo Chu's place. The place. Fuzzy's body jumped high, clenching the tachi in his hand and using his greatest strength to slash at Luo Chu. Ha ha ha. I want the head of Alexander Lukiu, Fuzifu. The location of the big billboard of the beast pirates. I take it? Fuzifu laughed wildly. He seemed to have seen the scene of Luo Chu's head falling to the ground. Thank you to the author. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 62 The Liberation of Demon Power. Kanglong is broken. Right now, Fuzifu feels like he is surrounded by great happiness. Alexander Lukiu's head is about to be cut off by me. Human eyes. The members of the beast pirates are filled with unparalleled excitement. Great. The enemy leader is about to be killed. The beast pirates are about to win. Oh. Lord Foz. Oi. The local leader will be killed. Our beast pirates are going to win. The members of the hundreds of beast pirates immediately cheered and cheered when they saw this scene. Even Kaido's eyes were fixed on Fuzifu. Although he knew that he couldn't kill Luo Chu so easily. But I still couldn't help but look forward to it. He wanted so much that Luo Chu was killed. However, The ideal is plump, but the reality is skinny. Just as Fuzef's long knife was about to approach Luo Qiu. Only see. Luo Qiu's cheeks bulged slightly, and then his mouth suddenly opened. An incomparably violent vortex burst out from his mouth. The roar of the black dragon. Boom. So close. There's no way to avoid it. Fuzef doesn't understand Luo Qiu's strength at all. He never thought that Luo Qiu would launch such a powerful attack at such a close distance. It was too strong. The oncoming wind blew on his face as if being cut by a knife. It was impossible to resist. It was a time of crisis. Fuzef could only wrap his body in a domineering look of armament. The next moment, his body was directly submerged by Luo Qiu's dragon's roar. Ah! The shrill scream resounded throughout the battlefield, and everyone who listened to it felt numb. How much pain did it take to make such a shrill wailing? Ah! Ah! What? The sound changed from prosperity to decline, getting smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. Luo Qiu slowly closed his mouth. The sky is clear again. It's as clean as glass, without a trace. But it is this incomparably clean sky that makes all the members of the Beast Pirates tremble from their hearts. Dementia. Shock. Horror. The super powerhouses of the Beast Pirates who can compete with the big Kanban are gone. Disappeared. It's gone. Not even a speck of dust is left. It's fake. How could this be possible? Such a strong man was killed in an instant. At this moment, even the three disasters trembled. They knew Luo Qiu's the strength is very strong, but I never thought that it would be so strong. They know the strength of Fuzaifa very well. Definitely not much weaker than them. However, it is such a strong man who was killed by Luo Qiu so easily and in an understatement. It's as simple as killing an ant. This kind of strength is simply too terrifying. I want to provoke your majesty. It's really over the top. Sesshomaru looked at Fuzzy Fu who was smashed by Luo Qiu and said with a mocking expression, his expression was very disdainful. In his opinion, this is a completely stupid behavior. In order to avoid, the younger generation tries to make such a stupid act and provoke your majesty's prestige. I'd better deal with you as soon as possible, and kill all those who are disrespectful to his majesty. Sesshomaru said indifferently. For those who have been summoned, Luo Qiu will always be supreme. Never be offended. The liberation of demon power. Drink. Sesshomaru let out a low voice, his eyes quickly changed from white to extremely red, and his teeth became very sharp. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. The long silver hair was blown wildly. This moment, his own strength, speed, spirit, endurance, and other abilities have all been improved by leaps and bounds. The strength has skyrocketed several times in an instant. At this moment, Yin, who was standing opposite Sesshomaru, broke out in a cold sweat, being oppressed by Sesshomaru's aura. Good strong breath. Yanzanjin narrowed his eyes and said with a slightly trembling voice. This aura even made him feel like he was facing Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates. Poison Flower Claw. Chi-La, Yan Calamity's body was instantly scratched by Sesshomaru's venomous claws, and several wounds were made. The skin is instantly corroded and a large piece of it emits a stench. And it keeps spreading to other parts of the body. So fast. I can't even react at all. Looking at his torn body, Yanzanjin's heart was filled with unparalleled shock. This speed. It is several times higher than the previous sum value. Sword pressure. Swish before he could recover from the claw strike just now, an oppressive sword energy slashed straight at him again. Bang. Even though Yin tried his best, he barely managed to be the one. But the body fell from the sky like a meteorite. Boom. The powerful impact made the entire port tremble. A huge and deep crater was smashed into the ground. It was really like a meteorite hitting the ground. The Sesshomaru after liberating the demon power was really strong. I can't bear it. Pursue the victory. Sesshomaru began to gather his demon power when Yin was knocked down. The Daogishin in his hand was held high above his head by him, and the demonic power in his body rushed into it like a volcanic eruption, filling it on the sword's edge. The 100-meter blue dragon is entrenched behind Sesshomaru. Ang! The sound of the dragon's roar spread throughout the battlefield, making everyone dizzy. Kanglong breaks 5. Sesshomaru shouted, and the fighting ghost in his hand slammed down. In an instant, the blue giant condensed from the demonic power suddenly attacked Yin on the ground. Friends who like this book, please send some flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets support a wave. Chapter 63 The Power of Bursting Teeth. The waning moon of the underworld is broken. The blue dragon is full of domineering and majesty. The power contained in it makes everyone dare not look directly. The wind is howling. The people on the ground can't open their eyes at all. Just listen. Boom. An earth-shattering sound exploded in the ears of everyone. Bright fires rose into the sky. Thick smoke and dust rose up. The ground shook and the mountains were shaken. The next deep pit. It is as bottomless as the bottomless abyss. Stunned. Scared to pee. The members of the hundreds of beast pirates stared at the bottomless abyss. Pothole. This is what human power can do. It's too scary. Master Jin won't be killed. A member of the beast pirates looked at the bottomless pothole and said with a trembling voice. The rest of the members of Gudong swallowed involuntarily when they heard the words. His eyes were filled with endless horror. A gust of sea breeze blew through, and all the members of the 100 beast pirates suddenly felt cold. Turn out to be. Their backs were already soaked in cold sweat. It's terrifying. In reality, Fuzifu, the 6 sons of the volley, was dropped by Luoqiu with one move. Then, the big sign of their sea beast pirates, Yan Lijian, was beaten again, and I don't know if they were alive or dead. There is still a possibility of victory in this war. After a while, Yin, who was covered in blood, and whose clothes were tattered, came slowly, flapping his wings from the giant pit. The body swayed, as if it might fall off at any time. Master Yin. It's Master Yin. Great. He's not dead. Asshole. Master Jin, he is the big sign of our beast pirates. How could it be possible to die so easily? The moment Yin appeared, all the members of the beast pirates suddenly there was an outpouring of cheers. It's not dead. Hee, life force is quite strong. Sesshomaru gave Yin a surprised look. Kanglong broke 5, already the strongest trick he could use to fight ghosts and gods, but Jin unexpectedly resisted it. How can it be repaired? You bastard, don't look down on people. How can I say that it is also the big Kanbanyan fire of the beast pirates? How could it be possible to just randomly plant unknown people who came out of nowhere and kill them? Although Jin was severely injured by Sesshomaru's Kanglong, his aura did not weaken in the slightest. As the big sign of the beast pirates, Jin also has his own pride. Nobody. Ah! How dare you say it? Sesshomaru frowned slightly and let out a sneer. The Dogishin in his hand was put into the scabbard by him, and he put his palm on the handle of the other knife around his waist and slowly pulled it out. At the moment when the sword appeared, a burst of blue light illuminated the entire sky, and the dazzling light couldn't make people look directly at it. It exudes an incomparably heart-pounding power. The demon sword nurtured by the powerful demon power Broken Teeth. It is Sesshomaru's strongest and most suitable sword for him. What kind of knife is this? To be able to exude such a terrifying power. It's not weaker than any of the 12 great swordsmen, but I've never heard of it. Yin's eyes were tightly attracted by Sesshomaru's shattering teeth, and a storm surged up in his heart. The most famous board of the 100 Beasts Pirates, and has a good understanding of all the famous swords in the world. But I have never heard the broken teeth in Sesshomaru's hands. Even if it is a demon sword, Gish might not be able to compare it with that demonic aura. It would be a loss for you to die under this sword. Shashanwan looked at Yan Calamity with a proud look in his hands, as if killing him with his explosive teeth was a reward for him. Asshole! Not sure who kills who. Yin was furious, and clenched the sword in his hand, and the blade instantly ignited a blazing fire. Death. Cremation with one knife. Death to me. Yin held the flaming long sword, flapped his wings suddenly, and rushed towards Sesshomaru like a sharp arrow. Facing the incoming Yin, Sesshomaru showed a cold, disdainful smile. With both hands clenched, shattering teeth slammed in the air. Kaka. The space is shattered directly. A huge crescent gap is formed. It's like a demon opened its mouth. This is the passage connecting the underworld. Anyone who enters this space is equivalent to stepping into a yellow spring, throw into the arms of the god of death. The soul will never be able to transcend. The moment Shashanwan opened the space, Yin's body was instantly engulfed, and there was no room for resistance. The space was closed. Yin's figure entered Huanquan and completely disappeared between this world. This scene immediately shocked everyone present, especially the members of the Beast Pirates. Their eyes stared like copper bells, their ears stood up like antennas, and their mouths opened like hippos. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the direction where the flames disappeared. Shocked to the extreme. Frightened to the extreme. Horrified to the extreme. What the hell is that? It swallowed Jin directly. It was terrifying. It made my scalp tingle. A member of the 100 Beast Pirates shouted in horror. This kind of fear instantly spread to the entire Beast Pirates. Even those cotters had ugly expressions on their faces. It's a lie. I can't feel any aura from Yin at all. Jin, that guy was really killed. Plague Quinn opened his eyes and looked domineeringly and looked around, but he couldn't feel Yin's breath at all. Although he often bickers and quarrels with Yin, he has to admit that Yin's strength is indeed the first of the three disasters. He was killed directly. How is this possible? Quinn can't believe the fact that Jin was killed. What's surprising? It's your turn next. Urza's cold voice came from Plague Quinn's ears. Turn around and look. Quinn's pupils shrank involuntarily. Thank you to the author. Please download Feilu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 64, The Armor of the Heavenly God. Cut off the space. Only see. Elsa's whole body burst with magic. The violent airflow danced wildly beside her. Sand, gravel, soil, grass, roots, and trees, everything was blown away. What happened? Her aura has increased several times than before. Plague Quinn's mustache was fluttering in the wind, and her small eyes, which were originally only the size of mung beans, suddenly opened the boss. The heart was shocked. Damn it! Did this woman not use her full strength before? Yin's heart was shocked and angry. I was amazed by Urza's sudden surge in strength, and angry that she didn't use all her strength to deal with herself. Just looking down on him. Just as Quinn thought, Urza hadn't used her full strength before. The moment Fusef offended Deolukiu, Urza was furious. The second source of magic in her body was directly liberated. The strength skyrocketed in an instant. Change clothes. Heavenly God's armor. Swish, a dazzling light flashed, and the armor on Urza suddenly turned into a simple and majestic armor of the gods. The golden light exudes a noble atmosphere. The pattern of dragon and tiger shows domineering. Holding a big 3-meter long sword. The eyes are cold and domineering. It shows the demeanor of the queen. Legend has it that the armor of the gods is the armor worn by the gods, and its power is very powerful. At the same time, the magic power consumed is also very large. It can only be worn when the second magic source is released. Dai. Tianyition Zenke. Wearing the armor of Tenika God, Urza raised the big Naginata sword in her hand, and launched the strongest blow of this armor. Maid. Who are you going to scare you by changing your armor? A stinky woman. Don't underestimate my father. Brachiosaurus horn, sword assault. The Plague Queen was furious with Elsa's words and behavior. The long neck of the Brachiosaurus was immediately covered with a dark and thick-armed color domineering, and the cherry blossoms spread on it. Quinn's entire neck was completely transformed into the shape of a sharp sword. It seems to be able to pierce everything. Haha. Mum drank. The two of them all used their strongest strength to rush to each other. Chiang. The horn formed by the big Naginata sword in Urza's hand and Plague Quinn's head, the swords slashed together fiercely. Crack. The air on the edge of Urza's blade is like a dense crack in glass. Space. Open. The power of the armor of Tianyi God is so powerful that some space can't bear the power of this knife. Chi, Quinn's body surface's airflow Ying's domineering arrogance was slashed, and it was chopped on his head with a clanging sound. Click, the black metal-like solid armed color is also unstoppable, and there are several cracks. At this moment, Quinn's eyes suddenly become extremely frightened. It's over. It can't be stopped. Quinn wants to escape. But it's too late. Blood splatters. Quinn's huge body was directly hit by Elu. Sha slashes divided into two from the beginning to the end. The Beast Pirate's big signboard Plague Quinn, death. Wow, all the members of the Beast Pirates suddenly burst into an uproar. The corpse of Lusa split in half is full of incredible. This has more visual impact than Sesshomaru's slaying of the flames. Although Sesshomaru used the waning moon of the underworld, breaking the five, swallowed the embers of the underworld and sent them into the yellow spring. But others don't know. There was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. But the Plague Quinn won't work. The whole person was completely dead in front of them. There is not even such a faint hope. Lord Quinn killed. A member of the Beast's pirates who was closest to Quinn covered his head and screamed in horror. Shah this moment. Almost all the eyes of the Beast's pirates turned to the side, just in time to see the Plague Quay because of two corpses. Shocked. Terrified. Unbelievable. In the Beast Pirates, except for Governor Kaido. As a big Kanban, the three disasters are almost the ceiling of the battle strength of the Beast Pirates. Now. It was directly split into two pieces by someone. It was impossible for us to believe our eyes. Hey. What a joke. How could Big Brother Quinn be killed by that stinky woman? Droughtjack's face was ferocious and his expression was distorted, which was shocking to the extreme. Although Droughtjack usually looked like the best in the world outside, he was not happy with anyone. But in the face of Yin and Quinn, the two big brothers are still very respectful. This respect, of course, stems from the suppression of strength. Now, the big brother he respected was beheaded directly in front of him, and Jack Drought was instantly rooted, unacceptable. But he forgot that he was also fighting against a woman who was as violent as a tyrannosaur. The Yin seal is released. Just when Droughtjack was shocked by his big brother, Plague Quinn, don't kill him, Tsunade unlocked his own Yin seal. Boom. The chakra accumulated in the Yin seal was released instantly. Tsunade's face was covered with green lines, and his body exuded an incomparably violent momentum. What's with this momentum? Tsunade, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Monsters. All the people in this country are monsters. Boom. The ground under Tsunade's feet burst in an instant. The whole person flew towards Droughtjack like a shooting star. There were no fancy skills, it was an explosion of pure power. To Tsunade's speed, Droughtjack couldn't react at all. With Tsunade's fist kicked in his stomach. Bang. His entire belly sank deeply. Crack. The sound of broken bones resounded in Drought Jack's body. Ribs. Broken, friends, and thanks to the author. Feeler reminds you, collection, recommendation, and score of 3 things in reading. Chapter 65, The 3 Disasters Are Extinct. The Beast Pirates Collapse. Put. Drought Jack spit out blood, tears of pain coming out. So fast. So powerful. I can't react in time. I can't bear it at all. Drought Jack looked at Tsunade in front of him and was horrified. Although his fist was also heavy, it was within his tolerance. But now, after the seal is lifted, Drought Jack can't bear it at all. The bone was immediately broken. However, this is just the beginning. Just as Drought Jack's body was about to fly out, Tsunade's right foot kicked hard on Jack's chin. Crack. Drought Jack's metal jaw was instantly kicked to pieces by the feeling, revealing his sharp murloc teeth. Whoosh. His large body was instantly launched into the sky like a rocket launch. Tsunade suddenly jumped on the ground sank instantly, and her body came to the sky above Jack in the blink of an eye. Drink. Tienguard foot. Bang, Tsunade's slender long legs suddenly burst out with an unparalleled power. Crack. Jack's ribs were broken again. The body fell violently to the ground, smashing out a deep pit, and the body was buried by countless rubble. Cough cough. Drought Jack from crushing he crawled out of the pile of stones, coughing up blood. His ribs were almost completely shattered under Tsunade's punch and kick, and the pain inside his abdomen was as excruciating as a knife pierced through a fire. He was covered in mud and sweat. Drought Jack knelt down on one knee and looked at Tsunade not far away with heavy breathing. The ferocity and rage in his eyes turned into thick fear and panic. Facing such a female Tyrannosaurus-like woman, he couldn't bear even a reckless beast. But Tsunade wouldn't be swayed by his fear and panic. Stop attacking. Treat the enemy. Only until death will stop. Boom. Drought Jack, who hadn't climbed out just yet, was suddenly hit by Tsunade again. Only. This time it's not just an ordinary fist, but a dangerous chakra scalpel. Drought Jack looked horrified at his right hand that was attacked by Tsunade. Eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. I can't move. My right hand can't move at all. I don't listen at all. What the hell is going on? Don't struggle. The nerve in your right hand has been cut from the inside by me, and it is impossible to move it again. Tsunade's cold and stern voice sounded in Drought Jack's ear, which made him shiver and sweat. Almost subconsciously, he raised his left arm to block it, covering it with a thick layer of armed domineering. However, there is no way to stop the release of the yin seal Tsunade. All are cut off. Both arms are completely scrapped. At this time, the Drought Jack is already half. Swish, Tsunade mercilessly cut off all the nerves in Drought Jack's feet. The huge body fell to the ground with a bang, splashing a cloud of dust. No matter how hard he struggled, he could no longer fight. Drink. Looking at Drought Jack, who fell to the ground, Tsunade clasped his hands together, and a long green chakra knife suddenly emerged from her hand. He jumped up high and stabbed the heart of Drought Jack suddenly. With both hands and feet already scrapped, he couldn't avoid this blow from Tsunade. He could only watch helplessly as the chakra sword in Tsunade's hand stabbed at him. Horror. Despair filled his heart. Am I going to die? That was the last thought in Drought Jack's mind. No accident. The chakra scalpel in Tsunade's hand directly pierced Drought Jack's heart. Vitality passed quickly, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. Beast Pirates big bored Drought Jack, die. Quiet. Looking at Drought Jack, whose heart was pierced, almost all the Beast Pirates were dumbfounded. All of them were dumbfounded and dumbfounded. He stood there dumbfounded as if he had lost his soul. A feeling of despair spread in their hearts. No, no, Lord Jack killed 2. Master Yin. Lord Quinn. Master Jack. God. The 3 major disasters of the Beast Pirates' Big Kanban are over. How can we possibly beat this kind of enemy? Scared. Desperate. Collapsed. The members of the hundreds of beast pirates knelt on the ground, hugging their heads and crying, screaming in despair. Kaido looked at the 3 disasters that died under his command, his fists clenched, and the blue veins on his forehead bulged. Shocked to the extreme. Angered to the extreme. The 3 disasters are the most capable officers under his command. Now that the 3 disasters have died, the strength of the beast pirates has been reduced by at least half. Miscalculation. Kaido never imagined that Luoqiu had so many strong men under his command. Even the 3 disasters under his command were not opponents. Attacking Dressrosa this time was completely a wrong decision. Alexander Luoqiu's hiding is too deep. This kind of strength is definitely not weaker than that of any emperor-level pirate group today. Rumble. Crash. The port trembled, and the sea suddenly became turbulent. The members of the 100 Beasts Pirates looked around, and the originally closed port door was actually opened. Immediately there was a look of excitement on everyone's faces. The door is open. Escape. These guys are horrible. No match at all. Hundreds of members of the Beast Pirates rushed to the battleship frantically. The death of the 3 plagues directly shattered their last hope. Now, there is only one thought in their hearts. That is, escape. This place has left them with too much fear. Looking at the pirates of the Beast Pirates who are fleeing frantically, Luoqiu's mouth can't help but raise a touch of disdain. Sneer. Escape. Can you escape? Kaido looked at the opened port door in surprise, not knowing what Luoqiu wanted to do. But it is absolutely impossible to open the door and let them escape. Look around. Kaido's pupils shrank suddenly. Far away. 10 huge warships are approaching this port. Kaido's amazing eyesight can clearly see the figure standing on the bow of the foremost ship. White uniform, icy blue long hair. This is the Ice Queen Ests, who rewarded 1.5 billion Bailey under Luoqiu's command. Behind him, there were more than 1,000 sailors who were kneeling on the ground with their heads in their hands and tied with iron chains. At this moment, his expression was shocked to the extreme. His heart was as violent as an 18th magnitude earthquake. A thought that made him extremely terrified emerged in his heart. Friends who like this book, please send some flowers. Monthly ticket, evaluation ticket support a wave, thanks to the author. Please download Feel a Novel to see the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 66, Tornadoes. Capture the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. No, no. Could it be that the Navy has already arrived? It was only after he was defeated that he came to deal with me. As soon as this thought appeared, Kaido's whole body trembled. If it is like this, that person, Alexander Luoqiu, is really terrible. What a powerful lineup in the Navy headquarters. Carp, Ching Pheasant, Akainu, Kiabu, etc. are all famous characters in the sea. This lineup is not weaker than any of the 4 Emperor Pirates. It's even worse. But now it has been defeated by that man. And it seems to have been defeated so thoroughly that even the sailors were captured. It's terrible. First, defeat the Crusade fleet of the Navy headquarters. He defeated his own beast pirates again. What kind of power can do this? At this moment, even Kaido, who is not afraid of the sky and earth, can't help feeling palpitations against Luoqiu. He dares to break into the naval headquarters alone. He dares to challenge the 4 Emperor Pirates alone. But today, he dare not shoot at Luoqiu now? Things far exceeded his expectations. Originally, he planned to capture Dressrosa while Luoqiu was fighting with the Crusade fleet of the Navy headquarters. For this reason, he deliberately brought over most of the elites of his pirate group. It was to prevent Luo Chu's rescue plan to beat him up. But he underestimated Luo Chu's trump card too much. Luo Chu is 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than he imagined. Almost all the elite cotters such as the Big Kanban 3 disasters, the Barbarians, the Linkong 6 Sons, the Jenda, and so on have been killed or injured. It is impossible to recover. But he has no chance. The members of the Beast Pirates scrambled to get on the pirate ship and quickly headed for the port, rushing to the sea. I don't care at all. Ez's fleet ahead. In the eyes of these members of the Beast Pirates, even facing 10 huge warships on the sea is better than facing Luo Chu and others in the port of Dressrosa. It's just that they don't know that the sea is their nightmare. Looking at the people of the 100 Beast Pirates fleeing in a hurry, Luo Chu never ordered anyone to pursue them. Because Luo Chu knew that they couldn't escape at all. Just when the members of the hundreds of Beast Pirates were complacent about their escape from the port. Clap la la. The originally calm sea suddenly became violent. The current became very turbulent, and the waves became very tall. The pirate ship of the Beast Pirates suddenly became, swaying, like a leaf duckweed swaying on the sea. What happened? Why did the current suddenly become turbulent? The members of the Beast Pirates who do not know why are stunned. However, this is just an appetizer. The endless sea water suddenly rose into the sky, forming a tsunami that covered the sky and swept away the fleeing members of the Beast Pirates in all directions. Jesus. God. Fuck. Nima. One after another, exclamations came out from the mouths of the members of the Beast Pirates. Countless people were pale, with almost no trace of blood. The pupils lost their focal length. The chin even fell to the ground. Some people were scared to pee in an instant. Everywhere there was a tsunami. Ah! Help! Going to die? Going to die? God bless, Boruo. What the hell is going on here? Why is there such a huge tsunami? Endless panic. Endless despair. Endless sadness. I didn't expect that. I just escaped from Luo Chu and encountered a tsunami of this natural disaster level again. This is too difficult. Mom Acridine. I want to go home. Bastard. Someone under his command can create such a huge tsunami. It's no worse than the tsunami created by that old man's quake fruit with white beard. Also, these tsunamis attacked the pirate ship as if they were fully conscious. Made. This ability is a foul at sea. Seeing his subordinates being swept away by the tsunami, Kaido gnashed his teeth in anger. His knowledge and domineering keenly captured that someone on the Ist's fleet manipulated the sea water to create this tsunami. It's the tornado. It's also because of her powerful psychic power that the sea can set off such a violent tsunami. Haha. No one of you guys can freeze the sea, right? The tornado that flew into the air suddenly showed a cheerful smile. It was really frustrating to fight with the Navy before. Every attack of her will be neutralized. The created tsunami was frozen by the green pheasants. The shells fired were bombarded by the yellow monkey. The iceberg picked up was melted by Akainu. So the dragon roll's heart has been holding a sigh of relief. This time, they were all released against the fleeing beast pirates. Help! Who can save us? Don't come here. Grumpy grumpy. There are no exceptions. All the escaped beast pirates were engulfed by the great tsunami created by the tornado. After a while, the sea returned to calm. Only a myriad of wreckage remains floating at sea. At this time, all the pirates who stayed at the port and stayed by Kaido's side and did not escape immediately felt extremely grateful. Nima. Thank goodness I didn't run away. This is too terrifying. Gradually, Ezz led the fleet into the port. The soldiers of Alexander's kingdom took down all the prisoners of the navy headquarters. From ordinary soldiers to generals and officers. One of them is particularly conspicuous. It is the Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters. Nima. Kizaru has been captured. This scene. Come on. I'm riding a horse. This captive Admiral of the Navy headquarters, this Nima is a jerk. Friends and friends who like this book, please vote for some flowers, monthly votes and comment votes to support a wave, the author. Thank you. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and score. Chapter 67 Lugochiu's Plan. Kaido was scared away. The Japanese ape's figure is like a magnet that firmly attracts. It caught everyone's attention. It's too exaggerated. It's completely unimaginable. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters will be captured. What kind of joke is this, Nima? But, the truth is right in front of you. Kaido looked at the wounded Kizaru and swallowed hard. His eyes were full of incredible wonder. What kind of character was able to injure Kizaru like this, and successfully capture him alive? In the sea known by Kaido, no one can compare the speed of Kizaru. Although his strength is not the top in this sea, his speed is definitely the top. If he wants to leave, no one can stay. But now, Lugochiu completely shattered Kaido's worldview. He even captured Kizaru directly. As for the green pheasant and red or capo, since Kizaru can't get away, the 2 of them who are not good at speed will definitely not be able to get away. However, Kaido's eyes looked left and right among the captured marines, and he didn't find them at all. Could it be that you don't want to burn all the jade and stones as prisoners? His thinking of this. Kaido can't help but gasp. This Nima is a bit of a man. At this moment, Kaido is sweating profusely, and even his body is shaking. Terrible. Too terrifying. Fight against himself in Dressrosa. The strength of Lugochiu's troops is not all of Lugochiu's. Just a part of him. The other part is fighting against the Crusade fleet of the Navy headquarters. And defeated the naval headquarters, the Crusade fleet. Although Kaido didn't know what happened to Aokiji, Akainu, Garp and others. But the captured Kiwi is real. Nima. The best Kiwi who can escape has been captured. How can the others be better? Regret. At this time, Kaido can't wait to go back in time. To know that Lugochiu is so arrogant, Kaido will not come to attack Dressrosa without saying anything. Isn't it fragrant to be your own emperor in Wano country? See your majesty the king. Everyone put one hand in front of them and knelt down on one knee to salute Lugochiu. Completely regarded the people of the beast pirates as heir. Or they were not taken into account at all. Free gift. Lugochiu came to the soldiers and put his palms up in front of the soldiers, indicating to him, everyone has worked hard. It seems that you have achieved good results. After drawing one of Miraj's character templates, Chiu called Esdras and asked her to capture the Marines alive as much as possible while ensuring the victory of the battle. He clearly remembered it. In the Gate of Hades, Miraj received a demon from Jeff's book, Cool Moon Sky Sira. In Sira's state, he can cast command magic and manipulate other people's bodies, thoughts, and actions. These navies, the soldiers of the headquarters, are all elites. Definitely a strong force. If they are ordered to attack the Navy headquarters, I believe that the expressions of the Navy and the world government will be very exciting. Especially the Admiral Kizaru is among them. This is definitely a big surprise for Lugochiu. He thought about the possibility that Kiyobu might be killed, that he might escape, that he might be rescued. But I never thought that Estes and the others would take Kiyobu captive. Thus, his plan is even more perfect. An admiral leads the captured. The elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters attack the Navy headquarters. Nima. This picture. Thinking about it makes me a little excited. I'm sorry. I only captured one admiral. The other high-ranking officials, Doutu, T. Dolphin, Flying Squirrel and others were all escaped by them. Esdras lowered his head and came to Lugochiu's side. His voice was completely without the arrogance of a queen. just like a little girl who made a mistake. Originally, she wanted to capture all these people to carry out Luo Qiu's plan. But in the end, only one Kiwi was captured. She felt very guilty for not fulfilling Luo Qiu's entrustment. Hear what Estes said. Not far away, Kaido's eyeballs almost fell out. I'm Nima. Only one admiral was captured. You want to capture a few more? Do you want this bitch to be so tiger? It doesn't matter. I was pleasantly surprised to be able to capture an admiral. Good job. Luo Qiu patted Est's head in appreciation. Being able to capture an admiral has really surprised him. But I'm fine. How on earth did they escape without a boat? Luo Qiuman asked suspiciously. A guy with horns rescued them. This guy is very weird. Able to open doors anywhere, even air. Those high-ranking generals of the Navy headquarters were all rescued by him. But in the end, when that guy wanted to take Kizaru, I used Mokubatmo to kill the frozen time and space. Pity. The consumption of Mokubatmo is too great for me, and it will take a long time to recover once it is activated. Estes told Luo Qiu about the situation at that time. The face of the beautiful melon seeds is full of pity. I see. Should be the secret organization of the world government 9. It is estimated that Aokiji and Akainu were also rescued by him. Luo Qiu nodded and immediately understood why Aokiji and Akainu suddenly disappeared. It turned out to be rescued by the guy from 9. Luo Qiu, who has read the original book, naturally knows that there is a guy in 9 who is a doorman. Can open doors anywhere, even air. Although he is not strong, he is very capable. As everyone knows, the conversation between Estes and Luo Qiu has already stunned Kaido. Scared to pee. Fuck, Nima. The troops can't beat it, let alone be able to defeat it. The Navy headquarters has attacked this part of the fleet. Slip away. Slip away. Slip away. There is no more hesitation. While Luo Qiu was talking to Estes, Kaido turned into a huge blue dragon and flew away without looking back. Disappeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. The air. Suddenly quiet. Luo Qiu, a member of the Beast Pirates, this is too sudden. No precaution. No worries. It was so unexpected, thank you to the author. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 68 Command Magic. Myra Jesla. Looking at Kaido who suddenly escaped. Everyone is dumbfounded. As one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, actually lost his subordinates and escaped. A sad mood came from Runty, Pejuan and other remaining beast pirates. The hearts of the members of the group rose. They had planned to fight with their governor to the end. Did not expect. In the blink of an eye, Governor Kaido left them and ran away. This Nima. It's not a person. Haha. I didn't expect this guy Kaido to be so cowardly. It ran away before it even started. Luo Qiu shook his head and chuckled, his voice full of sarcasm. But it is also understandable. The strength that he has shown is really too strong. Just the troops on Dressrosa's side and the newly summoned character template are enough to defeat the members of the beast pirates brought by Kaido. Not to mention, plus Estes, Artoria, and the others who returned from defeating the navy. If you don't run away, you will definitely be killed. Under the threat of life, how can Kaido care about the life and death of his subordinates? Dear Your Majesty, are you going to chase? Estes asked aloud. No need. Luo Qiu waved his hands. If you can run, the monk can't run away from the temple. The country of Wano is there, wait until the chores in front of you are done, and then set off to attack the country of Wano. When the time comes, let's see how he can escape. Although Luo Qiu didn't go after Kaido, it didn't mean Luo Qiu would let him go. Ever since Kaido led the beast pirates to attack Dressrosa, he and Luo Qiu were doomed to never die. As the base camp of the 100 Beast Pirates, Wano country is definitely going to attack. Yes, my dear king. Estes replied softly. How to deal with these members of the Beast Pirates? Arteria asked the members of the 100 Beast Pirates who had been abandoned by Kaido and were shivering and huddled together. Just a bunch of scum, kill it. Tornado folded his arms and said with disgust. Although he was summoned by Luo Qiu. However, as a member of the Hero Association, Tornado is still very disgusted by these pirates who burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil. It's too cheap to kill them. They should be subjected to endless torture, repenting in misery and despair every day, and draining their last shreds of value. Estes gave a beautiful but dangerous smile. As a super powerful shaking queen, torture is her favorite. The remaining members of the Beast Pirates heard the words of Rons and the others, and their faces were pale with fright. Too cruel. Endless torture every day. Just thinking about it is scary. Lock it up first. Wait until the country of Wano is occupied and let them dig directly until they die. Just use the waste. Luo Qiu's voice immediately decided their future destiny. Although equally tragic, it made the members of these beast pirates breathe a sigh of relief. It's better to go mining than to be killed outright or tortured every day. Luo Qiu waved his hand. The soldiers under his command immediately chained all the members of the beast pirates with chains. The members of these beast pirates were honestly locked up like cats and didn't dare to resist at all. Even the powerful cotters like Runty and Peggy-wan are the same. The governor has all escaped, and the three major disasters have also been eliminated. What is the point of their resistance, let alone? Resistance means death. All these people were taken to Dressrosa's prison, waiting for Luo. After autumn occupied Wano country, their future destiny began. Dealing with the members of these beast pirates. Luo Qiu turned his attention to the captured soldiers of the Navy headquarters. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a wicked smile appeared on his handsome face. The women who were present were very excited. Handsome, noble, and powerful almost satisfied all women's fantasies about men, just like a prince charming in a dream. Mirage, it's over to you. Luo Qiu instructed Mirage in a red dress. Okay, Your Majesty. The gentle voice makes people feel like a spring breeze and calms the restless mind. The usual Mirage and the fighting Mirage are completely two extremes. A gentle sweet dead man. A violent fright. Receive the magic Satan Soul Sira. Magic surges. A black mysterious magic circle suddenly appeared under Mirage's feet. A flash of light flashed. Mirage's body directly transformed into the appearance of Lianjiao Sira. Two long horns grew out of his forehead, his long white hair also turned purple, and his face was 5 parts Mila and 5 parts Sierra. Command magic can freely manipulate the human body, allowing those who are ordered to obey their own instructions. That's why Luo Qiu asked Estes to capture the soldiers of the Navy headquarters alive. Let the Admiral of the Navy headquarters lead the Navy headquarters soldiers to attack the Navy headquarters. I'm so creative. But it's all based on Mirage's command magic. Order. Everyone goes to attack the naval headquarters and will not die. In an instant. A majestic magic shrouded the sailors captured by Estes. At this time, they experienced defeats and suffered countless blows, and it was the time when their mental defenses were the weakest. Gradually their eyes began to become empty, their brains gradually lost their thoughts. Only one voice kept echoing. Attack the Navy headquarters. Never die. Attack the headquarters of the Kazakh army. Never die. Attack the Navy headquarters. Never die. All right, Your Majesty. Mirage said to Luo Qiu. Very good. Give them a boat and let them go back to the Admiralty. I believe that Admiral Buddha of the Warring States will be very satisfied with this surprise. Chapter 69 Me. Yellow Ape. Bombed the Navy Headquarters building. Naval Headquarters Medical Office. Marshal Sengoku looked at the Aokiji, Akainu, Flying Squirrel, Stoloberg, and others in a row in the city. My eyes are splitting. My heart is turning violent. I can't believe the facts in front of me. He sent 6 generals, 10 elite lieutenant generals, 20 major generals, and 10,000 elite sailors from the Navy headquarters to attack Luoqiu. Such a luxurious lineup is enough to destroy any pirate group in the sea. Even the 4 emperors. But in the end, only a few people were beaten by Luoqiu. Moreover, they were rescued. Such a result could not let him accept. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that you were attacked by the 4 emperor pirates during the battle? Sengoku asked these surviving people in a trembling voice. He was afraid. He was afraid to hear the answer that was in his mind. Silent Aokiji and others were all silent. Recalling the battle with Luoqiu and the others, his body trembled involuntarily. Not only Luoqiu's strength is so strong that it makes people despair, but even the members of his subordinates are as strong as monsters. Naval hero Iron Fist Garp was killed. Elite Lieutenant General Ghost Spider was killed, Dodman was killed, Bastia was killed, Maynard was killed, and Mozambia was killed. The rest were all seriously injured. Akainu, in particular, was even more seriously injured and was in a coma and was on the verge of death and has not woken up yet. If Bruno rescued him at a critical time, it would have been cold. This is definitely the biggest loss in the history of the naval headquarters. After a long while, the green pheasant took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth. We were not attacked by any pirates. Instead, Alexander Luoqiu seems to have encountered something and left in a hurry. Otherwise, maybe fewer will come back. Alas, we are defeated, the bottom is defeated. Aokiji sighed long, his tone full of depression. Boom. There was a thunderbolt in Sengoku's mind, making him dizzy. Sure enough. He still heard the result that he didn't want to hear the most. How can that be? You have the strength of 6 generals. Did Alexander fall for him? Sengoku's voice was full of trembling, and asked Aokiji with difficulty. There was even a hint of panic on his face. 6 generals level combat power. Except for the Navy headquarters, no other force in the sea can bring out so much. Now, an emerging faction suddenly has so many powerful top combat powers, how could he not panic and not be afraid of not bad? The Navy has completely misjudged his strength. Except for Ice Queen Estes and Night King Arteria on the bounty. This time there are many strange and powerful new faces. The Trembling Tornado who can use the power of thought, the Great Swordsman Ziriki Kenpeki, and the Phantom Beast type ability Ulquira, each of them is a strong man who is no weaker than the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. There are also many people who are not weaker than the elite lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters, such as Harris, Ichigo Madara, and Flashing Flash. Plus the unrivaled strength of Alexander Rochu himself. We are not rivals at all. Aokiji slowly told the powerful combat power of Luoqiu's subordinates on the battlefield, and his tone was full of bitterness. Especially when Luoqiu was mentioned, his voice trembled involuntarily. If it wasn't for Bruno's air door, he would have been killed by Luoqiu. How can it be repaired? Where did he get so much powerful combat power? The warring states gritted his teeth. A deep sense of powerlessness rose in my heart. A general-level combat force, 5 elite lieutenant generals and tens of thousands of elite soldiers. The loss this time has weakened the naval headquarters by at least 30%. Moreover, after the news spread, there will inevitably be an uproar, which will greatly reduce the prestige of the Navy headquarters. This turbulent era of great pirates is bound to become more violent. Whoa! 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 Just when the warring states were sad and shocked, a shrill siren suddenly resounded through the entire naval headquarters. Damn! At this time, someone actually invaded the Navy headquarters. It won't be Alexander Lukiu who brought someone to call. Warring States scolded secretly, and immediately hurried to the outside. Except for Sakaski, who was in a coma, the rest of the people also got up and went. I was also worried that Luoqiu would lead someone to attack the Navy headquarters. But when they walked outside and looked, they were dumbfounded. What the hell? Isn't that Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters and the generals and soldiers who joined them this time against Luoqiu? It was they who invaded the Navy headquarters. From the martial warring states period to the common soldiers, there was a big mumbling written on everyone's face. The Navy headquarters. The Admiral led the soldiers of the Navy headquarters to invade the Navy headquarters. How is this possible? They really can't believe the facts in front of them. But Kizaru and others who were hit by Mirage's command magic won't show mercy because of their unbelief. 8-foot Kyangujade. Kizaru's body turned into a flash of light and flew into the air. Directly launch a big move against the building that stands in the center and symbolizes the naval headquarters. Swish swish, countless light bullets poured down on the building symbolizing the naval headquarters. Boom. 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 Violent explosions continued one after another. It symbolized that the building of the naval headquarters was being destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fire was everywhere. The smoke and dust were everywhere. Members, the brain is directly in a state of shutdown. It is so shocking that I can't think at all. I'm an old swan. Please also vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and support a wave of evaluation votes. Thank you to the author. Please download Feilu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 70, The live broadcast of Kyobu's attack on the Navy headquarters. Warring States was vomiting blood. Stunned. Stunned. All the people in the Navy headquarters who saw the scene were shocked to the extreme. They were so dumbfounded. It was impossible to describe their mood at this moment in words. It seems that there are 10,000 grass mud horses and mythical beasts whizzing past. Is there anything more fucked than the Admiral of the Navy headquarters blowing up the building that symbolizes the Navy headquarters? What are you doing? Crazy. Crazy. These people are all crazy. Many soldiers in the naval headquarters let out bursts of exclamations. The generals and soldiers who followed Kizaru also started to move their hands one after another. In the face of former colleagues, there is no mercy. With the knife in his hand, he slashed directly at the key point. The grand drama of the naval admiral leading the naval soldiers to attack the naval headquarters has officially begun. In order to enjoy the drama, Luoqiu also specially tied a live phone bug on the shoulders of the yellow monkey. At this time, fall in the new royal palace in Dressrosa and enjoy the show. Oh. The crooked-mouthed monkey usually looks lazy and lazy, but I didn't expect it to be so hateful. Go up and blow up the building of the Navy headquarters. Cowbatch. I like. Go on. Go on. It's better to destroy the Navy headquarters. Come on, Ollie. Luoqiu looked at the picture from the live phone bug, and kept waving his arms to cheer for Kizaru. Boom. There was a loud bang. The naval headquarters building that had been standing in Marineford for countless years collapsed with a bang. All eyes widened to the extreme in an instant. The frog glasses on Sengoku's face fell to the ground in shock. Ape. What the hell are you doing with your special code? Zhang Kuyuan was so handsome that he was furious, and he directly broke out foul language. The golden light flickered. The body of the warring state swelled rapidly, and the whole person instantly turned into a golden Buddha. The devil fruit ability is activated. The human fruit is in the form of a giant Buddha. The shock waves of the fruit compete. If Garp's enemy in life is Roger the Pirate King, then the enemy of the warring states period is Whitebeard. The strength is very powerful. Kizuna. Hurry up and stop me now. Buddha's impact. The warring states roared, and the palm of the Buddha slammed out. A violent shockwave suddenly burst out from the palm of Sengoku and attacked Kizaru. Although Kizaru was hit by Mirage's command magic, but his fighting spirit is still there. When the crisis hits, the yellow ape immediately elementalized and escaped the attack of the Warring States period. Boom! A violent shockwave hit the naval headquarters building behind Kizaru. The original collapsed naval headquarters building became even more dilapidated. Laser. Elementalized to avoid the Sengoku attack, the Kyobu immediately attacked without mercy. The laser light at the fingertips pointed directly to the heart of the Warring States period. It's like a posture to kill him. Bastard. What the hell is wrong with you guy? Warring States was covered with an armament-colored domineering laser to defend against Kizaru, and roared angrily at him. Kizaru turned a deaf ear, as if he hadn't heard it at all. Just launch a more powerful attack on Sengoku. Light speed kick. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared from Kizaru's left leg, and his body turned into a golden light and kicked towards Sengoku's head. Boom. Speed is weight. Sengoku's body was directly kicked several meters away by Kizaru's flashing kick. What the hell is going on? What the hell happened to him? Why destroy the Navy headquarters? If you want to join the group, add QQ 193-473-1937, she will give you the group number. Did you betray? Aokiji looked at the yellow monkey who was fighting with the Warring States period, and his brows were directly wrinkled into the Chuan-shaped Chuan. A series of questions lingered in his mind. What happened in front of him made him believe his eyes. But let's subdue him first. 1. Several ice balls condensed from air conditioning were sent from Aokiji's hands and flew towards Kyobu, and exploded beside him. The air is filled with cold air. The air is instantly frozen and condensed into pieces of blue ice crystals. But Kizaru has long since evaded the elementalization and can't cause damage to him at all. Big Buddha shockwave. As soon as Kizaru's figure condensed, Warring States appeared beside him, and the huge Buddha palm patted him mercilessly. Boom. Ka. The figure of the yellow monkey was shot into the ground in an instant, and a deep pit was smashed out, setting off a violent wave of air. The yellow monkey crawled out of the hole and coughed up blood. The strength of the Warring States is stronger than him. Relying on the speed, Kizaru can also play with the Warring States period. But if you add another Aokiji who is also a general, Kizaru can't bear it. What's more, he was seriously injured when he fought with Kenpei Kazakiji before. It is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of Sengoku and Aokiji. But with Mirage's command magic, even if it is lost, Kizaru's will not stop. 8-foot mirror. Kizaru's body is projected into the distance with the help of an 8-foot mirror, and it is completely no longer in direct confrontation with the Warring States blue pheasant. Laser. Light speed kick. 8-foot Kyangu Jade. Boom. 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 Countless buildings in the naval headquarters were completely turned into ruins under the bombing of Kizaru, and the order of Mirage was implemented very thoroughly. Ha ha ha, yes. Wrong. This wave of crooked-mouthed monkeys is very spiritual and witty. I will deduct 666 for you. Luo Qiu looked at the live broadcast, and the yellow monkey was walking the Warring States period and the green pheasant around to destroy the naval headquarters like a dog, and he burst into laughter. Hey! Warring States Marshal! Are you satisfied with the surprise I gave you? Luo Qiu picked up a phone bug and said, his voice immediately reached Warring States' ears through the live phone bug on the shoulder of the yellow monkey. You are Alexander Lukiu. You bastard! What the hell did they do to Kizaru? When the Warring States heard the words, he roared angrily. Haha, it's a shame that you are still considered a wise general, to ask such a stupid question. You think I'm wrong to tell you? I think you should just be called mentally retarded. Luo Qiu sneered, his voice contained a strong sense of sarcasm. Sengoku almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. The liver hurts with anger. First, I didn't know what method was used to make Kizaru attack the Navy headquarters, and then I made a special call to mock him. It's just shrimp and pig heart. Bastard. Don't be too arrogant to me. The warring states period had no choice but to be incompetent and furious, barking like a dog there. Send troops to attack me. How dare you? I lend you 3 courage, do you dare? Luo Qiu's voice was domineering and full of disdain for the warring states period. Facing Luo Qiu's voice, the warring states were silent. The fists were clenched, and the nails were deeply pierced into the flesh. The eyes were red, and the breathing was short. The anger was extreme. But it was impossible to refute. I vomited blood in autumn. Friends who like this book, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes to support a wave. The author, thank you. Feeler reminds you, 3 things about reading: collect, recommend, and score. Chapter 71, famous all over the world. New template, Yamamoto Yuan Yujai Kongwo. I see through. I was so angry that I vomited blood. Luo Qiu looked at the warring states period, who was vomiting blood in the live broadcast, with a surprised expression on his face. This guy can't help but be too angry, Luo Qiu. I swear, I will never let you go. Sengoku roared at Luo Qiu while covering his heart that was almost exploding with anger. Like a desperate beast. It's so pale and powerless. Waiting at any time. Friendly reminder, be sure to send stronger people next time. Luo Qiu didn't take the threat of the warring states to heart at all. Hang up in the endless fury of Sengoku. This time the Navy has been severely damaged by his attack. It doesn't take a while to recover from training. In a short period of time, there will be no major actions against myself at all. He cannot. Dare not. After all. On this sea, Luo Qiu is not the only enemy of the Navy. Luo Qiu stood up and turned off the live broadcast. Even without looking, Luo Qiu could probably guess the result. It was nothing more than that the naval headquarters was vandalized, and Kizaru was captured by everyone together. To say that just relying on Kizaru to destroy the Navy headquarters, it is completely impossible. The reason why Luo Qiu did this was because he wanted to discuss the Navy headquarters and the world government. The Admiral attacked the Navy headquarters. After it spreads out, it will definitely be ridiculed by the whole sea. It will further weaken the deterrence of the Navy and the world government on the sea. This will play a pivotal role in the confrontation between Luo Qiu and the world government in the future. New World. World Economic News. Big News Morgan stared blankly at the photo in front of him, and his feathers stood up in shock. His eyes were full of incredible colors. My God. The world is going to run wild. These news are really beyond his imagination. It's all about the battle between Luo Qiu and the Navy headquarters. There are pictures of Garp being killed in battle, pictures of Akina being beaten, pictures of ghost spiders being killed, pictures of sea soldiers collapsing, etc. Very detailed. I have to say that Big News Morgans is really very dedicated as the boss of a newspaper. In the face of this level of war, the picture can be photographed so comprehensively. To know. In the face of this kind of war, just the aftermath is not something that ordinary people can bear. Mom. Send it. Send it. Send it. How many newspapers must be sold when such a hot news is released? Morgans trembled with excitement. He seemed to see countless Baileys beckoning to him. Great. It's not worth sending my men to risk their lives to shoot these war scenes. Faced with these shocking news, Morgan stayed up all night with excitement and drove out the news. All the newspapers were all about the war between Luo Qiu and the Navy headquarters. Nothing else at all. He believes. There's enough content in these papers to make the whole world boil. The next day. Morgan's papers. The paper all flew all over the world with the news bird. Shock. Shocked. The legend has fallen, and the naval hero Karp is killed in battle. Shocked. What was the reason for the defeat of the Navy headquarters? Everywhere, known to the world. All the people who saw the contents of the newspaper stood there, shocked and speechless. The Navy was actually beaten. How is this possible? Before the war started, almost all the forces are not optimistic about Luoqiu, thinking that Luoqiu will definitely be destroyed by the naval headquarters. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The Navy headquarters was defeated. And it was a fiasco. Even the legendary hero of the Navy, Iron Fist Karp, was killed. I can't believe this is true. The lineup of the Navy headquarters is how powerful. Naval hero Iron Fist Karp, the 3 major generals of the Navy headquarters, 2 alternate generals, 10 elite lieutenant generals, 20 major generals plus 10,000 elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters. Oh my god. This is simply the luxurious lineup prepared by the Peak. But even such a luxurious lineup was defeated by the hands of Alexander Kingdom. How powerful is Luoqiu? In just a few days, Luoqiu and the kingdom of Alexander under his command are almost famous all over the world. All the forces on the sea have a kind of reverence for him. After all, the Navy headquarters is not a little Dressrosa can compare. If Luoqiu defeated Dressrosa, the major forces only admired and admired him. Then Luoqiu defeated the Navy headquarters, and the major forces were in awe and fear. On this sea, no one dared to say that Luoqiu defeated such a luxurious lineup of the Navy headquarters. Even the 4 Emperor pirates, the strongest among them, the Whitebeard pirates, too powerful. Powerful makes people fear. Powerful makes people tremble. At this moment, Luoqiu's fame is completely resounding in the sea. With the big sale of Morgan's news, Luoqiu's reputation is rising like a rocket, and it can't stop. In just a few days, it has reached more than 1,000 won. It has reached a height that he has never experienced before. In the past few days, the smile on Luoqiu's face has not disappeared. I can wake up laughing almost when I'm dreaming. The feeling of being rich is really cool. Luoqiu directly performed 10 consecutive draws several times, and the items and character templates came over and over again. Character templates include Death World, Fairy Tale World, Naruto World, Moonlight World, One Punch World, etc. Some are famous and some are not. One of the things that excites Luoqiu the most is the character template of Yamamoto Ryo Ensai Shijikuni, the captain of the 13th team of the God of Death World. As the founder of the Godai 13 team and the True Spiritual Arts Academy, Yamamoto Ryo Ensai Shijikuni is completely the originator level character. His Zanpakuto Ryabaru Ohuo is known as the strongest attack power, the highest temperature, and the largest attack range among all the Shinigami Zanpakuto. The strength is completely the world of Shinigami mid-ceiling level. For such an incomparably powerful character template, Luoqiu of course chose to integrate himself to make himself stronger. When Luoqiu was crossing, the pirate story was not over yet. Who knows if there will be any bullish characters coming out later. So it's always right to make yourself stronger. After a few days of rest, Luoqiu led the fleet to the sea again, and the target is Wano country. It's time to completely destroy Kaido. Just try the power of the new character template. Kaido. Here I am. Are you ready to die? Luoqiu is standing on the boat head, stroking the Zanpakuto on his waist. His expression is full of anticipation. Thank you to the author. See no underline. Please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 72 Attack. Attack. Fly to Wano country. The country of Wano, the island of ghosts. Kaido is drinking with a huge wine gourd. With a drunken look on his face, his demeanor was very sluggish, and all around were broken wine gourds. He has been drinking for 3 days and 3 nights. Kaido has been drinking since the attack on Dressrosa was completely defeated by Luoqiu and he fled back in embarrassment. I hope that by numbing myself, I can let myself forget the fear of that day. Dressrosa is an absolute nightmare for Kaido. The members of the 100 Beasts Pirates, the 3 disasters, the 6 volleys, the bully, the Genda, etc., almost all the elites died there. It is definitely a devastating blow to the Beasts Pirates. The 100 Beasts Pirates already have the title of the 4 Emperors Pirates, but they do not have the strength of the 4 Emperors Pirates. Wow. Jin, Quinn, Jack, you all died so miserably. Kaido burst into tears. Tears kept pouring out of both eyes like 2 small rivers. He is such a character. Sometimes crazy like a coward. Sometimes I cry like a child. But his words undoubtedly surprised the members of the Beast Pirates around him. Everyone looked at each other. You look at me, I look at you, all can see the terrified look in each other's eyes. What did they hear about the 3 disasters of the Beasts Pirates? This is definitely an explosive news for the members of the Beasts Pirates. Who are the 3 disasters, the pillars of the Beasts Pirates? When they die, isn't the Beast Pirates about to collapse? No wonder. Kaido has been drinking like crazy since he came back, and his expression is very sluggish. It turned out, it was defeated. But this is too unbelievable. Luoqiu was not attacked by the navy, so he had no time to take care of Dressrosa. How could Governor Kaido still be defeated and even a powerhouse like the 3 Calamities was killed? Due to Wano's isolation, the news is very blocked. I don't know that Luoqiu's defeat of the navy has already spread above the sea. If they saw the miserable appearance of the naval headquarters being beaten by Luoqiu, they would not be shocked by Kaido's defeat. Governor Kaido. The investigators discovered that a fleet is approaching Wano country. It seems that it is not good, and it is trying to attack the country of Wano. A member of the Beast Pirates rushed in to report to Kaido why. Kaido's body froze when he heard the words. The movement of drinking stopped suddenly, and the drink spilled from his mouth and wet his body. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. I am afraid that the only person who dares to attack he so blatantly. Who is it? Kaido asked in a trembling voice. Although he already had speculation in his heart, there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if? The flag of the Black Dragon hangs on the fleet, which is the great fleet of the kingdom of Alexander. The pirate's words suddenly pierced the last glimmer of hope in Kaido's heart. The wine gourd in Potakado's hand fell directly to the ground and shattered. The huge eyes were full of horror. It's him. It's really him. It's here after all. Kaido knows that even if he escaped that day, Luoqiu would not let him off easily. But I never expected it to come so quickly. It's only been a few days. Mad. It's too much deceiving. Wano country is not so easy to get in. Go ahead and send all the fighters to the port, and let the black charcoal snake go too. Be sure to sink them all to me. Kaido angrily ordered to his subordinates. Now, he could only rely on Wano's natural danger to fight Luoqiu. Due to the geographical environment, if you want to enter the country of Wano, you must climb a huge waterfall, which is very dangerous. Ordinary ships can't get in at all. It is only possible to climb up the waterfall with a special big carp toe. Soon, almost all the members of the Beast Pirates gathered at the entrance of Wano country. This is already the last strength of the Beast Pirates. Kaido incarnates a big blue dragon entrenched in the sky above the entrance of Wano country, his eyes fixed on the Luoqiu fleet that is rushing towards Wano country in the distance. This will be his last chance to stop Luoqiu's attack on Wano. Tick-tock sweat falls from Kaido's head. It was obvious that he was very nervous. After the last war, he had a deep fear of Luoqiu in his heart. Kaido really doesn't want to face Luoqiu if it's not a last resort. But this time, He had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight Luoqiu. I hope to stop him through the natural danger of Wano country and let him retreat. The natural danger of Wano country may be insurmountable natural danger for others. But, to Luoqiu, it's nothing but nothing. Come on. Everyone is ready. As soon as Alexander Luoqiu's fleet climbed the waterfall. Attack. Kaido saw from the sky that Luoqiu's fleet had already arrived in front of the Great Falls, and immediately reminded the members below loudly. Kaido thought that Luoqiu would use the big carp to pull the fleet to climb the waterfall. After all, this is the only way for ships to enter Wano country. All the members of the Beast Pirates heard the words and aimed their guns at Luoqiu's fleet. Only after they have climbed up the Great Falls to attack. But this is just what they thought. Just when all the members of the Sea Beast Pirates were staring at Luoqiu's fleet waiting for them to climb the waterfall. All the battleships rose directly into the air, broke away from the sea, and flew into the sky. Fuck. Flying up. At this moment, all the members of the Beast Pirates suddenly became Sparta. Eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. I was shocked to see the 11 battleships flying in the sky. This Nima. The script is wrong. It was said to be pulled by a big carp. It was said to attack when climbing the waterfall. It actually flew up directly. Friends who like this book, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, and comments. A wave of ticket support. The author thanked Feilu to remind you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and score. Chapter 73, The Power of Flowing Blades is Like Fire. Kaido with the sword. Haha, little girl did a good job. Look at the jaws of those beast pirates. They never thought we would fly straight up the waterfall. Luoqiu smiled and pinched the Lolita face of the tornado, very fluttering, and couldn't help pinching it twice. Fool. I said don't call me little girl again. Tornado stared at Luoqiu with a small fist, his cheeks bulging like a puffer fish, very cute. Hey. Got it, little girl. Luoqiu waved his hands indifferently. Dragon roll, I seem to bite him to death. Although she looks like a loli, she is already 28 years old. Being yelled at by Luoqiu's little girl all day, it really tickles her teeth. It's clear that it is Sister Yu who is good at cutting. Tornado thought angrily in his heart. What are you doing for me? Attack. Hurry up and attack me. Kaido was furious in the air. Luoqiu's move completely exceeded his expectations. In this way, the natural danger of Wano country is completely useless in front of Luoqiu. Kaido's cry suddenly made all the members of the Beast Pirates come back to their senses from the shock. He hurriedly launched an attack on Luoqiu's fleet. Boom. 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 The guns fired in unison. The bullets and shells from the sky were shot at Luoqiu's fleet in the air. The firepower is fierce. But in front of the Queen of Psychic Tornado, there is no gushing at all. No matter how strong the cannonball is, it just hits itself. Cannonball. Give it back to you. Tornado's psychic moment. In the meantime, all the bullets and shells were wrapped, and a faint green light was emitted. A wave of the arm. Whoosh whoosh. All the bullets and shells all returned. The speed is faster than before. Puff puff dash. Boom boom dash. Countless bullets hit the members of the 100 Beasts' Has, splashing gorgeous blood flowers. Countless shells hit the battleship of the Beast Pirates, and bursts of violent explosions occurred. What is this thing? The cannonball came back on its own. Tornado's hand shocked hundreds of members of the Beast Pirates. One by one, they looked at the fleet in Luokong in disbelief. Their eyes were full of deep fear, and they did not dare to attack again. It must be a devil fruit person. Cannonballs don't work at all against them. How to do? They're coming. The members of the 100 Beast Pirates looked terrified and nervous. Completely overwhelmed. The guns didn't work, What else could they do but watch Luochu's fleet leap over the waterfall and enter Wano country? Asshole! Don't try to let me in. Heat breath. Kaido, who was flying to the sky, saw the Luochu fleet that was about to enter Wano and couldn't calm down. He raised his head and spewed out a scorching dragon's breath, attacking Luochu's fleet. Facing Luochu, Kaido doesn't dare to hide in the slightest. This breath of heat, even a mountain is enough to be razed to the ground in an instant. Haha. Are you afraid? Luochu looked up at the sky with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. From the beginning, he tried his best to shoot down his fleet. He could clearly feel the tension and fear in Kaido's heart. However, only now did I realize that it was too late for fear. Luochu's eyes narrowed, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and the Zanpakuto at his waist was instantly unsheathed. Fuck. The majestic spiritual pressure gathered the blade and slashed against the sky. A pale sword chi traversed the sky. Kaido's dragon breath was directly divided into two and fell into the sea. The sword chi lingered on, and flew straight to Kaido in the air. Blood splattered everywhere. The sword chi that was practiced cut a long wound on Kaido's dragon body. Damn. When will this guy use a sword? And it's so powerful. It's definitely a great swordsman level. Kaido glanced at the wound on his body, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This sword energy has such power after splitting his own heat, and it can break through his own defense. Kaido in the state of Qinglong has very hard scales all over his body, and his defense is invincible. Knives and axe, or guns bombardment will not cause him any harm. But Luochu's sword chi cut through his defense so easily. It really made him feel scared. Heat breath. Heat breath. Heat breath. Swish swish, Kaido spewed out 3 bursts of hot breath in a row and flew towards Luochu. Each burst of incomparably hot breath, like the sun. Humph. Useless struggle. There are all kinds of things, all are ashes, and the blades are like fire. Luochu snorted coldly, and as the mantra was uttered, the Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly ignited a layer of raging fire, emitting an extremely scorching high temperature. Tornado and others who were standing beside Luochu retreated one after another. The scorching high temperature makes it impossible to get close at all. Songmingzan. Luochu held the saber in both hands and slammed it against the heat in the sky. Swish! The moment Luochu swung the saber, the red flame instantly formed a huge flame tornado. Boom! Luochu's cut out the flame tornado directly engulfed Kaido's hot breath. It rushed towards Kaido in the sky with scorching high temperature and fierce breath. In an instant, Kaido's eyeballs protruded directly from his eye sockets, and his mouth was open. Big old man with his tongue sticking out. It looks like he has seen a ghost. Minima. What kind of sword is this? You actually swallowed my heat. Do you want to hang like this? Friends, and thank you, the author. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu's novel. Chapter 74 Crushing. One-sided battle. Huchi, a tornado composed of fiery flames and sharp sword energy whistled towards Kaido in the air. Ow-hoo-hoo. The huge body was attacked there like a live target. A tornado of flames surrounded his body, constantly burning and cutting his body. There was a smell of charred barbecue in the air. Kaido's body danced wildly in the air, screaming incessantly. The flames emitted by the flowing blades of the beginning solution are like fire, and the temperature can reach tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. Even steel will be melted. Boss Kaido. The members of the 100 Beast Pirates below saw that Kaido was burned so miserably, and their hearts trembled. Even their Eudemon's governor Kaido's ability to obtain the body of a blue dragon was so miserably scorched by this flame. If it was their words, it wouldn't be turned into ashes at once. Hot, hot, hot. I'll be scalded to death. Kaido's body was scalded and fell from the air, and fell to the ground with a thud. It turned into a human shape, and his body kept rolling on the soil. It took a long time to put out the flames on his body. Whoo! 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 Kaido lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Just a few short battles, there is a feeling of exhaustion in his mind. I can't stop it. Kaido lay on the ground, thinking desperately in his heart. Without Kaido's hindrance, his subordinates would be completely useless. Tornado controlled Luochu's fleet directly into the inland sea of Wano country with his mind power, and completely entered the domain of Wano country. The Hualala battleship landed on the sea again, splashing huge waves. Attack! Take Wano country! Luochu waved his hand and gave the order to attack without hesitation. Oh! Come on! Take Wano country! Luochu gave an order, and all the fleets under his command immediately rushed towards the fleet of the beast pirates. The morale of the members of the fleet was like a rainbow. In stark contrast to the panicked members of the beast pirates. They don't know what to do with the guns, they will all be sent back to bomb themselves. No, I can't fire the gun, I can only watch Luochu and the others approaching step by step. Just when they hesitated, Luochu's fleet had already opened up in front of them. Boom! 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 With a loud noise, the battleship of Luochu's fleet was directly loaded onto the pirate ship of the beast pirates. Countless chains flew out of the ship, locking the ship of the beast pirates firmly, preventing them from escaping. The soldiers under Luochu jumped onto the ship of the pirates to fight hand to hand. Scumbags, be strung to death. Ice Thorn raid. Estes waved his hand, and countless ice thorns emerged from behind him, and in an instant, dozens of members of the beast pirates were strung into hedgehogs. Countless people were scared and dared not go forward. Change to skywheel armor. A flash of white light flashed. The ordinary armor on Urza's body suddenly turned into a gorgeous skywheel armor. Suspended in the air like a Valkyrie. Sword of heavenly will chaos. Swish swish, countless long swords with blue rays of light suddenly appeared behind Urza, forming a huge circle. Under the control of Urza, these long swords constantly shuttle among the members of the beast pirates. Every sword will take the life of a member of the beast pirates. Break the sword. Swish, a golden dazzling sword energy swept across the sea, and a ship of the 100 beast pirates was directly divided into two. Now, almost all of the powerful officers of the 100 beasts pirates have died in Dressrosa. There is absolutely no one who can stop Estes and the others. Screams. Screams. Cries for help. All over the battlefield. The members of the beast pirates who were not led by elite cotters quickly collapsed. The devil. The devil. She is the devil. Some members of the beast pirates who surrounded Estes looked at Estes, who was covered in blood, with endless horror in their eyes. His body trembled like a sieve of chaff, and the weapon in his hand almost fell to the ground. As the Queen of Shaking, she almost killed her enemies. The enemies who died under her hands were very tragic, making people shudder. These people were so frightened by the Queen's power that they didn't even have the courage to act. Escape. I don't know who yelled. The members of the beast pirates beside Estes immediately ran away like crazy. Even. Someone jumped straight into the sea. The devil. I love this name. Estes chuckled lightly, as if he was very satisfied with the name devil. But. You're still going to die. Butchie. 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 Those who fled were all killed by Estes' death as icicles. Although the others are not as cruel as Estes, the Queen of Shaking, but they will never show mercy to the enemy. Under their leadership, the fleet of these beast pirates was almost defeated in the form of annihilation. It was almost a one-sided massacre. Blood. It dyed the sea red. There were floating corpses everywhere on the sea, and almost all of them were members of the beast pirates. Occasionally there are some soldiers of the kingdom of Alexander. This is impossible. When there is war, there is death. If you want to survive in war, you have to make yourself stronger. Monsters. They are all monsters. No match at all. Where are the reinforcements? Where are our reinforcements? Why hasn't the army of General Black Charcoal Orokai arrived yet? Help. Who can save us? People like Ests are a complete nightmare for the members of the Beast Pirates. There is absolutely no room for resistance. They can only pin their hopes on the ally of the Beast Pirates, the Black Charcoal Orokai. I hope that the Black Charcoal Orokai can lead his samurai and the Orokai Reading fans to support. As everyone knows, it is impossible for the Black Charcoal Snake to come here. Minute. Chapter 75 Complete Body Susanoo vs Demons Orokai. The country of Wano, the capital of flowers. The Black Charcoal Orokai, who originally received Kaido's order, is preparing to lead his samurai and Reading fans Hong to the port to stop Luo Qiu. After all, he is the clear ruler of Wano country. Naturally, it was impossible to watch Wano country being occupied by Luo Qiu, but the Black Charcoal Orokai hadn't come and the samurai under his command, a city of figures appeared in front of him. Wearing a black robe, embroidered with a red auspicious cloud pattern. With a pair of blood-colored pupils, there are tadpole-like hook jades slowly rotating in them. It is Akatsuki's attack. When Luo Qiu and the Navy headquarters went to war, he dispatched the summoned Akatsuki organization ninja to Wano country to monitor every move here. Therefore, Luo Qiu will know in advance the news of Kaido's attack on Dressrosa in advance, so as to make adequate preparations. Now, Luo Qiu has already led the fleet to the country of Wano. Itaka was ordered to stop the charcoal serpent from reinforcing Kaido. What are you? Someone. Somebody. Seeing the person who suddenly appeared in his room, the Black Charcoal Snake was suddenly startled, and immediately shouted out to the door. But, no matter how he shouted, not a single figure appeared. One sheer a bad premonition appeared in the heart of the Black Charcoal Snake. Could it be that all of his general's people have been killed by the man in front of him? Just as he thought. All the samurai in charge of guarding the general's palace have been assassinated by Itaka. He was born in Konoha-Umbu, and his assassination skills were superb. No one in the entire general's mansion made any sound until they died. Stop shouting. No one will come. Itaka said coldly. His voice suddenly confirmed the thoughts in his heart. What are you doing here? For what purpose? If you want money or power, I can give it to you. The Black Charcoal Snake couldn't figure out the details of Itaka at all, so he didn't dare to act rashly, and could only use words to stabilize him. I have only one purpose. That is, kill you. Fire escaped the Wind Fairy Flower Chlored technique. Itaka's hands quickly formed a seal like a phantom, and spit out a flame like impatience to attack the Black Charcoal Snake. This ninjutsu is not just a flame, but also a shuriken hidden in it. It is a dual attack of physics and ninjutsu. The power is very powerful. Seeing Itaka's sudden attack, the Black Charcoal Orokai's pupils shrank immediately, and he quickly folded his hands in front of him and covered him with a thick layer of armed domineering. Ding 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 dash. Itaka's shuriken hit the Black Charcoal Serpent and made a sound of metal clashing. Flames scattered all around, instantly igniting the wooden floor. As the ruler of Wano country, the Black Charcoal Snake is still a bit powerful. Shuriken. You're a ninja, how have I never heard of you? Black Charcoal Orokai glanced at the shuriken that he bounced off and asked in surprise. Ninja is a specialty of Wano country. All the powerful ninjas of Wano country were all recruited by him to form the Imperial Court Fans Hong. But never listened to the reputation of the book ferret. Itaka ignored the question of the Black Charcoal Snake at all. The hands are sealed again. Huo Yunhao Fire Dragon Technique. Immediately, a huge fire dragon spit out from Itaka's mouth and flew towards the Black Charcoal Serpent. The scorching high temperature made the black charcoal snake sweat profusely, and it was immediately evaporated to dryness. Just the lingering warmth made him feel like he was about to be ignited. Damn! Where did this guy come from? How powerful is he? The black charcoal snake scolded secretly, its body swelled rapidly, and it suddenly grew 8 heads. It is the form of the animal-type phantom beast, snake, fruit, Orakai. Where did you come from? Today. You are dead. The black charcoal snake said fiercely, revealing bloodthirsty killing intent. He will never allow the guy who threatens his life to still live in the world. If this is what you rely on, then you should be aware of death. Facing the black charcoal Orakai in the form of an Orakai, Itaka's expression did not change in the slightest. His eyes narrowed suddenly. The 3 hook jades rotate rapidly and finally form a pinwheel shape. It is the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Susana. Drink. Itaka let out a low voice, and a huge orange-red chakra suddenly appeared from his body, forming a giant skeleton posture. But it's not over. Itaka's chakra is still outputting, the meridian flesh and blood directly appeared on the skeleton giant's body, and he put on a thick layer of armor. He holds a sword in the right hand and a shield in the left. It looks like a god of war. The huge body is like a mountain, and the general mansion of the black charcoal Orakai was instantly burst. Even the black charcoal Orakai transformed into the shape of the Yagi Orakai is relatively small in front of the complete body of Itaka Susanoo. The black charcoal snake was directly stunned. All 8 heads were full of dumbfounded expressions. Inema. What kind of ability is this? Itaka controlled the giant like Susanoo to rush towards the Orakai, the huge body running made the entire flower city tremble. Some people who don't know why thought it was a small earthquake. Asshole. Death to me. The black charcoal Orakai manipulated the 8 heads of its body to bite at Itaka standing on top of Susanoo's head from different directions. Bam! Itaka manipulated Susanoo to block his shield in front of him, and the huge head of the black charcoal Orakai slammed into it, making a loud noise. The knife fell from his hand, and blood splattered everywhere. A huge head of the Orakai Yachi was cut off by Itaka's Susanoo. Ouch! The black charcoal snake suddenly screamed in pain. Asshole! 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 It hurts this general. Itaka will not pay attention to the complaints and curses of the black charcoal snake. Swish, the 10-fist sword in Susanoo's hand slashed through the air with a red light and slashed at the black charcoal Orakai's head again. The sharp sword edge made the black charcoal snake's complaints stop abruptly. Friends who like this book, please vote for some flowers, monthly tickets, and support a wave of evaluation votes. Thank you to the author. Read the underlined version of the novel. Please download Feilu's novel. Chapter 76, The Death of the Black Charcoal Orakai. Wano country is half in hand. Kaido is desperate. The head of the black snake was chopped off one at a time. Bang! The huge head fell on the ground and splashed a piece of dust, and the bright red blood stained the whole ground. Ouch! The black charcoal serpent let out a painful howl again, and its body quickly retreated. The remaining 6 heads looked at Itaka Susanoo in fear. What the hell is this? How is it so powerful? His Orakai's head not only has a hard scale armor, but also has a hard armored domineering protection. But under the sword in the red giant's hand, it was as fragile as tofu. Itaka completely body Susanoo is powerful, completely beyond the imagination of the black charcoal snake. Wait a minute. Why did you kill me? Power and wealth. I can let you enjoy the rights of one person below 10,000 people in Wano country. I can give you Wano country inexhaustible wealth. I can give you the first beauty of Wano country, Xiao Zi. As long as you don't kill me, I can satisfy you with all of this. 2 heads were chopped off in succession. The black charcoal snake was scared by Itaka. He quickly promised Itaka numerous conditions, intending to use these temptations to try to make Itaka spare his life. But he underestimated Itaka. As a character summoned by Luoqiu's system, he is definitely 100% loyal. Not to mention the temptations mentioned by the Black Charcoal Serpent. Even if the Black Charcoal Serpent gave him the position of general of the country of Wano, Itaka's mind would not be shaken. Swish, the ten-fist sword in Suzanu's hand is the best answer to the Black Charcoal Snake. Ah! How can it be repaired? What is the reason for you to kill me? The Black Charcoal Serpent was startled and angry, and screamed in pain. He had another head chopped off. Whatever. How the Black Charcoal Serpent roared, angered, and questioned, Itaka ignored it completely. He just kept controlling the complete Susanoo and wielding the ten-fist sword in his hand. One sword after another cut off the head of the Black Charcoal Snake. In the blink of an eye. There are only 3 heads of the Black Charcoal Serpent left. The expressions on every head are terrified, terrified. Too powerful. There is no way to fight back. Who? The only 3 heads of the Black Charcoal Big Snake kept panting, and the fear was extreme. He didn't want to die. Although only as the ruler of Wano country. But the Black Charcoal Serpent still has great power and countless wealth. He still has this wonderful life to enjoy. Escape. Escape to the Island of Ghosts. Whereas the base camp of the Beast Pirates. As long as I can get there, my mind is here. The Black Charcoal Snake opened its mouth and spewed a mouthful of venom, made a false move, turned and fled. At this moment, he has completely lost his mind to fight Itaka. I just want to quickly escape to the Island of Ghosts to seek Kaido's blessing. But now, Kaido can't protect himself, so how can he protect him? Besides, it is impossible for Itaka to let him escape. The venom spit out by the Black Charcoal Orokai was blocked by the shield formed by the 8-foot mirror in Suzanu's hand, and there was absolutely no way for him to escape. Inflicts a bit of damage to the weasel. Looking at the back of the Black Charcoal Snake escaping, Itaka did not pursue it. Just aim the ten-fist sword in the hand at the middle head of the Black Charcoal Snake. Call out, dash dash. The ten-kun sword in Suzanu's hand stretched suddenly. It pierced the neck of the middle head in an instant. How could it be? The Black Charcoal Snake looked at the ten-fist sword that pierced his neck in disbelief, and his eyes were full of unbelievable colors. He never dreamed that Itaka completely body Suzanu's ten-fist sword could be stretched. Pucci, Suzanu pulls out 10 fist swords, and brings a bunch of blood flowers. Plop! The body of the Black Charcoal Snake suddenly fell to the ground. The body slowly turned into a humanoid state, and the throat kept bleeding. Obviously the middle one in the form of Orokai, the head is the most deadly part of the Black Charcoal Orokai. Dead. General Black Charcoal Orokai is dead. The people in the surrounding flower capital saw the Black Charcoal Snake lying on the ground that had no life, and suddenly showed a strong inconceivable color. The Black Charcoal Serpent that ruled Wano for 20 years actually died. After a brief shock, the citizens of the Flower City burst into a burst of shocking cheers. Wow, oh. That's great. The Black Charcoal Snake is finally dead. Ha ha ha, die well, die well. Great. Great. Wano country is liberated. We finally don't have to be oppressed by the Black Charcoal Snake. Countless people ran around to tell each other, everyone was happy, and they celebrated with each other. Some people even set off firecrackers in the street. At this moment, the sound of laughter resounded all over the flower capital, as if it was a festival. For a long time, the Black Charcoal Serpent is like a big mountain pressing on the people of the flower capital. They are exploited all the time. Now, the mountain is finally gone. How can they be unhappy? Some people even worship Itaka directly and regard him as a hero who saves the capital of flowers. This will be very beneficial to Luochu's future rule over the country of Wano. The death of the black charcoal serpent represents the ruler of Wano country on the bright side. His death showed that half of Wano's country was in Luochu's hands. As long as the de facto ruler of Kaido is killed, Wano country will belong to Luochu completely. Wano country port. Almost all the members of the beast pirates have been wiped out by Asts. Until the moment when they all died, the members of the beast pirates did not wait for reinforcements from the black charcoal Orokai. Because he has already been killed by Itaka. Kaido. Are you still running away today? On the coast, Luochu stood opposite Kaido, his eyes full of playfulness. How can it be repaired? Kaido's brows were only furrowed together, and Jintook clenched his fists tightly. Luochu's contemptuous expression deeply hurt his self-esteem. As the emperor, Kaido also has his own pride. He was blocked by someone and hid his nest. How could he escape to wherever he could, and how could he stand on the sea in the future? So he plans to work hard. Bastard. Don't be too arrogant to me. I want to kill me. I want to step on my body to become the emperor of the sea. Who do you think I am? I am the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, Kaido the beast. Death to me. Drink. Thundering 16 hexagrams. Thanks to the author. Feeler reminds you, Reading 3 Things Collection, Recommendation, Points. Chapter 77, The Double Dragon Showdown, The Battle of Life and Death. Kaido's muscles bulged all over, his blue veins burst violently, and he used all his strength to wield the giant mace he rebuilt in his hand. This move. It is an enhanced version of Thunder and Gossip. Almost all of Kaido's power is gathered. Boom. Click. The wind and clouds changed color, the clouds were dense, and the lightning flashed. It seems that the heavens are trembling for Kaido's move. Under desperation. Kaido's ferocity is fully stimulated. It's like a beast that is in a desperate situation and is trying his best. Howling, howling, howling. The cloak was blown so loudly. In front of the huge Kaido, Luochu's body seemed so small. Even his whole person was not as big as Kaido's mace. But in the face of such a violent and explosive attack, Luochu's expression did not change from beginning to end. Despite the howling wind, lightning, and thunder, Luochu's body stood between the heavens and the earth like a needle. Die! Kaido's eyes widened in anger, and he let out a roar that shook the sky, and the attack had already arrived in front of Luochu. The moment Kaido arrived, the Zanpakuto in Luochu's hand suddenly swung out. Chong! Zanpakuto and Kaido's mace collided, making a thunderous metal clash. Boom! Ka! The ground beneath their feet could not bear the shock at all. The earth cracked in an instant. Countless cracks spread in all directions. Even the sea water in the port was blown up and whistled, setting off huge waves. Kaido's giant mace was only an inch away from Luochu's head. But even this distance is like an insurmountable chasm. No matter how hard Kaido is, the mace in his hand cannot advance a single point. In the process of the stalemate between the two, the mace in Kaido's hand suddenly puffed out a burst of blue smoke. The part that was in contact with Luochu's hand, the blade started to melt. The whole mace looked extremely hot. Kaido felt like my hands were on the flames. Damn! What kind of knife is this? Weird. Kaido couldn't help but secretly complained in his heart, and his body froze. He was afraid that if he stiffened with Luochu like this, the fiery high temperature of the mace in his hand would melt. The moment Kaido's body retreated, the Zanpakuto in Luochu's hand suddenly burning hell. Boom! 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 10 giant fire pillars shot up into the sky, surrounding Kaido heavily. Each fire pillar exudes a high temperature of thousands of degrees Celsius, even steel will be melted. Under Luochu's control, 10 pillars of fire surrounded Kaido in the center. Chi was baked by 10 high-temperature fire pillars of thousands of degrees Celsius, and Kaido's body surface suddenly burst into blue smoke, and his skin became red. The skin on the body surface seems to be cooked. Damn it! By right, this kind of attack from all directions, unavoidable, Kaido's angry teeth are about to be shattered by him. At the moment when the 10 pillars of fire approached Kaido's body, they were instantly detonated by Luoqiu at the same time. The dazzling fire rose into the sky. Flowers, trees, port buildings. At this moment, it all rises from the ground. The violent air wave blew everything around. The smoke and dust dissipated after a while. A huge pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared on the ground, and Kaido's charred figure stood in it. A pungent burnt smell permeated Luoqiu's nose. 10 fire pillars of thousands of degrees Celsius exploded at the same time, and the temperature and impact were absolutely unimaginable. Almost all of Kaido's skin was burned by the high temperature of the explosion. If it weren't for his strong physique and deep domineering, he would have turned into ashes in this explosion. Hoo! 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 Kaido fell to his knees and let out a heavy breath. Now. He looked so embarrassed, completely no longer the domineering posture of the 4 emperors. Kaido. If that's all you have, then. Are you ready to die? The Zanpakuto in Luoqiu's hand pointed at Kaido, who was half kneeling in the giant pit, and his voice was full of undisguised killing intent. As Luoqiu's enemy on the way forward. There is only one fate for Kaido. That's death. Damn bastard. Today is to die. I'm going to tear a piece of meat from you too. Kaido said fiercely. Roar. With a roar of fury, Kaido's body turned into a blue dragon and flew into the sky. To prevent Kaido from running away suddenly like Dressrosa last time. Luoqiu also put away the Zanpakuto, and his body instantly transformed into a dragon, turning into the black dragon Akonarokia and flying into the sky. Today. He will never let Kaido run away again. In the sky. 2 dragons stand in the sky. This scene can be seen by almost the entire Wano country. Everyone's heart is full of shock. The confrontation between 2 dragons is definitely a rare event in 100 years. Roar! Roar! At the same time, the 2 of them let out an earth-shattering roar, rushing towards each other. Heat breath. Hoochie! The hot dragon breath spewed out of Kaido's mouth and attacked Luoqiu. Roar of the black dragon. Luoqiu did not show weakness, and he also opened his mouth to spit out the roar of the dragon. Kaido's dragon breath and Luoqiu's dragon roar collided in the air, and a violent explosion suddenly occurred. In the smoke, Kaido directly opened his bloody mouth and bit Luoqiu's head. Black Dragon's Claw. Stabbed, Kaido's head was instantly shot by Luoqiu, and 3 bloody scars were drawn on his forehead. At the moment when Kaido's head was shot, Luoqiu bit the dragon claw on Kaido's right side. Black Dragon's Broken Tooth. Hiss. Chapter 78 The World Shakes. The old emperor falls, the new emperor ascends the throne. Luoqiu suddenly pulled, Kaido's right claw was directly torn off from his body by Luoqiu. Ow hoo hoo. Kaido suddenly let out a wailing sound that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Almost the people of Wano Kingdom all can hear. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes are focused on the sky. The eyes are so wide that they are like 2 big light bulbs. The jaw almost fell to the ground. Unparalleled shock. They saw what my old swan. The beast Kaido didn't even tear off a dragon claw. Oh my god. How powerful. Much power has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Countless people who resisted were all killed. And today. But a dragon claw was torn off in the sky. I can't believe my eyes. However, what made them even more unbelievable, the back. In the sky. Kaido, who was bitten off by Luoqiu, looked extremely painful. The broken arm was bleeding profusely, and the sky seemed to be raining blood. Luo Chu's power was completely beyond his imagination. Just one face-to-face ruined one of his arms. It seems that he did not use his full strength in the previous battle with him. It's also a dragon. Kaido doesn't understand why Luo Chu is so much stronger than himself in terms of physique, speed, strength, and various attributes, completely crushing himself. He is obviously young, but he is just as terrifying as an old monster who has lived for a long time. Although Luo Chu is very young. But the character template he merged is a big one that has lived for hundreds of years. How can its power be comparable to Kaido's? Whoosh! Luo Chu's figure flashed in the air, sharp dragon claws. He slapped Kaido hard on the head. Armed color covers furious dragon piercing. In the face of Luo Chu's attack, the two sharp dragon horns on Kaido's head were immediately covered with a layer of dark armament and domineering, and slammed into Luo Chu's dragon claws fiercely. Crack! With a crisp sound, under Luo Chu's majestic force, a fine crack instantly appeared in Kaido's dragon horn. Then, the crack spread rapidly, and with a click, Kaido's dragon horns were shattered like fragile glass. Black Dragon's tail whip. Luo Chu turned around, and his tail like a steel whip was drawn heavily on Kaido's body. Boom! Kaido's body suddenly fell, causing the whole earth to tremble. The ground was instantly smashed by Kaido with a huge boulder that flew over. The sand and dust danced wildly. In the pothole, Kaido returned to his human form. His body was scorched black, covered with scars, his head was bald, his hair was all burnt out in the previous battle, and the dragon horns on his forehead were not broken by Luo Chu. It looks very miserable. And the broken right arm is even more shocking. Hoo-hoo! The air current is surging, and the storm suddenly rises. Luo Chu's mouth is open, swallowing it like a bottomless black hole, the energy of everything around. A huge, depressing vortex condenses in Luo Chu's mouth. Boom! Ka! Crack! Crack! The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and thunder snakes flashed in the dark clouds. The sky is trembling for Luo Chu's upcoming attack. The magic is surging. There is no reservation. This blow will gather all Luo Chu's power. The roar of the black dragon. The energy that had been accumulated for a long time burst out from Luo Chu's mouth. The sky and the earth turned pale. The storm was raging. The sea was churning. It seemed that the whole world was shaking. Roar looked very calm. No evasion, no panic, no anger. It seems that I have accepted my fate. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout the Wano country. Everyone could hear it clearly. A mushroom cloud with a diameter of over 1,000 meters rose up. All the people of Wano country saw it. It's clear. The eyes are dull. The expression is shocking to the extreme. What kind of powerful force can create such a huge movement? A long time has passed. The mushroom cloud over the island of ghosts slowly dissipated. But everything below disappeared. The island of ghosts was completely wiped out by Luo Chu's dragon's roar, leaving only a bottomless pit. The endless sea water poured into it, but it was not full. The four emperors Kaido, die. The beast pirates, destroy. Roar. In the sky, Luo Chu let out an earth-shattering roar, declaring his power to the world. Everyone in Wano country listen. The beast Kaido is dead, and the beast pirates are gone. From today, Wano will be the territory of my Alexander Lukiu. If there are any rebels, kill without mercy. Luo Chu's majestic and domineering voice resounded over the entire Wano country. Boom! Luo Chu's voice sounded like a thunderbolt in the ears of everyone in Wano country. Everyone in Wano country stood there in a daze. There was a strong inconceivable expression in their eyes. Kaido is dead. Beasts, the pirate group is destroyed. Wano country is going to change hands today. A series of news of explosions appeared in the heads of the people of Wano country, making them feel as if they were dreaming. Just one day. The country of Wano has undergone such a shocking change. Everyone stared blankly at the domineering figure in the sky. He will be the new owner of the country in the future. Everyone is very uneasy in their hearts, and they don't know what kind of policy Luoqiu will implement in the country. Will it be as brutal as Kaido and the charcoal serpent? But anyway they can only accept it obediently. These people can't even resist Kaido. How can they resist Luoqiu, who is stronger than Kaido? In which world is the law that never changes? A few days later, a newspaper suddenly made the unsettled sea even more boiling. A striking title caught everyone's attention. Shock. The old emperor fell, the new emperor ascended the throne. Friends who like this book, please vote, order flowers, monthly tickets, and support a wave of evaluation tickets. Chapter 79, The Best in the World. Beyond the Bounty of One Piece. This newspaper clearly reported the war between Luoqiu and the Beast Pirates. From Dressrosa Road and No Country, everything was reported clearly. Almost every elite cotter of the Beast Pirates was killed and all the photos were published. Even. It is more clear and detailed than the previous report on the war between Luoqiu and the Navy headquarters. After all, this time, Luoqiu instructed his subordinates to sell the news to Morgans. Not only can you get a lot of Bailey, but you can also harvest a huge amount of prestige. All parties are stunned and unbelievable when they see the content of this newspaper. But this is a fact that cannot be concealed at all. Just ask a little to find out. The country of Wano has completely become Luoqiu's territory, implementing the policy of founding a country, and developing economic and trade with countries around the world. Navy Headquarters. Within the conference room, Marshal Waring States, Great Staff Officer Crane, Aokiji, Akainu, and others sat in them one after another, but Kizaru was missing. That guy was directly imprisoned in the Advanced City because of the destruction of the naval headquarters last time. Although it was controlled by Luoqiu, after all, it destroyed the naval headquarters and killed countless soldiers of the White Army headquarters. The Warring States period and the others had to use up the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers to take him down. People in the conference room. Everyone has a newspaper in their hands. Everyone's faces were gloomy. There is still a trace of panic and fear. The beast Kaido was killed. The beast pirates was wiped out. Originally, this news was great news for their naval headquarters. But they were not happy at all. Because the person who destroyed the beast pirates was the one who defeated their navy headquarters, Alexander Luoqiu. The defeat of the beast's pirates made them see Luoqiu's strength once again. Original. In the sea, apart from the naval headquarters, there is no any power can destroy an emperor-level pirate group. Now. Appeared. At present, the combat power displayed by Luoqiu's command is completely comparable to the naval headquarters. It is even worse. In the newspapers, they can see that there are several strange and powerful people under Luoqiu's command. Sesshomaru, Tsunade, Urza, Mirage, etc. This kind of strong men appearing one after another made him tremble in his heart. When he saw this newspaper, the cold sweat on their backs almost scared out. It is not all of Luoqiu's troops to meet their naval headquarters. Only part of it. The rest are defending the beast pirates. If the beast pirates hadn't attacked Dressrosa, Luoqiu would have used all his forces against the navy headquarters. The consequences are simply unimaginable. Maybe Aokiji, Akainu, and others can't survive Bruno's rescue. It's terrible. Strength, skill, and scheming are all top-notch. Warring States and others feel that the threat of Luoqiu and others has far surpassed Leather. Ming Junlong. You have read all the news reports. How should we? Sengoku asked with a bitter expression. Silence. The entire conference room was silent, almost audible needles falling. Even the toughest Akainu was silent. The battle with Luo Qiu completely defeated his pride as a naval admiral. He couldn't even beat a cotter under Luo Qiu, let alone fight Luo Qiu. Alexander's rise is unstoppable. It is simply impossible to completely eliminate it with the current strength of the navy. Publish the bounty first and wait and see what happens. I believe those old guys in the Holy Land will have more headaches than us. Staff Officer Crane's speech broke the calm of the conference room and directly threw the problem to the 5 old stars of the Holy Land Mary Joa. Anyway, the current navy is unable to contain Luo Qiu. Unless the entire world's navy is pulled to deal with him. In that case, the whole world will collapse, the navy will not be able to do this, and the world government will not allow them to do so. Oh, it can only be done first. It is more appropriate for Alexander Rochu and his subordinates to offer a reward. Warring stateside, looking very helpless. The higher the better. It's better to be higher than One Piece Gol Roger. Crane opened his mouth and said, the light of wisdom flashing in his eyes. When the warring states heard the words, he was shocked at first, and then he understood the intention of the Crane. Pirates on the sea are all bold and lawless guys. Crane proposed to give Luo Qiu a bounty for surpassing the pirate king Roger, which is completely to kill him. What does the reward of surpassing One Piece Roger represent? Isn't it because Luo Qiu has surpassed One Piece Roger? Those who aim at One Piece will not be convinced, and even challenge Luo Qiu. This is the best way the navy can think of to deal with Luo Qiu. Okay. Just do it. A reward of 5.5,950 Bailey is offered to Alexander Rochu. The warring states made a decision. One Piece Gol Roger's bounty is 5.5,648 Bailey. Although Luo Qiu's reward is only more than 2,000 Baileys higher than Roger's, the meaning represented by it is absolutely incomparable. These 2,000 Baileys represent Luo Qiu's surpassing Roger. Again and again. The people above the sea have not yet recovered from the shock of Luo Qiu's destruction of the 100 beast pirates, and was once again shocked by the reward offered by the Navy headquarters. Countless people looked at Luo Qiu's reward order and fell into a state of dementia. That series of zeros blinded their 24 titanium alloy dog eyes. 509.5 million Bailey. It is the world's highest reward. It surpassed the world's strongest, the man's white beard. Even surpasses the legendary One Piece Gol Roger. Oh my god. What a fork. It's a blast. Friends who like this book, please vote for flowers, monthly tickets, the evaluation votes support a wave, the author thank you. Please download Feilu's novel to see the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 80, The Navy's Stratagem. Ace comes for revenge. Kingdom of Alexander. In a splendid palace. Luo Qiu sat lazily on the throne. Ram and Ram, two beautiful little maids, massaged and pinched his shoulders from left to right. The soft and tender little hands can't help but indulge in it. Hee, the Navy headquarters can only brush up on these small tricks. But this will only make me stronger. Luo Qiu looked at the newspaper in his hand and sneered with disdain. His huge bounty was posted on it. 500,950 Bailey. A bounty that surpasses anyone in the world. It's so shocking. But when Luo Qiu saw this number, he immediately understood the intention of the Navy headquarters. It is nothing more than holding oneself high, and letting those arrogant pirates in the sea challenge and attack themselves, so as to achieve the purpose of containing and restraining themselves. But this is a great thing for Luo Qiu. This unprecedented reward order from the Navy headquarters undoubtedly helped Luo Qiu make a huge publicity. It's even bigger than his defeat of the beast pirates and killing Kaido of the beasts. After all, the amount of this bounty has surpassed Roger the Pirate King. Under the free publicity of the Navy headquarters, the prestige value, which had been calm, has skyrocketed again. It will undoubtedly allow Luo Qiu to extract many character templates and items from the dimensional world. Invisibly, it helped Luo Qiu to strengthen his strength. If the Warring States knew about this, I'm afraid he would cry and faint in the toilet. Compared to the benefits this reward order brought to Luo Qiu, the other drawbacks were completely negligible. In spite of whose challenge is it? Luo Qiu has nothing to fear. New World. The sea area of the Whitebeard pirates. The huge Moby Dick was extraordinarily noisy. Dad. The Navy headquarters is so annoying. There are more bounties issued to this guy Alexander Lukiu than Daddy. The grumpy 13th Division Captain Buffalo Estermo said with a look of disapproval. As soon as his voice fell, countless members of the Whitebeard pirates echoed. Yup. That's right. Dad is the strongest person in the world. How could his bounty be higher than Dad's? Could it be that our father is not as good as that? Alexander Lukiu. In the hearts of the members of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard is the man in this world, an invincible existence. A new pirate who has not debuted for a long time is even higher than Dad's reward. How could they be convinced, Dad? Why don't we go and attack the kingdom of Alexander, and repair Alexander Lukiu severely? Let the Navy headquarters look at the power of our Whitebeard pirates. It's definitely not the kind of budding kid can compare. Suddenly someone in the crowd spoke up. That's right. How could Dad let a kid who just debuted ride on his head? Order. Father. Let the world see the strength of our Whitebeard pirates. You are the strongest man in the world. For the proposal to attack the kingdom of Alexander, many people expressed their approval. Some of them are captains. As the strongest Whitebeard pirates among the 4 emperor pirates, they were suddenly mounted on the head and said to be stronger than them. How could they be willing? Seeing the indignation of the crowd, the members of the Whitebeard pirates who wished to fight with Luo Qiu now, the person who spoke first suddenly showed a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. No matter how strong you are, Alexander Lukiu, you will definitely suffer heavy losses when attacked by the Whitebeard pirates. After all, the title of the world's strongest man is not blown. Shut up. Idiot sons. This is obviously a ruse of the Navy headquarters. He just wanted to take this opportunity to provoke a war between pirates. If we're going to attack the kingdom of Alexander now, we'll fall for that bastard's plan in the Warring States period. That guy is called Admiral of the Navy. Whitebeard scolded his members loudly. As an old opponent of the Warring States period, he has been across the sea for countless years, and his eyesight and Whitebeard are still there. Being reprimanded by Whitebeard, the crew below suddenly became quiet. Within the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard has absolute prestige. Although they were reprimanded by Whitebeard for not proposing to attack the kingdom of Alexander, they still had indignant expressions on their faces. For Luo Qiu's reward higher than Whitebeard, many of them were unconvinced from the bottom of their hearts. Although this matter was suppressed by Whitebeard, a seed was planted in the hearts of the members of the Whitebeard pirates. One day it will take root and sprout, and even explode. As the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard has an extraordinary vision and can see through the strategies of the Warring States. But other pirate groups don't have such sharp eyes. Since the Navy headquarters issued a bounty order, countless self-righteous pirates came to the kingdom of Alexander to challenge Luo Qiu. But they didn't even meet Luo Qiu until they were all captured by Ists and thrown to Wanashimahara Wano to mine sea towers. Today, however, the kingdom of Alexander has ushered in a special challenger. He has black hair, wears a cowboy hat, has a little freckles on his face, and exudes a hot breath all over his body. It is Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the famous 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates in the future. However, he has not yet joined the Whitebeard Pirates, just a very famous supernova. Captain, you won't challenge Alexander Luo Qiu. He's the man who defeated the 4 Emperor Kaido. Deus, the ship doctor beside Ace, asked with a trembling voice, full of deep fear of Luo Qiu. There is no virtuous person under the reputation. The man who can defeat the 4 emperors Kaido is definitely unimaginably powerful. Of course. I've been waiting a long time for this day. This guy killed Mr. Garp. Also, the reward is even higher than that man. As long as I take his head, I can avenge Mr. Garp, and at the same time prove that I am stronger than that man. No matter what. I must take his head. A flame appeared on Ace's body, and his tone was very firm. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. In the original novel, Ace, who just went to sea, threatened to take the head of Whitebeard and become the strongest in the world. As a result, I was beaten by Whitebeard. I was subdued after the hammer blow. Join if you can't. But Luo Qiu doesn't have such a good temper.